Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 37-39 to Chapter 38-22. Wang Zhangke, you're talking nonsense. Han Xiling was so angry that her face turned red. Her delicate body trembled as she glared at Wang Zhangke. I'm talking nonsense? Haha, a fifth-stage divine lord could easily kill a quasi-emperor and defeat so many experts of the Black Blood Hall. Even a fool would know that such a ridiculous reason is fake. You're praising this kid so much. If you're not having an affair with him, what is it? I really didn't expect that Han Xiling was such a woman. To think that I treated you so well in the past. Disgusting. Wang Zhangke sneered. During this process, sect leader Wang and the others of the Fengdu Sword sect did not speak. To be honest, they did not quite believe that what Han Xiling said was true because it was too exaggerated and unbelievable. It was not a bad idea to let Wang Zhangke try. Lu Ming watched coldly from the side. He knew what these people were thinking. He was not angry but happy. This Wang Zhangke was really too cute. He was helping him. He naturally knew that it was difficult to convince people with Han Xiling's words alone. If he wanted to convince the people of the Fengdu Sword sect and even ask him for help, he had to show strong strength. Originally, he was thinking about how to find an excuse to show his strength. Look, Wang Zhangke sent himself to his door. Xiling, who is this guy? Why is he spewing nonsense like a fool? Lu Ming deliberately walked closer to Han Xiling and called her intimately. He glanced at Wang Zhangke disdainfully. Hearing Lu Ming call her so intimately, Han Xiling blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Seeing Han Xiling's appearance, it confirmed that Han Xiling and Lu Ming were having an affair. Wang Zhangke completely exploded. The flames of jealousy burst out from his body as if he was about to explode. In an instant, his eyes turned red. He stared at Lu Ming and roared, "Kid, what did you say? What did you say? Look, my ears are not working." Lu Ming sighed. Boom, Wang Zhangke completely exploded. Flames of anger spewed out from every pore on his body. Today, if he did not ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming, he would die from his anger. Fifth-level divine lords can kill quasi-emperors. Then let me try and see if it's true. Wang Zhangke roared as a powerful aura erupted from him. His sword chi soared into the sky. Clang, unsheathing his long sword, Wang Zhangke became one with his sword and transformed into a resplendent sword light, thrusting towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhangke was also a sixth-level divine lord cultivation. His talent was extremely high, and he was one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful city sword sect. When he erupted with full power, at the divine lord realm, he could cross a realm to battle, challenging seventh-level divine lord existences. In the divine lord realm, to be able to jump a level to battle, one was already an incredible genius. As for a stage 5 divine lord killing a quasi-emperor, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The sword light was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming's throat. Sect leader Wang and the others stared unblinkingly, wanting to see how Lu Ming would block this move. Of course, he was prepared to make a move at any time. If Lu Ming was not a match and encountered danger and was about to be killed, he would make a move to save Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had no enmity with them. Moreover, he seemed to have a very good relationship with Han Xiling. They could not let Lu Ming die here and disappoint Han Xiling. Han Xiling was also one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful city sword sect. It looked like Wang Zhangke's sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming still did not move. It's indeed fake. Sect leader Wang sighed in his heart. Although his rationality told him that what Han Xiling said previously was most likely fake, and perhaps the relationship between Han Xiling and Lu Ming was really like what Wang Zhangke said. But in the depths of his heart, he was still holding on to a trace of fantasy that it was true. Then, he definitely would not hesitate to invite Lu Ming to be the external aid of the plentiful city sword sect to participate in the resource alliance this time. Although the probability was very small and almost impossible. He activated the divine power in his body and was about to make a move to save Lu Ming. But in the next moment, his movements suddenly stiffened. Because at this time, Lu Ming had already moved. Lu Ming casually stretched out two fingers. It looked like he was moving very slowly, but in fact, he was astonishingly fast. Before Wang Zhongke's sword light could pierce him, he had already blocked in front of him. Then, he casually clamped the tip of Wang Zhongke's divine sword. Wang Zhongke's movements immediately stopped. His body was suspended in midair, and the long sword in his hand could no longer move forward. He blocked it. Sect leader Wang and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect were dumbfounded and stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming might be able to block Wang Zhongke's attack, but never in their dreams would they have thought that Lu Ming would use this method to block Wang Zhongke's attack. Wang Zhongke's sword just now had clearly used all his strength. He wanted to show Lu Ming, to beat Lu Ming to the ground and expose Lu Ming and Han Xiaoling's fake identities. So the power of that sword was very shocking. But such a sword was easily caught by Lu Ming with 2 fingers. And Lu Ming looked as if it was effortless. No, impossible. Wang Zhongke roared, unable to accept this fact. Die for me, die for me. Wang Zhongke's eyes were blood red, and he was about to go crazy. If he really lost to Lu Ming like this, how embarrassing would it be? The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He was simply going all out. His divine power crazily poured into the long sword, erupting with his strongest attack, wanting to break through Lu Ming's defense and assassinate Lu Ming. But it didn't budge. Lu Ming's 2 fingers were like 2 immovable sacred mountains. No matter how Wang Zhongke unleashed his power or how he activated the long sword, it was the same. Trash. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his power erupted, and his 2 fingers shook. Buzz, the long sword in Wang Zhongke's hand crazily shook, and then with a few cracking sounds, it shattered. Surging energy had already entered Wang Zhongke's body through the long sword. Wang Zhongke screamed miserably, and his body flew back like an arrow. He heavily fell to the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched incessantly, as if he was having cramps. A crushing defeat. There was no suspense in this battle. In Lu Ming's hands, Wang Zhongke was like a baby, weak and powerless, unable to withstand a single blow. Amazing. The eyes of sect leader Wang and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect brightened. The strength that Lu Ming displayed, although it was a bit exaggerated to say that he could kill a quasi-emperor, was also no small matter. Wang Zhongke's full power was enough to fight a 7th-level divine lord, and Lu Ming could easily crush Wang Zhongke. His strength was at least equivalent to an 8th-level divine lord, or even higher. Such combat strength would definitely be of great use in the Resource Alliance. It took a long time for everyone to recover. Among everyone, only Han Xiaoling's expression was normal. This result had long been within her expectations. Wang Zhongke actually dared to challenge Lu Ming. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. Let me meet you. A middle-aged man stepped out. A middle-aged man stepped out and faced Lu Ming directly. A powerful aura spread out and pressed down on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor, this was a quasi-Emperor realm expert. He wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Chang, you're an elder. How can you fight with a junior? Sect leader Wang frowned and scolded lightly. The strength that Lu Ming displayed just now had already made him want to recruit him, so he stopped him. However, he didn't stop him too much. In fact, he also wanted to see if Lu Ming really had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. Sect leader, little brother Mu Yun can defeat a quasi-emperor. This disciple is really curious and wants to exchange pointers with little brother Mu Yun. I have no other intention. Please grant my wish. Lu Chang bowed and said. Little brother Mu Yun, this, sect leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a troubled expression. It's fine. Make your move. Lu Ming replied. This person challenging him was exactly what he wanted. In this way, the Fengdu sword sect would pay more attention to him. Lu Ming's straightforwardness stunned sect leader Wang, Lu Chang, and the others. Lu Ming was so confident. Could it be that he really had the battle strength that Han Xiaoling said? But how was that possible? It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could defeat Wang Zhongke so easily. Could it be that a 5th-layer divine lord could really defeat a quasi-emperor? Impossible. Lu Chang shook his head hard in his heart. He had walked all the way from the 5th-layer divine lord to the quasi-emperor. He knew the gap between 2 realms. It was simply a fool's dream to cross this gap. Then don't go too far. Don't hurt the harmony. Sect leader Wang said. Don't worry, sect leader. Lu Chang replied. His eyes flashed, and he took a step on the ground. His body was like a mountain, rushing toward Lu Ming. With a punch, the space shattered like a rag. The violent power swept toward Lu Ming like a storm. He had promised sect leader Wang not to overdo it, but once he attacked, he went all out. He secretly had a very good relationship with Wang Zhangke. It could be said that he was one of Wang Zhangke's people. Just now, Wang Zhangke had been so miserably abused by Lu Ming. He definitely wanted to avenge Wang Zhangke. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge Lu Ming, a junior, as a quasi-emperor. The violent power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the world to tremble. Cripple him! Cripple him! Cripple this bastard! At this moment, Wang Zhangke had barely recovered. He glared at Lu Ming with hatred in his eyes, hoping that Lu Ming would be suppressed or even crippled by Lu Chang. A ray of divine light involuntarily appeared on sect leader Wang's palm. He was ready to make a move. If the situation went south, he would save Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very strong. At the very least, among the younger generation of the Feng City Sword sect, there was only one person who could compare to Lu Ming. He couldn't let Lu Ming be crippled by Lu Chang. Just at this moment, Lu Ming attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Chang's fist. Boom, the sky shook and space exploded. The terrifying fist pressure was even more terrifying than Lu Chang's. This, sect leader Wang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. When an expert attacked, it was easy to tell whether or not he was an expert. The two of them hadn't even officially exchanged blows, but sect leader Wang and the other elders of the Feng City Sword sect could see that Lu Ming's fist was too terrifying. Not good. Lu Chang's expression wildly changed, and his heart began to pound. He felt a terrifying fist pressure coming at him. It was terrifying to the extreme. It wasn't something he could resist. But it was too late to change his attack now. In this situation, if he changed his attack, he would face Lu Ming's barrage of attacks. He would definitely lose. In this situation, he could only brace himself. Lu Chang roared angrily and used every bit of strength in his body to blast out along with the power of the fist. Boom, their fists finally collided. It was as if two planets had collided, and then an explosion occurred. A terrifying chi swept in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the entire mountain. But sect leader Wang waved his hand in a strength swept across the mountain like a spring breeze. Wherever it passed, the chi generated by the collision between Lu Ming and Lu Chang was silently blocked. How strong? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Sect leader Wang wasn't an ordinary godly emperor. His cultivation level was definitely above the first godly emperor layer. He was extremely strong. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength and Qiu used his full strength, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Ahhhhhhhh, Lu Chang gave a horrible shriek, and then his bones were broken. He was sent flying backwards, just like Wang Zhangke. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. One of his arms had been completely broken, and was hanging down weakly. Lu Chang, a quasi-emperor, had been killed in one attack. The entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming had actually defeated a quasi-emperor. Moreover, it was an instant kill. He was only a fifth godly monarch layer. A fifth godly monarch layer had such fighting strength. This was too incredible. It turned out that what Han Xiling had said before was true. Now, no one doubted what Han Xiling had said because the truth was right in front of him. No, this can't be true. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Wang Zhangke shook his head blankly. He couldn't accept this fact. He would rather believe that he was dreaming. But a gust of wind blew, and a sharp pain came from his wound. This told him that this was real. This wasn't a dream. Why? Why is this happening? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He couldn't accept it, especially what he had just said. A fifth godly monarch layer can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect master and the elders are fools? The words he had just said were still ringing in his ears, but at this moment, they were like slaps to his face. Just now, he had mocked Lu Ming and doubted Lu Ming. He had said that Han Xialing and Lu Ming had an affair and deliberately praised Lu Ming. It turned out that everything was just his own wishful thinking. And everything Han Xialing had said was the truth. Lu Ming was indeed a monstrous genius. He had killed a quasi-emperor as a fifth-level godly monarch. The truth just now was right in front of him. Lu Ming had defeated Lu Chang with one punch. If he continued to attack, Lu Chang would definitely die. In fact, they didn't know that Lu Ming had already shown mercy just now. Otherwise, Lu Chang would have died with one punch. Amazing, amazing. At this moment, Sect Master Wang muttered to himself. He was so excited that he was about to tremble. With Lu Ming's combat strength, if he helped them fight in the Resource Alliance, the help would definitely be amazing. He could help the Fengdu Sword Sect to obtain better resources. In every Resource Alliance in the past, the Fengdu Sword Sect had always been ranked in the bottom 5 among the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. They had never rushed into the top 10. If they had Lu Ming's help, they might be able to rush into the top 10 and create history for the Fengdu Sword Sect. They had to keep Lu Ming at all costs. Sect Master Wang's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind. The Resource Alliance between the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star region was based on strength. The stronger one was, the higher one's ranking in the Resource Alliance would be, and the better resources one could obtain. And the better resources one had, the stronger one's sect would be. This would form a positive cycle, and in the next Resource Alliance, one would achieve better results and obtain better resources. And the weaker forces would fall into a vicious cycle, becoming weaker and weaker. Therefore, Lu Ming was too important to the Plentiful City Sword Sect. Ha ha ha, this old man has cultivated for dozens of years and has seen countless geniuses in my life. But today, I finally see what a real genius is, what a real hero is. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is really something this old man has never seen before. Sect leader Wang laughed, full of praise, and eased the atmosphere at the same time. Sect leader Wang is too polite. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Come, come, come. Little brother Mu Yun has done a great favor for the Plentiful City Sword Sect. This seat will set up a banquet to welcome little brother Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang said. He kept calling him little brother in a very affectionate manner. No need. This junior still has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Lu Ming said. Brother Mu, you're leaving now? Han Xialing said anxiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Mu, you don't have to care about some people. Han Xialing glared at Wang Xianxia anxiously. When Lu Ming came with her, he did not say that he was leaving. But now, he said that he had important matters to attend to, which was clearly an excuse. In fact, he was unhappy. In fact, she did not know that Lu Ming did not want to leave. He was retreating in order to advance, so that he could make a request for himself. Little brother Mu Yun, why are you leaving so soon? If there's anything important, tell me. I will do my best to help. Sect leader Wang said hurriedly, also a little anxious. What a joke, such a genius had finally arrived. If he let Lu Ming leave just like that, wouldn't he vomit blood? This junior indeed has something to attend to. I can't stay for long. Lu Ming still shook his head, clasped his fists, and was about to leave. Wait a moment, little brother Mu Yun, wait a moment. Sect leader Wang blurted out. He then clenched his teeth and said, Brother Mu Yun, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hope you'll agree to it. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, sect leader Wang didn't hide it any longer and hurriedly spoke of his purpose. You want my help? Sect master Wang must be joking. This junior only has the cultivation of a 5th-level divine lord. The number of divine sovereigns in Plentiful City Sword Sect is not small. Why does this junior need to help? Lu Ming was delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked the obvious and pretended to be ignorant. Little brother Mu Yun, do you know about the Resource Alliance agreement of the Iron Sea Star Zone group? Chief Wang said. I've heard of it. Lu Ming said. It's like this. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is unparalleled. The Plentiful City Sword Sect would like to invite little brother Mu Yun to become the external aid of the Plentiful City Sword Sect and help the Plentiful City Sword Sect participate in the Resource Alliance. Of course, no matter what the ranking is, the Plentiful City Sword Sect will give a generous reward. We will not disappoint little brother, Chief Wang said. So it's the Resource Alliance agreement. Lu Ming nodded and frowned, looking like he was thinking. Chief Wang and the rest were nervously waiting for Lu Ming's answer, hoping that Lu Ming would agree. Participating in the Resource Alliance agreement wasn't something that could be done by force. Lu Ming had to agree to it himself. Otherwise, it would be useless to force him. Moreover, they didn't dare to force Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent, Lu Ming's battle strength, were simply abnormally strong. How could such a monster be nurtured by an ordinary force? They suspected that Lu Ming came from a terrifying force and was out on a trip to temper himself. If they dared to force Lu Ming, the Plentiful City Sword Sect wouldn't need to exist anymore. Lu Ming pretended to think for a while and said, originally, for Miss Ziling's sake, I wanted to help the Plentiful City Sword Sect with this favor. These words made Chief Wang and the rest's eyes light up. They glanced at Han Xiling and revealed a look of understanding. They thought that Lu Ming had taken a fancy to Han Xiling. Han Xiling's face was also slightly red, which made her even more beautiful. However, there seems to be someone in the Plentiful City Sword Sect who doesn't welcome me. If I stay here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Lu Ming said, as if he was referring to something. Everyone could tell that Lu Ming was talking about Wang Xianxia and Lu Chang. Wang Xianxia's face turned into the color of pig liver. Sect leader Wang and the others naturally understood. Little brother, some people in the Plentiful City Sword Sect have eyes but fail to see. I'll let them apologize to you. As he said that, Chief Wang's gaze looked at Wang Xianxia and Lu Chang, and scolded, you too, why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Chief, Wang Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at Chief Wang in a daze. Previously, he was constantly mocking Lu Ming, despising Lu Ming, and then provoking Lu Ming. He was suppressed by Lu Ming in one move, and he had already lost all his face. Now, he actually had to apologize to Lu Ming. This was simply more uncomfortable than killing him. He was about to vomit blood and was extremely sullen. Why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Do you want me to invite you? Chief Wang's tone became heavier, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Xianxia and Lu Chang's hearts trembled. Obviously, Chief Wang was already angry, and they did not dare to disobey Chief Wang. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and cup their fists to Lu Ming, saying, we were blind just now, please forgive us. Is this the attitude of apologizing? Lu Ming said indifferently, obviously dissatisfied. Wang Xianxia's teeth were about to shatter. However, seeing Chief Wang's sharp gaze, he did not dare to refute. Plop, Lu Chang was very straightforward. He directly knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Ming, asking for Lu Ming's forgiveness. This attitude is not bad, what about you? Lu Ming looked at Wang Xianxia. Ah! Wang Xianxia roared crazily in his heart. He was so sullen that he was about to explode. He could not wait to explode and go all out to scold Lu Ming and Chief Wang. However, in the end, he still did not dare to. Plop, in the end, he knelt down in humiliation and apologized to Lu Ming. That's more like it. Lu Ming nodded lightly, then looked at Chief Wang and said, Chief Wang, it's not impossible for me to help Fengdu Sword Sect, but I have a condition. What condition, little brother, just say it. Chief Wang said. There are too many people, let's talk somewhere else. Lu Ming said. Chief Wang nodded and let Wang Xianxia and the others leave. After a while, only sect leader Wang, two of sect leader Wang's trusted elders, Han Xiling, and Lu Ming were left in the main hall. Little brother, what condition do you have? You can say it now, I promise not to spread it. Chief Wang said. I need a new identity, a complete identity. Lu Ming said his condition. A new identity? Sect leader Wang and the others were stunned. What kind of condition was this? I want to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. But if I become a heavenly soldier, the heavenly soldiers will investigate this person's background. But since I was born, I have been training in a secret place. This time, I have just been born. You can say that my past is blank. I'm afraid that I can't pass the Heavenly Palace's investigation. So I need a new identity. Lu Ming explained. I see. Sect leader Wang and the others nodded. They could understand what Lu Ming said. The Heavenly Palace's investigation of the heavenly soldiers was very strict. Lu Ming had never been born before. This was his first time. His past was a blank piece of paper. It would be troublesome to become a heavenly soldier. That was why Lu Ming wanted a new identity. Moreover, with Lu Ming's talent, they did not doubt that Lu Ming could succeed. If Lu Ming could not succeed with his talent, how many people in the Eldritch universe could succeed? However, it would be troublesome to give Lu Ming a new identity. There were many disciples in the Fengdu Sword sect. Many of them died outside every year. They could casually find a disciple who had died and let Lu Ming become that disciple. However, everyone's life origin aura was different. If they let Lu Ming pretend to be a person, that person's friends and family would know that Lu Ming was a fake. The Heavenly Palace could easily find out. They frowned and pondered. Moreover, this was a very risky matter. If the Heavenly Palace found out about this, the Fengdu Sword sect would be in big trouble. Deceiving the Heavenly Palace was a serious crime. However, the Resource Alliance this time was too important. Lu Ming's strength was too tempting. It would be a pity to give up on Lu Ming. Lu Ming also understood this. That was why he showed his strength to make the Fengdu Sword sect reluctant. I have an idea. At this moment, an elder on the side spoke. This elder's name was Chen Tong. What idea? Sect leader Wang and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I know that there is an outer disciple in the sect. Coincidentally, this outer disciple's name is Mu Yun. This Mu Yun is not very talented. He is a coward and low-key. Not many people know him. Some time ago, this Mu Yun went out to train and hasn't returned since. It's likely that he died outside. I'm sure no one will know that little brother Mu Yun has taken over this identity. Chen Tong said. They discussed for a while and came to an agreement. Let Lu Ming become the Fengdu Sword sect's outer disciple, Mu Yun. Chen Tonghui showed Lu Ming the information of Mu Yun's past to reduce the number of flaws on Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed to help the Fengdu Sword sect participate in the Resource Alliance. He would do his best. Little brother Mu Yun, I'll bring you to the place where Mu Yun lives. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to pretend, he had to make it look real. Lu Ming followed Chen Tong and left the place. They flew to other places on Fengdu Star. Fengdu Star was huge. The entire Fengdu Star was the headquarters of the Fengdu Sword sect. However, there was a difference between prosperous and not. Soon, they arrived at the other side of Fengdu Star. In front of them was a small sword-shaped mountain. It was incomparable to the sword-shaped mountain from before. On the sword-shaped mountain, there was a small courtyard. The two of them landed in the courtyard. This is where Mu Yun lives and cultivates. That Mu Yun is cowardly. His talent is not high and he doesn't get along with others. He cultivates here all year round. Very few people in the Fengdu Sword sect know about him. Chen Tong introduced. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. The more low-key Mu Yun was, the more advantageous it was for him now. Little brother, you can stay here. I'll sort out the information on Mu Yun for you. Also, in half a year's time, it will be the Resource Alliance. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Chen Tong left. Sigh, I wonder when the Heavenly Palace will start recruiting heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, he had asked sect leader Wang and the others this question. Sect leader Wang and the others could not answer. Because the Heavenly Palace did not have a fixed time to recruit heavenly soldiers. Other than the Heavenly Palace, no one knew when the Heavenly Palace would recruit heavenly soldiers next. Lu Ming was helpless. Right now, he could only create a new identity and cultivate while he waited. Lu Ming stayed here. With a wave of his hand, jade talismans appeared one after another. These jade talismans were obtained by Lu Ming from the ruins of the Tianyu kingdom. He had obtained a lot of treasures from the last treasure trove. Each jade talisman recorded a secret technique. There were hundreds of secret techniques here. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Chilling wind extinction, I haven't cultivated it before. Heart destruction palm, I've cultivated it before. Pleasure technique, I haven't cultivated it before. Lu Ming looked through them one by one and selected the secret techniques that he had cultivated before. A day later, hundreds of secret techniques were selected. There were a total of 210 secret techniques that Lu Ming had not cultivated before. There were all kinds of secret techniques. Some of them were of little value and did not have much use. However, Lu Ming did not reject any of them and planned to cultivate them all. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, the more the better. Lu Ming began to cultivate the secret techniques. One by one, the secret techniques turned into secret technique runes and were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. Half a month later, Jin Tong brought back the previous information of Yun Mu. Lu Ming memorized it all and felt more confident. Then, he continued to cultivate the secret techniques. Another half a month later, Han Xiling found Lu Ming. Brother Mu, our Fengdu sword sect is preparing to send people to plunder the resources of other forces. Are you interested? Han Xiling asked. Plunder the resources of other forces? What resources? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he asked. All kinds of resources, metal mines, divine herb fields, jade mines, etc. Anything is fine. Han Xiling said. As the Resource Alliance approached, the major forces began to plunder resources more frequently and more fiercely. The Fengdu sword sect naturally would not passively take a beating. They would also send experts to plunder the resources of other forces. Han Xiling immediately thought of Lu Ming. Under the Divine Emperor realm, Lu Ming's battle strength was absolutely unparalleled. With Lu Ming joining, the plundering would be very smooth. Alright, but I need a metal resource mine. Lu Ming said. Xiaoqiu's cultivation and evolution were inseparable from metal-type materials. Most of the divine weapons were also made of metal-type materials. Although Lu Ming had obtained a large number of divine weapons in the Skypass divine nation, who would complain about having more resources, with Xiaoqiu's appetite, those divine weapons might not be able to last long. Therefore, the more metal-type materials, the better. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Han Xiling and headed towards the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. Brother Mu, you can wear this robe. On the way, Han Xiling gave Lu Ming a robe. Lu Ming put it on and completely wrapped himself in the robe. Then, Lu Ming restrained his aura. The forbidden energy was hidden in every cell in his body. The others could not figure out his specific cultivation. The forbidden energy was dispersed in every cell. As long as Lu Ming did not want others to find out his cultivation, no one would be able to, unless their cultivation was much higher. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large hall. The hall was very spacious. At this time, there were already hundreds of people there. Everyone was wrapped in black robes. Lu Ming and Han Xiling blended into the crowd and waited. After about half an hour, people came one after another. At this time, there were more than 500 people in the hall. Alright, almost everyone is here. This time, our goal is the Purple Moon Divine Iron planet of the Black Blood Hall. We will rob them of their Purple Moon Divine Iron. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. One of the black-robed men took off his hood. It was an old man. This old man was a quasi-emperor level expert of the Fengdu sword sect. He was also a protector of the sect. The protectors of the Fengdu sword sect were all quasi-emperor level experts. As for the elders, they were all divine emperors. Yes, protector. The crowd responded. Let's go. The protector gave the order. The crowd flew out of the hall and came to the entrance of a wormhole. Reaching the level of Feng City sword sect, the use of wormholes was already quite mature. Wormholes were connected to different places, like railways, connecting different places together. Through the wormhole, they quickly left the Fengdu sword sect's territory and entered the Black Blood Hall's territory. The Black Blood Hall was quite powerful in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Although they were not in the top 10, they were very close. They were ranked 11th in the last Resource Alliance, which was much stronger than the Fengdu sword sect. However, the Black Blood Hall and the Plentiful City sword sect had been enemies for a long time, and the two forces often had conflicts. As the Resource Alliance approached, the friction between the two forces became even more intense. Plundering each other's resource planets was the most intense. Last time, the Black Blood Hall had sent a large number of experts to rob Planet Blood Jade. If Lu Ming had not appeared, Han Xialing and the others would have been in danger. This time, the Fengdu Sword Sect was going to plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet of the Black Blood Hall. Of course, the Fengdu Sword Sect was not the only group that plundered the resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. In fact, there were 6 of them that plundered 6 different resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. They traveled stealthily through the remote starry skies. After some time, they finally arrived at the Purple Moon Star. The Purple Moon Star was a resource planet that had many Purple Moon Divine Metal mines. The Purple Moon Divine Metal was an important material for forging divine artifacts. A good amount of Purple Moon Divine Metal could even be used to forge an Emperor-grade divine artifact. It was an important source of income for the Black Blood Hall. In front of them, a purple planet was suspended in the air like a purple pearl. It was unusually beautiful. Wait a moment. We will find the place with the densest number of mines and break in. We will plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal to our heart's content. The Protector said. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. As long as they could plunder it, it would belong to them. Everyone secretly rubbed their palms, preparing for a big fight. On the Purple Moon Star, the spots with rich colors are the places with rich Purple Moon Divine Metal. Look over there. The purple color is especially rich. We will start from there. The Protector pointed at a spot on the Purple Moon Star and said. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, although the Purple Moon Star was purple, there were different shades of color. Some places were darker. The place that the Protector pointed at was a spot with a rich color. Let's go. Following the Protector's order, they turned into streaks of black light and rushed toward the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet at an astonishing speed. In just a dozen seconds, they had crossed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived on the surface of the Purple Moon Star. Enemy attack. Someone is plundering the Purple Moon Divine Metal. A loud roar reverberated in all directions. The surface of the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet was naturally patrolled by the experts of the Black Blood Hall. At this moment, a team of more than a dozen people had discovered the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect. They shouted and spread the news. No one cared. It was normal for them to be discovered. They were plundering, not stealing. Kill. The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. Retreat, retreat. The people of the Black Blood Hall did not dare to stop Lu Ming and the others. They frantically flew toward the Purple Moon Star. However, it was too late. The Quasi-Emperors were too fast. In a few flashes, they had caught up with the people of the Black Blood Hall. Clang, the sound of swords rang out. More than a dozen sword lights burst out from the Protector's hands, illuminating the starry sky. The people of the Black Blood Hall were directly killed by the sword lights. Charge! The Protector roared. He led the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect and charged toward the biggest spot of light. When they got closer, they realized that the huge spot of light was a purple mountain range. The purple mountain range was connected. It was very vast and one could not see the end of it. Below the purple mountain range was the Purple Moon Divine Metal. Someone is plundering. Defend. Figures flashed in the Purple Mountain range. The Black Blood experts guarding this place had gathered together. There were a few hundred of them, but they were fewer than the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect. There were only about 300 of them. Charge! The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. The others followed suit. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Before they arrived, dazzling sword lights burst out. In an instant, more than 500 sword lights slashed toward the people of the Black Blood Hall. It is indeed the trash of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Block them. Someone in the Black Blood Hall shouted. Then, a bloody mist filled the air. Hundreds of Black Blood Hall experts attacked together. A sea of blood seemed to have appeared in the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. Hundreds of sword lights slashed on the sea of blood. The sea of blood shook violently, but it eventually blocked the bombardment of the sword lights. Something is wrong. At this moment, the Protector's face changed. The faces of Han Xiling and the other experts also changed. Something was wrong. The people who came out to plunder this time were all elites. They were all experts at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm and above. They came prepared and launched a surprise attack. The Black Blood Hall guarding this place should not be able to block their attack. After all, the Black Blood Hall had many resource planets. Every resource planet had to be guarded by experts. Hence, the number of experts on each resource planet was limited. Even if the Purple Moon godly metal on the Purple Moon planet was very precious and the people sent to guard it were stronger than those from other resource planets, the Fengdu Sword sect had come prepared this time. Their strength was definitely stronger than the people from the Black Blood Hall guarding the Purple Moon planet. However, the people from the Black Blood Hall had easily blocked their attack. That was strange. 7th level Divine Monarchs. They are all experts above the 7th level Divine Monarchs. Not good. They are prepared. Retreat. A few experts from the Fengdu Sword sect shouted and ordered everyone to retreat. However, it was too late. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures flickered in the purple mountain range below and people in red robes appeared one after another. At the same time, the void behind Lu Ming and the rest rippled like water. Then, people in red robes appeared and blocked their path of retreat. There were thousands of people densely packed in front, behind, to the left and right. They were surrounded. Not good. At this moment, the hearts of the people from the Fengdu Sword sect sank. Obviously, the Black Blood Hall was prepared. They had deployed a large number of troops and were waiting for them to take the bait. I knew that the Fengdu Sword sect would come to the Purple Moon Star. Hee hee. Since you are here, don't leave. A cold voice was heard and a red-haired old man stepped out. He was emitting a powerful aura. He was a boundary emperor. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful auras were constantly erupting in the surroundings. Many powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Boundary emperors, among them, the number of boundary emperors was shocking. There were definitely more than 50 of them. It's over. The people from the Fengdu Sword sect trembled slightly. This time, they were in danger. They only had a dozen boundary emperors. They were far inferior compared to the other party. Kill our way out. The protector roared and took the lead to attack. He rushed to the sky and a dazzling sword light slashed out as if it was going to split the sky apart. However, a blood-red palm print appeared and blasted towards the sword light, blocking it. You still want to leave today? Ridiculous. A boundary emperor from the Black Blood Hall shouted and charged towards the protector. The two of them fought. The other people in Feng City Palace Hall tried their best to attack, but they were also blocked. For a moment, they could not rush out. Let's attack together and annihilate the people from Fengdu Sword faction. On the Purple Mountain Range, the red-haired old man coldly shouted and gave the order. Kill. On the Purple Mountain Range, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards the Fengdu Sword sect. The densely packed silhouettes and terrifying auras made the people of Fengdu Sword sect feel despair. As long as these people rushed over, the formation of the Feng City Sword School would definitely collapse. At that time only death would await them. No one would be able to escape. Fight them to the death. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag them down with me. Many people from the Fengdu Sword sect roared and planned to fight to the death. Brother Moo Moo. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Ming expectantly. She was fully aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. In such a situation, she could only rely on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was also speechless. Originally, he only wanted to follow along and take advantage of the situation to plunder some metal ores as food for Qiu Qiu. He did not expect that this robbery would not go smoothly and that he would encounter an ambush. Now, he could only take action. Leave it to me, Lu Ming said. He then stepped out and headed toward the Black Blood Hall experts who were dashing over from the Purple Mountain Range. Fight them to the death. Other experts from the Fengdu Sword sect followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed over. Courting death. Kill them all. The people from the Black Blood Hall roared and various attacks rained down on the Fengdu sword sect. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming moved. His fingers were like a sword as he madly slashed at the void. The sword-type secret techniques that he had fused with his hands all burst out. Suddenly, hundreds of sword lights burst out from his hands and slashed at the experts from the Black Blood Hall. The sea of blood, the blood-colored python, the blood-colored goshawk, the blood-colored saber gleam, and so on all collapsed after being slashed by Lu Ming's sword gleam. Moreover, the sword gleam did not stop and continued to slash at the people from the Black Blood Hall. Puff! Puff! The people from the Black Blood Hall could not resist at all. Most of them fell when the sword lights slashed. More than 50 people were killed in an instant. Only a few quasi-emperors retreated with serious injuries and were not killed. The people from the Fengdu sword sect who followed closely behind Lu Ming were stunned. They were prepared to fight to the death when they suddenly realized that their opponents were killed by a sword light. A large number of the experts from the Black Blood Hall who were rushing towards them suddenly decreased. Lu Ming's movements did not stop at all. His figure rapidly moved forward. With a wave of his hand, a large number of sword lights burst out. This time, the injured quasi-emperors were also killed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he passed, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall were killed. From the quasi-emperors to the 7th and 8th layers of the divine monarchs, they were all unable to withstand a single blow. In a few breaths' time, more than 200 people died in the hands of Lu Ming. Run! The people from the Black Blood Hall were scared out of their wits. They scattered and fled frantically. How would they dare to fight? In the sky, the people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were dumbfounded. The battle came to a stop as well. Fengdu sword sect, you have violated the rules. You have sent out a divine emperor. The people from the Black Blood Hall shouted hysterically. In their opinion, only a divine emperor could kill a quasi-emperor so easily. The people from the Fengdu sword sect were also confused. Could it be that there was a divine emperor among them? Nonsense, he is clearly a divine monarch. Han Xiling shouted. Boom! Lu Ming cooperated with Han Xiling and released his aura. What? The aura of a 5th-layer divine monarch? Impossible. He is really a 5th-layer divine monarch. The people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were stunned. Swish! Lu Ming's figure changed and killed a few more quasi-emperors. Even if these quasi-emperors joined forces, they were not Lu Ming's opponent. They could only be killed. Retreat! Retreat! Finally, the people from the Black Blood Hall were scared and retreated. Lu Ming was too strong. If this continued, the experts from the Black Blood Hall would most likely die here. They roared in their hearts. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the Fengdu sword sect. His cultivation was obviously low, but his battle strength was ridiculously strong. However, as long as he was not a divine emperor, he did not violate the rules. All the people from the Black Blood Hall gathered together and flew out of the Purple Moon Star. Not long after, the people from the Black Blood Hall on the Purple Moon Star fled. The remaining people from the Fengdu sword sect looked at each other in dismay. They had not recovered from the shock. They thought that they would definitely die today. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert among them. With his own strength, he reversed the situation. Everyone in the Fengdu sword sect looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with guesses and suspicions. Was this an expert from their Fengdu sword sect, an old monster who had cultivated for a long time? Or a prodigy of the younger generation? He was only a 5th-level divine lord, but his combat power was ridiculously strong. However, among the younger generation, was there such a person in the Fengdu sword sect, perhaps an old monster who had cultivated for a long time? Some old monsters had astonishing strength. It was not as if there were no such people in the primitive universe. Some people were extremely talented when they were young. However, due to certain reasons, they were stuck in a certain realm and could not break through. Such people were originally very talented. However, due to special reasons, they could not break through. After cultivating for so many years, various secret techniques, divine power, and origin secret techniques would be cultivated to a shocking level. Their combat power would be terrifyingly high. They could often fight across several realms. Although such people were rare, they were not non-existent. Perhaps the person in front of them was a prodigy in the history of the Fengdu sword sect who was stuck in the 5th-level Divine Lord realm and could not break through. More people thought so. Lu Ming ignored these people. After the people from the Black Blood Hall left, Lu Ming rushed into the Purple Mountain Range. There were many mines in the Purple Mountain Range. Lu Ming rushed into one of the mines. Begin the operation. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the mine, the rest of the Fengdu sword sect also rushed into the various mines. They had to seize the time to plunder more Purple Moon Divine Iron. After Lu Ming rushed into the mine, he quickly reached the depths of the mine. He looked at the walls. They were all Purple Moon Divine Iron. Xiao, eat to your heart's content. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xiao flew out. So many delicacies. Mine, all mine. Xiao's body swelled up. He opened his mouth and started biting crazily. Crunch. Crunch, a large amount of Purple Moon Divine Iron was swallowed by Xiao. Soon, a large hole appeared in the wall. There are even more delicacies below. Xiao shouted and began to change direction. He drilled downwards. Soon, he opened up a tunnel that led downwards. Lu Ming followed Xiao down the passageway. As Xiao's cultivation base increased, its devouring speed also increased at an astonishing rate. In just a few minutes, it had eaten a 10,000-meter deep tunnel. Lu Ming discovered that the lower he went, the harder the ores became, because the content of the Purple Moon Divine Iron was higher and higher. Towards the end, any piece of Purple Moon Heavenly Iron ore that was dug out had a very high concentration, exceeding 50%. Lu Ming took out a saber and continuously hacked at it. He cut the Purple Moon Divine Iron ore into pieces and stored them in his storage ring for Xiao to eat in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao continued to open its mouth and gorge itself. Just like that, 3 days passed. Xiao had eaten an unknown amount of Purple Moon Divine Iron ores, so much so that its entire body was emitting purple gas. As for Lu Ming, he also excavated a large amount of Divine Iron ores and put them all into his storage ring. Treasure, there's a treasure! Xiao suddenly cried out with excitement in its eyes. It extended a few sabers from its body and began digging. A moment later, a purple metal the size of a water tank appeared in front of Lu Ming. This is Purple Moon Mother Steel. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was no mistake, this was Purple Moon Mother Steel. Purple Moon Mother Steel could only be found in extremely large Purple Moon Divine Iron ores. The value of Purple Moon Mother Steel was at least tens of thousands of times higher than ordinary Purple Moon Divine Iron, perhaps even more. This was because Purple Moon Mother Steel could be used to refine divine artifacts of a higher grade than Emperor-grade divine artifacts. I want to eat. Xiao opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire Purple Moon Mother Steel. Wait, leave a piece for me. Lu Ming hastily took action, using a divine artifact saber to hack at it. Finally, he managed to cut off a small piece and put it away. The rest was swallowed by Xiao. Xiao looked like it was enjoying itself. Xiao, can you break through to the Divine Emperor realm with just this? Lu Ming asked. Absolutely. Xiao repeatedly nodded. Let's see if there are any more Purple Moon Mother Steel in the surroundings. Lu Ming said. Xiao nodded, then opened its mouth and continued to gnaw. However, it did not find anything after circling the surroundings. At this time, Lu Ming received news from Han Xialing that they had to retreat. They had been plundering for more than 3 days. If this continued, the Black Blood Palace might go crazy and send out divine emperors. Xiao, let's go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming decided to leave. He was satisfied with the harvest this time. At least Xiao had enough energy to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. He had also stored a large amount of Purple Moon Iron ores. Xiao turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming left the place. When he arrived outside the mine, he saw that the people of Feng City Sword Sect had already gathered. They were still curiously sizing up Lu Ming, guessing Lu Ming's identity. After waiting for everyone to arrive, they left the place. They did not encounter any danger along the way and returned to Feng City Sword Sect. After returning to Feng City Sword Sect, Lu Ming left secretly and returned to his residence. Later, Feng City Sword Sect would send people to plunder other resources. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to go. He planned to concentrate on cultivating various secret skills. Time passed quickly. Half a year's time passed quickly. The resource treaty would be held soon. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from sect leader Wang of Feng City Sword Sect, inviting him to a gathering. Lu Ming came to the square on the highest sword peak of Feng City Sword Sect and found that there were already many people there. "Brother Mu, over here." As soon as Lu Ming arrived, Han Xiling waved at him. Lu Ming walked over and found that there were more than a dozen young men and women beside Han Xiling. They were all the young geniuses of Feng City Sword Sect. Among them, Wang Zhangke was also there. However, when he saw Lu Ming, he just looked confused and did not recognize Lu Ming. That was because the memory of Lu Ming had been cut off by sect leader Wang. "Is the resource treaty going to be held?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, these are the strongest young geniuses of our Feng City Sword Sect," Han Xiling said. Lu Ming nodded and sized up these young geniuses of Feng City Sword Sect. 4 of them had the same cultivation as Han Xiling. They were all 6th-level Divine Lords. One of them was a 7th-level Divine Lord. He looked a little arrogant. Everyone also sized up Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hide his aura. Hence, everyone was very clear about Lu Ming's cultivation. 5th-level Divine Lord, they did not care about Lu Ming's cultivation. They were just curious because they had not seen Lu Ming before. Perhaps, he was secretly groomed by the sect. Everyone thought in their hearts. At this time, a group of people walked out of the hall above the square. Among them, there were 5 young men and women. Each of them looked arrogant and their eyes grew on top of their heads. Sect leader Wang and some elders carefully accompanied them by the side. "Who are these guys?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Those 5 young men and women actually needed sect leader Wang and the rest to accompany them. "Don't speak if you don't know anything." The one who spoke wasn't Han Xiling, but the 7th-level Divine Lord Youth. His name was Qi Ping, and he was the #1 expert among the younger generation of Feng City Sword Sect. He was stronger than Han Xiling, Wang Zhangke, and the rest. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and continued, "If you don't know anything, don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to get yourself into big trouble. Those few geniuses are external help that the sect leader has invited from outside. All of them are from powerful clans on the primordial 10,000 clans list. Furthermore, they are not ordinary clans. They are ranked at least within the top 3,000. So they are external aid." Lu Ming said in a low voice, not even looking at Qi Ping. This kid, Qi Ping's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was the #1 genius of Feng City Sword Sect. He had a bright future. When the disciples of Feng City Sword Sect saw him, which one of them wasn't respectful? Lu Ming, a disciple who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to ignore him. In his opinion, this was an insult to him. Of course, his tone wasn't friendly. He felt that reprimanding Lu Ming was something he should do. "Humph, you dare to ignore me? You will regret it." Qi Ping snorted coldly in his heart. He then looked at the 5 external aid geniuses and immediately put on a smile on his face. He went forward and cupped his fists. "Junior Qi Ping greets Brother Han and Brother Yin." The 5 young men and women casually glanced at Qi Ping and faintly grunted. They didn't put Qi Ping in their eyes at all. In their eyes, the so-called genius of the Fengdu Sword Sect could not withstand a single blow. If Feng City Sword Sect hadn't paid a huge price to invite them, they wouldn't even bother to come here. Being looked down upon by the 5 external aid geniuses, Qi Ping's face was still full of smiles. He nodded and bowed like a servant. "What a disgrace." Han Xiling snorted coldly. Her face didn't look good. Feng City Sword Sect's #1 genius acting like this had embarrassed the entire Feng City Sword Sect. "Qi Ping, step down." Sect leader Wang couldn't stand it anymore and said. "Sect leader, it's fine. I'll accompany Brother Han and the others." Qi Ping shamelessly refused to leave. In his opinion, this was a rare opportunity. As long as he could befriend these geniuses from the big clans, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Seeing this, sect leader Wang's face darkened. Done. Sect leader Wang said, attracting everyone's attention. The Resource Alliance will be held in 3 days. Every faction will send out 16 geniuses to participate in the competition. My Fengdu Sword sect will send you guys. The Resource Alliance is related to the resources of the Plentiful City Sword sect for a long time in the future. It is related to the development of the sect. Therefore, this time, you must do your best to bring glory to the sect. We will do our best. Han Xiling and the others shouted. The 5 Skyprides looked on indifferently. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. From their point of view, the Plentiful City Sword sect would have to rely on them for this Resource Alliance. Relying on the Fengdu Sword sect? The highest was only 7th level Divine Lord? What was the use of that? Among the 5 of them, the one with the lowest cultivation was an 8th level Divine Lord. Alright, let's go. Sect leader Wang announced. This time, the Resource Alliance was held on a planet called Grain Planet. Gulu Star, Alliance City, was the place where the Resource Alliance would be held every time. After they arrived, there was still a day before the Resource Alliance would begin. They stayed in a vast palace. This was the encampment of the Plentiful City Sword sect in the Alliance City. The Alliance City was bustling. Lu Ming and Han Xiling had just arrived, so they naturally walked around. When they returned to their residence in the evening, they were blocked by a few people. They were the 5 Skyprides. Now, Lu Ming already knew which clans the 5 Skyprides were from. 2 of them were from the Sacred Heart clan. The Sacred Heart clan was ranked 1790th on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. The other 3 were from the Purple-Eyed Golden Goose clan. They were ranked 1930 on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. They were all from the top 2,000 clans and were famous in the primitive universe. Their clan talents were strong, and they were full of Skyprides. Among the 5, 1 was an 8th level Divine Lord, 3 were 9th level Divine Lords, and a young man from the Sacred Heart clan who was a Quasi-Emperor. He was not an ordinary Quasi-Emperor but a Quasi-Emperor Skypride with strong combat power. His name was Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Han Xiling with a burning gaze. Miss Xiling, what a coincidence. We are going to have a drink and a meal. Why don't we go together? Han Feng said, his evil eyes sweeping over Han Xiling's body unscrupulously. Han Xiling was very beautiful, but she had a heroic spirit that made people want to conquer her. Han Xiling's face darkened. She felt uncomfortable being stared at. Sorry, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. Han Xiling said. Obviously, this was an excuse. Would a Divine Lord be tired so easily? As expected, Han Feng's face darkened. Han Xiling, what do you mean by this? Do you take us for fools? You're tired? Haha, Brother Feng is giving you face by asking you to go for a meal. Don't be so shameless. You should know that even your sect leader is polite in front of us. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Han Xiling's face darkened. The other party was a Skypride from a large clan. She could not afford to offend him. However, Han Feng obviously had bad intentions toward her. She definitely did not want to go with Han Feng. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Sorry, Miss Xiling has already agreed to go for a meal with me. You're late. Lu Ming interrupted. Instantly, a few cold gazes landed on Lu Ming. There was disdain and warning in their eyes. Kid, is there something wrong with your brain or you don't know how to appreciate kindness? Get lost. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Although Han Feng did not say anything, his eyes were very cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have known how to appreciate kindness. However, Lu Ming did not know how to appreciate kindness. Miss Xiling, let's go. I'll cook for you personally. Lu Ming did not look at Han Feng and the rest. He smiled at Han Xiling and walked toward the door. Han Xiling understood and hurriedly followed him. Kid, you're courting death. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. A cold murderous intent broke out from his body and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and was about to strike. Everyone, please calm down. Sect leader Wang's figure flashed, and he quickly stopped the group. With the emperor god around, they naturally could not make a move. Sect leader Wang, this is the disciple of your Fengdu sword sect? He's really arrogant and condescending. Han Feng said coldly. Sect leader Wang smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Lu Ming and Han Feng would go against each other even before the Resource Alliance agreement began. He did not want to offend either of them. Han Feng was from the Sacred Heart race, which was a powerful race ranked 1790th on the primitive 10,000 races list. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the quasi-emperor realm and he was extremely powerful. He had spent a lot of money to invite him over. He naturally did not dare to offend him. However, Lu Ming was terrifyingly talented and powerful. He could easily defeat a quasi-emperor at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. He did not know what kind of background such a person had. He felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable. He was also very useful for the Resource Alliance this time, so he did not dare to offend him. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. Young Master Han Feng, can you give this old man some face and let this matter go? This old man will definitely send you a gift as an apology. Finally, sect leader Wang cupped his fists and said to Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Sect leader Wang was actually apologizing to him for a 5th level Divine Lord realm person. He was obviously protecting Lu Ming. Could it be that this old man is related to that kid? That kid is this old man's descendant. Otherwise, why would he be like this? Han Feng's mind was racing. He definitely did not think that sect leader Wang was so protective of Lu Ming because his talent was too terrifying. He only thought that Lu Ming was related to sect leader Wang. Alright, since sect leader Wang has spoken, then let's forget about today's matter. However, sect leader Wang, you have to teach your people well. Don't think too highly of yourself and be too arrogant. Otherwise, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you won't even know how you died. Han Feng said to sect leader Wang in a lecturing tone. He knew that if sect leader Wang and Lu Ming were really related, sect leader Wang would definitely not allow him to touch Lu Ming. Today, he could not touch Lu Ming. It was a good opportunity to get some benefits and find a way out. Humph, Han Feng waved his sleeves and strode away. Before he left, he glanced coldly at Lu Ming. The others also left with Han Feng. Lu Ming smiled casually. If he really wanted to fight, would he be afraid of Han Feng? Even if he was a top genius, Lu Ming was not afraid of him with his current battle strength. After greeting sect leader Wang, Lu Ming walked into the palace. The next day, in a plaza in the center of the Alliance city, there was a sea of people. Today was the day when the 18 universe-level powers of the Iron Sea Star Field Group would convene their Resource Alliance. Many people from small forces came to watch. Above the square, rows of white jade chairs floated in the air. The white jade seats were divided into 18 different areas, each representing a different faction. Lu Ming and the others followed sect leader Wang and sat in one of the areas. Sitting there, Xianxia was able to see the entire region beneath him. It seems like every force has invited some terrifying foreign aid. An elder beside sect leader Wang said with a solemn expression. Sect leader Wang nodded with a stern expression. He scanned his surroundings and carefully observed the young men of the other 18 factions. From their life force, it was easy to tell that some of the young men came from powerful clans with high cultivation. They were all invited foreign aid. This time, it's going to be difficult. Some of the factions even invited the top few hundred geniuses. I heard that some of them are exceptionally powerful. Although they are only quasi-emperors, they can fight with immortal emperors. An elder of the Feng City Sword Sect sighed. Yes, I heard about it too. However, we don't care about the top few factions. I wonder how powerful the foreign aid that Black Blood Hall and White Witch Sect have invited is. Another elder said. The Feng City Sword Sect did not think about the few factions that were too powerful. They definitely could not compete with them. Their goal was to enter the top 10. As long as they could enter the top 10, they would be able to obtain some good resource planets. In the future, the overall strength of the Feng City Sword Sect would be enhanced. Therefore, they were concerned about the few competitors, such as Black Blood Hall and White Witch Sect, who were aiming to enter the top 10. The people of the Feng City Sword sect were observing the others, and the others were observing each other as well. The local geniuses of the various factions were well aware of the situation. The change this time came from the foreign aid. Whoever invited the most powerful foreign aid would be able to obtain a good ranking. The region in the north belonged to the Great Heavenly Sect. The Great Heavenly Sect was the undisputed #1 faction in the Iron Sea Star Zone. They were sitting on the white jade chairs with a confident look on their faces. They had the right to be confident. Not only were they powerful local geniuses, but the foreign aid they had invited this time was also terrifying. They had invited the geniuses of the Ziying tribe this time. How powerful was the Ziying tribe? They were ranked 99 on the Eldritch 10,000 tribe board. The geniuses that they had invited this time were exceptionally powerful. They were quasi-emperors who could fight with immortal emperors. This time, the first place would definitely be theirs again. Could the other factions invite the geniuses of the top 100 factions? What a joke! At this moment, an elder flew over and whispered a few words to the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect was shocked. He stood up from his seat and attracted the attention of the other factions. However, the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect could not be bothered. He said to the elder, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. They will be here soon." The elder said. "Why is that person here suddenly?" "I don't care. Hurry, let's go and welcome them." The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect said hurriedly. He led a few elders and flew into the distance. The people from the other factions were curious. What could make the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect leave in such a hurry? What happened? The crowd could only wait patiently. They did not wait for long before the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect and the rest returned. However, there were a few more people when they returned. One of them was wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat. A white veil hung from the side of the bamboo hat, covering her body and appearance. However, many people could tell that she was a woman. Behind her were two people who were wearing the same clothes as her. However, they were not wearing white but black. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect carefully accompanied the white-robed woman. He was half a step behind her with a respectful look on his face. The crowd looked at each other. Who was this person? She was so important that the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect went to welcome her personally. Moreover, he was so respectful. Needless to say, this person must have a powerful background. They were either extremely powerful seniors, or they were existences with shocking backgrounds. Many divine emperors extended their spiritual senses to check the cultivation level of these people. However, they were repelled by a powerful force and could not get close to them. Their faces changed and they did not dare to test them again. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect asked the three of them to sit on the white jade chairs respectfully. Then, he stepped into the air and came to the sky above the square. He was in charge of the Resource Alliance this time. Alright, since everyone is here, let's start the Resource Alliance. I believe everyone knows the rules. Like before, every faction will send out 16 people to participate. There will be 2 rounds and the points will be accumulated. After the 2 rounds, whichever faction has the highest accumulated points will be ranked first. The rankings will be based on the points. The first round will be a team battle. However, it won't be a team competition. Instead, the team will enter an array space to kill desolate beasts and earn points. The second round will be the classic arena battle. Lots will be drawn and the teams will fight in pairs. It's best to calculate the points according to the rankings of each faction. Alright, those who are going to fight, come up. I want to record it. The Great Heaven Sect leader simply announced the rules. As for the specific rules, everyone already knew about them. Lu Ming, Han Xialing, and the rest stood up and stepped forward to the space in front. The other factions did the same. Every faction had 16 people. They were all young men and women. Some were cold, some were arrogant, and so on. Opposite Lu Ming and the rest, there was a faction Skypride sizing them up. This faction was the Black Blood Hall. The people from the Black Blood Hall swept their gazes across them and finally landed on Lu Ming. The Feng City Sword Sect even sent out a 5th level Divine Lord. Is there no one else to send? definitely no one. How many Skype rides can the Feng City Sword sect send out? Moreover, with their strength, how many external aids can they get? What a disgrace. I heard that the Feng City Sword sect is ambitious and wants to rush into the top 10. With such strength, it's a fool's dream. They better not be at the bottom. A few Skype rides from the Black Blood Hall sneered and discussed. They did not suppress their voices and it spread out clearly. Many people heard it. Some people from the other forces glanced at Lu Ming, revealing looks of disdain. A 5th-level Divine Lord was indeed not enough. These words made the other Skype rides from the Feng City Sword sect turn red with embarrassment. Humph, I don't know what the sect leader is thinking. He actually allowed this trash to participate in the Resource Alliance and embarrassed us. The number 1 Skype ride from the Feng City Sword sect, Qi Ping, snorted. He was very unhappy. That's right, that's right. The other people from the Fengdu Sword sect quickly agreed. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He had done all of this on purpose. If he did not release his aura, these people would not be able to sense his cultivation at all. He deliberately released his aura so that these people could sense it and make them look down on him. If these people looked down on him, it would be easier for him to take action later. If his performance was too dazzling at the beginning, he would be targeted instead. The sect leader of the Great Heaven sect took out a jade token. The jade token shone brightly and shone on everyone. This way, their auras would be recorded. It would be impossible to change people halfway through. Then, the Great Sky sect leader waved his hand and a total of 18 array discs flew into the sky. 18 formation plates floated in one direction, emitting a bright light. Then, with the formation plates as the center, pitch-black vortexes appeared one after another. This was a spatial tunnel. Alright, for the first round, every force will enter an array space. These 18 array spaces are the same and the strength of the desolate beasts inside are about the same. Your objective in entering is to hunt down the desolate beasts, find the crystal cores in the desolate beasts, and bring them out. However, let me tell you. Not all desolate beasts have crystal cores. In fact, there are very few desolate beasts that have crystal cores. Moreover, there are 3 types of crystal cores. The first type is the black crystal core, which is worth 1 point. The second type is the silver crystal core, which is worth 10 points. The third type is the gold crystal core, which is worth 100 points. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out. At that time, the total points obtained by each force will be tabulated. Go in. The Great Sky sect leader announced. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the geniuses of the 18 forces moved and flew towards the spatial vortex above their heads. They rushed into the spatial vortex and disappeared. Lu Ming, Han Xialing, and the rest also flew into the vortexes and disappeared. The emperor gods of the various forces could only wait patiently. This was a contest between the younger generation. They could not interfere. They could only pray silently that their side could achieve a good result. Lu Ming flew into the vortexes. In the next moment, he appeared on a plane. Beside him, Han Xialing, Qi Ping, Wang Zhangke, Han Feng, and the rest were together. Next, what should we do? Which direction should we go first? A Fengdu Sword sect disciple asked. Hunting the desolate beasts was easy. However, there were not many desolate beasts that had crystal cores. It was not easy to obtain crystal cores. They had to plan carefully. What should we do? It's simple. Split up. The one who spoke was Han Feng. Split up? The sect leader has warned us that the desolate beasts here are very fast. We need to surround them so that we can kill them faster. If we split up, our efficiency will be greatly reduced. Han Xialing said. Surround them together? Hee, with your strength? To put it bluntly, joining forces with you will only hinder us. Our efficiency will be even lower. Do you understand? Han Feng sneered with a look of disdain. You. Han Xialing's face was flushed red. That's right. Especially Mu Yun. With such a low cultivation, he will only be a hindrance if he follows us. Let's split up. Qi Ping added. His eyes flickered as if he was planning something bad. After saying that, he cupped his fists at Han Feng and said with a flattering face, "Young Master Han, I think that if Mu Yun alone is not enough, the rest will be of some help." "Young Master Han Feng, why don't you bring them along?" That's fine too. Let's do it this way. Mu Yun, you go alone." Han Feng looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. "How can you let Brother Mu go alone? We need Brother Mu's combat strength." Han Xiling said loudly. "Need his strength? Ha ha ha, a 5th level divine monarch? Ha ha ha." Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest laughed contemptuously. "Miss Xiling, it's fine. I will go alone." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. He did not care. He had promised sect leader Wang that he would do his best. Going alone was going to be the same as going with many people. As long as he had a clear conscience, it was fine. As for what kind of results he could achieve, he could not be bothered. "Brother Mu, I will go with you," Han Xiling said and came to Lu Ming's side. "No, you have to go with us. This time I am the leader." Han Feng shouted coldly, his eyes revealing a look of jealousy. Yesterday, he invited Han Xiling for a meal but was rejected by Han Xiling and wanted to follow Lu Ming. Now, she actually wanted to follow Lu Ming, which made him furious. Who was Lu Ming? How could he be compared to him? Humph. Han Xiling snorted. That's right, Han Feng was indeed the team leader this time. Since his cultivation was the highest, at the Quasi-Emperor realm, sect leader Wang had given the position to him. He had allowed him to unify the layout. However, she could ignore Han Feng's unreasonable demands. "Let's go," Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Han Xiling followed Lu Ming and disappeared into the depths of the plain in the blink of an eye. He really wants to do things the hard way. Han Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Brother Han, do you want me to go over and teach that Mu Yun a lesson?" Qi Ping said. "Not for now. After the competition, I'll teach him a lesson," Han Feng said coldly, and then a disc array appeared in his hand. Every faction has a disc array that can sense if there are crystal cores in the wild beasts within 100,000 miles. That kid left alone. Without a disc array, he can only hunt wild beasts like a blind man. He can only rely on his luck and won't gain anything. When he goes out, I'll humiliate him." Han Feng sneered. That's right. Every faction had such a disc array, and the purpose was to reduce the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores. There was only one disc array, and it depended on how each faction used it. Sect leader Wang handed the disc array to Han Feng for safekeeping. Lu Ming didn't know that there was such a disc array. Hee hee. Qi Ping sneered. Han Feng looked at the disc array carefully and said, "To the front left, there's a crystal core reaction there." In a flash, Han Feng and the others flew to the front left. As for Lu Ming and Han Xiling, they headed to the right. This array world was very vast. It was refined by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace in the past. It was specially made for the factions in the Iron Sea Star Zone to use for the Resource Alliance competition. There were all kinds of wild beasts here, but these wild beasts were all condensed by the array. Only the crystal cores in some wild beasts were real. They were also condensed by the array absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. They could be taken out and had a unique mark, so people couldn't cheat in advance. Lu Ming and Han Xiling flew for tens of thousands of miles on the vast plain. Roar 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 on the plains, a group of grassland lions charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were more than 100 of them. The moment Lu Ming sensed, he discovered that these grassland lions' cultivations were mostly at the 6th level Divine Lord realm. Some reached the 7th level Divine Lord realm. It was not easy to hunt these grassland lions, let alone obtain their crystal cores. Therefore, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the others felt that Lu Ming and Han Xiling wouldn't be able to obtain many crystal cores. If they were lucky enough to get a few pieces, it would be considered not bad. The grassland lion was extremely fast. It came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Han Xiling could make a move, Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the sword-type secret technique in his cells. Hundreds of sword lights burst out and slashed at these prairie lions. Bang bang bang, as the sword light slashed through, all of the grassland lions instantly exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Not a single crystal core. Lu Ming glanced around and was a little disappointed. After killing more than 100 grassland lions, they didn't find a single crystal core, not even the lowest grade crystal core. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to obtain crystal cores. Humph, that Qi Ping and Han Feng are short-sighted. If we cooperate with Brother Mu, our plentiful city sword sect will definitely be able to obtain a large number of crystal cores. After we get out, I will complain to the sect master. Han Xialing gritted her teeth and said. Seeing Lu Ming's strength, she was even more furious. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued forward. Following that, they encountered a few more groups of grassland lions. After killing them, they still didn't obtain any crystal cores. Soon, they had traveled more than 100,000 miles. Caw caw caw, in the sky, a large number of giant birds flew over. These giant birds were green in color. Wrapped in the wind, they flew at an astonishing speed. So many? There should be crystal cores, right? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This group of green giant birds definitely numbered in the thousands. Furthermore, their auras were robust. The weakest was a 6th-level Divine Lord. The strongest was shockingly a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. With so many numbers, forget about 5th-level or 6th-level Divine Lords, even if a quasi-emperor encountered them, they could only flee without a trace. Otherwise, they would be besieged to death by this large group of green giant birds. But to Lu Ming, it was nothing. The more desolate beasts he encountered, the better. Lu Ming did not have the slightest consideration, directly rushing over and unleashing a massacre. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, incomparably berserk. Each move would have a large number of green giant birds killed. Regardless of whether it was 6th-level Divine Lords, 7th-level Divine Lords, or 8th-level Divine Lords, they were all not his match. Ga, these green giant birds cried out loudly, flapping their wings. Densely packed green sharp blades slashed towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming did not dodge or avoid, allowing these attacks to land on his body. He was completely fine, unable to break his defense at all. Very soon, Lu Ming had killed more than 1,000 of the thousands of giant green birds. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. In the air, there were 2 black crystal cores floating. Each crystal core was about the size of a longan. They were dropped from the few green giant birds that were killed by Lu Ming. With a flash, he grabbed the 2 black crystal cores in his hand. Finally, he obtained 2 black crystal cores, worth 2 points. Putting away the black crystal cores, Lu Ming continued to kill. Han Xialing could almost not intervene and could only hunt some green giant birds that were alone by the side. Very soon, more than half of the green giant birds were killed. The remaining ones scattered in a hubbub, fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming chased after them. Lu Ming's body cells were integrated with a large number of speed-type mystic arts. When they erupted together, his speed was astonishingly fast. He flashed non-stop. With each flash, a green giant bird was killed, falling on the spot. Not long after, most of the green giant birds were killed, turning into energy and vanishing. And Lu Ming already obtained 6 black crystal cores. Looks like I still have to find a large group of desolate beasts to better obtain the crystal cores. Lu Ming pondered. After that, he and Han Xialing left this place, specifically looking for a large group of desolate beasts. A day later, they indeed had a bountiful harvest. They had already obtained a total of 30 black crystal cores. However, they did not obtain a single silver crystal core or a single gold crystal core. On this day, they left the range of the grassland and came to a desolate mountain forest. Roar, in the mountain forest, there were loud roars constantly coming. There are quite a number of desolate beasts. Then let's kill them one by one. Whether we can get enough crystal cores will depend on luck. Anyway, I've tried my best. Lu Ming pondered, then rushed into the mountain forest, pushing his way through. Here, not only were there 9th-level Divine Lord desolate beasts, there were also quasi-emperor level desolate beasts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed more than a dozen quasi-emperor level desolate beasts, he finally obtained a silver crystal. Core. A silver crystal core was worth 10 points, but the probability of it appearing was very low. He had only obtained one after killing a dozen quasi-emperor level wild beasts. It seemed like he could only obtain a golden crystal core by killing a divine emperor realm wild beast. How many people could kill a divine emperor realm wild beast? Lu Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to hunt a divine emperor realm wild beast. Lu Ming continued to hunt in the forest. As for Han Xialing, she was only a 6th-layer divine monarch. Even if her battle strength was comparable to a 7th-layer divine monarch, she wouldn't be of much help. Soon, 3 days passed. Time was up. Lu Ming obtained a total of 100 black crystal cores and 5 silver crystal cores. His total score was 150 points. As for Han Xialing, she only obtained 2 pitiful black crystal cores. Looking at the 2 pitiful black crystal cores in her hands, Han Xialing's face flushed red. Buzz, at this moment, there was a tremor in the space. A gush of energy acted on Lu Ming and Han Xialing. Once the time was up, the power of the array would send them out of the space. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming and Han Xialing reappeared in the sky above the Alliance City Square. Looking around, he saw Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest beside him. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest glanced at Lu Ming with disdain. "Let's go. Give the crystal cores to Sect Leader Wang." Han Feng took the lead and walked towards Sect Leader Wang. Sect Leader Wang quickly flew over. "How is it? How's the harvest?" Sect Leader Wang asked expectantly. "Not bad." After saying that, Han Feng waved his hand, and pieces of crystal cores flew out. A total of 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores. Han Feng said. 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores added up to 420 points. As for the golden crystal cores, it was impossible for Han Feng and the rest to obtain them. Only Divine Emperor Realm wild beasts had them. Even the silver crystal cores were hard to obtain. For example, Han Feng and the rest. Han Feng's cultivation was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, he was a top-notch genius. His battle prowess was strong and he could kill ordinary quasi-emperors. In addition, the Sacred Heart race and the Purple-Eyed Golden Geese race had 3 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies in total. Their battle prowess could barely contend with a boundary emperor. As for the others, they could not do anything to the quasi-emperor. On average, a dozen quasi-emperor desolate beasts would only produce 1 silver crystal core. Hence, it was already not bad for them to obtain 6 silver crystal cores. So little? Sect Leader Wang's face darkened slightly. This was not the result he wanted. He knew that with Han Feng and Lu Ming's strength, it would not be difficult for them to kill quasi-emperors. There should be more than 6 silver crystal cores. What's going on? This result is already not bad. After all, I'm the only one who can really kill a quasi-emperor. To be able to obtain 6 silver crystal cores is already not bad. Seeing that Sect Leader Wang seemed a little unhappy, Han Feng's face darkened as he said coldly. "Only one person can kill a quasi-emperor?" Sect Leader Wang was stunned. Couldn't Lu Ming do it too? Could it be that Lu Ming did not make a move? Sect Leader Wang could not help but look at Lu Ming. Sect Leader, Han Feng and the rest did not want me to go with Mu Yun. The 2 of us went alone. Han Xialing quickly explained. They did not want you to go alone. After Sect Leader Wang heard this, he could not help but feel angry. Lu Ming, who had such a strong battle prowess, was actually separated by Han Feng and went alone? No wonder they obtained so little. Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he would have told Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest about Lu Ming's true battle prowess and asked them to cooperate. The 2 of them are just a hindrance if they go with us. If they really went with us, we might not have obtained so many points. Han Feng continued. Finally, he said impatiently to Lu Ming and the rest, "All right, hand over the crystal cores you obtained. Do you have any?" Maybe you didn't even get a single one." Hee hee. Black crystal cores were not that easy to obtain. One needed to kill large numbers of desolate beasts to obtain them. And the desolate beasts in the array world, the weakest were virtually all 6th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming and Han Xialing, 1 5th-level Divine Lord and 1 6th-level Divine Lord respectively. Facing large numbers of desolate beasts, it was already not bad to be able to preserve their lives. Yet they still wanted to obtain crystal cores. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Previously, he did not let Lu Ming go with them. Wasn't it for this scene? Mu Yun, how many crystal cores did you obtain? Still not handing them over? Don't worry, with your cultivation, we won't have high hopes for you. Every point counts. Hurry up. Ji Ping also urged, impatient to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself so that he could mock him in public. If you want to see, then look carefully. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. You really know how to pretend to be useful and still use a storage ring to store them? Making it seem like there are many pieces, Ji Ping ridiculed. In the next moment, he shut his mouth. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider. Because pieces of black crystal cores flew out from Lu Ming's storage ring. A total of 102 pieces. Han Xiling's 2 pieces of black crystal cores were also placed together with Lu Ming. This, Ji Ping, Han Feng, and the rest almost bit their tongues. How could Lu Ming obtain so many crystal cores? With his cultivation, how did he do it? They felt that their minds couldn't wrap around the turn of events. But in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out because 5 more crystal cores flew out from the storage ring. 5 silver crystal cores that were extremely dazzling. Sect Master, the 2 of us only obtained 152 points. We have embarrassed the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming handed the crystal cores to Sect Master Wang and said. He purposely emphasized the words 2 of us. Han Feng's, Ji Ping's, and the rest's faces turned red. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, one of them was a 5th-level Divine Lord while the other was a 6th-level Divine Lord. Both of them obtained 152 points. And the 14 of them, especially the 5 heavenly talents who came as external aids, the weakest cultivation was an 8th-level Divine Lord while Han Feng was a quasi-emperor. With so many of them, they only obtained 420 points. In comparison, weren't they trash? Fire, fury. Han Feng felt that the fury in his body was about to explode. Impossible, you're a 5th-level Divine Lord trash. How could you obtain so many crystal cores? And there are even 5 silver crystal cores. This is impossible. Han Feng growled as his eyes stared at Lu Ming. Of course, I obtained them from hunting desolate beasts. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu Ming casually glanced at Han Feng and said. Obtained them from hunting desolate beasts? Nonsense, with your 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Han Feng's face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Speak, how did you obtain them? Frogs in a well. Lu Ming said emotionlessly and ignored Han Feng. This simple sentence almost made Han Feng and Ji Ping explode with anger. If sect leader Wang and the other leaders were not here, they would have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Humph, do you really think that you got it by hunting the wild beasts? Who would believe that? Only fools would believe that. You must have gotten it by luck through some unknown means. In the end, Han Feng snorted. He would never believe that Lu Ming got it by hunting the wild beasts, especially the silver crystal core. He knew how hard it was to get a silver crystal core. On average, they had to kill more than a dozen boundary emperors to get 1 silver crystal core. More than a dozen of them had worked together and put in a lot of effort to get 6 silver crystal cores. Lu Ming and Han Xiling could get 5 silver crystal cores. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming and Han Xiling would be able to kill dozens of quasi-emperor level desolate beasts? That was impossible, not to mention the Fengdu Sword Sect. Even the Sacred Heart tribe did not have such powerful supreme talents who could kill so many boundary emperors as level 5 or level 6 divine lords. Therefore, this possibility could be ruled out. He reckoned that Lu Ming and Han Xiling were lucky. They had obtained so many star cores through a method that he did not understand. Alright, let's end this here. Take a rest and prepare for the second round of the competition. Sect leader Wang raised his hand and stopped Lu Ming and Han Feng from talking further. However, he was unhappy with Han Feng. If Han Feng and Lu Ming were to fight together, they would get more points. The Resource Alliance calculated the total points of the 2 rounds and ranked them according to the total points. The higher the total points, the higher the ranking. Of course, sect leader Wang was unhappy, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he still had to rely on Han Feng and the rest for the second round. Alright, leaders of the various forces, bring the crystal cores over for calculation. The sect leader of the great sect said. Sect leader Wang kept the crystal cores and went to do the calculation. The 18 forces took turns to take out the crystal cores. The first one was the Great Sky Sect. Everyone turned to look at one of the elders of the Great Sky Sect. The crystal core that the Great Sky Sect had obtained was with this elder. Everyone wanted to know how many crystal cores the Great Sky Sect could obtain. The elder of the Great Heaven Sect was expressionless. He waved his hand and many crystal cores flew out. A burst of dazzling golden light pierced everyone's eyes, causing their hearts to beat violently. A golden crystal core. The Great Sky Sect actually had a golden crystal core. Those who knew the inside story all knew what a golden crystal core represented. One had to kill a wild beast that was equivalent to the Divine Emperor realm in order to obtain the golden crystal core. Furthermore, he probably had to kill more than one to obtain it. This meant that there was someone from the Great Hong Sect who could kill a Divine Emperor. The crowd could not help but think that the Great Sky Sect had invited the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe, which was ranked 99th on the primitive tribe board. Obviously, this was done by the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe. The Great Sky Sect definitely did not have such a powerful supreme talent. To be able to kill a Divine Emperor, this is terrifying. The Great Hong Sect is in first place again. It's hard to say. I don't know if the other superpowers have invited such powerful reinforcements. However, based on the overall ranking, the Great Hong Sect is indeed stronger. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of the young supreme talents turned pale and their faces turned solemn. They secretly decided that if they encountered the Ziying tribe in the second round of the competition, they would surrender immediately. Only a few forces had normal expressions on their faces. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with fighting spirit. Initially, he was not interested in the Resource Alliance because he did not have an opponent who could make him take seriously. For example, Han Feng might seem powerful, but if Lu Ming went all out, he could easily defeat Han Feng. Although Han Feng was powerful, he was not powerful enough to fight against a Divine Emperor. But now, Lu Ming was interested. Lu Ming was only a step away from the Divine Lord's sixth realm. If a powerful opponent gave him immense pressure, he might be able to stimulate his potential and make a breakthrough. Soon, the Great Hong Sect's points were tabulated. A total of 1,200 points. The Fengdu Sword Sect's points were less than half of the Great Hong Sect's points. This made the other superpowers who wanted to fight for first place turn solemn. Then, the other superpowers started to tabulate their points. In the end, the Great Hong Sect had the most points and was firmly in first place. The superpower in second place had 1,100 points, which was almost 100 points less than the Great Hong Sect. The Fengdu Sword Sect had exceeded the expectations of many superpowers. They were in 10th place in the first round of the competition, overtaking their old rival, the Black Blood Hall. Damn it! Some of the experts from the Black Blood Hall were unhappy. It's alright. We are still 50 points behind them. The first round of the competition depended more on luck. Perhaps they were lucky. But the second round will depend on strength. In the second round, we will easily overtake them. A young man with a blood-colored horn on his head said in the Black Blood Hall. This person was the reinforcements that the Black Blood Hall had invited. He was a supreme talent from a powerful tribe. That's right. The second round will depend on you. The hall master of the Black Blood Hall smiled faintly. The young man with the blood-colored horn was called Wei Jin. He was a supreme talent from the Blood Ant tribe and was a boundary emperor. The Blood Ant tribe was ranked 566 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board and was much stronger than the Sacred Heart tribe. This time, the hall master had paid a huge price to invite Wei Jin. His goal was to be in the top 10 or even higher. The hall master was relieved when he thought of Wei Jin's strength. He had seen Wei Jin fight with his own eyes. Although Wei Jin was only a boundary emperor, he had fought with a first-layer god emperor for more than 10 moves before he was at a disadvantage. Ordinary boundary emperors could only be killed by a divine emperor. A divine emperor could kill a large number of boundary emperors with a wave of his hand. Being able to block a divine emperor's attack without dying was already shocking enough, not to mention being in a disadvantageous position after exchanging more than 10 moves. With such combat strength, other than the supreme talent from the Ziying tribe that the Great Hong sect had invited, Wei Jin was almost invincible. Hence, the Hall Master was confident. Sect leader Wang flew back with a smile on his face. He was satisfied to be in the top 10 in the first round. However, he felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had teamed up with Han Feng in the first round, the Fengdu Sword sect would have gained more points. Alright, the points of the first round are out. Let's start the second round, the Great Hong sect leader announced. Then, a group of experts flew out. This group of experts came from 18 different forces and each force participated in the second round to ensure fairness. These experts moved their hands and runes appeared one after another. In the next moment, 18 battle stages gradually appeared in the sky. 18 huge fighting stages floated in the air. The fighting stages were huge and black in color. They looked like they were made of a strange metal. There were runes on them and they looked heavy as if they were indestructible. The rules of the second round are as follows. First, I will split the 18 forces into 18 fighting stages. There will be 16 people on each stage. These 16 people will take turns to fight. Everyone will fight with the other 15 people. Finally, the 4 people with the best results on each stage will advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive 100 points. Those who don't advance will receive no points. In the end, 72 people will advance to the next round of the 18 fighting stages. These 72 people will then fight one-on-one to determine the strongest 9 people. These 9 people will then take turns to fight each other to determine the final ranking. The Grand Patriarch continued to announce. No one was surprised. They already knew about this rule. This was the most classic fighting stage rule and it was also the fairest. Many forces would use this rule for the competition. Lu Ming had seen many of these rules along the way. The more he fought, the more points he would receive. The 72 people who advanced to the next round would receive 100 points. After that, they would fight one-on-one and advance to the next round. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 200 points. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 300 points. The 18 people who advanced to the next round would receive 500 points. For a force, the more people who advanced to the next round, the more points they would receive. Once they were in the top 3, they would receive additional rewards. Hence, for a top-notch Sky Pride, the points they would receive would be shocking. Now, I will call out the names and assign you to your fighting stages. Number 1 Fighting Stage, Martial Arts University, Yaolin. Number 2 Fighting Stage. Number 3 Fighting Stage, Muyun. The Grand Sky Sect Master read out a list of names and assigned everyone to the 18 fighting stages. Those whose names were called would head to the corresponding fighting stage. Lu Ming was assigned to number 3 fighting stage. Soon, the assignment was completed. Lu Ming glanced around and knew what was going on. The 18 forces each had 16 people and they were assigned to 18 fighting stages. There were almost no repetitions. There would only be one person from the same force on each fighting stage. This was for fairness so that everyone could give it their all. Swish. Swish, with a flash, a figure appeared on each of the fighting stages. These were the elders from the various factions, and they were here to act as judges. On the third platform was a green-haired middle-aged man. My name is Lu Feichuan, I'm the judge of the third platform. Next, I will arrange your battles. In this battle, there's only a winner and a loser, not a life and death battle. So if you feel that you can't win, it's best that you admit defeat as soon as possible. If you don't admit defeat and are killed or injured, you will have to bear the consequences. Lu Feichuan shouted. Understood. Lu Ming and the others replied. Alright, the first match, Mu Yun, Zhong Fei, come up. Lu Feichuan shouted. I'm the first one? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had to fight with the other 15 people. It didn't matter if it was morning or night. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. On the other side, a burly young man also landed on the fighting ring. His name was Zhongfei. Zhongfei swept his gaze over Lu Ming, revealing a hint of contempt at the corners of his mouth. Fifth level Divine Lord? I advise you to admit defeat, lest you look for a beating. Zhongfei smiled casually as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Sixth level Divine Lord, one level higher than Lu Ming. Although there was no lack of heaven's prides in this world who could jump levels to fight, he was a heaven's pride himself. Even if Lu Ming could jump levels, he couldn't surpass him. So when he saw that Lu Ming was only a fifth level Divine Lord, he was very relaxed. This sentence is what I want to say to you. If you admit defeat, you will be injured by me and affect the rest of the battle. Lu Ming said. Hehe, you're quite stubborn. I wonder if your strength is as strong as yours. Take this. Zhongfei shouted and stepped on the battle stage. His burly body rushed towards Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wind God Kick. Lu Ming's mind stirred and he kicked out. There were at least dozens of leg-type secret arts fused in his feet. Once it was activated, it swept towards Zhongfei like a whirlwind. The speed was shockingly fast. Attacking later but arriving first, bang, Lu Ming kicked Zhongfei in the face. Zhongfei screamed and flew backward at a speed faster than when he pounced on Lu Ming. He flew out of the fighting ring directly and fell to the square below. He landed heavily on the ground and vomited blood. Stunned, Zhongfei was completely dumbfounded. His head buzzed non-stop and his eyes turned white. The people on the third battle stage and some people who noticed this side were also somewhat stunned. They didn't expect that the outcome of the battle between the two was decided in an instant. Moreover, it was a fifth-level Divine Lord who won. Sect head Wang nodded his head. He wasn't surprised at Lu Ming's victory. And the sect that Zhongfei was in had an expert snorting coldly. He took a few more glances at Lu Ming and was somewhat displeased. The heaven's pride on the third battle stage couldn't help sizing up Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were solemn, some had indifferent expressions, and some were disdainful. On the other battle stages, there were also a few people paying attention to this side. For example, Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They hated Lu Ming to the extreme. On their side, before it was their turn to fight, they noticed that Lu Ming was fighting on the third battle stage. They naturally looked over, wanting to see how Lu Ming was suppressed. They never expected that Lu Ming would defeat his opponent in one move. He has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. But that's all. He's just a fifth-level Divine Lord after all. Han Feng snorted coldly in his heart. He was even more displeased when he didn't see Lu Ming being oppressed. Qi Ping also had the same feeling. There are a few people on the third battle stage who are very strong. Let's see how long this brat can be proud of himself. Qi Ping thought coldly in his heart. Mu Yun wins. Lu Feichuan also sized up Lu Ming a few more times before announcing Lu Ming's victory. Lu Ming left the battle stage, and Lu Feichuan announced the next group's battle. The competition continued. On the third battle stage, there was only one person who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because this person's cultivation was even stronger, reaching the quasi-emperor realm. He was a heaven's pride from a powerful race and was invited by a force as external aid. He easily dealt with his opponent in one move. As for the remaining people, the highest was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. They didn't attract Lu Ming's interest. Soon, 18 people and 9 groups finished their matches. Mu Yun, Chong Hu, come on stage and fight. Lu Feichuan called out Lu Ming's name again. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. At the same time, another youth also stepped onto the battle stage. This was a youth wearing wings. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his body rapidly expanded and turned into his original form, a giant bird. No, it should be the primordial divine body. Chong Hu unleashed his primordial divine body and an ancient aura spread out. It was obvious that his primordial divine body was extremely powerful. 9th stage, Lu Ming sensed that Chong Hu's primordial divine body had already reached the 9th stage and he wasn't far from condensing the primordial divine blood. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take that step. It required talent and luck. Chonghu's primordial divine body attracted many people's attention. What a powerful aura. 8th level divine lord. 8th level divine lord against a 5th level divine lord. There's no suspense. That person seems to be the external aid that the Black Blood Hall invited. Many people were discussing. The people from the Black Blood Hall sneered. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others below the battle stage were also paying attention. Previously, Han Feng and another youth from the Sacred Heart race had obtained victory in the other battle stages. The 3 purple-eyed golden geese had also obtained victory. However, Qi Ping was unlucky to have encountered an expert and was defeated. Therefore, his expression was ugly. When he saw that Lu Ming had encountered an expert, he immediately sneered. Mu Yun is definitely going to admit defeat. I really hope that he doesn't. Qi Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He really hoped that Lu Ming would be stupid and not admit defeat. Then, Chonghu would kill him. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Facing such an opponent, how could Lu Ming not admit defeat? Who among you wants to admit defeat? The referee, Lu Fei, glanced at Lu Ming as he spoke. In his opinion, the difference between Lu Ming and Chonghu was too big. In the Divine Lord realm, the difference of 3 levels was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming couldn't possibly be Chonghu's opponent. He thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat. However, Lu Ming shook his head. Chonghu revealed a sinister smile. He was the external aid that the Black Blood Hall had paid a huge price to invite. He was paid to help them. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master had told him that if he encountered someone from the Fengdu Sword sect during the competition, he shouldn't be merciful. He originally thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat. That's even better. He would let Lu Ming know what regret was. He didn't admit defeat? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others were stunned. Qi Ping was overjoyed. Haha, this kid is really foolish. Facing an 8th level divine lord, he actually didn't admit defeat. Really courting death. Qi Ping nearly laughed out loud. As for Han Feng, he snorted coldly. He's regretted that he couldn't kill him. Initially, he wanted to kill Lu Ming personally after this matter was over. However, it seemed that Lu Ming was simply courting death. He didn't need, he himself. Lu Feichuan was also slightly surprised. However, he didn't say anything more. He said, since no one has admitted defeat, let's start the competition. Kill. Lu Feichuan's voice had just faded when Sichuanqi pounced towards Lu Ming. Sichuanqi transformed into the primordial divine body. He was a giant bird. Flapping his wings, he brought along a destructive gale as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His wings were like blades, pressing towards Lu Ming. The horrifying power wanted to smash Lu Ming into smithereens. Facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was the same as usual. Sichuanqi's combat strength wasn't bad, but he was just a heaven's pride among 8th level divine lords. Actually, back then in the dragon race's mother planet, some of the various races' heaven's pride that Lu Ming encountered already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th stage. Some even successfully condensed the primordial divine blood. These top races' top heaven's prides were actually not weak. Therefore, Sichuanqi was just an ordinary heaven's pride in Lu Ming's eyes. Just as Chuanqi's wings were about to hit Lu Ming made his move. Swoosh, his palm was like a blade, chopping out. Bang, Lu Ming's palm collided with Chuanqi's wings, erupting with an intense rumble. Following that, feathers swirled in the air. Chuanqi's massive body flew back, blood splattering everywhere. What? Anyone who was paying attention to this side could not help opening their eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. The one who was sent flying was actually not Lu Ming, but Chuanqi. Furthermore, Chuanqi retreated with injuries. A 5th level divine lord actually injured an 8th level divine lord heaven's pride in one move in a head-on battle. How was this possible? The Black Blood Hall's people were stunned. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest were also stunned, unable to wrap their heads around the turn of events for a moment. Before everyone could react, Lu Ming dashed toward Chonghu to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void, directly piercing through Chuanqi's wings. Then, Lu Ming grabbed with a backhand, grabbing Chuan Chi's tail that rushed out, swinging him up and flinging him towards the ground. With an intense rumble, Chuan Chi was smashed heavily onto the ground. Unable to maintain his primordial divine body form, he turned into an ordinary giant bird, twitching non-stop. Although Chuan Chi did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Many people who were watching this side were all in a daze. It ended just like that, he won just like that, a 5th-level Divine Lord defeated an 8th-level Divine Lord? Ha ha ha. Sect Head Wang was long mentally prepared, so he was the first to react. He laughed loudly, looking in the direction of Black Blood Hall with a smug look. Only then did everyone react. Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the other experts of Black Blood Hall had ugly expressions. How is this possible? Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They had been mocking Lu Ming all along, looking down on Lu Ming. Especially Han Feng, a mere 5th-level Divine Lord, he did not place him in his sights at all. Previously, he was still mocking Lu Ming non-stop. But Lu Ming used practical actions to viciously slap him a few times, making his expression extremely grim. Damn it! Han Feng shouted coldly in his heart, killing intent pervading in his heart. Lu Ming already became his must-kill target. Interesting. What powerful combat strength. At this moment, some of the top heavens prides on the other battle stages also had their gazes drawn. After all, for a 5th-level Divine Lord to be able to defeat an 8th-level Divine Lord, it represented talent and combat strength. Although his cultivation was still low right now, once his cultivation rose up, it would be very terrifying. It already aroused their attention. This battle, Mu Yun wins. Lu Feichuan came to his senses and announced Lu Ming's victory. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 2 consecutive victories. Lu Ming left the battle stage calmly, but it was different from before. Many people's gazes were sweeping over him. One could imagine that the next time he fought, he would attract even more gazes. After Lu Ming left the battle stage, his gaze was also sizing up the other battle stages. Each battle stage had extremely powerful heavens prides on it. There was at least one quasi-emperor. Some battle stages even had more. These people's strengths were very powerful. When others encountered them, virtually all of them admitted defeat. The competition carried out one after another. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. But the opponent this time was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. The competition carried out one match after another. The following 7 matches in a row, Lu Ming did not encounter 2 powerful opponents. The one with the highest cultivation was also an 8th-level Divine Lord. After seeing that it was Lu Ming, he hesitated over and over again and finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 10 consecutive victories. Lu Ming was only 2 steps away from advancing to the 3rd platform. As long as he obtained 12 victories, he would be able to lock in the group's 4th place and qualify to advance. Once he advanced, the corresponding faction could obtain 100 points. The way everyone saw it, a 5th-level Divine Lord being able to advance was simply inconceivable. But the truth was that Lu Ming was already close. Humph, next, it's all experts. It won't be that easy for him to want to win. Han Feng and Qi Ping both snorted coldly in their hearts. Because next, the experts that Lu Ming encountered would all be 9th-level Divine Lord heavens. Chosen. These heavens chosen were virtually all foreign aid heavens chosen invited by various major factions, their strength formidable. Sure enough, in the 11th match, Lu Ming encountered a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Your strength is very strong, exceeding my expectations. But it's impossible for you to be my match. Opposite Lu Ming, a tall and thin youth looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Flames continuously spread out from his body. This youth came from the Blazing Flame Skybamboo clan. Blazing Flame Skybamboo, a kind of plant life, ranked 4,567 on the primeval 10,000 races proclamation. How would you know without fighting? Make your move. Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Whoosh, the moment Lu Feichuan's voice faded, the Blazing Flame Skybamboo Heavens Chosen made his move. His tall and thin body was akin to a long sword emitting flames, slashing over toward Lu Ming. Scorching flames enveloped toward Lu Ming. In a blink of an eye, the scorching flames arrived in front of Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming hacked a palm out. The flames that surged over were split into two like flowing water. Clank, Lu Ming's palm collided with the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent's palm. There was a loud explosion as if two divine weapons had collided. Then, a figure retreated rapidly. The one who retreated was the blazing flame Sky Bamboo prodigy. Many people gasped. Lu Ming could actually still occupy the upper hand in the confrontation with the blazing flame heavenly bamboo heaven's chosen. Was this still a 5th-level divine lord cultivation? This was too monstrous. The blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated 1,000 meters. His hands trembled slightly, and his expression was extremely grave. In that move just now, he was completely at a disadvantage. Amazing! Again! The flaming heavenly bamboo prodigy shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming once again. In the process of dashing out, his body changed rapidly and turned into a fiery red bamboo. This was the true body of the flaming heavenly bamboo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fiery red bamboo leaves were like incomparably sharp swords as they stabbed towards Lu Ming. The space was pierced, and a pitch-black hole appeared. At the same time, the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's true body was like a divine sword that was filled with flames as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Open! Lu Ming roared. His finger was like a sword as he swung it out. Suddenly, dense sword chi appeared and blocked all the bamboo leaves. Since Lu Ming was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he naturally had to act more realistically. The bamboo leaves were blocked, but the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's true body had already arrived. A sword chi appeared on Lu Ming's finger as he swung the sword upwards. Clang! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was very strong. No matter if it was his physique secret technique, divine power, or origin secret technique, they had all reached an extremely profound level. Although he was a 9th-level divine lord, it was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary boundary emperor. Lu Ming did not activate the battle character formula and did not use the taboo energy at full force. Hence, he could not kill his opponent instantly. However, the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was no match for him. After the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, the blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Impressive. Really impressive. I have never seen a 5th-level divine lord with such combat strength in my life. I have lost this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The blazing flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent exclaimed. After saying that, he left the fighting ring and admitted defeat. Although he had only exchanged more than 10 moves with Lu Ming, he was very clear that Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. He even had a feeling that Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. If he used his full strength, he might be able to contend with those boundary emperors. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? How is this possible? Since when did Feng City Sword Sect have such an outstanding talent? Qi Ping kept roaring in his heart. The muscles on his face were distorted. In the past, he had always been the #1 outstanding talent in Feng City Sword Sect. Previously, he looked down on Lu Ming and placed the position of the #1 outstanding talent high. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could probably defeat him with just a casual move. What kind of bullshit T #1 outstanding talent was he? If that was the case, wouldn't his previous actions be especially ridiculous? In the future, he would be a joke in the eyes of the Feng City Sword Sect's disciples. He simply could not accept it. As for Han Feng, the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. This guy, Han Feng muttered. He even felt a trace of pressure from Lu Ming. Although he still had the confidence to suppress Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was a little stronger and his cultivation level increased a little, he would not be able to suppress him anymore. I must finish him off as soon as possible. Han Feng thought in his heart. Following the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent admitting defeat, Lu Ming already had 11 consecutive victories. He was just a step away from qualifying. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming qualifying was something that was set in stone. On the third fighting platform, those who did not fight with Lu Ming were a quasi-royal prodigy and 3 9th-level divine lord prodigies. Since Lu Ming could defeat the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent, then he should have a high chance of winning against the remaining 3 9th-level divine lord prodigies. At the very least, it was definitely not a problem to obtain another victory. The competition continued. After one round, it was Lu Ming's turn again. This time, his opponent was a 9th-level divine lord prodigy. This prodigy's strength was very strong. However, he was at most at the standard of the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he knew that he was not Lu Ming's match and simply admitted defeat. On the third fighting platform, there was that quasi-royal prodigy and also Lu Ming, this dark horse. This way, there were only 2 qualifying spots left. If they wanted to qualify, the difficulty was very high. Hence, they might as well admit defeat and preserve their strength to fight with other opponents with similar strength. Previously, the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent also had this plan. This way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 victories. Even if he lost the next 3 consecutive matches, he had already locked in the qualification. The competition continued and there were many exciting fights. There were also exciting fights on the other 17 fighting stages. As for those unfathomable geniuses, they had a much easier time than Lu Ming and had a complete victory. However, there were also a few fighting stages that had intense fights. There were more than one quasi-royal genius on some of the fighting stages. These quasi-royal geniuses met each other in advance and there were exciting fights. Finally, there were differences in strength even among those of the same cultivation level. There was a young man in a green robe on one of the fighting stages that caught everyone's attention. The young man's combat strength was extremely strong. He won against a quasi-royal genius of the same cultivation level as him. His opponent was also a powerful genius. However, he was unable to fight back against the young man in the green robe. The difference in strength was obvious. Someone recognized that the young man in the green robe was from the Storm tribe, which was ranked 333 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was another genius who could fight for the championship. Everyone thought that he could fight against the Xiang tribe's genius that the great sect had invited. Although the Xiang tribe was ranked 99 in the top 100 tribes, their overall talent was strong. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any geniuses who could fight against the Xiang tribe. Races that were ranked at the top only meant that their overall strength and overall talent were stronger. However, weaker races would also give birth to some terrifying geniuses who could trample those stronger races' geniuses underfoot. In history, there were many terrifying geniuses from small tribes that weren't even on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Their names shook the universe and they could even defeat the geniuses from the top 10 tribes. There were many such geniuses in every era. Everyone thought that the genius from the Storm tribe could kill an ordinary divine emperor. He is indeed unfathomable. Lu Ming muttered. Even he felt pressured when facing such a person. Now that he had unleashed his full strength and used the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the gravity orb, he could only fight a first-layer divine emperor to a draw. During this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills. However, his strength had only increased by a little. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone kill him. Unless Xianxia was included. However, he couldn't borrow Xianxia's power in a competition like this. After all, Xianxia was a different kind of creature. If he borrowed Xianxia's power, it would be 2 against 1. Naturally, he wouldn't allow it. However, this made Lu Ming's fighting spirit even stronger. Perhaps, he might be able to tap into the other party's strength to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The competition was carried out one by one. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn again. Muyun against Wall Pass. Lu Fei's voice rang out. His words caused the hearts of those who were paying attention to the third platform to tremble. Then, they revealed looks of anticipation. There was no other reason. Guan Lianbi was the only quasi-emperor on the third towering platform. He was extremely powerful and had swept his way through, just like Lu Ming, undefeated. Previously, everyone thought that on the third platform, Lu Ming was only second to Guan Lianbi. They had long been looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Mu Yun is finally facing Guan Lianbi. Who do you think will win? It should be Guan Lianbi. Mu Yun is only a 5th-level divine lord after all, while Guan Lianbi is a quasi-emperor. The difference is too great. However, these people's tone was also filled with uncertainty. They didn't say that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Because Lu Ming had created too many records before. In the beginning, he defeated a 6th-level divine lord prodigy. Then, he defeated a 7th-level divine lord, an 8th-level divine lord, and even a 9th-level divine lord prodigy was defeated by Lu Ming. They already couldn't figure out Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of fog. Swoosh! Swoosh, Lu Ming and Guan Lianbi appeared on the platform at the same time. Guan Lianbi was very tall and sturdy. He wore a set of heavy armor and stood there like an impenetrable wall. In reality, he was a prodigy from the Iron Wall race. A 5th-level divine lord with your combat strength, I've only seen it in the top 10 races. But I know that you haven't used your full strength yet. Come, fight with me and help me comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. Guan Lianbi opened his mouth, his voice deep like thunder. He actually wanted to borrow Lu Ming's strength to help him comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. It happened to coincide with Lu Ming's goal. I believe I won't disappoint you. Lu Ming said. Looks like none of you want to admit defeat. Then, let's begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Bang, bang, Guan Lianbi stepped forward. The speed of his steps wasn't fast, but they were as heavy as a mountain. With each step, the platform would emit a violent rumble. With each step he took, his body would swell up a little. After a few steps, his body became a lot bigger, and his aura also became a lot stronger. He was accumulating power. When he accumulated power to the peak, it would also be the peak of his combat strength. If it were other people, they would definitely make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. But Lu Ming didn't. He stood there quietly, waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. But the people by the side started to discuss. What's going on? Mu Yun actually didn't make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation? Looks like Lu Ming is waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. What strong confidence! The crowd wasn't a fool and easily saw through Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming was actually taking the initiative to wait for Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Unless he was a fool, it meant that he had strong confidence in himself. Among them, the most nervous were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them clenched their fists tightly together. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would be defeated. Finally, when Guan Lianbi took 9 steps and accumulated power to the peak, Lu Ming made a move. Lu Ming took a light step forward. His body was like a phantom as he dashed toward the Guan Lianbi and threw a punch. Come on! Guan Lianbi shouted and punched out as well. Boom, their fists collided, causing the space to explode. A pitch-black space appeared. The sky shook violently like a drum. Then, the two figures retreated more than 10 steps before they could stabilize their footing. The two of them retreated at the same time. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor level genius? It's really strong, definitely not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This quasi-emperor level genius from the list of 10,000 races of the ancient Desolate Era had extremely strong combat strength. It was far from what an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius could compare to. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius with a casual move. But just now, he was evenly matched with Guan Lianbi. Of course, this was because Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He didn't use the battle character art or the gravity pearl. Even so, it still shocked the crowd. Everyone's heart thumped a few times. Lu Ming actually blocked Guan Lianbi's attack. Moreover, it was when Guan Lianbi had accumulated his strength to the peak. This was too unbelievable. One must know that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level divine lord. Damn it! How is this possible? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest widened their eyes at the same time. Especially Qi Ping, his face was pale. Lu Ming was too terrifying. The key was that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. He had treated Lu Ming like that previously. How would Lu Ming treat him in the future? When he thought of Lu Ming taking revenge on him in the future, he broke out in cold sweat. I hope he will be beaten to death in this competition. Qi Ping prayed in his heart. Huff, Guan Lianbi let out a breath. The light in his eyes shot out 3 zhong. To be honest, he was also shocked. At the same time, he was excited. Powerful, really powerful. Come again. Guan Lianbi hollered. He stomped his feet and dashed toward Lu Ming. His fist was emitting a dazzling radiance. It had doubled in size. The huge iron fist was attacking Lu Ming like a storm. Better. Use the sword. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since he was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he had to act more realistically. He clenched his fists in the air and used the sword-type secret technique in his cells. A sword light appeared and was held in Lu Ming's hands. Swoosh, Lu Ming brandished the sword light and slashed at Guan Lianbi. Clang! Clang! Clang, the two of them clashed continuously. Energy overflowed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two of them retreated and charged towards each other again. After more than 10 moves, there was still no clear victor. Divine Iron Battle Armor. Guan Lianbi roared. A battle armor appeared on his body. The battle armor emitted a dazzling radiance, making Guan Lianbi's aura even stronger. He pushed his combat strength to the limit. Origin Source Secret Technique. I have severed 3 shackles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Evidently, Guan Lianbi's secret origin technique had severed 3 shackles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Battle Formula, activate. Lu Ming finally triggered the battle formula. However, it didn't trigger 5 times combat strength, but 2 times. This was just a competition, not a life and death battle. There was no need for him to use his full strength to defeat Guan Lianbi. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. But even with 2 times his combat strength, Lu Ming's aura had still soared. His strength had greatly increased, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Whoosh, the sword light in Lu Ming's hand soared and slashed at Guan Lianbi's fist. This time, Guan Lianbi's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. However, Lu Ming did not retreat this time. Lu Ming had the upper hand. Swish! Swish, swish! After Lu Ming gained the upper hand, his attacks were like a storm. The sword light overlapped and slashed at Guan Lianbi one after another. Guan Lianbi roared and used all his strength to resist. However, he couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Every time they clashed, he had to retreat. Clang, some of the sword light slashed at Guan Lianbi's body, but it actually produced clanging sounds and sparks. It couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense at all. His defense is really thick. Lu Ming muttered. Guan Lianbi was from the Iron Wall race. He was best at defense, and his defense was extremely strong. In other aspects, he wasn't strong enough. However, Lu Ming didn't need to break through his defense at all. Lu Ming only needed to force Guan Lianbi off the stage, and that was enough. Lu Ming concentrated his strength. He didn't want to break through Guan Lianbi's defense, but only used his strength to directly attack. Guan Lianbi was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He wanted to rush out, but his speed wasn't enough. This made him extremely sullen. Soon, Guan Lianbi was about to retreat to the edge of the stage. Stop, I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat. Guan Lianbi shouted and directly admitted defeat. If they continued to fight, he would be blasted off the stage by Lu Ming. As soon as Guan Lianbi admitted defeat, Lu Ming flew back and restrained his aura. The sword light in his hand also dissipated. Mu Yun, I admit that your combat strength is really strong and unbelievable. However, if the 2 of us fight to the death, I may not lose to you. Guan Lianbi said. He took the initiative to admit defeat, but he was still somewhat unwilling. His defense was strong enough. If it was a life and death battle, he could rely on his powerful defense to resist Lu Ming's attack. When Lu Ming's divine power was exhausted and his attacks weakened, he could counterattack and perhaps defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't refute. With the strength he had just used, it was true that he couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense. It was indeed as Guan Lianbi thought. However, he didn't use his full strength at all. He only activated the battle formula to double his combat strength. If he activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times, he could instantly tear through Guan Lianbi's defense. Mu Yun wins this battle, Lu Feichuan announced. The scene was in an uproar. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. Obviously, after Lu Ming defeated Guan Lianbi on the 3rd stage, he was invincible. It was very likely that he would advance as the first in the group. No one had expected this beforehand. Qi Ping's face was pale. Han Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, the experts of the Black Blood Hall were also gloomy. Sect leader Wan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He felt that his decision to invite Lu Ming was too wise. After this battle, Lu Ming won 13 consecutive battles. The competition continued. Next, the scene gradually became clear. It was also clear whether the participants on each stage could advance or not. In the next 2 battles, Lu Ming's opponents directly surrendered. They clearly saw the strength that Lu Ming had displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi. They also knew that they weren't Lu Ming's match. If they didn't surrender, would they be looking for trouble? Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 consecutive battles and became the first in the 3rd stage. After a while, the battles on the other stages also ended. The number of participants from each force was also tabulated. Some people were happy, while others were sad. There were 18 forces and 72 participants. On average, each force would be allocated 4 participants. However, in reality, it was naturally impossible for each force to have 4 participants. There were strong and weak forces. For example, there were 7 Skyprides from the Great Sect who had qualified. And the weakest force only had 1 pitiful genius. Unless the only prodigy in this faction had heaven-defying strength and could achieve consecutive victories, this faction would most likely be at the bottom. The leader of this force had an extremely ugly expression. If their results were at the bottom, they would definitely be the weakest when the resources were allocated. For a long time in the future, they would not have good resources and their strength would get worse. This would form a vicious cycle. This time, the Fengdu Sword sect had 3 people who had advanced. Their results were not satisfactory and could only be considered as barely passable. These 3 people were Lu Ming, Han Feng, and a supreme talent from the purple-eyed golden geese called Yanzi. 3 people from the Feng City Sword sect obtained 300 points. In addition to the 500 points they obtained in the first round, they had a total of 800 points. This result could only be considered average among the 18 forces. The strongest force, the Great Sky sect, had a total of 900 points and was firmly in first place. In second place was the Lingfeng family with a total of 1,700 points. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe was the external help that the Lingfeng family had invited. The third place had a total of 1,600 points, which was double the points of the Feng City Sword sect. However, it was still early and nothing was known yet. Because the next round would be the battles between the 72 Sky Prides. As long as one was in the top 36, they would obtain 200 points. The next round would be a huge change in the points. At this moment, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest gathered together and glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. Brother Han, Mu Yun is too monstrous. If you meet him in the next round, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Qi Ping asked softly. Han Feng's face darkened. He pondered for a while and said, looking at the strength he displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi, I will definitely kill him if he meets me. Han Feng said in a low voice and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had a special method and was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. That's good. It would be great if that kid meets Brother Han in the next round. Qi Ping said as he prayed in his heart. He was really afraid. With Lu Ming's strength, he would definitely not let him go if he was alive. Qi Ping's life in the Feng City Sword sect would definitely be tough. In the past, he was awe-inspiring and could do whatever he wanted. He would never return to those days. He couldn't accept it. Condense. At this moment, the judges from the 18 forces shouted at the same time. They formed seals with their hands and runes filled the air. Then, the 18 stages started to gather together and formed an even bigger stage. Alright, the 72 people will continue with the competition. The rules are simple. The 72 of you will draw lots. Whoever you draw will fight in pairs. The sect leader of the Great Sky Sect announced. This was a classic two-man arena battle. Of course, it also required a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad and they were matched against an expert they couldn't defeat, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. Next, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch divided the 72 people into 2 groups. Each group had 36 people. Then, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch carved the names of the 36 people on bamboo sticks. Then, he placed the bamboo sticks into a metal box. The surface of the metal box was engraved with runes that could isolate spiritual sense, preventing people from peeking at the names inside with their spiritual sense and preventing cheating. I've engraved the names of the people on your side. Those who haven't engraved their names, come and draw lots. The Great Sky Sect leader waved his hand and the metal box flew out and floated in the air. He then instructed a group of people to go up and draw lots. Whoever's name was drawn would be the one to fight. I'll go first. A purple-robed young man stepped out. Those whose names were engraved immediately became nervous. This was because this person was the peerless sky pride that the Great Sect had invited from the Xiang tribe. His strength was unfathomable and he was a strong contender for first place. No one wanted to be drawn by him. Even if there were other sky prides who were as strong as him, now was not the time for the final battle. If they were defeated, they would not be able to earn many points. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the sky pride of the Xiang tribe took out a bamboo stick from the metal box. And Su. The young man from the Xiang tribe said slowly. The face of the young man called Ansu instantly turned pale. How unlucky. Ansu sighed inwardly. Come, let's fight. The sky pride of the Xiang tribe stepped onto the fighting ring with a heroic spirit. I admit defeat. Ansu admitted defeat directly. There was no need for him to fight. He was only a 9th level divine lord. The difference between him and the sky pride of the Xiang tribe was too great. Even if he gave it his all, he would not stand a chance. Moreover, there were no rules that forbade him from killing his opponent. If the sky pride of the Xiang tribe wanted to kill him, he would be wronged. Hence, he admitted defeat. In this way, the sky pride of the Xiang tribe easily won the battle and entered the 36th place. This gave the Great Sky Sect another 200 points. The Great Sky Sect's points exceeded 2,000 points. I'll do it. At this moment, another young man stepped forward. The crowd was shocked. This person was the sky pride of the Stormwind tribe. He was also someone who had the ability to fight for first place. He had also drawn a 9th level divine lord. That person also admitted defeat. Next, the sky prides went up one by one to draw lots. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference between the two parties was not too great, they would choose to fight. This was because this was the elimination round and not the group stage. If they lost, they still had a chance. Once they lost in the elimination round, they would not have a chance. Intense battles took place one after another. Of course, many people would admit defeat decisively once they were no match for their opponents. After all, they were only hired external help. They just had to try their best. There was no need to risk their lives. Soon, half of the 36 battles were over. Mu Yun. At this moment, a young man drew a bamboo stick and called out Mu Yun's name. The young man did not look too good. He knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he was only a 9th level divine lord. If he encountered Lu Ming, he would be in danger. Swoosh, Lu Ming was very decisive. He took a step out and landed on the battle stage. That young man gritted his teeth and also landed on the battle stage. Brother Mu, your strength really makes me admire. I want to exchange a few moves with Brother Mu. How about we stop when it's appropriate? The young man said. Many people smiled knowingly. Very clearly, this person was wary of Lu Ming's strength, but did not wish to give up like this. He wanted to give it a try. Hence, he said this to leave a way out for himself. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. He had no enmity with the other party. As long as he won, it was enough. There was no need to shout and kill. Whoosh, that young man moved, charging toward Lu Ming like a streak of divine light. His speed was very fast. Clearly, this person was adept at speed. His offensive power was also very strong. His attacks were like a storm, endless, making it impossible to guard against. This was also the reason why he wanted to give it a try. Even those stronger than him in a head-on clash would be defeated by him if careless. However, he was destined to miscalculate when facing Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh, sword light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He instantly slashed out 1,000 swords, filling the sky with sword light. The sword light that filled the sky enveloped the other party. The other party's attack was instantly broken. His figure retreated explosively, retreating all the way to the edge of the battle stage before stopping. There were already 2 additional sword wounds on his body, fresh blood flowing. It really won't work. The young man secretly shook his head. Then, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Mu is indeed formidable. I admire you. Done talking, he turned around and left the battle stage, taking the initiative to admit defeat. In this way, Lu Ming also won and entered the 36th place. He had obtained 200 points for the Fengdu sword sect. The competition continued. Han Feng and Yanzi also took turns to fight. Han Feng's strength was very strong. He defeated his opponent without much effort. However, Yanzi was not that strong. He encountered a quasi-emperor level genius and was defeated by him. Not long after, the 36 matches came to an end. 2 people from the Fengdu sword sect entered the 36th place and had accumulated 1,200 points. 5 people from the Great Heaven sect entered the 36th place and they were still in the lead with 2,900 points. The most miserable one was the one who had only 1 person qualified. In this round, only 1 person had been eliminated. In this way, this sect was destined to be at the bottom. At the end of this round, the Fengdu sword sect was ranked 10th among the 18 sections. The Black Blood Hall was slightly better at 9th place. Next, the 36 people who won would compete to determine the 18th place. Those who entered the 18th place would each obtain 300 points. The rules were the same as before. The Great Heaven sect leader divided the 36 people into 2 groups. One group would carve their names on bamboo sticks and put them into the metal box. The other group would draw lots. Whoever was drawn would fight with that group. This time, Lu Ming was still the one who drew lots. The prodigy of the Xiying race and the prodigy of the Stormwind race, the 2-seeded contestants, had also drawn lots. Alright, let's start drawing lots. The Great Heaven sect leader announced. The 18 people who drew lots looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. The 2 powerful demons from the Xiying tribe and Stormwind tribe were in the same group. If they were drawn, they would vomit blood. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked up. Han Feng, the first person to draw lots was Han Feng. He walked to the front of the metal box and reached in to pull out a bamboo stick. He looked at the name on the bamboo stick and was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a playful smile, as well as a wisp of ice-cold killing intent. Who did he draw? Many people were curious. Han Feng looked toward Lu Ming and revealed the name on the bamboo stick in his hand. Mu Yun. Han Feng slowly spat out a name. It's Cloud Herder. In the plentiful city sword sect's area, Qi Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Ping was very clear that Han Feng wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming dared to fight Han Feng, then Han Feng would be able to kill Lu Ming. As for the fact that both of them were from the plentiful city sword sect, if the 2 of them met, it would be disadvantageous for the sect. He did not care, what did it have to do with him, as long as Lu Ming was dead, everything would be fine. After Lu Ming was dead, the Fengdu sword sect would still be his world. He would still be the number 1 person in the sect, and he could get whatever he wanted. Damn it, how did this happen? Sect leader Wang's face was extremely dark. The other elders of the Fengdu sword sect were the same. From their point of view, they didn't want Lu Ming and Han Feng to meet. When the two of them met, one of them would be eliminated without even fighting. This was extremely disadvantageous to the Fengdu sword sect. Of course, the benefits were not useless. One of them was destined to enter the top 18 and obtain 300 points. However, sect leader Wang and the other's ambition was not limited to that. He still wanted Lu Ming and Han Feng to enter the top 18. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Han Feng had been targeting him, showing his killing intent to him without restraint. Lu Ming also wanted to eliminate Han Feng. However, he did not have the chance. Now, the chance was here. If he eliminated Han Feng in a fair and square battle, the Sacred Heart tribe behind him would be embarrassed to say anything. The premise was that Han Feng would not admit defeat before the battle even started. I didn't expect you to pick me. Lu Ming spoke, and his gaze fell on Han Feng. My luck has always been good. Han Feng said with a cold gaze. Around them, people from other forces, especially those from the Black Blood Hall, looked at Lu Ming and Han Feng as if they were watching a good show. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Ming and Han Feng had a conflict. It was interesting that people from the same force had a conflict in such a competition and met each other. Sect leader Wang also had a headache. He was really afraid that Lu Ming and Han Feng would both be injured, which would affect the rest of the competition. However, he could not suppress the two of them. One was a peerless genius with an unknown background, while the other was a top genius from the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Neither of them cared about him. Sect leader Wang felt that it was too difficult for him. Is that so? Come on then. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the fighting ring. Han Feng also moved and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming from afar. It's not too late to admit defeat. Later, when we fight, death and injury are inevitable. Han Feng hurriedly said, trying to provoke Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would not admit defeat easily. Brother, why did you steal my line? Lu Ming really wanted to say that to Han Feng. That was because he wanted to provoke Han Feng with these words so that Han Feng would not admit defeat easily. He did not expect Han Feng to speak first. However, this was also good. Lu Ming could retaliate. I admit defeat? That's not going to happen. I'm more afraid that you will admit defeat before we even fight. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha, me admit defeat? You are really naive. If I admit defeat. Han Feng laughed. If I admit defeat, I will destroy my own cultivation. After being provoked by Lu Ming, Han Feng could not help but blurt it out. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Ming quickly agreed. Han Feng was stunned and he could not help but feel regretful. Especially when he saw Lu Ming's expression, he could not help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Lu Ming could really defeat him? No way. How can this brat defeat me? Han Feng shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Let's begin. The sect leader of the Great Grand Sect announced the start of the competition. Boom, as soon as the Grand Sky Sect leader finished his words, a dazzling radiance erupted from Han Feng's body and a dazzling sword light appeared. That was his origin source secret skill. Heart-slaying sword. Han Feng shouted and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He used his fingers as a sword and a sword light burst out from his fingers as he slashed towards Han Feng. How dare you take my heart-slaying sword head-on? You are courting death. Great. When Han Feng saw Lu Ming's sword slashing towards him, he was not surprised. Instead, he was elated. His heart-slaying sword was not an ordinary sword attack. It could directly strike the enemy's heart and destroy it. Boom, when Lu Ming and Han Feng's attack collided, sword chi spread in all directions. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a strange energy from Han Feng's sword gleam. It dashed into his body and headed straight for his heart. Poof, Lu Ming's heart was pierced by the sword light and a hole was formed. When one's cultivation reached the Divine King or Divine Lord realm, even if their physical body was shattered, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could still recover. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. For example, the heart. The heart was the center of one's chi and blood, and the internal organs were all vital points. Even a divine lord or divine emperor would be greatly affected in a short period of time. Their combat strength would be weakened, their qi and blood would be insufficient, and it would be difficult for them to use their divine power. Therefore, many experts would be weakened once they were injured. Han Feng's heart-slaying sword specialized in attacking the heart. The heart-slaying sword qi exploded and went straight for the heart. Once it hit the opponent's heart, the opponent's strength would be greatly weakened in an instant. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have any vital points at the moment. Every cell in his body was the center, the core. Therefore, Lu Ming was not affected at all when his heart was pierced by the heart-slaying sword qi. However, Han Feng did not know this at all. He thought that Lu Ming was greatly affected, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. "Go to hell!" Han Feng roared, and the sword light became stronger. He became one with the sword and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut Lu Ming in half. However, at this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange sneer. He threw a punch at Han Feng's sword gleam. The moment he punched, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to triple his combat strength. 3 times the combat power was more than enough. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with Han Feng's sword light. At the moment of impact, Han Feng's expression changed. The ferocious expression at the beginning turned to shock, and then to disbelief and fear. Then, Han Feng's sword light collapsed. Under the force of Lu Ming's fist, it was extinguished like a candle flame. Then, Lu Ming's fist landed on Han Feng's nose. Crack! Han Feng's nose was broken, and his whole face caved in. Of course, his head did not explode because Lu Ming showed mercy. Ah! Han Feng let out a shrill scream and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming grabbed one of Han Feng's arms and swung him up. Han Feng was thrown to the ground heavily. He was like a toad that had been smashed to the ground, making strange sounds. Cracking sounds came from his body. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Feng's attack power was similar to Guan Lianbi's. His ultimate move was the heart-slaying sword. With the punishing heart sword, even those who were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Although Guan Lianbi's defense was amazing, if he fought Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and it would be a crushing defeat. This was why Han Feng was so confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Indeed, if Lu Ming was an ordinary prodigy, his combat ability would be greatly reduced after his heart was pierced. He might really be killed by Han Feng. However, there was no if. At this moment, Han Feng finally came to his senses and wanted to admit defeat. But before the words left his mouth, he stopped. He remembered what he said before. Once he admitted defeat, he would cripple his own cultivation. If a cultivator crippled his own cultivation, what would he be left with? He would be worse than trash. This was something he could not accept. Damn it, I've been tricked. Han Feng roared in his heart. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to know that he would defeat him, so he provoked Han Feng not to admit defeat. Previously, he wanted to provoke Lu Ming not to admit defeat. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous was that? The surrounding audience was also stunned. They were a little confused. Wasn't Han Feng defeated a little too quickly? You're a big shot after all. How could you be defeated so easily? They felt like they were in a dream. Even sect leader Wang, Han Xialing, and the others who were very confident in Lu Ming felt that it was a little unreal. Yes, they knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily defeat and kill quasi-emperors. However, Han Feng could do the same. Therefore, they always thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would only be at Han Feng's level. They never expected that Han Feng would be so weak in front of Lu Ming. Han Feng is being countered. Han Feng's heart-punishing sword specializes in attacking the heart. His heart-punishing sword qi clearly hit Mu Yun, but Mu Yun is completely fine. Clearly, Mu Yun has some kind of treasure that can protect his heart. Or perhaps, his heart is special, so he is unaffected. That's right. It's not that Han Feng is weak, but that Mu Yun restrained him. The big shots of several forces saw something fishy and pointed it out. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He stepped out and stepped on Hanfeng's face. Hanfeng screamed as one side of his face caved in. The current Hanfeng was too horrible to look at. His face was beyond recognition. Even if his mother was here, she would not be able to recognize him. Lu Ming did not kill Hanfeng. He was still a little worried. Of course, he was not worried about his own safety. If he was alone, he would have killed Hanfeng in one move. At most, he would just leave. However, he was pretending to be a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. He needed the help of the Feng City Sword Sect to participate in the selection of the heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Palace. As for Hanfeng, sect leader Wang had paid a huge price to invite him from the Sacred Heart Tribe. If he was killed by a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect, the Sacred Heart Tribe would definitely find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. With the strength of the Sacred Heart Tribe, it would not be too difficult to destroy the Feng City Sword Sect. At that time, sect leader Wang would definitely not protect him and would hand him over. This was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Hanfeng. He just wanted to torture him. After being tortured by someone of the same generation, the Sacred Heart Tribe would not stand up for him no matter how shameless they were. That would be too shameful. Mu Yun, stop. Hanfeng has been defeated. Another young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe shouted. Defeated? Why didn't I know he was defeated? Did he rush down the fighting stage? Or did he admit defeat? Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. You. The young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe was furious and said, Hanfeng is already injured and unable to fight. If he is not defeated, then what is? That's hard to say. This might be Hanfeng's tactic. He purposely pretended to be weak and then looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, why didn't he admit defeat? Lu Ming clenched the word admit defeat. Hanfeng wanted to roar at the sky. Admit defeat, admit defeat, admit defeat my ass. If I did not say that I would cripple my own cultivation, I would have admitted defeat long ago. Okay, the young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe almost bit his own tongue. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Admit defeat? How could he admit defeat? Bang, Lu Ming continued to attack and kicked Hanfeng's face again. This time, Hanfeng didn't even have the strength to scream. This is a personal grudge between me and Hanfeng. It is a competition between the younger generation. Lu Ming added loudly. He was afraid that the Sacred Heart Tribe would settle the score with the Feng City Sword Sect. If he said it out loud, everyone would know. The Sacred Heart Tribe would not be able to find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. At that moment, Hanfeng had already cursed in his heart. He swore to himself that he would make sure that Lu Ming died without a burial ground. In the end, he was brutally beaten up by Lu Ming again. When Hanfeng was on the verge of death, Lu Ming kicked him out of the fighting ring. Another youth from the Sacred Heart Tribe quickly caught Hanfeng and treated his injuries. Mu Yun is so vengeful. Many Skyprides thought to themselves. It was better not to provoke Mu Yun. Of course, there were a few Skyprides who had strong battle intent in their eyes, such as the Skyprides from the Ziying tribe and the Stormwind tribe. Lu Ming was only a 5th level Divine Lord, but he had such strong battle strength. They wanted to spar with Lu Ming. Mu Yun wins this battle, the Great Sky Sect leader announced. Just like that, Lu Ming was the first to enter the top 18 and obtained 300 points for the Fengdu Sword Sect. Now, the Fengdu Sword Sect had a total of 1,500 points. Lu Ming stepped down and another youth went up to draw lots. This youth was unlucky to have drawn the Skypride from the Ziying tribe. His face turned ugly. This youth was a 9th level Divine Lord. Knowing that he was no match for the Skypride from the Ziying tribe, he admitted defeat. Next, the battles continued one after another. The Skypride from the Stormwind tribe won easily. Wei Jin, the Skypride from the Black Blood Hall, also won. Now, Wei Jin was the only one left from the Black Blood Hall. He still had slightly more points than the Fengdu Sword Sect. After a little more than a day, the top 18 were out. Most of the top 18 were Boundary Emperor Skyprides. Only 2 Skyprides who were lucky enough not to encounter a Boundary Emperor were able to enter the top 18 with their 9th level Divine Lord Cultivation. Of course, there were also some unlucky Boundary Emperor Skyprides who met stronger opponents and were defeated, such as Han Feng. Without a doubt, the Great Sky Sect was still in first place. The Great Sky Sect had a total of 3 Skyprides who entered the top 18. This also meant that many of the powers had been shaved bald, and were unable to progress any further. The Fengdu Sword Sect leader smiled. Now, out of the 18 forces, only 12 were left. The Fengdu Sword Sect's points were very close to entering the top 10. As long as Lu Ming could win another match, the Fengdu Sword School would be able to enter the top 10. Now that the top 18 had been determined, it was time for 9 of the 18 to advance. The rules were the same as before. The 18 people were divided into 2 groups of 9 people each. 9 of them carved their names, while the other 9 went to draw lots. This time, Lu Ming was assigned to draw lots. Among them, the Ziying clan's prodigy was also the one who had drawn lots, while the Stormwind clan's prodigy was the one who had drawn lots. Alright, who's going to draw lots? After the Grand Master of the Great Heavens Sect was done with his preparations, he turned to Lu Ming and the rest. Let me do it. The genius of the Ziying race was very confident and fearless as he stepped forward. Many people were secretly praying that the prodigy from the Ziying race would be matched against the prodigy from the Stormwind race. That way, the 2 of them could have a peak battle in advance. It would be best if both of them were injured, which would be beneficial to the others. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. The prodigy from the Ziying race did not draw the prodigy from the Stormwind race. Instead, he drew another quasi-royal prodigy. The prodigy who had been drawn immediately turned pale. He was also a powerful prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race, which was on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was very powerful. If he had not encountered the prodigy from the Ziying race, he might have entered the top 9. Are you going to admit defeat? The prodigy from the Ziying race looked at the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race with his purple eyes. He was full of confidence. Xianxia, you may be powerful, but I'm not so scared that I don't even dare to fight you. Let's fight. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race roared and charged into the fighting ring. The prodigy from the Ziying race stepped into the fighting ring. Many people, including Lu Ming, stared at Zhang Tian with bright eyes. The prodigy from the Xianxia had always been unfathomable. It was said that he was a seeded contestant and a key candidate for the top spot. He had obtained a golden crystal core in the first round. Even the prodigy from the Stormwind race did not obtain a golden crystal core in the first round. However, no one had seen the full power of the Xianxia because he had not encountered a powerful opponent before. In fact, he had not even encountered a quasi-emperor level prodigy. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race was very powerful. Even among the quasi-emperor level prodigies, he was very powerful. He was even stronger than Han Feng and Guan Lianbi. Perhaps, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race could force the Xianxia to use part of his strength. Let's begin. The Grand Sky Patriarch announced. Squeak, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race emitted a strange sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave swept towards the Xianxia like a wave. It was a terrifying sound wave attack with unparalleled power. However, the Xianxia remained expressionless. He slashed out with his hand like a knife. A purple light burst out and split the sound wave attack apart. At that moment, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race had already transformed into a giant golden grasshopper. He flapped his wings and charged towards the Xianxia. As the name suggested, the back of the golden-backed grasshopper was golden. At that moment, his golden back was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light turned into different kinds of weapons and charged towards the Xianxia. The claws of his true form were like scythes as they slashed towards the Xianxia. The moment he attacked, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race used all his strength. He used all his strongest attacks at once and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. In the face of such attacks, the Xianxia's expression remained calm. He was not moved at all. The surface of his body was bathed in a layer of purple light. It was as if he was wearing a purple divine robe. Whoosh, the Xianxia moved and charged towards the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. He pressed his palm against the void. Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst out from his palm. Then, a purple sun appeared. It was extremely dazzling. The purple sun rapidly grew in size. It was extremely majestic as it pressed forward. Bang! Bang! The attacks from the golden-backed grasshopper race crumbled under the pressure of the purple sun. They were like rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow. Boom! In the end, the purple sun landed on the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying. He flew out of the huge battle stage at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. It was a divine emperor from the faction that had invited the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race did not die. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was almost burned and emitted a fragrant smell. His pair of transparent wings had disappeared without a trace. He was defeated in one move. Many people were shocked by his strength. The combat strength of the golden-backed grasshopper race's prodigy was definitely not weak. From the full-powered attack just now, it could be seen that it was very strong. Many of the top 18 people present did not have the confidence to take it head-on. Such an expert was instantly killed when facing Purple Sun State, without the slightest ability to resist. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Purple Sun State was. The key was that Purple Sun State's cultivation was only quasi-emperor. A monstrous character. Lu Ming made a comment in his heart. Hee, interesting. The Storm Race's prodigy grinned, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. Just like this, Purple Sun State became the first person to enter the top 9. Let me do it. When Purple Sun State stepped onto the battle platform, Lu Ming stepped out and went to draw lots. The remaining 8 people who were drawn lots had different feelings. Some hoped to be drawn by Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming defeated Han Feng and Guan Lianbi, he was not that freakish. Among the remaining prodigies, apart from Purple Sun State and Storm Race's prodigies, there were a few people who were also very terrifying with extremely powerful combat strength. In their view, these few people were stronger than Lu Ming. They did not want to encounter them even more. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to be drawn by Lu Ming. It was one of the 2 9th-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people's thoughts. He casually drew a bamboo stick and picked it up to take a look. Lu Ming revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Hu Dao, this was the name that Lu Ming drew. Lu Ming had an impression of this person. He was the only 9th-level Divine Lord in the lot drawn. Hu Dao. Lu Ming spat out a name. That youth called Hu Dao revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The miracle that he wanted to wait for did not happen in the end. Right now, among the 18 people, there were only 2 9th-level Divine Lords left. One was drawn and one was drawn. To be honest, those quasi-emperor prodigies, including Lu Ming, would most likely lose if they were matched up against Hu Dao. His only hope was to be drawn by another 9th-level Divine Lord. Only then would he have a chance of winning. But this probability was too small. In the end, he did not encounter them. He actually drew Hu Island. Mu Yun is really lucky. My luck is indeed good. I picked up a bargain and entered the top 9. I'm so jealous. Many people sighed, thinking that Lu Ming's luck was too good. Sect leader Wang was also overjoyed. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Ming actually drew Hu Dao, which was almost guaranteed to enter the top 9. Entering the top 9 would give him 500 points. In this way, the Fengdu Sword Sect would surely enter the top 10. How could he not be happy? The Hall Master of the Black Blood Hall coldly snorted with a dark expression. The Black Blood Hall had always been at odds with the Plentiful City Sword Sect. Seeing the Plentiful City Sword Sect enter the top 10 and obtain good resources, he was naturally unhappy. As for Han Feng, Ji Ping, and the others, they were even more displeased. Do you want to fight? Lu Ming asked from the fighting ring. Hu Dao's battle prowess was a notch lower than Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and the others. He was no match for him at all. Please advise me, Brother Mu. Hu Dao cupped his fists. He did not want to admit defeat before the battle started. It would be embarrassing. Lu Ming did not say anything else. After the Great Sky Sect leader announced the result, Lu Ming's figure burst out and launched a fierce attack. The result was obvious. Hu Dao could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. After 2 moves, he coughed out blood and was blasted out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming entered the top 9 and won 500 points for the Plentiful City Sword Sect. The Plentiful City Sword Sect's points reached 2,000 points. They were firmly in the top 10. After Lu Ming, the Black Blood Hall's Wei Jin entered the ring. He chose a quasi-emperor level Skypride and the two fought fiercely. The battle was intense. The two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, Wei Jin won slightly and defeated his opponent to enter the top 9. In this way, the Black Blood Hall's points were slightly higher than the Plentiful City Sword Sect's. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master smiled and glanced at sect leader Wang proudly. The battle continued. Following that, almost all the battles were fierce. Only 2 of the battles were one-sided. One was the Battle of the Skypride from the Storm Tribe and the other was the Battle of the last 9th level Divine Lord. The outcome was decided very quickly. This time, the competition took more than 2 days to determine the outcome of all the matches. The top 9 were born. Among the top 9, the Great Sky Sect occupied 2 spots and their points were almost 5,000 points. They were far ahead and it was difficult for the other forces to catch up. Following that, it was the battle for the top 9, the rules of the battle for the top 9 changed again. They did not draw lots but took turns to fight like in the previous group matches. The top 9 took turns to fight against the other 8. For every victory, they would be awarded 200 points. Moreover, the top 3 would be rewarded with additional points. The first place would be rewarded with 600 points. The second place would be rewarded with 400 points. The third place would be rewarded with 200 points. The fourth place to the 9th place would not be rewarded. That was to say, whoever could win 8 consecutive matches and get first place would get another 2,400 points. I will give you 1 day to recover. After 1 day, the last round of the competition will begin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Previously, some people had gone through intense battles and were exhausted. At this moment, they quickly sat down cross-legged and swallowed elixirs to recover. Lu Ming was not exhausted. His heart that was pierced by Han Feng had already recovered. A day's time passed very quickly. Alright, let's begin the final ranking battle. The first round, Purple Sun State vs Wei Jin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. I admit defeat. Wei Jin admitted defeat without hesitation. This was no longer an elimination round but a battle to determine the rankings. Moreover, each victory would award 200 points. Wei Jin knew that he was no match for Purple Sun State and admitted defeat without hesitation. Alright, Purple Sun State wins this battle. The next battle, Feng Peng vs Chao Ciyuan. The Great Sky Sect leader announced the next battle. Feng Peng was the name of the Skypride from the Storm Tribe. I admit defeat. Chao Ciyuan admitted defeat without hesitation. The next battle, Mu Yan vs Yuan Qi. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Swoosh swoosh, 2 figures moved. Lu Ming and another young man, Yuan Qi, landed on the fighting ring at the same time. No one will admit defeat in this battle. I wonder who is stronger between Mu Yan and Yuan Qi. It's hard to say. Yuan Qi's strength is also very shocking. He is definitely stronger than Han Feng. There will be a good show to watch. Seeing that it was Mu Yan and Yuan Qi, many people were filled with anticipation. Boom! Before the Great Sky Sect leader made the announcement, the auras of the two collided and created a strong gust of wind. Following the command of the Great Sky Sect's sect master, the 2 figures dashed out and collided violently. Boom! It was as though 2 planets had collided. The sky shook violently and the 2 figures retreated. However, in the next instant, they charged towards each other again. Violent explosions continued to ring out. Those with weaker cultivation could only see the 2 figures flashing in the sky and the sky shaking continuously. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuan Qi had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The prodigies of the top clans who had reached the rank of quasi-emperor were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to triple his combat strength. but he still couldn't do anything to Yuan Qi. There was a huge gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. It was an insurmountable gap. If the gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor was divided into 10 levels, Yuan Qi would be around the 5th level. With such combat strength, killing an ordinary quasi-emperor would be as easy as pie. Roar! In the midst of the battle, Yuan Qi let out a beast-like roar. His strength had increased by a little. He was roughly at the 6th level between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. He forced Lu Ming to take a few steps back. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Humph, he's finally going to lose. Han Feng, Ji Ping, and the others' eyes lit up. Han Feng's injuries had recovered by 80%, but his face was still bruised. He didn't leave because he wanted to stay and watch Lu Ming get beaten up by others. Now that he finally saw that Lu Ming was going to be defeated, he felt more or less at ease. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed again. Boom! Lu Ming's aura surged again. He had activated the battle formula to quadruple his combat strength. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and a large number of secret techniques burst out from his cells. Of course, they were hidden and formed a violent fist energy that blasted towards Yuan Qi. This time, Yuan Qi's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. What? The spectators were all shocked. Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength before, but now, he could unleash even more strength. How was that possible? He was only a 5th-level divine lord. Could his strength be limitless? Han Feng and Ji Ping's faces were deathly pale. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How they wished that everything they saw was fake, that they were dreaming. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming gained the upper hand. His attacks were like a torrential storm, pressuring Yuan Qi to retreat repeatedly. Yuan Qi had already pushed his strength to the limit. There was no way for him to push it any further. He could only resist, but not fight back. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. In the end, Yuan Qi loudly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he could still hold on for a while, but it was almost impossible for him to turn defeat into victory. If he continued to fight, he would only consume more energy, which would affect the later battles. Therefore, he simply admitted defeat. As soon as Yuan Qi admitted defeat, Lu Ming retreated and withdrew his power. Yuan Qi also flew out of the fighting ring, took out some medicinal pills, and swallowed them. He was doing his best to recover and wait for the next fight. Lu Ming obtained a winning streak and obtained 200 points. After Lu Ming left the fighting ring, it was the others' turn to fight. Those who could make it to the top 9 were all quasi-emperor level geniuses. Moreover, they were all quasi-emperor level geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. Therefore, the following battles were all very exciting. Of course, other than Feng Ping and Xianxia, there were 2 other youths who had terrifying combat strength. They were even stronger than Yuan Qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them did not have to fight too hard to win. Soon, the first round was over and it was time for the second round. In the second round, Lu Ming's opponent was not as strong as Yuan Qi, so Lu Ming did not have to fight too hard to win. However, there was another battle that attracted everyone's attention. It was the battle between Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan and Hao Han. Hao Han was one of the 2 peak-level experts other than the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. These 2 people were considered to be existences second only to the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. However, this was merely a belief. No one could say for sure that Hao Han wouldn't be able to contend against Wind Rock and the Violet Sun Prefecture. This time, it seemed to be able to prove it. Boom! The 2 of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan seemed to have turned into a gale. Every time he moved, a terrifying gale would burst out. This gale was not an ordinary gale, it was formed by a terrifying divine force. It could easily tear apart a divine weapon. Feng Peng displayed strength that was far beyond the quasi-emperor realm from the start. However, Hao Han wasn't simple either. He held a snow-white crystalline longbow in his hand. His aura surged as he nocked an arrow. Every time he drew the bow, several arrows would fly out. Each arrow contained a terrifying cold chi. As they flew through the air, they would leave behind a frozen stream of cold chi. The ice arrows and the gale clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. What a terrifying attack. This kind of attack has reached the Divine Emperor realm. Some sect elders exclaimed. At this moment, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had completely surpassed the Quasi-Emperor realm, even surpassing Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi was only at the 5th or 6th stage between the Quasi-Emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm. However, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. The two of them could definitely fight against a Divine Emperor realm existence without being at a disadvantage. As Quasi-Emperors, their combat strength was comparable to Divine Emperors. How terrifying. Is Feng Peng's combat strength only at this level? I'm afraid he is no match for Xiang Prefecture. Someone doubted. Xiang Prefecture had obtained the Golden Crystal Core. To obtain the Golden Crystal Core, one must at least be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. Even if one was extremely lucky and obtained the Golden Crystal Core from killing a Divine Emperor realm wild beast, one must be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast first. Fighting and killing were two completely different things. If Feng Peng only had this kind of combat strength, he would not be able to fight against Xiang Prefecture. Sure enough, Feng Peng's eyes were filled with battle intent when he saw that he could not defeat Hao Han after exchanging dozens of blows. Hao Han, is this the limit of your combat strength? If so, you shall be defeated. Original Spirit of Wind. Feng Peng roared. Boundless gale suddenly gathered and turned into a strange living being. This living being rode the wind. Every move of his could produce gale attacks that could tear the space apart. This was the original Spirit of Wind. In fact, the original Spirit of Wind was also a powerful primitive divine spirit. However, it was more peculiar as it was born from the earliest elements of heaven and earth. Its strength was extremely terrifying and stronger than ordinary primitive divine spirits. Feng Peng's original Spirit of Wind was a primitive divine body that had reached an extremely high level. It could condense more than one drop of primitive divine blood. The combat strength that it could unleash was extremely shocking. Swoosh, Feng Peng had transformed into a wind primordial spirit. His speed was unbelievably fast. With a flicker, the sky was filled with his shadows. It was impossible to see where his true body was. Attacks came from all directions, attacking Hao Han. Hao Han shouted loudly as he knocked arrows on his bow. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew out and fought against Feng Peng. However, after Feng Peng displayed the original Spirit of Wind, Hao Han was no match for him. After Feng Peng used his wind original spirit, Hao Han was no match for him. He coughed up blood and retreated after a few moves. However, Feng Peng was too fast. No matter how Hao Han retreated, Feng Peng was still around him and kept attacking. Dark Ice Cage. Hao Han roared. His body emitted a cold aura. The void froze and a circular ice block sealed Hao Han inside. Clang! Clang, clang! Feng Peng's attack landed on the ice block. It was like attacking a divine weapon. The sound of metal clashing rang out and ice shards flew everywhere. However, he was unable to break the ice block's defense. Humph! You think you can stop me with a block of ice? Dream on. Feng Peng's eyes turned cold. His wind original spirit turned into a storm sword and slashed down. Boom, the storm sword slashed on the ice block, causing a loud explosion. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Crack, then, the ice block made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared on it. In the end, the ice block exploded completely. Hao Han coughed up blood and flew out of the fighting ring. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught Hao Han. He brought him back to his seat and treated his injuries. Without a doubt, Hao Han was already defeated by being sent flying out of the battle stage. Feng Peng won the battle. Feng Peng is so powerful. Even if Hao Han used all his defense, he could not block his attack. Indeed. Such an attack could pose a serious threat to a divine emperor. He could even kill one. Feng Peng can really compete with Xianxia. Absolutely. I'm afraid the first and second place will be between Xianxia and Feng Peng. The third and fourth place will be between Hao Han and Yasher San. The people at the scene were discussing excitedly and guessing the rankings this time. Obviously, Feng Peng and Xiangzu's strength had surpassed the others. No one could compete with them. The first place would most likely be decided between the two of them. The third and fourth place would most likely be decided between Hao Han and Niesher-san. Niesher-san was another person who was as famous as Hao Han. His combat strength was also very strong. However, there was still a gap between him and Feng Peng and Xiangzhou. As for Lu Ming, everyone thought that he would at most be ranked after fourth. As expected, after 2 more rounds, the Violet Sun continent was matched against Niesher-san. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Xiang province's purple sun was high up in the sky, unrivaled and ferocious. Although Niesher-san's deadly 13 spears was terrifyingly powerful and had reached the level of a divine emperor, he was still no match for Xiangzhou. In the end, Xiangzhou defeated him. This way, everyone was even more certain of their guesses. It was unknown if they were affected by the discussions of the crowd, but Xiangzhou and Feng Peng's gazes met frequently, creating intense sparks. Both of them revealed a strong fighting spirit, wanting to trample on each other. The competition continued. In Lu Ming's third battle, his opponent was also very strong, similar to Yuan Qi. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Other than that, the Violet Sun Prefecture's Feng Peng, Hao Han, and Niesher-san also won. In the fourth match, Lu Ming finally met a powerful opponent. Nie13, dressed in black, held a long spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. With one look, one could tell that he was a ruthless character. He had the same temperament as his origin secret technique, the deadly 13 spears. Swoosh, the two of them stepped onto the battle stage and stood facing each other. This also aroused the curiosity of many people. Who do you think will win, Mu Yun or Nie13? Needless to say, it must be Niesher-san. Niesher-san's battle strength has already reached the Divine Emperor realm, which is equivalent to a weaker Divine Emperor. Although Mu Yun is strong, how can he be a match for Niesher-san? That's right, I think so too. After all, his cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Speaking up to here, everyone fell silent. For a 5th level Divine Lord realm to have such battle strength, it was already a miracle. In the depths of their hearts, they were unwilling to see Lu Ming continue to advance. That would be too great a blow to them. Therefore, in the depths of their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would lose. Nie13 held the long spear in his hand, pointing it at Lu Ming. Powerful spear light flickered. He stared at Lu Ming with intense battle intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's battle strength had also shocked him. However, he must defeat Lu Ming. After the Great Sky Sect Master announced the start of the battle, the two of them moved at the same time. Swoosh, Nie13's long spear was like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. Its speed was fast, accurate, and ruthless, completely piercing through the void. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming directly threw out a punch. Facing Nie13, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. As soon as he made his move, he activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. This punch directly hit the tip of Nie13's long spear, causing a violent explosion. The place where the two of them clashed was filled with dazzling radiance. The violent force was like hundreds of huge waves, sweeping out in all directions. Then, a figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He retreated a few hundred meters, his footsteps causing the fighting stage to rumble. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. What a powerful force, what a sharp attack. Lu Ming sighed. A shallow bloody hole had appeared on his fist and blood was flowing out. It was caused by Nie13's long spear. He blocked it. Mu Yun's battle strength is actually stronger than before. Unbelievable! Someone exclaimed. When Lu Ming was fighting with others previously, the most he could do was to use the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 4 times. Now that he had used the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times, it naturally shocked everyone present. Mu Yun is indeed powerful. However, compared to Nie13, there is still a big gap. That's right. Mu Yun was injured in one move. He is indeed no match for Nie13. It's hard to say. What if Mu Yun still has a trump card? As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Trump card, it sounded unbelievable, but what if? Many people looked at each other. At this point, they really could not figure out Lu Ming. What if he really did have a trump card? Some people who had sworn to Dandan that Lu Ming would be defeated did not dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be slapped in the face. Kill! Nya 13 shouted, his killing intent soaring. He did not want to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he cultivated the fatal 13 spears. Every spear was fatal. As long as he used it, his killing intent would soar to the sky. Swish! Swish, swish. Nya 13's long spear turned into a phantom, stabbing toward Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Fast, it was too fast. It was extremely fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Under such a spear technique, an ordinary quasi-emperor would definitely be killed several times in one move. There was no room for retaliation. Don't use the gravity orb first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He planned to use his own strength to fight and see if he could stimulate his potential and break through the shackles. Come on! Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, causing every cell in his body to tremble. The forbidden power in every cell intertwined with each other. The power of the 60 trillion cells was connected into a single entity. At the same time, the secret technique in his cells also converged and remained hidden. Boom, boom. Boom, Lu Ming brandished his fists. In an instant, dense fist shadows appeared around his body and blasted towards Xianxia's spear. Violent explosions resounded through the sky as the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, without the gravity pearl, Lu Ming's combat strength was still a level lower than a divine emperor. He was no match for Xianxia. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. The fist shadows were defeated and Lu Ming was pierced by the spear. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's body was pierced by a spear shadow and he was forced to retreat. However, Lu Ming's injured body was recovering rapidly. It did not affect his combat strength at all. It's a little useful, but it's not enough. Lu Ming felt that Xianxia could give him some pressure and stimulate his potential, but it was not enough. He felt that it was still a little lacking and could not help him break through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. Die! Xianxia roared. He did not relax just because he had the upper hand. The fatal 13 spears vibrated and his attacks were frenzied as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to resist. After a few moves, he was hit again. Xianxia's attack speed and power were too strong. Lu Ming could not completely defend against it. After all, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The difference between him and a boundary emperor was too great. Moreover, Xianxia was a monstrous genius. Mu Yun is finally going to be defeated. I hope he's killed by Xianxia. Han Feng and Qi Ping hated Lu Ming to the core. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming at a disadvantage, they were overjoyed. They hoped that Lu Ming would die under Xianxia's fatal 13 spears. Even some others thought that Lu Ming was going to be defeated. If Lu Ming still had a trump card, why hadn't he used it yet? By the time his injuries were too severe, it would already be too late. No one would do that. However, Lu Ming did exactly that. The two continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was injured a few more times, but it still didn't help him break through. Not enough, the pressure is still not enough to pose a fatal threat to me, because I know that I still have trump cards that I haven't used yet, so the pressure is still not enough to stimulate my potential and help me break through. If I want to break through, I still have to rely on Ziyangzhou and Fengpeng. Then, there's no need for me to continue probing. With a thought, Lu Ming channeled his forbidden power into the gravity orb on his left wrist. Lu Ming wore Chocho on his right wrist. On his left wrist was a gravity orb. When the gravity orbs were not used, they looked very ordinary, just like 12 ordinary stone orbs. Wang, 2 of the gravity pearls emitted a hazy glow and flew out. They rapidly expanded and a terrifying gravitational force burst out, enveloping the entire battle stage. The gravity of the 2 gravity pearls was astonishing. Even an expert of the Divine Emperor realm would be greatly affected by it. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the gravity of the two gravity orbs would also increase accordingly. Sure enough, Xianxia was also greatly affected. Shrouded by the gravity, the long spear in his hand became as heavy as a mountain. It was much more difficult for him to wield it, and its speed became much slower. Even his own body became extremely heavy. He had to circulate some of his divine power to resist the pressure of the gravity. As a result, his attack power was greatly reduced. Die! Lu Ming shouted and took the opportunity to attack. He threw out a dozen punches, each of which had the power to pierce through the void and explode a planet. Dozens of punches flew towards Xianxia. Ha! At the critical moment, Xianxia exhaled and waved his long spear. Dozens of spear radiance blasted out and collided with Lu Ming's punches. Their attacks collided again and again. This time, both of them retreated slightly. Xianxia blocked Lu Ming's attack. Xianxia's battle strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even under the influence of the gravity orb, he was still able to block Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming had fought many battles with real Divine Emperors in the ruins of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. The battle with the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was the most intense. Lu Ming was only able to draw with the help of the gravity orb. However, the one who fought with Lu Ming in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom was the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe. The Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was a big tribe after all. The Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was stronger than the Divine Emperors of the ordinary tribes. On the other hand, Xianxia's battle strength had only reached the level of an ordinary Divine Emperor. Hence, he was still weaker than Lu Ming. Hence, the farther he retreated, the less Lu Ming retreated. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stabilized himself, he took a step forward and continued to charge toward Xianxia. Xianxia was unwilling to be defeated. He fought back with all his might. This time, the battle between the two was really intense. They continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, Xianxia was still slightly weaker. He slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed by Lu Ming. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had suspected that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he had not used. They did not expect that he really had one. After all, treasures were a part of one's body. Like Hao Han and Xianxia, who had not used their treasures, Hao Han's bow and arrows and Xianxia's long spear were both top treasures and divine weapons. They did not know what to say. They could only watch numbly. Swoosh! Suddenly, Xianxia's strength changed. Several spear lights pierced through the air and pierced towards the gravity orb. Obviously, he wanted to destroy the gravity orb. If Lu Ming did not have the gravity orb, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing Xianxia's action, Lu Ming did not stop him. Instead, he sneered. Destroy the gravity orb? Was it possible? No one knew what material the gravity orb was made of. It was indestructible and impossible to destroy. It was not that no Divine Emperor had thought of this method before, but they all failed in the end. Clang! A few consecutive spear gleams bombarded the gravity pearl, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, the gravity pearl was only sent flying. It was not destroyed. Under Lu Ming's control, it flew back. As for Xianxia, he was distracted by the gravity orb and was hit by Lu Ming's fist force. Puff! Xianxia's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He flew forward and bombarded Xianxia with his battle strength. Xianxia tried his best to block a few moves. However, after being hit, his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. His battle strength was even weaker. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. He was swept by Lu Ming's fist force and almost punched a hole in his body. I admit defeat. Finally, Xianxia shouted. In the end, Xianxia admitted defeat. He knew that it was impossible for him to win if he continued to fight. Instead, he would be more seriously injured. He sighed in his heart and looked at Lu Ming with surprise. He didn't expect to meet a monster like Lu Ming in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated him? Was there such a person in the top 10 races? Or was there such a person in the Heavenly Palace, He wasn't sure because he had never met such a person before. With Xianxia's admission of defeat, Lu Ming didn't continue to attack. He flew back and hit his aura. Impressive. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Even though he was praising him, he still looked cool. I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Your cultivation is a bit weak now, but in time, when your cultivation improves, you'll definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. Universe Genius list? Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the Universe Genius list. It was said that the list listed 100 peerless geniuses in the primitive universe. In the vast universe, there were countless races and forces. Among countless creatures, only 100 people could be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It was undoubtedly very valuable. Every one of them was a peerless genius and a legend. In the future, they would most likely become overlords of the universe. Moreover, the Universe Genius list would change from time to time. Once there was a change, it would be announced through the dreamy godly jade. With Lu Ming's current strength, compared to the geniuses on the Universe Genius list, there was a huge gap. However, Lu Ming's ability to fight above his level was too strong. When his cultivation improved, he would definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It could be said that Xianxia's words were extremely high praise. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Lu Ming won this battle. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Wang couldn't help laughing. He was very happy. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xianxia. This was completely beyond his expectations. In this way, could Lu Ming defeat Hao Han? Even if he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming could at least rank 4th, because apart from these people, no one else was a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could win at least 5 matches. 1 victory would be worth 200 points. 5 victories would be worth 1,000 points. What rank could the Fengdu Sword Sect reach? Needless to say, the top 10 was already secured. Could he make it to the 6th or the 5th? There was no need to think about the first place. It was definitely impossible because the gap was too big. However, even if he could reach the 6th or 5th place, it would still be extremely shocking. It would create history for the Feng City Sword Sect and he would be able to obtain many precious resources. Not only sect leader Wang, but the other members of the Fengdu Sword Sect were also full of smiles. Only one person was different, and that was Ji Ping. His face was extremely gloomy. As for Han Feng, he was gritting his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Lu Ming stepped down from the fighting ring, and the other matches continued. There were also no surprises. For example, Feng Peng and Hao Han of the Violet Sun Prefecture had all obtained victory. Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall had been defeated. After one round, a new round began. This time, Hao Han and Xianxia were facing each other. Both of them were considered to be on par with each other. This battle was naturally extremely intense. Both of them had similar battle strength. They fought until they were crazy and fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Xianxia was slightly stronger. The fatal 13 spears broke through Hao Han's defense and won by a little. This made the eyes of the Fengdu Sword Sect's people even brighter. Lu Ming defeated Xianxia, and Xianxia defeated Hao Han. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could also defeat Hao Han? If that was the case, Lu Ming would be able to reach the 3rd place. The 3rd place would have an additional 200 points reward. Adding the points from the 6 victories, the Fengdu Sword Sect's points. Just thinking about it made people excited. After the battle between Hao Han and Xianxia, another match went on. It was Lu Ming's turn to fight. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall. Wei Jin's complexion was extremely ugly. Previously, Wei Jin had boasted in front of the Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others that he would take care of Lu Ming and the Fengdu Sword Sect's people. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming's subsequent outburst had far exceeded his abilities. Now, what should he do when facing Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be slapping his own face if he admitted defeat? Don't admit defeat. Wait to be abused. Wei Jin felt that it was too difficult for him. Wasn't he just invited to a small Iron Sea Star Zone group to help the Black Blood Hall compete? How could he encounter such a situation? Why aren't you on the stage? Lu Ming stood on the stage and looked down at Wei Jin. Wei Jin's heart was filled with 10,000 curses. In the end, he said, I admit defeat. How could he not admit defeat, go up and be abused? Wouldn't that be worse? After saying that, Wei Jin lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the Black Blood Hall's people. It was mainly because his previous words were too arrogant. Now that his face was slapped, he felt his face burning. The Black Blood Hall's hall master and the others' faces were also extremely gloomy. Originally, the Black Blood Hall had always been able to suppress the Fengdu Sword sect. But it was obvious that the Black Blood Hall was completely suppressed by the Fengdu Sword sect this time. All of this was because of one person, Lu Ming. Is this person a disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect? Or external help? The Black Blood Hall's hall master was deeply worried. If it was external help, it would be fine. If it was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect, then it would be terrifying. In the future, when he grew up, there would be no place for the Black Blood Hall. Lu Ming won easily and returned to his seat. He had already won 4 matches. There were still 4 matches left. The remaining 4 matches included the Xianxia, Fengpeng, and Vast Ocean. Not long after, Lu Ming's 5th match arrived. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Hao Han. Hao Han's fighting power was similar to Lu Ming's. Moreover, Hao Han took a defensive stance from the start. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power and then defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong. The taboo energy covered 60 trillion cells and flowed continuously. Although it could not be compared to the quantifying character formula, which could store a large amount of divine power, it would not be exhausted so easily. In the end, after a fierce battle, Lu Ming defeated Hao Han. In this way, Lu Ming had basically locked in the top 3. After this pinnacle battle, the scene was completely ignited. Because, in everyone's opinion, the real pinnacle battle had finally arrived. Xianxia vs. Fengpeng. The two of them finally met. Although there were still a few rounds before the end. But in everyone's opinion, this was already the final battle. Between the Xiang Prefecture and the Wind Rock Prefecture, whoever won would be the champion and number 1 this time. On the other hand, the loser would be the 2nd place. Without any superfluous words, the battle between the two erupted. Xianxia and Fengpeng began their battle. Both of them went all out. Fengpeng turned into the wind origin spirit while Xianxia turned into a purple sun. When the battle reached its climax, the purple sun province captured an unfathomable beam of purple light from the distant starry sky. With this light, he gained the upper hand and suppressed Fengpeng. Eastern Purple Chi Technique. There were older generation figures who cried out in alarm, recognizing this type of terrifying attack. In the end, Fengpeng and Xianxia fought for more than 200 moves. Xianxia defeated Fengpeng with the Eastern Purple Chi technique. The top 3 rankings are out. First, Xianxia, second, Fengpeng, third, Mu Yun. Although there were still 3 laps to go and the competition wasn't over yet, everyone's ranking was already out. No one thought that Lu Ming could win against Xianxia and Fengpeng. Lu Ming should have already done his best and should not have any trump cards left. Many forces had already started to calculate the points silently. When the competition ended, they would choose the resource planets. Sect leader Wang was the same. He was silently calculating in his heart. What kind of ranking would Feng City Sword Sect get this time? 5th, sect leader Wang's heart thumped a few times. 5th place, this was a ranking that he did not even dare to dream of. After the Resource Alliance, the 18 forces would choose the resource planets according to the ranking. The first place could be the first to choose 3 resource planets. After the first place chose 3, it would be the second place's turn to choose 3 resource planets. In this way, the higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to pick the planets with the best resources. The higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to obtain. As for those ranked at the bottom, once the forces at the top were done selecting, how could there be any good resource planets at the bottom? The resource planets that the 5th place could choose were already very good. Sect leader Wang had already started to think about how to choose the planets. While everyone was having different thoughts, the 5th round of the competition began. In this round of competition, there was nothing else to see. The most exciting one was Lu Ming. In this battle, Mu Yun was against Xianxia. Lu Ming was going against the strongest person. finally, they are going to fight. I wonder how many moves Mu Yun can exchange with Xianxia. It's hard to say. Based on the strength that the two of them had displayed earlier, the Xiang prefecture could almost crush the Mu Yun Empire. It would be very difficult for the Mu Yun Empire to resist. That's right. One of them is strong enough to kill a godly emperor, while the other can only contend with a godly emperor. The gap is indeed huge. So, there's no suspense in this battle? Some people stopped talking because Lu Ming was really unpredictable. It was also because they couldn't figure it out that everyone was even more interested, because it was full of uncertainty. You're not admitting defeat? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming and asked seriously. Why should I admit defeat? I'm looking forward to this battle. Lu Ming said with a smile, full of fighting spirit. So it seems that you still have a trump card? Purple Xianxia asked. He was similarly filled with battle intent. Geniuses were not afraid of challenges. The words of Xianxia shocked the others. Could it be that Lu Ming really had a trump card? No. Lu Ming shook his head straightforwardly and said, I have no more trump cards. The strength that I displayed previously was my peak combat strength. It wasn't a life and death battle, so there was nothing to deny. Moreover, when they fought later, others would also know where his limit was. Then you still dare to fight me? Xianxia was curious. I'm about to break through. You know that. Lu Ming smiled. You want to use me as a stepping stone for your breakthrough. Xianxia's eyes burst out with resplendent light, and his entire person was shrouded in purple divine light. Anyone who was used as a stepping stone would feel unhappy, especially a monstrous genius like him. The others were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually wanted to use Xianxia as a stepping stone for his breakthrough. How bold. He was playing with fire. You've misunderstood. I don't mean to use you as a stepping stone. It's just that you're strong and can bring me a lot of pressure. Others can't do that. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Those geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before blushed. Lu Ming's words were too hurtful. They couldn't even bring pressure to Lu Ming. You have to know that you're playing with fire. I won't go easy on you. Xianxia said. Don't go easy on me. Lu Ming smiled. Then, let's begin. At this moment, the great sect leader announced. Boom, Lu Ming took the lead. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Xianxia. The battle's secret art had increased his combat power by 5 times, gravity orb, activated. In an instant, Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards Xianxia. Boom boom boom, in an instant, Lu Ming threw out over 100 punches. Over 100 fist forces pierced through the void and blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia's body was also filled with resplendent light, and he was shrouded in purple divine light. Purple Sun Divine Fist. Xianxia shouted and threw out a punch. His fist forces were different from Lu Ming's. They were purple suns. The purple suns were in the sky. In an instant, 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. 9 purple suns pressed down on the sky and Lu Ming's fist forces crumbled continuously. The remaining energy of the 9 purple suns continued to press down on Lu Ming. Buzz, at this moment, a powerful gravitational force came crashing down. The 9 purple suns trembled under the pressure of the gravitational force. They were like flames in the wind that were quickly extinguished by the wind. At the same time, a strong gravitational force enveloped Xianxia. Gravitational force? This little bit of gravitational force can't trap me. Xianxia roared. He shook his arms and purple energy surged. He fought fiercely against the gravitational force and there were sizzling sounds. There were even sparks. Swoosh, Xianxia forcibly broke through the gravitational force and charged at Lu Ming. He threw out his fists and another purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. This kind of purple sun was extremely terrifying. If it was thrown out in the starry sky, it would be like a real star. Its temperature was shockingly high. Not only that, it also had a terrifying penetrative force. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and charged out as well. He waved his fists and punched out fiercely. Bang! Bang, there were no unnecessary tricks. The fierce attacks collided and produced a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of combat strength, Xianxia was indeed above Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the gravity orb to suppress Xianxia. Like the others, Xianxia had to use a large amount of divine power to resist the gravitational force. Therefore, he could not do anything to Lu Ming for the time being. The two of them fought fiercely. Bang, Xianxia suddenly changed his fist into a finger. He pointed out and his speed suddenly increased. He tapped on Lu Ming's shoulder and pierced a bloody hole in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's strength was not affected at all. He took the opportunity to punch Xianxia's chest. Lu Ming's fist landed on Xianxia's chest. However, Xianxia's entire body was covered in a purple glow. This glow wasn't just for decoration. It also had a powerful protective effect. Sizzle, Lu Ming's fist rubbed against the purple glow violently. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the end, Lu Ming broke through the purple glow and his fist landed accurately on Xianxia's chest. Bam, a bloody hole appeared on Xianxia's chest. Fresh blood flowed out. However, his defense was really amazing. Lu Ming's punch only injured his muscles and bones. It didn't reach his heart. Both of them retreated at the same time. Amazing. Exchanging injuries for injuries. You're the first person to injure me in this resource alliance. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength. Xianxia spoke. His eyes flickered with purple light and his fighting spirit burned. Previously, he wasn't injured in the battle with Feng Peng. That was because Feng Peng didn't dare to exchange injuries for injuries. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. Now that he had this masochistic physique, he would probably have many chances to be beaten up in the future. He was already used to it. After all, it could increase his cultivation. He even comforted himself by thinking that others couldn't even get such an opportunity. If they could get it, they would probably cry and beg to be abused. With that thought, Lu Ming felt much better. Come on, where's your Eastern Purple Qi? Don't hide it. Lu Ming said loudly. He was looking forward to it. Eastern Purple Qi. Xianxia let out a long roar. He took a few strange steps and reached out to grab the void. Suddenly, a purple gas flew over from the endless void. It was unknown where it came from. It was extremely mysterious. The purple gas was grabbed by Xianxia and turned into a long sword. Swoosh, Xianxia waved the long sword and a purple sword qi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. At the same time, he crazily activated the various secret techniques in his cells. Under the mediation of the taboo power, these secret techniques all condensed and turned into two balls of light. These two balls of light were formed from various defensive and offensive secret techniques. They could only be formed under the influence of forbidden power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and collided with the purple sword qi. In that instant, Lu Ming clearly heard crackling sounds coming from the ball of light in his hand. That was the sound of many secret techniques exploding. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful and sharp force bombarding his fist. His body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, a burning pain came from his fist. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that a deep wound had appeared on his fist. It went straight to the bone, and blood was flowing out. With his powerful recovery ability, his wounds quickly healed. However, Lu Ming was still secretly shocked. Xiang province, what a strong attack power. He had already condensed all kinds of defensive and offensive secret techniques in the ball of light, but it was still broken and injured. Not bad, again. Xiang province was also surprised to see Lu Ming block his sword. He let out a long roar, and the long sword formed by the purple qi in his hand changed again. It turned into two balls of purple qi that wrapped around his fists. His figure flashed, and he quickly pounced at Lu Ming, punching out continuously with both fists. It was the purple sun godly fist again, and purple suns were formed. However, this time, the purple sun godly fist was strengthened by the Eastern Purple Qi art, and its power was greatly increased. Boom, a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but the purple sun was too powerful. Lu Ming was directly sent flying. The rays of the purple sun were like steel needles that pierced Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, they were extremely hot steel needles. Fine droplets of blood appeared on Lu Ming's body, and they immediately evaporated. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Before he could react, the attacks of the purple sun continent came again. A few consecutive purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. The purple sun shone brightly, and Lu Ming looked extremely small under the purple sun. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and he was fearless as he tried his best to resist. However, Xiang province had used the Eastern Purple Qi art to raise his fighting strength to the peak, and he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was difficult for him to resist. He kept retreating, and his body was dyed red with blood. Lu Ming's vitality was extremely strong, and his defense and recovery were astonishing. If it was someone else, they would have already lost. Mu Yun is going to lose. He is finally unable to defy the heavens. He is no match for Xiang province. After all, the difference in their fighting strength is too great. Xiang province has raised his fighting strength to the peak, and he can already kill an ordinary first-layer divine emperor. Mu Yun is only a fifth-layer divine emperor after all. Many people discussed, and some sighed. Lu Ming's combat prowess made them gasp in amazement and respect. Therefore, some people felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, he might really be able to defeat Xiang province. However, it was not enough now. Of course, this was a good thing for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They clenched their fists nervously, and their eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. They kept praying that Xiang province could kill Lu Ming. At the very least, they had to cripple Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming's fighting strength had already made them panic. Unfortunately, what they wanted to see did not appear. Lu Ming's tenacity was freakishly strong. He was clearly at a disadvantage, and he was completely suppressed. His body was dyed red with blood, and his injuries were getting worse, but he persevered. Do you still want to fight? If you continue, you may suffer irreversible injuries, and it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Xiang province spoke. He was not a narrow-minded person. Although he envied Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not jealous. He also did not wish to see a heaven's pride like Lu Ming being crippled in his hands. That would be too much of a pity. Is that all you've got? It's not even enough to defeat me, and you still want to seriously injure me? Still lacking a little, ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly, deliberately provoking Xiang province. Humph. Xiang province snorted coldly, urging Eastern Purple Qi art and Purple Sun Divine Fist to the limits. 9 suns condensed out all at once, crushing toward Lu Ming. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes burst forth with a resplendent and anticipatory brilliance. Soon, he was about to break through. After the great battle earlier, the potential in his body was continuously stimulated. He felt that he was not far from breaking through to 6th-level Divine Lord. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to break through. Facing Xiang province's violent attack, he revealed a crazed look. Not only did he not dodge, he took the initiative to charge toward the 9 suns instead. What is he doing? Courting death? Many people stood up from their seats in shock. While Han Feng and Qi Ping were wild with joy. Lu Ming was already very seriously injured to begin with. At this moment, facing Xiang province's all-out attack, he actually did not dodge and even took the initiative to charge up. He might very well die under this attack. Under everyone's shocked, bewildered, expectant, worried, and ecstatic gazes, Lu Ming collided with the 9 purple suns. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the sky was filled with purple light, completely drowning Lu Ming. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, trying to see through the purple light to see Lu Ming's situation. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flew out of the purple light and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It's Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. He's not dead, he's still breathing. Someone shouted. But his injuries are very serious. It seems that Lu Ming is still defeated. The figure that flew out was indeed Lu Ming. His injuries were indeed very serious, but they were far less serious than what others had imagined. His injuries were recovering quickly, and his combat strength was still at its peak. Furthermore, a portion of his potential had been stimulated. His bottleneck was broken. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and a divine light shrouded Lu Ming. This was the result of the potential stored in his cells being stimulated. His injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. His aura was also getting stronger. He had broken through to the 6th-level Divine Lord realm. What? Everyone at the scene stood up from their seats one after another. Their eyes were wide open and they were all in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through after being injured in the battle. This was the Divine Lord realm, and he could use this method to break through. Many people felt that their minds were about to explode, and they couldn't keep up with the pace. Impossible, this is impossible. It's fake, it's fake. The most agitated were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them shouted hysterically as if they were going crazy. As for sect leader Wang, Han Xialing, and the others, their mouths were wide open, and they were completely stunned. It was possible to break through in a battle at a lower level or below the divine realm. It was very common, and many monstrous geniuses could do it. But in the Divine Lord realm, breaking through in the middle of a great battle was exceedingly few, virtually none. A breakthrough in the Divine Lord realm was not a child's game. Who didn't accumulate enough strength over a long period of time and then choose a time to go into seclusion and try for a long time before they could make a breakthrough? Lu Ming's breakthrough was too childish. However, he had succeeded in the end. How is this possible? Xianxia was also in disbelief. The purple light around his body was trembling. It was obvious how shocked he was. Previously, when Lu Ming said that he wanted to borrow his strength to force himself to break through his limits, he thought it was laughable. He thought that Lu Ming was just being arrogant. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually succeed. He had actually become Lu Ming's stepping stone. Lu Ming had used him as a stepping stone to break through his cultivation. Even though the Xianxia had a good character, his eyes were filled with coldness. So what? I can still defeat you. Eastern Purple Chi Technique, come again. The Purple Sun Governor let out a roar. He took a few steps forward and formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Whoosh, beyond the sky, another stream of purple chi flew over. The Xianxia could actually still summon a stream of purple chi. Purple chi gathered, making the purple light on the Xianxia's body become even more intense. He took a step forward and threw a punch out. The purple sun was high in the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. Come at the right time. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He had just broken through to 6th-level Divine Lord, his strength skyrocketing. He felt that there was inexhaustible strength all over his body. He rushed up and threw a punch out. Boom, the void exploded. The berserk fist force collided with the purple sun, erupting with a shocking rumble. The force was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Bang, this time a purple sun was forcefully blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. While Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly. Xianxia's expression changed. Divine power burst forth, purple sun divine fist blasting out consecutively. A total of 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. Countless purple rays pierced towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. However, Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, erupting with a powerful gravitational force. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, even if it was the same 2 gravity orbs, the power of the gravitational force was also stronger than before. Under the pressure of the gravitational force, even the battle platform shook slightly as if it could not withstand the gravitational force and fell from the sky. Those purple rays that were like sharp swords were constantly shattered under the gravitational force. Even the 9 purple suns trembled, their power reduced by a lot. Boom! 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 Lu Ming rushed up and threw out a series of punches. The increase in cultivation was also an increase in overall combat strength. The taboo power was denser. In this way, the power of various secret techniques would naturally be stronger. Lu Ming instantly threw out hundreds of punches, fighting against the purple suns. Boom! Boom! Continuous rumbles sounded. The purple suns kept exploding, one after another. In the end, all 9 suns were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body did not stop as he continued to rush towards Xianxia. Xiangzu's face changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by so much just by raising his cultivation by one level. However, he was not afraid. With a shout, purple aura exploded and purple suns appeared one after another. The two of them fought with all their might. It was an intense battle, even more intense than the battle between Xianxia and Fengpeng. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. As the battle continued, Lu Ming's cultivation became more and more stable. As the power flowed through his body, the power of his attacks also became stronger. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a series of punches, destroying a few purple suns. He rushed to Xianxia and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist energy penetrated Xiangzu's protective purple aura and the violent power landed on Xiangzu's body. Puff! Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. There was a large hole in his body that almost pierced through. Xiangzu's face turned pale. At that moment, Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed Xiangzu's with the help of the gravity orb. Previously, without the help of the gravity orb, Lu Ming would not be able to fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. However, after Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer Divine Lord realm, he could fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor even without the help of the gravity orb. With the help of the gravity orb, he could kill such a Divine Emperor. His combat strength had surpassed Xiangzu's. Of course, if one's combat strength was a little higher than his, he might not win. In a real battle, it depended on one's performance and battle experience. However, in terms of battle experience, how many people in the younger generation could compare with Lu Ming? Other than Di Jiani, who had fought his way out of the small world, there were not many geniuses in the primitive universe who could compare with Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming was extremely talented in battle. Moreover, he had the battle word art. The battle word art could not only increase one's combat strength, but it could also increase one's battle talent. Therefore, with Lu Ming's combat power being higher than Xiangzu's, it was impossible for Xianxia to defeat Lu Ming. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was like a torrential storm, unceasing, one after the other, surging towards Xianxia. Xianxia was at a disadvantage due to his injuries. For a moment, he could only parry, unable to retaliate. What's going on? The leaders of the various factions looked at each other in dismay. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lu Ming was actually going to turn the tables. Previously, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to lose, that he wasn't a match for Xianxia because his cultivation was too low. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to make a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, turning the tables in one fell swoop? Now, he had the absolute advantage. This battle was full of twists and turns. It made the hearts of these experienced big shots fluctuate, unable to calm down. As for Han Feng and Qi Ping, their faces were pale, and their lips were trembling. It was as if they were dreaming. Sect leader Wang and the people of the Fengdu Sword School were the opposite. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If Lu Ming defeated Xianxia, then defeating Fengpeng wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that be taking first place, 8 consecutive victories, 1,600 points? First place, an additional 600 points. Wouldn't the total points of the Fengdu Sword School be over 4,000? Then what rank would they be? Top 3, just thinking about it made the people of the Fengdu Sword School extremely excited. There's actually such an outstanding person in this world. Han Xialing sighed, her beautiful eyes were like a pool of spring water. Xianxia barely managed to endure more than 10 moves, but in the end, he was sent flying by Lu Ming, almost flying out of the stage. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward, but didn't continue to attack. He had a good impression of Xianxia, and this person had helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't force him too much. You win. In the end, Governor Ziyang sighed. Even at his peak, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was injured, there was no point in continuing the battle. He might as well admit defeat. The Violet Sun region admitting defeat also meant that Lu Ming had won. Whoosh, many people exhaled deeply. Their eyes were still filled with shock. Before this, no one had expected this outcome. Ever since the Violet Sun region defeated Fengpeng, everyone thought that the Violet Sun region would definitely take first place. Who would have thought that before the competition ended, Lu Ming would rise up and defeat the Violet Sun region and change the situation? Everyone found the following matches dull and boring. They were still immersed in the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Sun State. Soon, the 7th round began. This time, Lu Ming was up against Fengpeng. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they looked forward to an exciting battle. Naturally, Fengpeng wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He started an intense battle with Lu Ming. Fengpeng used a wandering method, wanting to exhaust Lu Ming's strength. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. At most, he would only cause some trouble for Lu Ming. In the end, both sides fought for 50 to 60 moves. Fengpeng was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, 7 consecutive victories. The rest of the battle was just as everyone had expected. There were no unforeseen events. The last round of battles was even more dull. There were no strong showdowns. The remaining prodigy directly admitted defeat in the face of Lu Ming. The others also admitted defeat against Fengpeng and the Violet Sun region. It didn't cause any waves. When the last battle ended, the Resource Alliance agreement was completely over. Lu Ming, as a dark horse, obtained first place. He won 8 consecutive battles and helped the Fengdu Sword sect obtain 8 consecutive victories. He obtained 1,600 points. The first place was also awarded 600 points. The Violet Sun region obtained second place and was awarded 400 points. Fengpeng obtained third place and was awarded 200 points. After all the battles ended, it was time to tabulate the points. Sect leader Wang walked over excitedly. Under the envious gazes of the other forces, the 18 forces began to determine the points. In the end, the Great Heaven sect obtained first place. They obtained the first place overall. After all, the Great Heaven sect's overall strength was too strong. This was based on the overall score. It was difficult to reverse the situation with one's strength. The Lichuan family obtained second place overall. The Fengdu Sword sect obtained third place. Yes, that's right. This time, the Fengdu Sword sect obtained the third place overall. Sect leader Wang, the elders of the Fengdu Sword sect, and the other disciples of the Fengdu Sword sect trembled in excitement. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest, they were trembling in discomfort. Of course, there was also the Black Blood Hall. They were all gnashing their teeth, envious of the Fengdu Sword sect. This time, the Black Blood Hall obtained the 9th place overall and entered the top 10. This was already an excellent result and something worth celebrating. However, compared to the Fengdu Sword sect, the difference was too big. How could they still have the mood to celebrate? After the overall score was tabulated, it was time to pick the resource planets. First, the Great Heaven sect began to pick. They could only pick 3 planets at a time. I choose the Purple Gold Copper planet, Blood Tear Grass planet, and Blood Soul Flower planet. The Great Heaven sect leader picked 3 planets. The rest of the people were calm and they weren't too surprised. The 3 resource-rich planets were the best ones in Iron Sea Star area group. Why was it one of the best? After all, the Iron Sea Star region was huge and there were countless resource planets. Naturally, there were more than 3 good resource planets. However, there was no doubt that these 3 resource planets were the most valuable and most suitable for the Great Heaven sect. After the Great Heaven sect picked, it was the Lichuan family's turn. The head of the Lichuan family picked 3 resource planets. Next, it was the Fengdu Sword sect's sect leader Wang's turn. However, sect leader Wang didn't say anything because he was in a dilemma. Since when had the Fengdu Sword sect been ranked so high? 3rd place. There were still so many good resource planets in front of him. In the past, these resource planets were all things that he had dreamed of but could not obtain even in his dreams. Now, with so many resources in front of him, he really didn't know how to choose. He wanted this and that too. He couldn't bear to part with any of them. Sigh, it's so annoying to be ranked so high. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't showing off but he really couldn't help it because he was in a dilemma. However, to the other leaders of the forces, it was obvious that he was showing off. especially the Black Blood Hall Master. He was so envious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Damn bastard. Isn't he just lucky to have an unparalleled genius? How dare you show off like this? How dare you? The Black Blood Hall Master roared in his heart. He didn't realize that his face was distorted because of jealousy. At this moment, sect leader Wang seemed to have realized that the surrounding people were looking at him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. He then realized that he had been too high profile. Sect leader Wang hurriedly calmed himself down and picked 3 resource planets with great hesitation. After the selection, sect leader Wang, the elders and disciples of the Fengdu Sword sect all had smiles on their faces. With these 3 resource-rich planets, they would have abundant resources for a long time in the future. Everyone's strength would increase tremendously, and so would the strength of the sect. Most importantly, with better resources, they would be able to recruit more supreme disciples. Humans were all realistic. As long as you had resources, there would naturally be people who would join you. The 18 forces made their selections one by one. There were naturally many resource-rich planets, and it was impossible to select all of them in a short time. However, some of the top resource-rich planets were limited. At the end of the list, there were no more top resource-rich planets. There were only some ordinary ones left. After the 18 forces made their selections, the second round of selections began from Great Hong Sect. In this manner, the selections continued. In every round, one force would pick 3 resource-rich planets. This continued until all the resource-rich planets were selected. After 2 days, all the resource-rich planets were selected. Then, the 18 forces signed an agreement to allocate the resource-rich planets. The resource-rich alliance was set by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace, and all the forces had to abide by it. After the agreement came into effect, all the forces had to mine the resource-rich planets according to their previous selections. Those who violated the agreement would be attacked by the other forces. Only before the new resource-rich alliance would the various forces secretly send people to plunder the resources of other resource-rich planets. In fact, this was a game that all the forces had agreed to. After everyone had settled their matters, Lu Ming followed sect leader Wang back to Fengdu Sword sect. He did not realize that there was a pair of flickering eyes staring at him from the Great Heaven Sect's area. This pair of eyes belonged to the man in a white robe and a white bamboo hat. Even the Great Hong Sect leader was respectful to him. After returning to Fengdu Sword sect, everyone in Fengdu Sword sect was shocked by the results of the battle. Everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's battle results. When the Fengdu Sword sect found out that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect, they were stunned. Many people found it hard to believe and secretly investigated Lu Ming's identity. After some investigation, they found out that there was indeed a person called Mu Yun in the Feng City Sword sect. Mu Yun was definitely a member of the Feng City Sword sect. It was just that he usually kept a low profile and was too unsociable. He liked to cultivate alone, and not many people had seen him before. As a result, the entire plentiful city sword school was in an uproar. Everyone was praising him. Of course, there were many who praised Lu Ming, but even more praised sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang had actually secretly nurtured such a shocking genius like Lu Ming. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would be shocking. When sect leader Wang heard this, he was stunned. Then, he thickened his skin and admitted it. Of course, there were many people who went to congratulate Lu Ming. In fact, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with him. Lu Ming braced himself and received them. However, a few days later, Lu Ming could not take it anymore. He simply used the excuse of going into seclusion and did not go out. In fact, he was really in seclusion. Those secret techniques that he had obtained back then, there were still many that he had not finished cultivating. The Resource Alliance agreement had ended. He could make use of the time to finish cultivating the remaining secret techniques. Time flew. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming finally finished cultivating the remaining secret techniques in his hands. They turned into secret technique runes and merged into his cells. As a result, the secret techniques that Lu Ming mastered reached as many as 550 types. After refining the various secret techniques, Lu Ming took out a piece of white bone pearl and started refining it. When Lu Ming broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm, more than half of the energy stored in his cells had been consumed. It was less than 50%. The energy of the bone pearl was extremely pure. Even a divine emperor would be envious of it. It was very easy to absorb. It continuously merged into Lu Ming's cells and transformed into Lu Ming's potential. In less than a day, the energy of a bone pearl was completely absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to take out another one to continue absorbing when someone came. It was sect leader Wang. He brought a young woman to Lu Ming's residence. When Lu Ming saw sect leader Wang, he was slightly taken aback. Because that young woman was walking in front. Sect leader Wang was vaguely half a step behind this woman. His expression was rather respectful. What a beautiful woman. Lu Ming sized up the young woman. The young woman looked to be about 18 years old. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. She was very beautiful. Among all the women that Lu Ming had seen, she was the best, second only to Autumn Moon, Xianxia, and the others. The most special thing about the woman was her ears. Her ears were pointed, which made her different from humans. Other than that, she looked no different from humans. The elf race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The most famous race with pointed ears was the elf race, which ranked 36th on the list of 10,000 races of the untainted land. The 36th place on the list of 10,000 races of the untainted land was undoubtedly a terrifying top race. It was much stronger than the 99th place Ying race. No wonder sect leader Wang was so respectful to this young woman. Miss Yuling, this is Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him. I know, I've seen him before. The female elf said in a clear and pleasant voice. Then, she carefully sized up Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, come with me. My young lady is waiting for you. Your young lady? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Moreover, the other party said that she had seen him before, but Lu Ming had no impression of seeing her before. Could it be because of the resource covenant? After all, there were many people watching the battle. It was normal to see him before. Yes, let me tell you a piece of great news. You are my young lady's fiancé. Now come with me to see my young lady, and then return to the elf race to get married. Yuling said. What? Lu Ming's voice suddenly rose. His eyes widened and there was a look of disbelief on his face. What's going on? When did I become someone's fiancé? And the other party is from the elf race. What's going on? Is it that Mu Yun? Lu Ming thought of his substitute, the real Mu Yun of the Fengdu Sword sect. But according to the information provided by the Fengdu Sword sect, Mu Yun was a complete loser. How could he have a fiancé from the elf race? And the other party seemed to have a high status. How could this be possible? Conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. On the side, sect leader Wang was also tongue-tied and completely confused. Obviously, he did not know what was going on. What? You don't want to? Yuling frowned. Miss Yuling, are you mistaken? I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect. How can I be worthy of your young lady? I'll have to trouble you to investigate this thoroughly. Lu Ming tried his best to persuade her. Yuling frowned, staring at Lu Ming, and said, Are you called Mu Yun? Are you a disciple of the Feng City Sword sect? That's right. Lu Ming could only brace himself and admit it. Then that's it. You and my young miss were betrothed. You might not have any memories, but your parents definitely do. Yuling said. Well, I'm alone right now, and I've never heard my parents mention it before. Miss Yuling, after all, there are many people with the same name. I think you must have made a mistake. Lu Ming defended himself. If it were anyone else, a young miss of the elf clan would definitely laugh her head off if she suddenly came looking for him to marry her. The elf clan was a famous beautiful race in the great desolate universe. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Just look at this wandering spirit, you can tell. But Lu Ming couldn't, he already had a wife, how could he marry someone else? He absolutely could not agree. You, what's wrong with you? My young miss wants to marry you. That's your 10 lifetimes, no, 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes of fortune. Do you know who my young miss is? My young miss's name is Ling Yue, and she is one of the 20 pearls recognized by the great desolate universe. Do you know how many people are chasing after my young miss? You can circle around your Feng city, do you know that? Yu Ling's eyes widened as she glared at Lu Ming angrily. A mere disciple of the Feng City Sword sect, her young miss wanted to marry him, but she actually tried to stop him, as if she was unwilling. This was simply preposterous. If he hadn't seen Lu Ming fight before and had some talent, he would have already slapped Lu Ming in the face. Even so, did Lu Ming think that he was worthy of her young miss? She didn't know what her young miss was thinking. Although Mu Yan's talent was astonishing, there were still heaven-defying existences among the people who pursued her young miss. Why did she choose this brat? Was it really because of the engagement? Universe's 20 pearls, Ling Yue. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Of course, he knew of Ling Yue's name. With the dreamy divine jade, how could he not know about the peerless geniuses of the primitive universe? He was a peerless talent on the universe list. The 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the untainted universe were all leaders of the younger generation in the untainted universe. The appearance of each of them would cause a sensation. He had seen the most talented heroes several times. Ling Yue, the princess of the elf clan, was peerless in her generation, unparalleled in her beauty, and her cultivation talent was also extremely high. There were only 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the primitive universe. Therefore, being pretty wasn't enough to make it onto the pearl list. There were countless creatures in the primitive universe, and many of them were beautiful. However, if one wanted to be on the pearl list, not only did they have to be beautiful, they also had to have a shocking talent for cultivation. Therefore, not only were the pearl names on the prehistoric pearl list beautiful, but they were also peerless geniuses. Some of them were even geniuses on the prehistoric universe list. Lu Ming had never thought that such a talented girl would actually want to marry him. At the side, sect leader Wang was also dumbstruck. This banquet came too suddenly. It's a pity that I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Seeing Lu Ming and sect leader Wang's dumbstruck expressions, Wandering Spirit revealed a complacent expression and said, "Now you know how many lifetimes of fortune you have cultivated. Alright, now come with me. Of course, with my family's young miss's status, it's impossible for her to marry you, so you need to marry into her family. Do you understand? Let's go." After Wandering Spirit finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. She was sure that Lu Ming would definitely follow her after hearing Ling Yue's name. In the primitive universe, not many men could refuse this condition. Unfortunately, Lu Ming refused, so he stood there without moving. After taking a few steps, Wandering Spirit realized that Lu Ming did not follow. She stopped and turned around, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. You're not following? I think you guys are mistaken. My parents really didn't mention it before. Lu Ming said it again very seriously. You're really an idiot, a stupid pig. Are you a man or not? Yu Ling was anxious. She had originally thought that the mission of this trip would be very simple. She only needed to inform Lu Ming that Lu Ming would follow her back. She never thought that Lu Ming would actually refuse. He was simply a block of wood. You can call me stupid, but you can't doubt whether I'm a man or not. Do you want to check? Lu Ming said. You're shameless. Humph, I can't be bothered to care about you. Yu Ling's face flushed red. She stomped her feet in anger and turned to leave. Little brother Mu, this is a great opportunity. How can you refuse? Sect leader Wang cried out in pity. Lu Ming was now considered a disciple of the Feng City Sword sect. If Lu Ming married the elf princess Ling Yue, then the Feng City Sword sect would be on the elf clan's boat. In the future, in the Iron Sea Star Field group, which force would dare to go against them? Lu Ming furrowed his brows and said, Sect leader Wang, I want to know the background of that Mu Yun. Have you investigated clearly? Why does he have a fiancée? Moreover, she is the princess of the elf tribe? I don't know about that either. Sect leader Wang was also completely at a loss. The original Mu Yun was just a very inconspicuous disciple of the Feng City Sword sect. His talent was average, and he was extremely low-key. He was not even famous in the Feng City Sword sect, so how could he be related to the high and mighty elf princess? The difference between the Mu Yun of the Feng City Sword sect and the elf princess Ling Yue was like an earthworm and a dragon. These two had an engagement. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Sect leader Wang, I hope that you can send someone to carefully investigate the background of that Mu Yun and see if it's true. If it's fake, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was fake, then the dignified elf princess actually wanted to marry him. There must be a conspiracy. Alright, I'll send someone to carefully investigate again. Sect leader Wang calmed down and also felt that something was wrong. Soon, sect leader Wang left. Lu Ming frowned and began to think. He always felt that this matter was not that simple, but there were no clues. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a reason. He could only give up and continue to cultivate. He had already finished cultivating the secret technique in his hands. He focused more of his energy on the battle formula and the taboo force. What was worth mentioning was that after such a long period of comprehension, as well as the series of battles in the Resource Alliance, his comprehension of the battle formula had finally broken through. He could already trigger the battle formula to increase his battle strength by 6 times, but the probability was not high. It was only about 1 in 30. The battle character formula was the origin of battle. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. It had already been a long time since he had cultivated the battle character formula to a 100% success rate. During this period of time, he did not give up on comprehending the battle character formula. As long as he had the time, he would comprehend and cultivate it. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally broken through. It could be considered a matter of course. Of course, he needed to continue to deepen his comprehension in order to increase the success rate of triggering it. It was even more difficult to increase the success rate with 6 times the battle strength than before. Lu Ming did not wait long. About 7 days later, sect leader Wang came again. Sect leader Wang, how's the investigation going? Lu Ming asked. Sect leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression and said, Little brother Mu Yun, we didn't investigate clearly before. It was my mistake. A bad premonition arose in Lu Ming's heart as he asked, Sect leader Wang, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, Mu Yun really does have an engagement with the elven princess. Sect leader Wang said. When he said this, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ming was even more stunned. It's like this. Although not many people have seen Mu Yun before, after some investigation, we still found some clues. Mu Yun had an old housekeeper who knew everything about Mu Yun. However, after Mu Yun's father passed away, the old housekeeper also left Mu Yun and moved to another place to live. It took us a lot of effort to find the old housekeeper. Sect leader Wang said. Lu Ming frowned. He knew that the reason why sect leader Wang did not bring that old butler here was because he was afraid that he would find out that he was not the real Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang continued, according to that old butler, before Mu Yun was born, Mu Yun's father had once saved a person. Later on, it was confirmed that that person was the grandfather of the current elf princess Ling Yue, who was also the elf clan's patriarch. Fortunately, Mu Yun's father saved him. The elf clan's patriarch was a person who valued friendship. At that time, the elf princess Ling Yue and Mu Yun were not yet born and were pregnant. In order to repay Mu Yun's father, the elf clan's patriarch decided to marry Mu Yun's father. There's really such a thing? Lu Ming was dumbstruck, thinking that he was dreaming. He was just to find someone to replace his identity, and there were actually so many things to do. This time, it should be true. Later, when the elf patriarch recovered from his injuries, he gathered the elites of the elf tribe and went back to suppress the rebellion. However, due to his heavy injuries, his internal injuries flared up, and he didn't live for long before he died. After he fell, the current elf clan's patriarch succeeded him, which is Ling Yue's father. But at this time, something happened. Sect leader Wang continued. The elf clan doesn't recognize it? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. After Ling Yue was born, she revealed a terrifying talent. Her talent was unparalleled, and her talent was peerless. As for Mu Yun, his talent was mediocre, and the difference between him and Ling Yue was too great. Furthermore, when Mu Yun was young, his parents both passed away. After Mu Yun's parents passed away, they completely cut off all contact with the elf clan, and the old butler also left. This matter was originally left unsettled, and there weren't many people who knew about it. Sect leader Wang's expression was somewhat complicated. Lu Ming was stunned. He was flabbergasted and dumbstruck. He could even encounter such a melodramatic thing. He just wanted to find someone to replace his identity, but now, the elf princess was involved. Have the people of the elf clan seen that Lu Ming before? Lu Ming asked. He was worried about this problem. If the people of the elf clan had seen Mu Yun, they would know that he was fake the moment they met him. It would be easy to determine based on the aura of his life origin. I don't think so. According to the old butler, after Mu Yun was born, he hasn't seen anyone from the elf clan. Sect leader Wang said. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about it, the old elf clan leader died a few years after suppressing the rebellion of the elf clan. Other than the old elf clan leader, the rest of the elf clan looked down on Mu Yun and his father. After all, the difference between the two parties was too great. It was normal for the people of the elf clan to not see Mu Yun. However, why did the other party suddenly come to look for him now? Little brother Mu Yun, I reckon that the elf princess saw your performance at the Resource Alliance Agreement. I received news that during the Resource Alliance Agreement, a big shot of the elf clan came here and was received by the Heavenly Hong sect. Maybe the elf princess saw your talent and was impressed by it, so she agreed to this marriage contract. This is also an opportunity for you, sect leader Wang said. Of course, he hoped that Lu Ming would agree to this marriage contract. I am me, not Mu Yun of the Feng City Sword sect. This is impossible. Lu Ming rejected directly. Sect leader Wang was speechless. He couldn't understand why Lu Ming would reject such a temptation. If it were him, he would have agreed long ago. After sect leader Wang left, Lu Ming frowned and started to think. Should he just leave? However, he had spent a lot of effort to get this identity, and it was really suitable. Not many people had seen him before, and he might not be able to find such a suitable identity in other places. Without a suitable identity, it would be difficult to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming had a headache. Whatever, as long as I don't want to, that Ling Yue can't force herself on me, right? Lu Ming thought it through and decided to ignore it and continue to cultivate in peace. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. This matter still spread out, and at an astonishing speed, it quickly spread throughout the entire Feng City Sword sect. When countless disciples of the Feng City Sword sect found out about this, they were simply envious and jealous of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming had actually rejected the elf princess, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They secretly cursed Lu Ming for being stupid. Some people even beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing that they could replace Lu Ming. Especially after Qi Ping found out about this news, he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. How could that brat Mu Yun have such good luck? Qi Ping roared in his heart. He had seen Ling Yue's appearance in the dream space, and it was simply shocking. Such a proud daughter of heaven was actually Mu Yun's fiancée. The flames of his jealousy were about to ignite him. However, when he heard Lu Ming's rejection, he was wild with joy. He secretly cursed Lu Ming for being an idiot, to even reject such an opportunity. I heard that the geniuses who are pursuing Ling Yue can circle around Feng City Star. That brat Mu Yun actually has an engagement with Ling Yue, hee hee. Qi Ping's gaze turned as he let out a few sneers. Qi Ping revealed a conspiratorial smile, then took out the illusory jade and sent a message. It was the news of Lu Ming and Ling Yue's engagement. Furthermore, it was clear that Lu Ming had rejected Ling Yue. The moment this news came out, it instantly exploded in the great desolate universe. Countless geniuses exploded. The high and mighty elf princess Ling Yue, who was peerless in her generation, actually had an engagement. Moreover, the other party was actually a disciple of an ordinary universe-level power. Many people had never even heard of the Feng City Sword sect. This was simply putting a chicken and a phoenix together. The key point was that the elf princess Ling Yue was planning to marry this person. More importantly, this brat called Mu Yun had rejected it. Countless geniuses seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They felt their hearts ache, and then their eyes turned cold. That Mu Yun, I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune he has accumulated to actually have an engagement with Princess Yue. Furthermore, he actually rejected it. How preposterous, who does he think he is? Damn it, where's the Feng City Sword Sect? I'm going to find him. I'm going to cripple that brat. Many people roared in the illusory space. They bitterly pursued Ling Yue, but Ling Yue didn't even care about them. But what about Mu Yun? Ling Yue took the initiative to marry Mu Yun, but he actually rejected Ling Yue. Compared to him, what were they? Was he trash? This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. From their point of view, Lu Ming was slapping their faces. Therefore, countless geniuses said that they wanted to kill their way to the Feng City Sword Sect and teach Lu Ming a lesson. At the same time, these geniuses also had the same thought. They wanted to trample Lu Ming under their feet and let Ling Yue see who was the real genius. He was the one who was worthy of her, Ling Yue. For a time, many geniuses inquired about the location of the Feng City Sword Sect and inquired about Mu Yun. In the Feng City Sword Sect, Qi Ping saw the news in the illusory space and revealed a complacent smile. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Qi Ping sneered. He thought for a while and sent out another message in the illusory space. Of course, his name in the dream realm wasn't his real name. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use it. He mentioned in the dream space that Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak. Relying on a 6th-level Divine Lord, he defeated the Xiang prefecture of the Xiang race. The reason he spread this news was not to raise Lu Ming's status or to help Lu Ming become famous. His goal was to let the prodigies of the various races know about Lu Ming's battle prowess. Then, more powerful prodigies would come, and not some useless prodigies who wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. The moment this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The Purple Sun Province was, after all, the outstanding talents of the top 100 races. Among the quasi-emperors, they were rather famous in the entire great desolate universe. And Lu Ming was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. He could actually defeat the Violet Sun Province? I don't believe it. These Skyprides could not believe it at all after reading the news. Hoo-hoo, a disciple of a faction in a corner actually said that relying on a 6th-level Divine Lord to defeat the Violet Sun Province, simply laughable. A colossal joke. I reckon that it was that Mu Yun who got people to release the news, wanting to scare us away. It's just that he's a little too ignorant. A 6th-level Divine Lord can defeat the Violet Sun Province. Does he think that he's a monster of the top 10 races or a hero of the Heavenly Palace? Bragging, not afraid of biting your tongue, idiot. Under that message that Qi Ping sent, a bunch of people replied. Of course, they were all scolding Qi Ping, mocking and ridiculing Qi Ping. After Qi Ping saw it, he was also dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting this result. Humph, don't care, as long as an expert comes and exterminates Mu Yun that fellow, it will do. Qi Ping snorted coldly. During this process, the Violet Sun Province himself did not come out to defend himself from start to end. Presumably, he also did not have the face to come out and say anything after being defeated at the hands of a 6th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming did not expect that it would cause such a huge wave. By the time he saw the news from the fantasy space, it was already half a month later. At this time, the fantasy space had long burst into an uproar. Many Heaven's Prides had long set off on a journey to find Lu Ming. Nest, who leaked the news? Lu Ming was greatly enraged. Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed, his gaze looking into the distance. Bang, bang. In the distance, one powerful aura after another rose up, spreading over here like a fierce wind. Then, one figure after another appeared in the horizon. All of them were young men. There were a total of several dozen people, heading over here with extremely swift speed. Not long after, several dozen experts surrounded the place where Lu Ming stayed. Lu Ming frowned and stepped out, arriving outside the courtyard. Several dozen pairs of gazes landed on Lu Ming uniformly. You're Mu Yun? A youth with a sturdy figure stared at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. His gaze swept around and did not see anyone from Fengdu Sword Sect, nor did he see Sect Head Wang and the rest. This was within his expectations. Sect head Wang and Fengdu sword sect's people did not dare to appear. Clearly, his location was most likely also informed by Fengdu sword sect. These heavens prides who dared to pursue Ling Yuwei and had the qualifications to pursue Ling Yuwei practically all came from large clans on the Great Desolate 10,000 clans list. Without a certain status, how could they have the qualifications to pursue Ling Yuwei, nor did they have the competence and courage. Therefore, Fengdu sword sect did not dare to offend these heavens prides at all. It was already not bad that they could not help either side. How could they dare to stand up for Lu Ming? After hearing Lu Ming admit it, these heavens prides all had fire in their eyes. One after another, ice-cold auras landed on Lu Ming's body. Their gazes were sharp like swords, as if wanting to see through Lu Ming. Sure enough, he's only a 6th-level divine lord. Such a person might be considered a genius in a mere Fengdu sword sect, but in the great desolate universe, he's nothing. How can he be worthy of Princess Yuwei? What's even more hateful is that he actually rejected Princess Yuwei. What does he think he is? Just a piece of trash. He actually found someone to say that he defeated the Purple Sun province in the dream space. What a joke. This is the result of ignorance. One after another, voices of displeasure and jealousy sounded out. Lu Ming was also displeased when he heard this. What does the matter between me and Ling Yuwei have to do with you guys? I still have to cultivate. If you guys have nothing else, please leave. Lu Ming said coolly. Even now, this kid is still pretending. This is ridiculous. Someone sneered and mocked. How is it? Who should we hand this person over to? Someone looked at the others. A mere 6th-level divine lord, any one of us can suppress him. However, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I'll do it. You guys use the dream divine jade to synchronize the scene of me suppressing this kid into the dream space. Let everyone see this kid's joke. A youth with 2 noses stepped out. This person had the cultivation of an 8th-level divine lord. He was a heaven's pride of the multi-nose race in the great desolate universe. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll synchronize it, equivalent to a live broadcast. I'll use live broadcast in the future. It's easier to understand. Several youths took out the illusory divine jade. The illusory divine jade glowed and faced Lu Ming. The illusory divine jade could be recorded and transmitted. It could also be broadcasted live. Others could see it directly through the illusory divine jade. At this moment, countless geniuses of the primitive universe saw Lu Ming's image through the illusory divine jade. Is it very ordinary? What race is it? It seems to be a human. I really don't know what kind of luck this person has. He actually has an engagement with Princess Yuwei. The key is that this person rejected it. I'm so angry. Many people were discussing. The more they looked at Lu Ming, the angrier they became. They were looking forward to Lu Ming being suppressed. Boom, at this moment, the youth with 2 noses stepped forward and pressed towards Lu Ming. The aura of an 8th-level divine lord continuously erupted. Kid, kneel down. In front of the whole world, admit that you're not worthy of Princess Yuwei. Admit that you're trash. The youth with 2 noses said coldly. This scheme of his was truly vicious. If Lu Ming said so in front of the whole world, then he would lose all face. Even if he had an engagement with Ling Yuwei, the elf race would definitely not let Ling Yuwei marry Lu Ming. Marrying such a person was equally shameful for the elf race. All right. The other geniuses secretly applauded, secretly praising what a good plan. Of course, there was also someone who was secretly anxious. That was Qi Ping. What an idiot, a mere 8th-level divine lord. Qi Ping scolded the youth with 2 noses. Lu Ming was in existence who had defeated the Purple Sun state. You're just an 8th-level divine lord, yet you're so arrogant now. When you're beaten up later, not only will Lu Ming not lose face, but his reputation will also soar. However, he couldn't rush out to remind him now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming indifferently glanced at the youth with 2 noses. Kid, it seems like you don't agree. Then kneel down. Murderous intent flashed in the 2-nosed young man's eyes. His god force erupted as he struck out with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. It wanted to force Lu Ming to his knees and humiliate Lu Ming in front of the whole world. However, Lu Ming stood there motionless, allowing the palm to press down on him. He looked like he was petrified. Haha, look, that kid is stunned. He's probably scared out of his wits. He even forgot to dodge. He's probably locked onto by the aura. You'll know whether an expert is capable or not the moment he makes a move. You'll know whether he's capable or not the moment he makes a move. That person even asked someone to boast in the illusory space that he defeated the Purple Sun Prefecture. What a joke. That's right. The Skyprides of the various clans who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory space began to discuss among themselves. Sending a message through the dreamscape didn't need to be written word by word. Instead, the message could be sent with just a thought. Because of this, the communication speed was very fast. It was even faster than the time it took to communicate with mouth. At this moment, the communication between these people came to an abrupt end. This was because just as the huge palm was about to press down on Lu Ming made his move. Boom, Lu Ming casually slashed out with his palm. A dazzling sword radiance burst out and the palm of the two-nosed young man was easily sliced apart. You're quite capable. Then, let's see how you're going to deal with this move. The two-nosed young man roared angrily. His two noses enlarged and his nostrils became several times larger. Roar. Roar, two consecutive roars erupted from his nostrils and formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a sound wave attack. The two-nosed young man had already used his trump card. The pressure was so terrifying that it caused the space to explode continuously. It formed a pitch-black space that seemed to be able to crush everything. However, this attack might be terrifying to others, but it was nothing to Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming dashed out directly, facing the terrifying pressure and dashing into it. The terrifying pressure was like a gentle breeze that did not cause any damage to Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed through and arrived in front of the two-nosed young man in an instant. The distance between the two of them was only a few centimeters and they almost collided. The two-nosed young man was stunned. His eyes were wide open and the nostrils of his two nostrils expanded. For a moment, he actually forgot to retreat. Bam, Lu Ming slapped out and slapped the two-nosed young man's face. With a shrill scream, the two-nosed young man was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away and spun tens of thousands of rounds in the air. When he stopped, he was completely dizzy. His two noses were completely deformed and squeezed together, becoming one. His face was distorted beyond recognition, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He couldn't even fly and fell to the ground. He was caught by another genius. Otherwise, he would be in a worse state. The scene, as well as those geniuses watching through the dream space, quietened down all at once. Lu Ming actually one-shot the two-nosed young man in one move. One had to know, Lu Ming was just a 6th-level Divine Lord, while the two-nosed young man was an 8th-level Divine Lord. A full 2 realms difference and he was actually so weak. Just one move and it unavoidably aroused these people's attention on Lu Ming. Putting aside whether the matter of Lu Ming defeating the Violet Young Zhou in the dream space previously was true or not, just Lu Ming being able to defeat the two-nosed young man now was sufficient to show how terrifying Lu Ming's talent was. A mere Fengdu sword sect actually had such a person? Humph, talent is not bad. But wanting to match up to Princess Yue, it's still too far away. That's right. Furthermore, his attitude is so arrogant, looking down on everyone. No matter how good his talent is, he's also just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The next instant, some people snorted coldly, the cold light in their eyes becoming even stronger. I'll suppress him. Another young man stepped out. This young man had a tall and sturdy build. Although his appearance was not very handsome, he had a masculine aura. Behind him, there was a tail that was the most eye-catching. A powerful aura erupted from this young man's body, spreading over toward Lu Ming. However, it did not have the slightest impact on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor is it? Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing. This was a Quasi-Emperor level Heaven's Chosen. Clearly, seeing the two-nosed young man being easily defeated, the other 8th-level Divine Lord and 9th-level Divine Lord existences did not dare to make a move for a moment, lacking confidence. It was the safest for a quasi-emperor level heavens chosen to take action. Come on, bring out your strongest strength. Otherwise, that two-nosed young man will be your outcome. Lu Ming said. Impudent, kill. The burly young man gave a loud bellow and suddenly took a step out. He just took a step out, but his speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. His pair of fingers grew sharp nails. This person's original form should be a raccoon. These were raccoon claws. Chi-chi, his claw was like a heavenly blade that tore through the void and grabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Not bad, but it's still far from being comparable to Xianxia and Fengpeng. Lu Ming could sense the opponent's strength as soon as he made a move. With such strength, Lu Ming didn't even need to activate the battle character art. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed out a few times. Lu Ming attacked first and tapped at the burly youth's palm. The burly youth's expression changed. He clenched his claw and used his sharp fingernails to meet Lu Ming's finger. Pung! Pung! The two attacks collided. Break! There was a chilling glint in the burly young man's eyes. His fingernails were sharper than divine weapons. Lu Ming actually used his fingers to fight head-on with him. He was simply asking for a beating. He wanted to sever Lu Ming's fingers in an instant. However, at the moment of collision, the burly young man's expression changed. He felt that Lu Ming's fingers were harder than divine metal. His fingernails cut the surface of Lu Ming's fingers, but they did not move at all. On the contrary, his fingernails made creaking sounds and became deformed. In the end, they even broke with a few cracking sounds. Not good. The burly youth's expression changed and he quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming was faster than him. He followed closely behind the burly youth. Now's the time. Originally, the burly youth was retreating with panic on his face. But at this moment, his panic completely disappeared. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh, behind the burly youth, a black shadow stabbed at Lu Ming. It was faster than a steel whip and sharper than a divine sword. It was the tail of the burly youth. Origin Source Secret Technique. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that this was the burly youth's origin source secret technique. It turned out that this person's origin source secret technique was hidden in the tail. He hadn't used it before so that he could catch Lu Ming off guard and take him down. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. He had underestimated Lu Ming. Interesting. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. In an instant, he activated the battle character incantation and doubled his battle prowess, increasing his strength and the speed of his palm. With a sudden grab, he grabbed the burly young man's tail, preventing him from moving. Not good. This time, the burly youth's complexion changed greatly. His sudden attack was his strongest attack, but it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Instead, it was easily caught by Lu Ming. Furthermore, he felt that Lu Ming's hand was as steady as an inextinguishable star. His tail couldn't move in the slightest. Let go of me. The burly young man roared, and his fists suddenly blasted towards Lu Ming's head. Humph! Lu Ming coldly harumphed and suddenly exerted strength, grabbing the burly youth's tail and swinging it around. Berserk energy surged through the burly youth's tail, causing him to feel his entire body go soft and unable to exert any strength. He was swung around by Lu Ming. Huff, 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 Lu Ming picked up the burly youth with one hand and suddenly spun him. In an instant, he spun at least a few 100,000 times. Such a high frequency of spinning was extremely terrifying. It caused the air and space to become a great killing weapon. They rubbed against the burly youth and turned into terrifying energy that bombarded his body. Kacha, kacha, the burly youth's muscles were torn and his bones were broken. Blood kept oozing out of his nose and mouth. In the end, Lu Ming threw him out. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. The burly youth lay in the crater, unable to move at all. This time, the Skyprides at the scene and the Skyprides who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory divine jade were all stunned. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated two nosed youths. It was still acceptable. After all, the gap between the two wasn't particularly shocking. But now, it was shocking. Lu Ming, with his 6th-level Divine Lord Cultivation, had crossed 4 realms and defeated a quasi-emperor-level Skype ride. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying. Could it be that the illusory Divine Jade said that Mu Yun had really defeated Xianxia? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Immediately, someone who knew Xianxia passed the news to him. Xianxia didn't deny it and admitted it generously. Once the news was out, there was an uproar in the illusory divine space. The news from before was actually true. Mu Yun had actually defeated the Xiang prefecture. Xianxia wasn't the burly youth from before. Xianxia had a certain reputation in the circle of quasi-emperors in the entire primitive universe. His combat strength was so strong that he could cross realms and kill ordinary divine emperors. Such a person had actually been defeated by Mu Yun. Didn't that mean that Mu Yun could kill ordinary 1st-level divine emperors with his 6th-level divine lord cultivation? Heaven-defying, a phrase appeared in everyone's mind. They didn't expect that such a person would appear in the small Fengdu sword sect. It was really heaven-defying. Even the seniors of many major races and forces were alarmed. They watched the situation on Lu Ming's side through the illusory divine jade. This kid does have some strength. Are we going to let him go just like that? That's right. Are we going to let him humiliate Princess Yue just like that? Unforgivable. In the illusory divine jade, some of Ling Yue's pursuers or people with ulterior motives spoke up to provoke the crowd. That's right. Today, we came with a lot of people. If we were beaten back by this kid, it would be embarrassing. At the scene, another young man spoke up. This young man was dressed in a gray robe and carried an iron saber on his back. He was like an unsheathed saber. Of course we can't go back just like that. Interesting. My hands are itching. Who will do it? Another young man in a yellow robe looked at the young man with the saber. Let me do it. I want to see how he can defeat Xianxia. After the young man with the saber finished speaking, he stepped forward. Buzz, the saber that was originally quiet jumped and was held in the young man's hand. Suddenly, a saber light broke through the clouds and rushed into the starry sky. The broken saber of the Divine Saber clan is going to make a move. Many people's eyes lit up. The Divine Saber clan's ranking in the Great Desolate 10,000 clans was not high. They were only ranked 2398. They were far inferior to the Ziying clan. However, it did not mean that there were no terrifying monsters just because their ranking was inferior. The broken saber was a terrifying monster. In the circle of quasi-emperors, his reputation was greater than that of Xianxia. It was said that he was also stronger. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Lu Ming defeated Xianxia with his 6th-level Divine Lord realm strength. The broken saber would definitely be able to force out all of Lu Ming's strength. Bang, the broken saber stepped out and stepped on the void. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Dense saber lights surged toward Lu Ming. The snow-white saber lights were densely packed, almost drowning Lu Ming. There were tens of thousands of them. The densely packed blade auras rushed towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming threw out a punch. The violent fist force crushed the void and everything in front of him exploded. All the blade auras were drowned by the void and disappeared without a trace. You don't have to test me. Just use your full strength. Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming had already activated the Battle Character Sutra to increase his combat strength by 5 times. This broken knife gave him a lot of pressure, as if he was facing the Ziyang prefecture. Therefore, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Indeed, I have made an unnecessary move. You have the right to make me use my full strength. As broken knife's eyes opened and closed, rays of dazzling blade auras burst out. The aura on his body continued to surge. A dazzling blade shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and merged with the iron blade in his hand. This was broken knife's ultimate secret technique. Shattering iron blade, slash. Broken knife roared and slashed out with his blade. Whoosh, a shocking saber gleam slashed toward the top of Lu Ming's head. The void was split open. The terrifying saber gleam, along with everything, fell toward Lu Ming. However, this was not the end. When broken knife slashed out, he moved and rushed towards Lu Ming. He changed his blade aura and slashed out horizontally. A horizontal blade aura slashed towards Lu Ming. It formed a cross with the previous blade aura and slashed towards Lu Ming. The blade aura was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to Lu Ming. Gravity orb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He activated the gravity orb and a powerful gravitational force burst out, enveloping the vast void. Buzz buzz, the two blade auras were pressed down by the gravitational force and immediately vibrated. Following which, Lu Ming brandished his fists and bombarded the two saber gleams. The saber gleams vibrated and dispersed. What powerful strength! All of the remaining prodigies present, as well as the prodigies of the various races who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade, as well as some of the older generation figures, were all stunned. The fact that Xianxia was able to overcome the attack of the small knife so easily showed that his fighting prowess was frightening. He was much stronger than the burly young man whom he had dealt with previously. Obviously, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength just now. Amazing! Again! Xiao Dao roared and approached Lu Ming. Xiao Dao unceasingly chopped towards Lu Ming. The attack of the saber technique was direct, domineering, and powerful. The dazzling saber light emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it chopped towards Lu Ming, sealing off all of Lu Ming's paths of retreat, forcing Lu Ming to take it head-on. Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, and the powerful pressure constantly pressed down on Xiao Dao, forcing him to circulate his divine power to resist the gravity. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fists and mobilized all of his cells, activating the secret skills in all of them. These secret skills gathered together and turned into two balls that wrapped around Lu Ming's fists. Lu Ming used his fists to resist Xiao Dao's saber. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. What a powerful attack! It's even stronger than the attack from the Purple Sun State. Lu Ming was also shocked. There were indeed many prodigies in the Eldritch universe. He couldn't underestimate anyone. Xiao Dao's saber technique was extremely domineering and powerful. It was even more powerful than the East Rising Purple Chi art from the Purple Sun State. Xiao Dao's ability to fight head-on was even stronger. However, Lu Ming was also slightly stronger than when he had fought against the Purple Sun State. Firstly, his cultivation level had become more stable. Secondly, during this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills and integrated them into his cells. He now controlled a total of 550 kinds of secret skills. Although he hadn't fully comprehended these secret skills yet, under the effect of the taboo power, their power was also very shocking. But in the battle against Xiao Dao, he didn't have much of an advantage. The two of them fought fiercely. Everyone watched quietly in the surroundings. They couldn't calm down. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Previously, when they heard that Lu Ming could defeat the Purple Sun State, no one believed it at first. Later, when the Purple Sun State admitted it personally, although they believed it, they weren't that shocked. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming fight to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was stronger than the Purple Sun State with his 6th-level Divine Lord Cultivation, that kind of shock was difficult to describe with words. Such combat strength is too unbelievable. Do the top monsters in the top 10 races have such combat strength? Someone expressed such an opinion in the dream space. However, no one answered. The top 10 races were all extraordinarily talented. Those top monsters, their combat strength was even ridiculously strong. But were they so strong? A 6th-level Divine Lord fought to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was also a monstrous genius? Could it be done? Everyone expressed their doubts. Perhaps another monster with the ability to suppress the top 10 races was born. For generations, in the competition of the younger generation, the monsters of the top 10 races undoubtedly suppressed all heroes. They suppressed the other races' geniuses with invincibility until they couldn't breathe. They were synonymous with invincibility. But there were exceptions to everything. There would always be times when those weaker races would give birth to undefeatable geniuses. Those geniuses were all outstanding geniuses. They came from weak races, but they were able to rise against the trend, trampling the top geniuses of the top 10 races beneath their feet, becoming undefeatable. There weren't many such people, but there wouldn't be a lack of them. They felt that Lu Ming had such an attitude. Amidst everyone's complicated thoughts, Lu Ming and Xiao Dao had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The two of them didn't have Any superfluous tricks, both meeting force with force, directly clashing head-on. Every move was done with all their strength. This kind of fighting method consumed a lot of divine power. Especially for Xiao Dao, it was even more so. Saber Dao required one to press forward with indomitable will and go all out. Every saber was the strongest saber. Every saber was a saber to kill. There was no way out. But in this case, the speed of consuming divine power was even more astonishing. Moreover, Xiao Dao still needed to circulate divine power to resist the suppression of the gravity pearl. The consumption of divine power was even greater. After more than 100 moves, Xiao Dao was already covered in sweat, his breathing heavy. The power of his saber had already begun to weaken. Xiao Dao is in danger. Many people could see that Xiao Dao was about to lose. Once a saber practitioner went all out and couldn't kill, then what awaited was to be killed. A saber practitioner's momentum was the most terrifying, but it also weakened quickly. You're the one who lost. Lu Ming roared, his fists constantly blasting out. Clang, clang. His unparalleled fists bombarded Xiao Dao's war saber, causing his war saber to vibrate incessantly. Xiao Dao retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of his hand. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming's attacks were even more ferocious. After a few more moves, Xiao Dao finally couldn't block Lu Ming's attacks and was bombarded by Lu Ming's fist. Xiao Dao was sent flying, a bloody hole exploding in his body. Half of his body almost exploded. He was severely injured. Although the attack power of the broken knife was strong, its defense was not as good as that of the Violet Sun Prefecture. After being hit by Lu Ming's attack, it was immediately severely injured. You've lost. Lu Ming did not continue to chase after him as he spoke coldly. Damn it. Many people roared. As for Qi Ping, who was hiding in the dark, he was even more furious as he roared. He originally wanted to torture Lu Ming, but instead, he made Lu Ming famous. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Fight, fight. There are so many geniuses in the world. Even if you defeat a few, there will be more behind you. There will definitely be stronger geniuses coming to find trouble with this brat. Qi Ping comforted himself. Xiao Dao's face was dejected. He did not continue fighting and turned into a ray of saber light as he left the place. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings like two sharp divine swords. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had a change in expression. Some did not dare to look Lu Ming in the eye. Amongst the dozens of people who came this time, Xiao Dao was one of the strongest. Although there were still a few who could compete with Xiao Dao, even Xiao Dao had been defeated. If they went up, they would probably be in danger as well. For a moment, no one accepted the challenge. They even wanted to rush forward and suppress Lu Ming together. However, it was just a thought. He really couldn't do it. What was their purpose in coming to Lu Ming? It was for the elf princess, Ling Yue. It was to suppress Lu Ming in front of Ling Yue and let Ling Yue know that Lu Ming was trash and not worthy of him. If they joined forces, then their reputation would be tarnished. From then on, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of Lu Ming. Instead, they would raise Lu Ming even more. They were sure that Ling Yue was also using the Dream Jade to watch. They were not wrong. Ling Yue was indeed using the Dream Jade to watch. On a remote planet, in an elegant courtyard, an astonishingly beautiful fairy woman was looking at something through the dreamy divine jade. This astonishingly beautiful woman was the elf princess, Ling Yue, one of the 20 Pearls of the great desolate universe. The dream jade shone, projecting a picture into the air. The person in the image was Lu Ming. Beside Ling Yue, the wandering spirit who had gone to see Lu Ming before stood quietly. On the other side, there was an old elf woman. Not bad. I didn't expect Mu Yun to have such talent. Seeing that Lu Ming had defeated Broken Knife, the old elf woman exclaimed in admiration. Humph, he does have some talent, but he's too arrogant. I've already said before that it's Miss who wants to marry him, but he actually looked unwilling and made all sorts of excuses. He's arrogant and has his eyes on the top of his head. His future achievements will be limited. Yu Ling said unhappily. She still held a grudge against Lu Ming. Miss, although you have a marriage agreement with Mu Yun, that was many years ago. Moreover, Mu Yun didn't take the initiative to look for you. Why do you want to take the initiative to marry him? Then, Wandering Spirit looked at Ling Yue and asked curiously. Yu Ling, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. On the side, the old elf woman glared at Yu Ling. Yu Ling didn't know, but she did. Ling Yue's father, the current elf clan leader, intended to marry Ling Yue to a peerless monster from the top 10 races, the Angel clan, for a marriage alliance. However, Ling Yue was unwilling. Although that monster from the Angel clan had astonishing talent and an unquestionable background, she had inquired about him. That person was too fickle and had a bad reputation. Ling Yue would never marry such a person. However, it was hard for her to refuse her father. Therefore, she thought of the fiancé she had never met before. This time, she came to the Iron Sea Star Field Group to see the fiancé she had never met before, Mu Yun. Originally, she wanted to use force to force Mu Yun to fake a marriage with her. This way, she wouldn't have to marry the genius of the Angel clan. When she arrived, she happened to encounter the Resource Alliance. Out of curiosity, she went to take a look. Unexpectedly, when he was at the Resource Alliance, he actually saw Lu Ming and was shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. After asking around, he found out that Lu Ming's name was Mu Yun and he came from the Fengdu sword sect. This was too much of a coincidence. Of course, this also made Ling Yue change her mind slightly. Lu Ming's talent also moved her a little. At the very least, it was better than that genius from the Angel clan. In addition, she had another purpose, which was why she had asked Wandering Spirit to go over and say that she wanted to marry Lu Ming. However, she didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually disagree. After that, the matter would become so big that it gradually got out of her control. Just watch. I hope that this Mu Yun will bring me an even bigger surprise. Ling Yue's eyes flickered a few times as she smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming. Even the Wandering Spirit and the old woman from the elf clan were stunned. Wandering Spirit was considered very beautiful. In the various races of the great desolate universe, they were all top-notch beauties. However, standing beside Ling Yue, they were overshadowed. Fengdu Planet, Lu Ming's residence. For a moment, no one dared to accept the challenge. I know that you guys are here because of the elf princess, but I'll say it again. I have no intention of marrying the elf princess. I already have someone in my heart. If you guys want to pursue the elf princess, you guys can pursue her yourselves. If you don't have the ability to pursue her, then what do you mean by coming here to bother me? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming's words were heard by many people through the Dream Jade. Lu Ming once again rejected Ling Yue in public. This made countless geniuses envious and jealous. The elf princess took the initiative to marry him, but he actually rejected her. Many people were so envious that they were about to go crazy. If it were them, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Look, this brat is arrogant. I'm not wrong, am I? On a remote planet, Wandering Spirit was so angry that her face turned pale. She stared hatefully at Lu Ming on the screen. Interesting. The elf princess wasn't angry. She smiled lightly, but no one knew what she was thinking. This brat is so arrogant. What does he mean by this? Is he belittling us? In the universe, many geniuses roared. Lu Ming's words were blatantly belittling them. They couldn't pursue the elf princess, but Mu Yun rejected the elf princess. This was a blatant slap to their faces. This brat, I'll definitely suppress him. Arrogant just because he has a bit of strength. Just a 6th-level divine lord, what's there to be arrogant about? I can slap him to death with one hand. There was an uproar in the Dream Jade. Through the dreamy divine jade, Lu Ming could see everything clearly. However, Lu Ming was fearless. So be it, just nice to give him pressure and let him break through quickly. You guys, if you want to spar with me, it's fine too. My cultivation is at the 6th-level divine lord realm. As long as you guys are below the divine emperor realm, I'll accept it. Lu Ming continued to speak. His words directly blocked the mouths of those divine emperor realm geniuses. He made it clear that his cultivation was only at the 6th-level divine lord realm. He would accept anyone below the divine emperor realm. As for those above the divine emperor realm, you still have the nerve to come? To put it bluntly, Lu Ming was challenging all the divine lords in the universe. Quasi-emperors were actually considered within the divine lord realm. Since these people wanted to deal with him, Lu Ming was not afraid and directly issued a challenge. He could use the pressure of these people to stimulate his potential and allow him to break through faster. Moreover, taking the initiative to issue a challenge would allow him to take the initiative, making the geniuses above the divine lord realm embarrassed to make a move. Otherwise, if those above the divine lord realm were to make a move, he would not be a match at all. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. What guts, is he challenging all the divine lords? Does he think that just because he defeated Xiao Dao, he is invincible among the divine lords? He doesn't know that there is always someone better. Many of the top monsters have not made a move yet. That's right, some of the top monsters of the top 100 races have not made a move, not to mention the monsters of the top 10 races. The monsters of the top 10 races usually don't make a move. Even so, the other top monsters are more than enough to kill him. The dream space was in an uproar. Among the various races in the universe, there were young monsters who were deep in thought. Interesting, this Mu Yun, I'll go and meet him. On the home planet of the heavenly silkworm race, ranked 26th on the great desolate 10,000 races list, a white-haired, white-browed youth in a white robe chuckled. He looked at the portrait of Mu Yun in the dream space with great interest. Ling Yue is my woman, no one can take her away. This kid dares to blaspheme my woman, he deserves to be killed. Among the top 100 races, a terrifying genius's cold voice rang out, his killing intent as cold as a blade. Let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since I exercised. Before I break through to the divine lord realm, I can exercise and kill a top monster to pave the way for my invincible path. One by one, the top monsters of the powerful races walked out and headed towards the Iron Sea Star field. However, Lu Ming issued another sentence in the dream space. We will fight again in 3 years. After saying this, Lu Ming left his residence and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yes, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting now. If he were to fight now, he had no confidence at all. Through the illusory divine jade, Lu Ming learned that the broken saber was only slightly famous among the quasi-emperors of the great desolate universe in the Purple Sun province, not the strongest. As for him, when he was fighting with Xiao Dao, he had almost used his full strength. At most, there was still the battle art that hadn't been activated yet. However, the probability of activating it was only 1 in 10. If he were to encounter a quasi-emperor realm genius who was stronger than Xiao Dao and the others, he would definitely not be a match for them. Therefore, he planned to find a place to cultivate for a period of time and increase his foundation before fighting these people again. Therefore, it was set to be 3 years later. Nest. At the sight of Lu Ming's departure, the paragons could not help but curse. However, these people did not stop. Instead, they continued to head towards the Iron Sea Star region. This was because some people speculated that the elven princess Ling Yue was in the Iron Sea Star region. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, it wouldn't be that easy to meet the elven princess Ling Yue. For a time, the Iron Sea Star region became lively. One by one, the geniuses of the powerful races rushed over and appeared in this star sea. As for the 18 forces of the Iron Sea Star region, they all took action and used all their methods to befriend these geniuses. For a time, the geniuses of the Iron Sea Star region gathered. As for Lu Ming, he had already left the Iron Sea Star region. He arrived at a strange galaxy. This galaxy was known as the Gale Galaxy. Because inside, the entire galaxy was surrounded by a strange wind. This wind was scorching hot and filled with destructive power, so it was called the Gale Galaxy. The gale of the Gale Galaxy was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy planets and tear apart the void. The entire Gale Galaxy was dead silent. There were no forces here. Occasionally, people would come to train and explore the unique treasures of the Gale Galaxy, the Gale Stone. Of course, Lu Ming didn't come for the Gale Stone. He came here to use the Gale to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough. Since being beaten up could achieve a breakthrough, then cultivating with the terrifying Gale should also be able to stimulate one's potential. Were they all abused? Lu Ming thought helplessly. In the next moment, Lu Ming rushed in. Hoo 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 hoo, the gale swept through Lu Ming's body like countless sharp blades, cutting Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the temperature was shockingly high, wanting to burn Lu Ming. However, this gale that could destroy divine weapons didn't leave a trace on Lu Ming's body. The power is far from enough. I have to go deeper. Lu Ming pondered. The Gale Galaxy had a core. In the core area, the power of the gale would be even stronger. Lu Ming flew in the direction where the gale was stronger. The stronger it was, the closer it was to the core. Slowly, the power of the gale became stronger and stronger. Here, even if a 7th or 8th layer Divine Lord entered, it would be very dangerous and would be swept away and killed by the gale. However, it still didn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. It didn't even break the surface of his skin. Lu Ming didn't even take the initiative to defend, just relying on the defense of his body. He could only continue moving forward. The area of a galaxy was very vast. Lu Ming increased his speed, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. There's actually a planet. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. In the starry sky, he saw a planet, but this planet was very small. It was hundreds of millions of times smaller than an ordinary planet. It can actually be preserved in the gale. It's really rare. The material must be extraordinary. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred and flew toward the planet. Although it was called a planet, it was very small in size, similar to a meteorite. Endless gale swept across the planet, making clanging sounds. On the planet, there was naturally no grass, no living creatures, and no mission plants. Lu Ming landed on the planet and carefully sensed it. It's all made of metal ores. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This planet was completely made of metal ores, and it was incomparably hard. It was no wonder it could be preserved in such a cruel environment. I'll eat. Xianxia flew out, opened its mouth, and began to chew on the planet. With a crunch, a large piece was bitten off. Xianxia's speed was very fast, and it soon bit open a huge passage that led to the planet's core. The closer it was to the core, the harder it was, and the more metal it contained. Lu Ming couldn't identify what metal it was, but he could feel that this metal was no small matter. At the very least, it could be used to refine a monarch-grade divine artifact. Xianxia ate faster and faster. Suddenly, there was a crack, and a dark passage appeared in front of him. There was actually a passage under this planet. Lu Ming was shocked. Who is it? A cold shout was heard. Then, with a flash, several figures appeared. Several figures suddenly appeared in the passage. There were 3 of them, 3 middle-aged men. Each of them was wearing metal armor and wielding a metal spear. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was gnawing on the metal ore. After a few bites, a large hole appeared. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed, and then they revealed a scorching light. What a powerful metal life form. It eats metal like tofu. This is definitely a high-level metal life form. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes were incomparably bright as they stared at Xianxia. They wished they could take Xianxia for themselves. After looking at Xianxia for a while, their gazes landed on Lu Ming. 6th level Divine Lord? The 3 middle-aged men were startled. For a 6th level Divine Lord to be able to reach here, he should have a treasure that can defend against the gale. Kid, we've taken a liking to your metal life form. Leave it behind and scram. The middle-aged man in the middle berated Lu Ming. He had a scar on his face that made him look sinister and terrifying. You've taken a liking to Xianxia? Lu Ming was speechless. However, he had already discovered that these 3 middle-aged men were all quasi-emperors. Lu Ming didn't place ordinary quasi-emperors in his eyes. If they were monstrous geniuses, it was impossible for them to still be quasi-emperors at this age. Xianxia, let's go. Lu Ming called out to Xianxia. It was naturally impossible for him to give Xianxia to them. But Lu Ming didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he had come to the Gale Star River to cultivate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they should be mining this metal here. Perhaps there were even stronger people. If a powerful divine lord appeared, it would be troublesome. So Lu Ming planned to leave. Eat, I want to eat. This place is delicious. Xianxia was unwilling and continued to gnaw. As for the three middle-aged men, they revealed sinister expressions. The middle-aged man said, "Kid, I told you to hand over the metal life form. Didn't you hear me? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Xianxia, we'll find other metals for you to eat later. Let's go first." Lu Ming continued to ignore him and walked towards Xianxia, intending to take him away. The killing intent of the three middle-aged men exploded. "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The man on the left roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. His tall and sturdy body moved, and his armor clanged. The metal spear in his hand whistled through the air as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. However, no matter how powerful it was only at the quasi-emperor level. Clang, Lu Ming turned around and punched the long spear, causing the other party's long spear to vibrate. The middle-aged burly man's figure could not help but retreat continuously. What? The other two were shocked. Lu Ming had actually repelled the middle-aged man's attack with a single punch. For a 6th-level divine lord to be able to push back a quasi-emperor, even though the middle-aged man did not use his full strength earlier, it was still no small matter. "I was already merciful just now. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being merciless," Lu Ming said with a cold face. "Brat, you're courting death. Big brother, second brother, attack together and kill this person." The man who was pushed back was enraged. "Attack." The remaining two middle-aged men were very decisive and attacked at the same time. Their spears pierced through the air and shot towards Lu Ming, aiming for his heart and head respectively. The man who was pushed back also attacked, stabbing towards Lu Ming's throat. This time, the three middle-aged men used their full strength. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's face turned completely cold, his eyes bursting with killing intent. He had already endured and yielded time and time again, but these people wanted a yard after taking an inch. Not only did they want to take Xianxia away, they also wanted to kill him. Thus, he could only kill them. Buzz, a spear light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was a spear light condensed from a secret spear technique. It was incomparably sharp and comparable to a true divine spear. Swish! 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 Lu Ming's spear trembled, and 3 spear lights burst out, stabbing towards the 3 middle-aged men. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 spear lights accurately pierced the glabella of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes widened in disbelief. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked together with great coordination and were about to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to attack at such an astonishing speed and kill them in one fell swoop. What was going on? How was this possible? They fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming just now. "You're courting death." Just then, a tyrannical roar came from the depths of the passage. Then, a huge aura rushed over in a frenzy. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed. This aura was the aura of a divine emperor. Sure enough, the 3 middle-aged men were not the only ones mining here. There were even stronger people. "Xianxia, let's go." Lu Ming rolled up Xianxia with his divine power and quickly retreated. He did not know how many experts there were. If there were only 1 or 2 ordinary first-layer divine emperors, he would not be afraid. However, if there were stronger experts, he would be in trouble. As Lu Ming retreated, the tyrannical aura in front of him rolled over at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. After a few flashes, he left the passage and came to the surface of the planet. Boom! As soon as Lu Ming came to the surface of the planet, a terrible whistling sound came from behind him. A powerful force attacked Lu Ming. An expert, a divine emperor expert. Obviously, someone had appeared behind Lu Ming to kill him. The speed was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to activate the battle formula. Without thinking, he threw a punch behind him. Boom! There was a loud bang and a violent force swept in all directions. Lu Ming trembled violently and his body flew out horizontally. He only came to a stop after flying a few thousand meters away. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a middle-aged man, tall and sturdy, wearing a golden armor. He had red hair and a tyrannical chi. He was a cultivator of the first layer Divine Emperor layer. When the red-haired man saw that Lu Ming had survived his attack, he was astonished. A cultivator of the sixth layer Divine Emperor layer had survived his attack. He had never seen someone like that before. Swish, swish. Swish. A silhouette flickered and appeared in the passage Xianxia had just left. It was an old man, also wearing a golden armor. He looked fierce and ferocious, like a pile of iron lumps. It was the same person who had chased after Lu Ming. He was also a cultivator of the first layer Divine Emperor layer. Two cultivators of the first layer Divine Emperor layer surrounded Lu Ming. Swish. 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 Over 100 silhouettes appeared in different directions. All of them were wearing metal battle suits. There were middle-aged men and old men. The weakest among them was a ninth layer Divine Emperor layer. Most of them were quasi-emperors. Brat, to dare kill our people, courting death. That old man who chased out from behind had a cold glint in his eyes. It was your people who wanted to kill me first. Could it be that I can't retaliate? Lu Ming said coolly. If the other party only had these people, he had no fear in the slightest. Rubbish, those who killed our people will die. How can there be so many reasons? Kill. The iron-like old man was incomparably tyrannical. Taking a step forward, the ground he stepped on rumbled, a palm slamming down toward Lu Ming. Humph, really think that I'm afraid of you all? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, having killing intent aroused. Battle character arts 5 times combat power was already triggered, a punch rumbling out. Bang, fist and palm intersected, erupting with a horrifying shock. Following that, 2 figures retreated at the same time. What? Everyone present opened their eyes wide, revealing looks of disbelief. Lu Ming actually blocked the old man's move. Furthermore, he even repelled the other party. How was this possible, while the iron-like old man's heart was in upheaval, almost muddle-headed? Originally, he thought that a 6th-level Divine Lord existence was just a 6th-level Divine Lord existence, an existence that he could slap into ashes with one slap. He did not expect that Lu Ming was actually unbelievably powerful. The power that Lu Ming erupted within that move earlier was completely not weaker than his. This kind of power appearing on a 6th-level Divine Lord person was simply akin to a fantasy story. This person is a monster. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly, exterminate this person. That red-haired burly man yelled loudly, a fiery red spear appearing in his hand. Taking a step forward, his aura berserk, pressing toward Lu Ming. As for the other 100 quasi-emperors and 9th-level Divine Lords, their figures also flickered, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle, preparing to attack together and exterminate Lu Ming. Kill. Kill. 2 Divine Emperor realm powerhouses shouted loudly, attacking at the same time. Spears pierced through the air, palm prints traversed the void, rushing toward Lu Ming from 2 different directions. 2 Divine Emperors joining hands to deal with a 6th-level Divine Lord Jr. If this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. But they did not care at this moment. When adventuring in the wild, there was an unspoken rule. That was, once they encountered a terrifying monster, and they had already offended that monster, they had to kill that monster at all costs to silence him. That was because such monstrous geniuses usually came from powerful forces and came out to train. Once one offended the other party and did not kill the other party, one would have to wait for the other party's revenge. Therefore, this was the rule of the primitive universe. Since they had already offended Lu Ming, they had to do their best to kill Lu Ming. To be able to raise such a heaven-defying monster like Lu Ming, the power behind that person must be extremely shocking. They didn't dare to let Lu Ming leave alive. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. The 60 trillion cells in his body trembled, and the forbidden power spread throughout his body. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming's fists seemed to have turned into 2 planets as they smashed towards 2 different directions, colliding with the attacks of the 2 God Kings. A terrifying chi swept across the air, and huge craters appeared on the ground. One had to know that the ground there was always a strong wind blowing all year round. Only a few pieces of metal were left, and they were extremely hard. It was very difficult to mine them. Being able to create craters in the ground showed how terrifying his strength was. The two god kings couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body swayed a few times, and then he stopped. This little boy, the two god kings were deeply astonished, and their murderous intent became even stronger. They didn't hesitate and continued attacking Lu Ming, using their most powerful skills. No matter what, they had to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid. He shook his arms like a rock and started fighting against the two god kings. Those two god kings were the most ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They were the weakest godly emperors, so Lu Ming didn't rush to use his gravity pearls. He just relied on his own strength to fight against them. Even though Lu Ming was at a disadvantage against the two god kings, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. They exchanged a few dozen moves, but they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. "You guys, set up a battle formation and attack together," shouted the red-haired big man. He called for the others to join hands to kill Lu Ming. Over 100 strong cultivators immediately set up a battle formation and condensed a dazzling spear, which then shot towards Lu Ming. The battle formation of so many strong cultivators was extremely powerful. The spear they condensed was even more powerful than the red-haired big man and the old man. Lu Ming was fearless. He threw a punch at the long spear and was sent flying by the powerful force of the long spear. The elder from the Iron Tower immediately seized the opportunity and struck Lu Ming's chest with his palm. That punch could easily destroy a planet, but when it landed on Lu Ming's body, it didn't destroy Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's chest cave in and a few of his bones were broken. "He's injured, let's take him down in one go," the old man roared. His murderous intent surged as he charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. The palm force was like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. Xianxia used every bit of strength in his body. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Not only was he astonishingly strong, but his vitality and defense were monstrously strong as well. He hadn't died even after taking a direct hit from the old man. "Come." Lu Ming's battle intent was even stronger. He activated the forbidden area and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. Bzzz, this time, he began to activate the gravity pearls. The two gravity pearls flew up into the sky, and a terrifying gravitational force came crashing down, enveloping everyone within. Immediately, screams of agony could be heard. The power of the gravity pearls was terrifying. Even divine emperors would be greatly affected. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it, let alone divine lords. Those ninth-layer divine lords couldn't resist the gravitational force of the gravity pearls. They screamed as they were pressed down by the gravitational force. Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground and were crushed into meat paste. They died on the spot. Those quasi-emperors weren't any better. They couldn't stabilize their bodies and crashed onto the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and many of their bones were broken. Then, the spatial crack engulfed these people. They were turned into ashes by the strong wind. Of the hundreds of quasi-emperors and ninth-layer divine lords, only 5 were left. These 5 were considered strong among the quasi-emperors. They barely managed to survive, but they were severely injured. Not good. The old man and the red-haired man's faces changed drastically. Even they were greatly affected by it. "Now, you're the one who's going to die," Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the old man. He punched out hundreds of times in an instant. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Hundreds of punches blasted towards the old man. The old man roared and tried his best to resist. However, he had consumed a lot of divine power while resisting the gravitational force. He couldn't stop Lu Ming anymore. The old man used all his strength, but he couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. He only managed to block a few dozen of Lu Ming's punches. The rest of the punches landed on his body, face, and head. Boom, even if the old man was a real lump of iron, he could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. He was like a balloon. With a bang, he exploded and his body and soul perished. A godly emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. It was normal. The combat power of the Xiang province was enough to kill a bottom-level divine emperor. Lu Ming's current combat power was already above that of the Xiang province. It was normal for him to suddenly activate the gravity pearl and kill the metallic old man. The red-haired man was so scared that his pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming wouldn't let him go so easily. He chased after him. "Watch out! Left side!" At that moment, Gumo's voice resonated in Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming didn't even think and threw a punch to the left. Boom! Lu Ming sensed that a spear had collided with his fist. Then, a terrifying strength moved towards Lu Ming. Gotcha! Lu Ming's fist was pierced through. His bones were broken and he was pushed back. However, the sharp force was still charging toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and powerful. It was way more powerful than the red-haired burly man and the old man with the lump of metal. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the enemy's face. It was an old man with white hair and a sharp face. His eyes were filled with murder. Second Godly Emperor layer, his chi was definitely that of the second Godly Emperor layer. As expected, the enemy was stronger than him. Lu Ming couldn't compete with such a strong cultivator. However, Lu Ming still had some trump cards. Xiao. With a thought, Lu Ming caused Xiao to squirm and transform into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. At the same time, Xiao transformed into a sword in Lu Ming's hand. Clang! Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed at the opponent's spear. Boom! With a deafening boom, Lu Ming's figure retreated explosively. However, this time, he managed to block the other party's attack, causing the other party's figure to stop. Xiao was already on the verge of breaking through to the Godly Emperor realm. He was very strong and could kill Godly Emperors on his own. With Lu Ming's help, his battle prowess skyrocketed. What a powerful metallic life form! The all-faced elder stared fervently at Lu Ming and Xiao, who was on his body, with a look of greed. With this metallic life form, our iron chain pirates will be like a tiger that has grown wings when it comes to excavating metallic materials. Haha! The all-faced old man laughed loudly. So you're from the interstellar pirates? Lu Ming's heart shook. He smiled coldly and said, "Old man, do you really think you can defeat me? Little boy, I know you're a genius from a powerful group. You have incredible battle prowess, but we're not afraid. We have so many people, do you think we can't kill you?" The all-faced old man smiled coldly. Unknowingly, more people appeared around them. Some of them were quasi-emperors and godly emperors of the 9th layer, but they didn't dare get close. They stood far away from the gravity pearl. However, there were 5 people around Lu Ming, including the red-haired big man. The red-haired big man, the all-faced old man, and the other 3 people were all godly emperors. However, Lu Ming sensed that they were all at the 1st layer of the Godly Emperor realm. Only the all-faced old man was at the 2nd layer of the Godly Emperor realm. 1 at the 2nd layer of the Godly Emperor realm and 4 at the 1st layer of the Godly Emperor realm. Indeed, it was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming looked calm and said, "Do you have more people? Come out together, otherwise, you won't be able to kill me." Shameless boasting. Attack. The all-faced old man didn't waste any more time. His silhouette flickered and he raised his spear, aiming it at Lu Ming's forehead. The other 4 divine emperors also charged toward Lu Ming, unleashing their killer moves. Come. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he communicated with Xiao. Then, Xiao's body also changed. The sword in his hand quickly turned into a silver spear. That spear looked exactly like the silver spear he had obtained in the capital of Tianyu Divine Country. After Xiao refined it, he could turn it into a silver spear. That silver spear was no small matter. Back then, many godly emperors had fought over it. After Xiao refined it, Lu Ming hadn't tested the power of Xiao's spear. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming's arms shook and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth. The 5 spear lights were silvery white and looked like moonlight. One of the spear lights was the strongest and it moved towards the all-faced old man. The other 4 spear lights were a bit weaker and they moved towards the other 4 godly emperors. Dong! Bearing the brunt of the attack, the strongest moonlight spear glow collided with the spear of the old man, resulting in a shocking explosion. From afar, it looked like a moon had exploded, and the entire sky was filled with pure white moonlight. In the moonlight, a silhouette was pushed back a dozen steps. It was the all-faced old man. A cultivator of the second godly emperor layer had been pushed back. At the same time, Lu Ming was also pushed back. A moment later, the 4 weaker spear lights collided with the 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors coughed up blood and were pushed back. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moonlight didn't come from him, it was the silver spear's own strength. After Xiao had refined it, it had been released naturally. With Lu Ming's strength, he had pushed the all-faced old man back and injured the 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer. Lu Ming hadn't expected that. Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. This time, he didn't attack the all-faced old man, he attacked the 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer. This time, he used all his strength to attack the 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer. How dare you! Shouted the all-faced old man furiously. He threw himself at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't care about his attacks. He wanted to take the all-faced old man's attacks head-on. The 4 moonlight lights were dazzling and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer were oppressed by the gravity pearls. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. Boom, 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 boom. After 4 explosions, the 4 godly emperors were seriously injured. They coughed up blood and a hole appeared in their bodies. At the same time, the all-faced old man's attacks also landed on Lu Ming. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Xiao's armor was extremely strong. It kept resisting the all-faced old man's attacks. But in the end, it was still broken, but its power was reduced by half. Slash, the remaining power also pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Lu Ming's body was sent flying forward by the blast. Lu Ming's body was pierced by the spear and he was sent flying. However, because Xiao had blocked most of the attack, Lu Ming was able to block the attack in the end. He wasn't seriously injured. That attack could kill ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, but it didn't kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming made use of this force and dashed toward the 4 experts of the first god emperor realm at an even faster speed. Not good. Retreat. All of you, retreat. The all-faced old man roared. The expressions of the other 4 also changed drastically. The 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack. Their chi was weak, and they couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. They tried their best to retreat, but they were too slow. Swish 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 swish, the silver spear shook and 4 moonlight spear lights shot towards the 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. This time, the 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer couldn't dodge the attack. Puff. 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 Puff, the 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were pierced through by the moonlight spear. Their souls were destroyed. 4 god emperors had fallen. Ah, little bastard, I'm going to make you beg for death. The all-faced old man roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. These 4 were his strongest subordinates. Including the God King from before, he had 5 God Kings. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. If he wanted to expand to such a scale in the future, he didn't know how much resources and effort it would take. His heart was dripping blood as he roared. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. The all-faced old man's divine power burned like flames. The spear in his hand was billions of miles long. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Even the strong winds in the void were shaken away. Wherever the spear passed, a calm void appeared. Come on! In Lu Ming's eyes, a strong fighting spirit appeared. His body, which had been pierced by the all-faced old man, had already recovered by more than half. It did not affect his strength at all. Lu Ming held the silver spear in his hand and charged towards the all-faced elder. The silver spear was suffused with strands of lightning, adding to the power of the silver spear. This was another of Xiao's abilities. As his cultivation increased, so did its power. Clang, the silver spear and the long spear collided accurately. Rings of energy ripples burst out from the collision, sweeping across the starry sky and stirring up the surrounding strong winds. Wang, the silver spear and the long spear vibrated violently, and the two figures retreated at the same time. However, before they could retreat far, the two of them stepped into the void. The void was like flat ground, exploding from their stomps. The two of them borrowed the force of the explosion to charge at each other at an even more astonishing speed, continuing to fight. A silver spear and a metal long spear collided continuously. The two of them circulated their strength to the extreme. However, now that Lu Ming had gathered all his strength, and with the help of the gravity orb, his overall combat strength had vaguely surpassed that of the All-Faced Elder. The more the All-Faced Elder fought, the more afraid he became. Lu Ming's strength was too astonishing. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu's combat strength was actually on par with his, and even surpassed his. This was really unbelievable, but it was the truth. Clang, the two of them exchanged another blow. At this moment, Lu Ming's left hand suddenly slapped out. In this slap, Lu Ming released all the various secret techniques contained in his cells. There were vines, chains, ropes, ceiling towers, and so on to trap the enemy. There were even more offensive techniques, such as the roar of the nine-clawed dragon, the clashing of swords and sabers, all kinds of fire and hail, and so on. Hundreds of secret techniques surged towards the All-Faced Elder at the same time. The All-Faced Elder was stunned. He had never seen or heard of anyone who could use hundreds of secret techniques in one move. What was going on? Naturally, he did not know that this was the effect of the taboo body. In fact, many people in the universe had heard of the taboo place, but there were very few who truly knew what was special about the taboo body and what was so heaven-defying about it. Only a few of the top bosses in the universe knew a little about it. Most people had only heard of the term taboo body, but they did not know the effects of the taboo body at all. With the All-Faced Elder's status, it was naturally impossible for him to know. That was why he was so stunned. While he was stunned, he was shrouded by the dense array of secret techniques. Not good. At this moment, the All-Faced Elder finally reacted. His expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his strength. The spear swept across the army, and all kinds of secret techniques were destroyed. However, how could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The silver spear pierced towards the All-Faced Elder's forehead with all his strength. The terrifying murderous aura caused the All-Faced Elder to have goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill in his heart, and he felt the threat of death. Caw! At this critical moment, the All-Faced Elder let out a strange cry, and his body turned into a strange bird. The strange bird's body was small, and it suddenly darted forward, avoiding the vital parts of his body, and the silver spear pierced his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and feathers swirled in the air. The All-Faced Elder screamed, but he was not killed. He went all out, and divine power burned all over his body. Like a javelin, he rushed forward, and with a whoosh, he flew a few thousand miles away. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped into the void and chased after the All-Faced Elder. The All-Faced Elder was frightened out of his wits. He burned his divine power with all his might, not daring to stay any longer. He broke through the strong wind and flew toward the universe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming could not catch up with him for a while. Run! Originally, there were many of the All-Faced Elder's subordinates in all directions, and they were all below the Divine Emperor level. At this moment, when they saw that 5 Divine Emperors had been killed, and even their leader, the All-Faced Elder, had been severely injured and was running for his life, they did not dare to stay. They all ran away frantically. Everybody dispersed in an uproar. Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to those small fries. He focused on chasing the All-Faced Elder. But the All-Faced Elder was really going all out. He flapped his wings, and his speed was incredible. After all, he was a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. Even though Lu Ming was relying on Xiaoqiu's silver spear, he wasn't any weaker than the All-Faced Elder. However, in terms of speed, Xiaoqiu couldn't help him much. He could only rely on his own speed to catch up with the All-Faced Elder. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Forget it. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming realized he couldn't catch up, so he stopped. Eat. I want to eat. As soon as it stopped, Xiaoqiu cried out again. You're really greedy. Go and eat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the metal planet. This time, nobody stopped him, and Xiaoqiu ate to his heart's content. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was outside the planet. He made use of the strong winds to train himself, stimulate his potential, and focus on cultivation. Xiaoqiu swallowed the metal at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming could only watch as the planet shrank in size. Of course, this was because the planet was small to begin with, just like a meteorite. In just half a month, the entire planet had been swallowed by Xiaoqiu, leaving nothing behind. After swallowing the entire planet, Xiaoqiu's body emitted a metallic luster as it floated in the air, motionless. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Xiaoqiu was about to evolve. Originally, Xiaoqiu had been close to evolving after eating some purple moon godly metal and purple moon mother steel. It only needed a little more time to completely refine the energy of the purple moon mother steel. Then it would definitely evolve and break through to the divine emperor realm. But now, after swallowing the entire strange metal planet, Xiaoqiu immediately began to evolve. That was because its accumulation was just too strong, so strong that it was about to overflow. This guy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He couldn't evolve here because the gale here was too weak. His cultivation speed was very slow. Lu Ming wanted to continue towards the center of the Gale Star River. Lu Ming took out a chain-shaped divine tool and wrapped it around Xiaoqiu, pulling it towards the depths of the Gale Star River. There were no other abnormalities along the way. In truth, there weren't many people who ventured into the Gale Star River to search for treasures because it was too dangerous. Half a month later, Lu Ming brought Xiaoqiu and flew for an unknown distance. They were already very close to the center of the Gale Star River. The gale here was shockingly strong. When it hit Lu Ming's skin was directly cut open, leaving wounds on Lu Ming's body. And this was the result of Lu Ming resisting with all his strength. From this, it could be seen how powerful the gale here was. Even a quasi-emperor would be turned to ashes in an instant. Only experts above the divine emperor realm could stay here. Let's do it here. Lu Ming stopped and put Xiaoqiu to the side. The gale blew against Xiaoqiu, making clanging sounds, but it didn't affect Xiaoqiu in the slightest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air. Borrowing the power of the strong winds, he stimulated his potential and quietly cultivated. The power of the gale made Lu Ming feel threatened at all times. Of course, this also made it easier to stimulate his potential. The potential stored in all the cells in his body was slowly being stimulated. His body was slowly transforming. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Gale Galaxy for a year and a half. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword as his aura soared into the sky. Whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly rushed up and punched out with both fists. The void shook violently, and an endless gale was driven by the fist energy, sweeping in all directions like a hurricane. In the next moment, Lu Ming stopped. His aura also went into hiding. 7th level Divine Monarch, entering for a year and a half, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through, breaking through from level 6 Divine Lord to level 7 Divine Lord. His combat power skyrocketed. This speed was already very astonishing. Of course, Lu Ming's current cultivation was extraordinary. As long as there was enough energy and enough pressure on him, his cultivation could continuously increase. Xiaoqiu's aura is also much stronger. It's probably going to complete its evolution soon too. Lu Ming looked at Xiaoqiu, revealing a look of anticipation. Compared to more than a year ago, Xiaoqiu's size had become much larger. Its aura was also much stronger, showing signs of rushing out. Lu Ming knew that Xiaoqiu was also about to complete its evolution. Now was not the time to move. Lu Ming originally wanted to bring Xiaoqiu and continue deeper into the Gale Galaxy. Because as his cultivation broke through, the gale here no longer pressured him enough. He needed to find stronger gale to stimulate his potential. But now, he could only wait for Xiaoqiu to evolve before moving forward. Let's refine the gravity pearl first. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After breaking through to the 7th level Divine Lord realm, could he refine one more gravity pearl? Every additional gravity pearl, once activated, would cause the gravity to skyrocket. It would also be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming began to blood bond with the 3rd gravity pearl. It really works. A few days later, Lu Ming felt that it was indeed possible. Lu Ming continued to work hard. After a few more days, Lu Ming succeeded in blood bonding. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Ming activated the gravity pearls. 3 gravity pearls flew high into the sky. A powerful gravity erupted. Under the terrifying gravity, space constantly distorted as if it could not withstand it. The powerful gale was also greatly affected. Under the effect of gravity, its speed became extremely slow. What a powerful gravity! Compared to when I had 2 gravity pearls, the gravity has increased by 10 times. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Sure enough, every time he refined an additional gravity orb, the gravity would be 10 times stronger than before. Now, with 3 gravity pearls at the same time, the gravity was terrifying. Ordinary emperors would definitely die under the pressure. Even cultivators of the first godly emperor layer would be injured under the pressure of the gravity pearls. Before, when he used 2 gravity pearls at the same time, he could affect cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Now, with 3 gravity pearls at the same time, a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer would be seriously injured. With the 3 gravity pearls, Lu Ming's combat ability had increased by a huge margin. It was much more powerful than before. At that moment, Lu Ming could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Even if he encountered cultivators of the second godly desolate layer like the old man, he could still fight against them. If he cooperated with Xiao, killing them wouldn't be difficult. Of course, that was only before Xiao had broken through. After that, there was no need to talk about it. I wonder if I can refine 4 gravity pearls? Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. He looked at the 4th gravity pearl. With each additional gravity pearl, the gravity was 10 times stronger. If he could refine the 4th one, how terrifying would the gravity be? He could easily kill a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. However, when Lu Ming tried to refine the 4th gravity pearl, it felt like a gigantic planet was in front of him. He couldn't move it at all. Not to mention refining it. Lu Ming had the feeling that even if he broke through to the 8th godly emperor layer, he wouldn't be able to refine the 4th gravity pearl. Lu Ming had no choice but to give up on that idea. Boom, at that instant, a terrifying aura burst out from the crowd. It came from Xiao. Xiao was about to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At that moment, Xiao's chi was terrifying. His body kept moving. Sometimes he turned into a sword, sometimes he turned into a saber, sometimes he turned into a silver spear. They were all the treasures Xiao had absorbed. As time passed, Xiao's chi became stronger and stronger. In the end, it seemed like it had broken through a certain threshold. A terrifying oppressive energy exploded. Imperial level oppressive energy, Xiao had broken through to the godly emperor layer. He now had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. Xiao's cultivation had reached the first layer of the godly emperor realm. However, Xiao's chi didn't stop there. It continued to rise. Can it continue to break through? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Xiao had broken through several levels at once, but that was when its cultivation was still low, and its accumulation was too strong. But could it continue to rise in the godly emperor realm? Lu Ming knew that Xiao's accumulation this time was also very strong. The purple moon mother steel was enough for it to break through, and then it had swallowed an entire planet. How strong was its energy? It was unimaginable. Even if it could continue to break through, it wasn't impossible. Lu Ming waited patiently. Xiao's chi grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Xiao's chi had reached its peak. Boom, Xiao's chi suddenly rose by another level. Second layer of the godly emperor realm, Xiao had really broken through to the second layer of the godly emperor realm. After reaching the second layer of the godly emperor realm, Xiao's chi finally stabilized. After a while, the balloon's chi disappeared and it flew happily toward Lu Ming. Xiao, you're amazing. You've reached the second layer of the godly emperor realm. Lu Ming pretended to be envious. In fact, he really was envious. He had broken through quickly enough, but Xiao was even more heaven-defying. As long as it had good treasures, its cultivation would soar like a rocket. It was much faster than him. Xiao had reached the second layer of the godly emperor realm, so he didn't know how strong it was. In any case, Lu Ming couldn't defeat it even if he used all his tricks. It would be a great help to Lu Ming. Let's go. Let's keep going, Lu Ming said to Qiuqiu. He had made a promise of 3 years to the various geniuses. There was still more than a year left. He wanted to use this time to increase his cultivation and see if he could break through to the 8th layer of the godly emperor realm. Of course, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to break through. It was almost impossible to break through to the 8th layer of the godly emperor realm in a year. But it was better to improve a little, right? Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. The two of them flew together. This place was already close to the center of the Gale Galaxy. As the two of them went deeper, the power of the Gale grew stronger. However, it still hadn't met Lu Ming's requirements. Lu Ming wanted to go deeper. Swoosh! At this moment, 2 beams of divine light came from the other side and flew toward the center of the Gale Galaxy. They were 2 middle-aged men. Both of them were wearing fiery red armor. The armor was sparkling, blocking the strong wind outside. A cultivator of the 2nd godly emperor layer and a cultivator of the 1st. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he sensed their cultivation bases. The 2 middle-aged men also saw Lu Ming, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. A 7th-level divine lord person is actually able to walk until here too. It's truly a miracle. He probably has treasures on him, right? Don't be a busybody. The Zephyr Palace is about to be broken. Let's get down to business first. The two of them exchanged a few words in secret. Then, they did not linger and quickly left. However, Lu Ming's ears were extremely sharp, especially since he had cultivated the celestial hearing ability. He heard their conversation clearly. Zephyr Palace? What's that? Could it be some kind of historical remnant of the Gale Galaxy? Lu Ming's mind raced. In the end, he decided to follow them. Lu Ming restrained his aura and flew behind the 2 middle-aged men. 2 hours later, Lu Ming saw 2 other groups of people flying in the same direction. Obviously, they were also heading for the Zephyr Palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge object suspended in the starry sky in front of him. This huge object was completely made of stone. From afar, it looked like a stone palace. However, the appearance of this stone palace was extremely different from that of the outside world. It looked like a palace, but there was no entrance or exit. There were no doors or windows. It looked like a huge circular fortress. There were many people around the fortress. At a glance, there were dozens of people. There was no doubt that these people were all divine emperors. Boom! Suddenly, a great battle broke out on one side of the fortress. Divine light filled the sky, and at the same time angry roars were heard. We found the weak point of the Zephyr Palace, and we also spent a lot of effort to break it. You want to take advantage of us? No way. Someone shouted. Haha, the Zephyr Palace is not yours. It's a public area. Anyone who sees it has a share. Who can you blame for breaking the fortress? Someone responded coldly. Shameless. The people from before roared and the battle became more intense. However, after a while, the battle stopped. Because many people had surrounded them. Those who were fighting were obviously afraid of being taken advantage of and did not dare to continue fighting. Since everyone has found it, it's impossible for the Xianxia pirate group to monopolize it. The news was leaked because there was a traitor in the Xianxia pirate group. This is your own business. Since we're all here, we can't go back empty-handed. How about this? The Xianxia pirate group has not completely broken the Zephyr Palace. Next, we'll work together to break the Zephyr Palace. We'll talk about the treasures inside with our strength. Everyone talked at once and came up with a plan. The people of the Xianxia pirate group looked extremely gloomy, but they knew that since so many experts had come, it was impossible for them to monopolize it with their strength alone. They could only follow the plan. So they're all from the interstellar pirates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It made sense. The Zephyr Galaxy was located in a relatively remote area without any powerful forces around. It was an area where the interstellar pirates could easily survive and operate. It was normal for this place to attract many interstellar pirates. Lu Ming had a few thoughts in his mind as he approached slowly. As soon as Lu Ming approached, pairs of eyes immediately looked at Lu Ming. Hey, it's a Divine Lord kid. It's rare for a divine lord to be able to come here. He probably has a treasure that can withstand the Zephyr Palace. Many people were curious. Of course, there were also people who shouted, "Kid, what are you doing here as a divine lord? Why don't you get lost? Isn't there a share here? Why can't I be here?" Lu Ming replied. "Ha ha ha, everyone has a share. It also requires strength and qualifications. You're just a divine lord, kid. What strength do you have? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get lost, you'll stay here forever." It was the same person, a burly man with a scar on his face, who stared coldly at Lu Ming. "Oh, is that so? In that case, you're not qualified to be here at all. Why don't you get lost?" Lu Ming scolded lightly. This burly man with a scar was merely a first-level divine lord. Lu Ming did not care about a first-level divine lord from an interstellar pirate group. Lu Ming's words made the others stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a first-level divine lord expert like this. Was he courting death? The scar-faced man's eyes burst with icy killing intent. Lu Ming's words were clearly looking down on him. He was clearly trash and had no qualifications to be here. Preposterous. "Kid, listening to your words, do you think that you're stronger than me?" The scar-faced man approached Lu Ming and said with a cold smile. "You can say that." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha." A burst of loud laughter came from the scene. Everyone at the scene laughed heartily, looking at Lu Ming as if he was a fool. Lu Ming, a 7th-level divine lord brat, actually said that he was stronger than the scar-faced man. Did he know how strong divine emperors were? How terrifying? Most likely, he completely did not know how terrifying divine emperors were. The gap between a 7th-level divine lord and a 1st-level divine lord was even greater than some chasm. Such a laughable thing could even be said. Shouldn't they laugh? Of course they should laugh. Especially the scar-faced man, he even laughed until tears came out. "I even thought that you were some heavenly pride. Turns out that you're a fool. Fool, Grandpa will send you on your way now." The scar-faced man shouted coldly, a blade chopping towards Lu Ming's head, wanting to behead Lu Ming in one move. The blade light was quick, arriving above Lu Ming's head in a twinkle. Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest, a fist slamming out. He had long triggered the battle. Character art to increase his combat strength by 5 times. With a punch slamming out, the void exploded. Terrifying gales were driven by the fist force, condensing together, becoming a part of the fist force. Clang, Lu Ming's fist slammed into the scar-faced man's battle blade. The battle blade trembled crazily, then with a bang, it exploded. The berserk fist force did not stop, continuing to rumble towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man could no longer laugh. The smile on his face froze, replaced by astonishment. At the critical moment, he let out a roar and retreated madly. Both of his hands blasted forward, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. However, a cracking sound could be heard as the sound of bones breaking rang out. His arms had been broken by Lu Ming, and his body was sent flying back. He slammed into the stone fortress, causing it to shake violently. Nothing happened to the fortress, but the scarred man spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, and his aura was weak. He had suffered heavy injuries. The scene was silent. Everyone's smiles disappeared and were replaced with astonishment and disbelief. The knife-scarred man had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming in one move. There was no way to block it at all. It was a complete suppression. Was this still the cultivation of a 7th-level divine lord? Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming. They finally understood what Lu Ming's words meant. Lu Ming had said that the knife-scarred man wasn't qualified, but he was. He was indeed qualified. The knife-scarred man had said that Lu Ming wasn't qualified. That was a complete joke. Lu Ming had used his strength to prove that point. Now, do I have the qualifications? Lu Ming looked like he was talking to the knife-scarred man, but he was actually talking to the others. Yes, you are. The knife-scarred man coughed up blood and nodded. He was really scared to death. His heart was filled with fear. In the previous move, Lu Ming's ability was not something that he could resist. He knew he had really kicked an iron plate. How strong? A 7th level divine lord is already that strong. I've never seen anyone like that before. You're qualified. Hee hee, said some people. Some people's eyes were glittering as they stared at Lu Ming. It was unknown what they were thinking. There weren't only cultivators of the first godly emperor layer there. There were even stronger cultivators. They were all pirates. Even though they were shocked by Lu Ming's talent, they weren't afraid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could defeat cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, but could he defeat cultivators of the second godly emperor layer? They didn't believe it, but Lu Ming was already qualified to compete with them for the treasures. Let's discuss how to break the Zephyr Temple, suggested someone. The Zephyr Temple is covered by a strange stone. With our strength, we can't break it. But no matter how hard something is, it has a weakness. The Xianxia pirate group found the weakness and broke through 80% of it. As for the remaining 20%, if we join hands, we'll be able to break it quickly, said a silver-haired old man. That silver-haired old man had some prestige among the pirates. He was obviously very strong. Commander Ian is right. Let's do that. I have no objection, said the others. Only the Xianxia pirate group pulled a long face. But in front of so many strong cultivators, they had no choice but to agree. After they finished discussing, they moved towards the weak point. In another direction, Lu Ming saw a gigantic hole in the wall. There were cracks on the sides of the hole. Looking through the hole, Lu Ming saw that there was still a wall inside. The wall was surprisingly thick, at least 10,000 meters thick. They had already broken through 8,000 meters, there were still 2,000 meters left. Attack! Shouted the silver-haired old man. He took the initiative to attack. He raised his finger and a silver finger appeared. It looked like it was made of silver. It moved towards the remaining 2,000 meters of the wall. That's the strength of the third godly emperor layer. No, it's even stronger. When the silver-haired old man attacked, Lu Ming was astonished. The silver-haired old man's strength was unfathomable. His godly strength was incredible. Lu Ming was astonished. He was much, much stronger than the old man who had broken through to the second godly emperor layer. He probably had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. As expected, there were terrifying cultivators among those people. Attack! The others also attacked at the same time, unleashing all sorts of attacks that slammed into the remaining 2,000-meter thick wall. Boom, 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 the wall kept exploding and shaking. Pieces of broken stone started falling down. That was because this was the weak point. If it had been any other wall, they wouldn't have been able to break it. However, the remaining 2,000 meters of the wall wasn't that easy to break. They kept attacking for half an hour, and then they stopped. Attacking continuously consumed a lot of godly strength. Besides, the people there all had their own plans. They didn't want to exhaust their godly strength. When they had used half of their godly strength, they had to stop and recover. Everyone silently took out pills that could replenish their divine power and consume them to recover. After a few hours, they had rested enough and started attacking again. Just like that, a few days later, there were only 100 meters left of the 2,000-meter stone wall. Soon, it would be broken through. At that moment, they heard some whistling sounds in the distance. A dozen silhouettes flew over. Everyone's movements involuntarily stopped. It's you! Some people's eyes twinkled as they recognized those people. They were famous pirates. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Among the dozen people who had arrived, Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the old man with the conical face who had escaped before. The old man with the conical face had also noticed Lu Ming. He was fixedly staring at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intentions. Little boy, I didn't think that you would be here. Very good, very good. The old man with the conical face was staring at Lu Ming. His voice was ice cold. Everybody could hear that his voice was filled with murderous intentions. Tai Xiong, that little boy killed 5 godly emperors from the Iron Chain pirates? The old man with the conical face was called Tai Xiong. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a long face. Indeed, that little bastard. Even though his cultivation level is not high, he is extremely strong. He can fight against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Don't be careless, warned Tai Xiong. His voice was filled with hatred. The people around Lu Ming weren't surprised. They just glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated the scar-faced man in one move. He had already shown how strong he was. It was normal for him to be able to kill 5 strong cultivators of the Iron Chain Pirates. Hee, interesting. Tai Xiong, what you said before, you have to keep your word, said the middle-aged man. I will keep my word. I swear on my life essence, said Tai Xiong. All right, nodded the middle-aged man. He glanced at the crowd and said, everybody, we have a grudge against this little boy. Who is his friend? I don't know him. I have nothing to do with you. The people around Lu Ming burst into laughter and moved away from Lu Ming. They didn't know Lu Ming. Of course, they wouldn't help Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming and Tai Xiong would fight to the death so that they would have fewer competitors. These people retreated silently. Lu Ming was the only one left in the spacious space. Those people stopped attacking the stone wall for the time being. They looked like they were watching a good show. Very good. The horse-faced middle-aged man, Tai Xiong, revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, figures flickered as Tai Xiong, the horse-faced middle-aged man, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras as heavy as a mountain pressed down on Lu Ming. 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer and 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. No wonder they're so confident. Lu Ming smiled faintly in his heart. The other party did not try to hide anything. He could easily sense the cultivation levels of these people. Since they knew Lu Ming was strong enough to defeat Tai Xiong, they were confident that they could kill Lu Ming because there were 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. After all, Lu Ming had barely defeated Tai Xiong. He was only a little bit stronger than Tai Xiong. They had 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer, so killing Lu Ming was more than enough. Besides, there were 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They never thought that Lu Ming's battle prowess had already skyrocketed. It was not easy to increase one's battle prowess and cultivation level after reaching the godly emperor layer. It had been hundreds of millions of years. How long had it been? It had only been a year. How could he have broken through in such a short period of time? Little boy, I won't let you die so easily. I will seal your cultivation level and put you in the wind. I will make you suffer the pain of the wind cutting your body. Tai Xiong's face was extremely ferocious and there was a hint of excitement. It was as if he had already seen Lu Ming's miserable state of being sliced by the strong wind. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Do you know that? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, with a sudden movement, he charged toward Tai Xiong. Boom! Boom! As soon as he rushed out, Lu Ming threw out a few hundred punches. The terrifying fist force gathered together like a stormy sea, blasting towards Tai Xiong. However, Tai Xiong was already prepared. His metal spear pierced through the air and collided with Lu Ming's fist strength. However, as soon as they started fighting, Tai Xiong's expression changed. You broke through to the godly emperor layer, shouted Tai Xiong furiously. Die! Die! At the same time, the horse-faced man and the others also attacked. 2 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer and 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer attacked Lu Ming from all directions. So many strong cultivators joining hands was terrifying. Any other cultivator of the second godly emperor layer would have been seriously injured. Lu Ming obviously wouldn't underestimate them. He released forbidden strength into the gravity pearls. Bzzz. 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 The 3 gravity pearls lit up and rose up in the air. Then, a terrifying gravity surrounded the horse-faced man, Tai Xiong and the others. 3 gravity pearls appeared at the same time. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were affected the most. Their faces changed drastically, and their bodies emitted cracking sounds. Their bones were broken under the pressure of the gravity pearls. At the same time, their muscles, blood, internal organs, and even their souls were affected. When the gravity reached a certain level, even the smallest particles could be affected. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor realm were severely injured in an instant. Their secret skills were on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of gravity. Before they could reach Lu Ming, their attacks dissipated. The horse-faced man, Tai Xiong, and the others of the second godly emperor layer were in a much better situation, but they were also affected. Their attacks became weaker and Lu Ming easily blocked them. Die! Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack Tai Xiong. His attacks were like a tide. Shit, the gravity is so strong. Tai Xiong's expression was extremely ugly. He waved his long spear with all his might and fought with Lu Ming. In a flash, they exchanged more than 10 attacks. Lu Ming actually faintly gained the upper hand and forced Tai Xiong to retreat. The last time Lu Ming fought with Tai Xiong, Lu Ming still needed to rely on Xiao Qiu to transform into a silver spear to fight with Tai Xiong and defeat him in the end. But in this battle, Lu Ming no longer needed to rely on Xiao Qiu to fight with Tai Xiong and even gain the upper hand. Retreat, let's retreat! Tai Xiong roared. He thought of Lu Ming's metal life form. Lu Ming's metal life form had not been used yet, but it was already so strong. If it was used, how strong would it be? He was a little scared. Retreat for what? He is strong, but if we join hands, we can kill him, shouted the horse-faced man. He held 2 sabers in his hands and slashed out with all his strength, cutting through the gravity and slashing towards Lu Ming. The fighting strength that Lu Ming displayed was similar to what Tai Xiong had described before. If the 3 of them joined hands, they would be able to defeat or even kill Lu Ming. No, he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Tai Xiong shouted frantically, extremely anxious. After exchanging a move with Lu Ming, he wanted to retreat. This time, Lu Ming had exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that in just over a year, Lu Ming's fighting strength would increase explosively again. He knew that if they joined hands, they would no longer be a match for Lu Ming. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the ball on his wrist wriggled and turned into a silver spear. On Lu Ming's wrist, Qiu turned into a silver spear and was held in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh, a moonlight spear light burst out. It was incomparably dazzling, as if it had pierced through the starry sky and pierced towards Tai Xiong. Fast, it was extremely fast. In a flash, it arrived in front of Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously and released all his strength. He poured all his divine power into the metal spear and stabbed it with all his might, hoping to block the moonlight spear light. Clang, the tip of the spear and the tip of the spear collided. Then, the tip of the metal spear shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the entire spear shattered in an instant. Poof, the moonlight spear light didn't stop, piercing through Tai Xiong's forehead. How is this possible? Tai Xiong roared furiously. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that even if Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly, even if he had the help of the metal life form, even if he was stronger than him, there should be a limit to his strength. How could he have killed him in one move? The light in his eyes dimmed. He couldn't figure it out until he died. Of course, he didn't know that last time, Xiao was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Now, he was already at the second godly emperor realm. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Killing him would only take one move. Besides, Lu Ming had told Xiao not to use his full strength, only a part of his strength. Along the way, Lu Ming understood that he had to keep a trump card at all times. It could save his life at a critical moment. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't easily expose all his trump cards. As long as he could kill Tai Xiong, that was enough. How is this possible? Lu Ming had killed Tai Xiong in one move. The horse-faced middle-aged man and the others were stunned. For a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Lu Ming wouldn't give them a chance. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more spear lights burst forth, piercing towards the horse-faced middle-aged man and the other cultivator of the second godly emperor realm. The 2 of them seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly defended themselves, but it was too late. How much strength could they use in such a hurry? Actually, it was useless even if they could use their full strength. not to mention only a little bit of strength. Puff, the moonlight spear light flew past, and the horse-faced middle-aged man and the other two followed in Tai Xiong's footsteps. They were also pierced by the spear light and died on the spot. Let's go. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were scared out of their wits. They started running away in all directions. Since you've already made your move, you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. Stay here. A cold and emotionless voice sounded as 7 moonlight spear lights tore through the void. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had been injured by the gravity, so they were all killed by the moonlight spear. Lu Ming did not show any mercy, nor did he intend to let these people off. These people were all interstellar pirates. Their methods were cruel and they deserved to die. Another reason was that they were surrounded by interstellar pirates. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. Lu Ming wanted to display his strength to intimidate these people. He wanted them to be wary of him and not dare to provoke him. This would save a lot of trouble in the future. As expected, when the people around saw that Lu Ming had killed so many cultivators, their faces were incomparably dignified. Many of them even looked terrified. Especially the scar-faced man who had provoked Lu Ming before. He was shaking from head to toe and his face was deathly pale. Now, he finally knew what kind of person he had provoked. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors that he was able to survive. What a terrifying young man. Who is this person? He has so many treasures and a powerful metal life form with him. I'm afraid he's a genius from a powerful clan. Absolutely. These people secretly discussed and decided not to provoke Lu Ming. Haha, little brother, your fighting strength is really amazing. I admire you. Tai Xiong and the others were blind to provoke you. They really deserved to die. The silver-haired old man burst into laughter, making the atmosphere a little better. Let's continue breaking the wall. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's continue. The silver-haired old man said. They continued to break the wall, but Gravity's heart had already changed. He now regarded Lu Ming, a divine lord realm existence, as someone that could not be provoked. The remaining 100-some meters thick wall did not stop Lu Ming's group for long. Not long after, with a boom, the stone wall was pierced through, revealing the dark space inside. This was the interior of Gale Temple. Everyone looked at each other, and then flew into the dark space in unison. Of course, they did not dare to be careless. Divine power covered their bodies and defensive divine artifacts revolved around them, ready to fight at any moment. Lu Ming had Xiao transform into a suit of armor and then followed the others into the dark space. After flying in, they discovered that there were stone palaces with several passages leading in different directions. Besides this, they did not encounter any other dangers. I'll go left. I'll go right. To the center. Everyone chose a passage according to their wishes and flew in. Lu Ming casually chose the leftmost passage. The passage went straight ahead and was surrounded by stone walls. Someone had tried it and found that the walls were indestructible. After walking for half an hour, they reached the end and arrived at a vast land. On this piece of land, strong winds howled, containing a strong gale. There's actually such a land here. Could this be the core of Gale Temple? Someone asked curiously. This land was undulating. From afar, there were mountain ranges. It was no different from a world. However, not a single blade of grass grew here. There were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Everyone flew out and spread out to explore this area to see if they could find any treasures. However, after searching for a while, they found nothing. There's nothing here. How unlucky. It seems that we've made a wasted trip this time. Someone cursed in a low voice. Ah. As if in response to that person's words, a shrill scream came from afar. As soon as the scream sounded, it disappeared. Everyone's expression changed, especially the person who spoke. He was so scared that he trembled. Ah. Another scream rang out, coming from their right. From the sound of it, it was not the same person as the previous one. What's over there? Someone asked with a pale face. However, no one answered him. They also wanted to know what it was. Boom, then, a violent explosion came from that direction. Beams of resplendent light shot into the sky. Obviously, there was a fierce battle over there. However, the battle did not last very long. It ended in just a few breaths. How is it? Everyone's expression was solemn. How could the battle end so quickly? Judging from the direction, it should be a group of people who took another passage. There were actually experts among them. Could they have been eliminated so quickly? That thought flashed through everyone's mind, but no one dared to go over and check. Some of them even wanted to leave this place. Look, someone is flying over there. Suddenly, someone shouted. Sure enough, some people were flying over from the direction of the battle just now. They were the people who parted ways with them just now. But now, there were only about 10 of them left. What happened just now? What happened over there? Someone quickly asked. A monster attacked us just now. Among the people flying over, someone answered. A monster? What monster? Someone quickly asked. I'm not sure. It came and went without a trace like a gust of wind. It killed several of us in succession. We attacked that monster together, but that monster retreated silently. Someone replied. It retreated? Everyone's eyes flickered. If it was repelled, it meant that its strength was not very strong. Everyone was slightly relieved. In addition, with so many people gathered together, they became much bolder. In the end, no one retreated. Instead, they planned to continue exploring. They had spent so much effort to get here. How could they be willing to leave without exploring properly? Everyone continued to fly toward the center of this land. Nothing unusual happened next, and they did not encounter any monsters. Everyone was relieved, thinking that the monster was afraid of them. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the gust of wind. It was still coming from the right. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. It's another group of people. They encountered that monster. Someone exclaimed. Should we go over and rescue them? Someone asked. No need. Let's wait and see. But then, a series of miserable screams sounded. 7 or 8 miserable screams sounded in a row, and they did not stop. This time everyone's expression changed. The situation was different from before. Why were there so many miserable screams in a row? Why didn't the people in that direction join forces? Previously, they were divided into 3 groups. Each group had more than a dozen people, and there were experts among them. They were definitely not weak. While everyone was thinking, a few more miserable screams were heard. At the same time, there was a roar from that direction, a burst of dazzling divine light, and a rumbling sound, however, that did not stop the miserable screams. After a while, there were more miserable screams. Then, everyone saw a divine light flying over from that direction. It's Commander Een! Someone exclaimed. The figure that flew over was the silver-haired old man. His strength was unfathomable. However, at this moment, the silver-haired old man was in a very sorry state. His silver hair was disheveled and there were several wounds on his body. Everyone was shocked, even the silver-haired old man was injured. What had they encountered? The silver-haired old man's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming and the others. He flew towards Lu Ming and the others. Let's gather! Someone shouted loudly. They didn't dare to relax. Everyone gathered together and formed a circle. They were on high alert. The silver-haired old man rushed into the crowd and gathered with them. Commander Een, why are you alone? Where are the others? Someone asked. Everyone else is dead. The silver-haired old man said. What? Everyone was shocked. What exactly did you encounter? Someone revealed a look of fear. It's a monster. It's like a gale, as if it was formed by the wind. It comes and goes without a trace. It's strange and unpredictable. It's impossible to kill. The silver-haired old man said with a grave expression. Condensed from strong winds? Can't kill him? Is there anything in the world that can't be killed? Everyone was astonished. They couldn't believe it. It's here, said the silver-haired old man suddenly. Everyone was astonished. They hastily looked around, but they didn't see anything. However, the strong wind in the surroundings suddenly became much stronger. Whoosh, 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 a strong wind started blowing, whistling and whistling. At the same time, a scorching hot chi appeared. Everyone stared intently at their surroundings, preparing their defenses to the fullest. Aha! Suddenly, a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer gave a horrible shriek. Blood gushed out of his body and his body exploded into pieces. Flames appeared and burned. A cultivator of the first godly emperor layer had died tragically. Monster! The crowd saw a silhouette condensed from strong winds. It was flickering. That cultivator of the first godly emperor layer had been killed by that silhouette. Kill him. Immediately, 5 or 6 people attacked, unleashing their most powerful secret techniques. 5 or 6 attacks slammed into the figure, and a boom rang out as the figure was blasted into pieces. But it was useless. The wind gathered again, and the silhouette appeared again. In a flash, it merged with the wind and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind was whistling, and it was scorching hot. However, the crowd's hearts were ice cold. They couldn't kill him, they really couldn't kill him. That monster didn't have a body, it was just a gust of wind. Impossible. How could we not kill him? Our godly strength has awakened many times, we can even kill a soul. Why can't we kill a gust of wind? Shouted someone furiously. Indeed, they were all godly emperors, and their godly strength had awakened many times. Even if it was a soul, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, they could destroy it. Even if that monster had been condensed from strong winds, they should have been able to destroy it, but why hadn't it worked? A strong gale swept across. While everyone was resisting the gale, they were on full alert. Ah! Shouted another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. He didn't know when that monster had appeared in front of him again. The wind was terrifying, and it surrounded that cultivator. That cultivator of the first godly emperor layer couldn't resist it. He was cut into pieces and turned into ashes. Die! Die! Kill that monster! Shouted someone furiously, attacking the monster. But it was useless. The monster exploded and condensed not far away. It merged with the wind again and disappeared. They couldn't kill him, they really couldn't kill him. Furthermore, the world was filled with howling gales. This kind of monster blended into the gales and came and went without a trace. It was impossible to predict when it would attack. It was simply impossible to guard against it. Let's leave. Let's leave. Indeed, let's leave. There are no treasures in this damned place. We've been looking everywhere and we haven't found anything. We'll die here. It's not worth it. Some people began to retreat, revealing a look of fear. They were all desperate people, and they were brave. However, they were terrified to fight against a monster that they couldn't kill. No, we can't separate. If we separate, the monster will kill us one by one and we'll die even faster, said the silver-haired old man. The reason why the previous group of people were defeated so quickly was because some people wanted to escape and retreat, so the group was scattered. This gave the monster an opportunity to take advantage of and kill everyone in just a few moves. Only the silver-haired old man was left. He had managed to escape thanks to his incredible cultivation level. What should we do then? Are we going to wait for death? If that's the case, I'd rather risk my life, shouted the scar-faced man furiously. The scars on his face were distorted. He looked hideous. He was terrified. That monster bullied the weak and feared the strong. It killed the weak first. 2 people had died before, and they were both cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. He was afraid that the next one would be him. That kind of waiting was torturous. There's only one way, we have to stay together and move towards the exit. That's the only way we'll have a chance to leave this place alive, said the silver-haired old man. Alright, let's do that. I agree with Commander Een. Let's move out now. We'll move towards the exit together. Many people agreed to move together. Listen to me, get ready, attack, shouted the silver-haired elder. Everyone attacked at the same time. All sorts of attacks were sent towards the exit. That region's gale was instantly torn apart, and a huge gap appeared. Then, they moved together and rushed toward the gap. Unfortunately, the gale whistled and moved extremely fast. With a sweep, the gap was closed again. "Attack together!" shouted the silver-haired old man. Everybody attacked again, and continued moving forwards. However, a moment later, a horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody saw that the monster had appeared in front of a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. That cultivator couldn't fight back at all and was killed instantly. The people next to him were astonished. They hastily attacked the monster, but just like before, after the monster's body broke apart, it condensed in the wind and disappeared. "Hurry up, let's go!" shouted everybody furiously. They kept attacking the monster and sped up. However, they were still a distance away from the exit. It wasn't easy to cross that distance. After a short distance, the monster attacked again. Another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer was killed. Thus, everyone was in a state of panic. After a short time, another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer died. 5 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had already been killed, but they couldn't do anything to the monsters. "No, this is too slow. If this goes on, only death awaits. Let's rush out." With so many people rushing out, how many people can that monster kill? The chances of survival will be higher. It's better than waiting for death. "Yes, let's split up and charge out," shouted some cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Most of them were cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. That monster had been killing cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. How could those cultivators of the first godly emperor layer not panic? "This won't do. Once we scatter, we'll all die. You won't be able to escape either," the silver-haired old man shouted. "If we don't scatter, we'll die. That monster only kills cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. It won't kill you first, so you'll be fine. When we're all dead, you can escape to the exit," shouted a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. The other cultivators of the first godly emperor layer and even the second godly emperor layer pulled long faces. Indeed, the monster was picking on the weak first. Strong cultivators like the silver-haired old man wouldn't die first. Maybe they could escape to the exit, but the cultivators of the first godly emperor layer would die. Even the cultivators of the second godly emperor layer would be in danger. They thought that the silver-haired old man and the others wanted to kill them so that they could escape. "Let's go! Let's go!" Instantly, all the cultivators of the first godly emperor layer and some of the cultivators of the second godly emperor layer ran in all directions. They were scattered. The gale monster couldn't kill so many people at the same time. Now, they had to see who was lucky. If they were lucky, they could escape. At the scene, only 8 people did not move, including Lu Ming. "Those idiots," shouted the silver-haired old man furiously. Before the silver-haired old man could finish speaking, a shrill scream was heard. A cultivator of the first godly emperor layer was blown away by a strong wind. His body broke like a piece of porcelain and turned into ashes in the scorching heat. Hoo hoo hoo, the fierce wind between heaven and earth suddenly became even more violent, as if countless giant beasts were roaring and rampaging within. Between heaven and earth, the fiery red gale actually formed tornadoes that swept in all directions. "Ah!" A series of miserable cries rang out. Those people who had rushed out were all swept up by the tornadoes. They let out miserable cries of despair before being turned to dust by the tornadoes. That included cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Cultivators of the second godly emperor layer were much stronger than cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They could easily kill cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, but in front of that tornado, they couldn't do anything. In the blink of an eye, those who had rushed out were all dead. The remaining people had pale faces. Lu Ming finally understood why only the silver-haired old man had managed to escape. Splitting up to escape was of no help at all. "Let's continue moving forward using the same method as before," said the silver-haired old man. Then, they continued moving forwards, breaking through the strong wind. However, after a short time, they were attacked again. A cultivator of the second godly emperor layer was attacked by a monster. He couldn't fight back and was instantly killed. That was the last cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. The others were all cultivators of the third godly emperor layer and above. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 6 people left, 2 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer and 4 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer. Attack! Shouted the silver-haired old man extremely loudly. They all attacked together, breaking through the strong wind and moving forwards. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind flashed and an old woman of the third godly emperor layer appeared in front of her. The monster's body was condensed by the strong wind. That wind looked like countless sharp blades. It was scorching hot as it spun around and moved towards the old woman. Die! Shouted the old woman. She had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. She was much stronger than a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. She shouted furiously, her body glowing with dazzling light. Her hands turned into 2 scimitars and she slashed out violently. Boom! The monster's body was cut into several pieces, but it wasn't injured at all. The pieces of the monster's body condensed back together and continued moving towards the old woman. The old woman's godly emperor layer broke like tofu. The old woman had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Her protective godly aura was broken, and the wind crashed onto her body. She gave a horrible shriek. Attack! Shouted the old man with silver hair and the others. They used their full strength to attack the monster. Bam! The monster's body was scattered, turning into gusts of strong wind. It quickly retreated and merged into the surroundings, disappearing without a trace. However, nothing happened at all. The old woman looked miserable. She was covered in blood, and her body had almost been cut into pieces. Her chi was weak. Even though she wasn't dead, she was severely injured. If the others hadn't helped her, she would have died. Save me! You have to save me! Screamed the old woman. She was terrified. She was severely injured, and she was afraid the monster would attack her again. If that happened, she would die. Left! Shouted someone furiously at that moment. The monster appeared from the left. Everyone hurriedly attacked the left side, but his body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he reappeared in another direction. This direction was where the old woman was. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind moved towards the old woman. No! Shouted the old woman. She was terrified, but then she stopped screaming. She was sucked into the wind and turned into ashes. Damn it, damn it! What is that monster? Why can't we kill it? Shouted the remaining cultivators of the third godly emperor layer furiously, as if they had gone insane. The old woman's cultivation level was similar to theirs. If the monster could kill the old woman, it could kill them too. How could they not go crazy? What do we do? What do we do? Asked a big man of the third godly emperor layer. He was terrified. Find that monster and use your full strength to attack it. I don't believe there's anything in the world that can't be killed. Maybe our method is wrong. Maybe we need to consume its energy, but we don't have enough. A clear and bright voice could be heard. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming's words made the others' eyes twinkle. That's right. Maybe it's because our attacks aren't strong enough. Every time we attack, we're actually draining the monster's energy. Let's continue attacking. As long as we keep attacking, the monster's energy will be depleted. Said the old man with silver hair. Even so, we can't find any traces of that monster. How are we going to attack it? Said another cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer. He looked like a 30-year-old man with a square face. He was extremely strong. His name was Jaundice. That's right, I can't find any traces of him at all. Do we have to continue being bait? Then we'll all be killed by that monster before we can even defeat it. The others were all talking at once, their expressions ugly. Previously, when they attacked the monsters, it was the monsters that came out to kill. When they didn't come out to kill, the monsters would blend into the strong wind and couldn't be found. Leave this to me, I'll look for it. Lu Ming said. You came? Can you really find it? The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Lu Ming was so young, yet his battle prowess was heaven-defying. He was definitely a monster from a large faction. Perhaps he really did have the means to find monsters. As long as they could find traces of the monster, they would not be so passive. Let me try. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he wasn't relying on himself, he was relying on Gumo. Gumo had just told him that he might be able to find traces of the monster. After a period of research, Bone Devil already had a clue. Master Gumo, how is it? Lu Ming asked Gumo soon. Gumo was sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. His pitch-black bones were shining. He looked holy and pure. He was doing his best to find the monster. I found it. Attack the right side, said Gumo suddenly. Attack the right side, shouted Lu Ming suddenly. He threw a punch towards the right side. The silver-haired old man and the others didn't hesitate, they followed Lu Ming's attack. 6 people, 6 attacks, blasted towards the right. The gale in that direction was constantly exploding. Then, they saw a blurry figure being destroyed by their attacks. It was really that monster, they really found it, the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and the others were ecstatic. They looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Let's move. Slowly. I'll find traces of the monster, said Lu Ming. Alright, you can search in peace. I guarantee that the monster won't hurt you, said the silver-haired old man. That's right, Jaundice said. Now, Lu Ming was their only hope to escape. They would never let Lu Ming be attacked by the monster. They moved and protected Lu Ming in the middle. Huff huff huff, as they moved, strong winds blew around them, howling incessantly. Behind me. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted again. Boom. Boom, the 6 of them attacked again. Their attacks were so fierce that the void kept exploding. They wanted to crush everything in that direction. In that direction, the monster's figure appeared. Under the 6 attacks, it dispersed and merged back into the strong wind. Great, ha ha ha. Jaundice laughed excitedly. The others also had smiles on their faces. Once could be a coincidence, but twice in a row, Lu Ming found traces of the monster. That was no longer a coincidence. Lu Ming could really find traces of the monster. This way, they could hit the monster every time. Even if they couldn't kill the monster couldn't sneak up on them. They could leave this place alive. Next, they followed this method and headed toward the exit. Along the way, they hit the monster several times, preventing it from sneaking up on them. However, they found a problem. Could the monster really not be killed after hitting it so many times? Fortunately, they could now detect the monster's traces in advance. Otherwise, they would be in danger and would be left here. Seeing that they were not far from the exit, they slowly relaxed. Huff huff huff, at this moment, the strong wind around them roared crazily. It was even more violent than before. The endless strong wind spun rapidly around them like a tornado. They seemed to be shrouded in the center of the tornado. Then, in one direction, the monster's figure was faintly discernible in the strong wind. Be careful, it seems that the monster is about to launch an all-out attack, reminded the silver-haired old man. Obviously, seeing that they were about to escape, I'm going crazy. I want to attack them head-on and defeat them. No, there's more than one monster. There are 2, 3, suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. His voice was filled with terror. Lu Ming, the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and the others were also greatly alarmed. They swept their gazes around and discovered that one figure after another had appeared amidst the raging winds. All of them were figures of monsters that looked exactly the same. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 monsters appeared and surrounded them. The faces of the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and the others turned ashen. The reason for that was because those were definitely not illusions. Instead, they truly existed. Those 9 monsters were all real. There were actually a total of 9 such monsters. One of them was already difficult enough to deal with, but now, there were actually 9 of them. We're finished, shouted a strong cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer. He looked desperate. Although the others didn't shout, their eyes were also filled with despair. Only Lu Ming was better off. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced too many dangerous situations and faced too many crises. He was very clear in his heart that the more dangerous the situation, the calmer he had to be. Moreover, he still had a trump card. He would carry the purple copper coffin with him. If it did not work, he could just open the purple copper coffin and risk his life. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the gale whistled and became even more violent. Then, the 9 monsters moved at the same time, bringing with them a terrifying gale as they charged towards Lu Ming's group. The scorching heat even burned through space. A strong wind that was countless times sharper than a blade swept towards Lu Ming's group of 6. 2 attacked the silver-haired old man, 2 attacked Jaundice, and the remaining 5 attacked Lu Ming and the 3 cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer. Even through Qiuqiu's armor, he could still feel the terrifying heat. Break! Lu Ming brandished the silver spear that Qiuqiu had transformed into. The silver spear was suffused with the radiance of moonlight, breaking apart the terrifying gale. But Lu Ming could break the gale, and the other 3 cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer weren't as strong. "Ah, I can't accept this!" shouted someone furiously. One of the cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer was attacked by 2 monsters at the same time. He couldn't compete with them and was killed instantly. "No, I don't want to die here. I want to charge out," shouted the remaining 2 cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer furiously. They wanted to run away. However, their fate was already sealed. When they rushed into the gale, they were immediately attacked by several monsters. After 2 screams, they stopped breathing. Thus, only the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and Lu Ming were left. The silver-haired old man and Jaundice had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, medium-level godly emperors. They were much stronger than cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer. The 2 of them used their full strength to block the 2 monsters' attacks. They even had the upper hand. However, the monsters were immortal. Once they were defeated, they would quickly reform. Lu Ming wasn't that strong himself, but with Qiuqiu's help, he had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, or even higher. Qiuqiu had already broken through to the 2nd godly emperor layer. After turning into a silver spear, he was terrifyingly strong. He could definitely compete with cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. He could even kill them. Lu Ming relied on Qiuqiu to block the monsters' attacks. However, after the monsters killed the 3 cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer, they started to gather and surround Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, the silver-haired old man, and Jaundice also gathered together and joined hands to fight against the monsters. The 9 monsters stirred up a strong gale and launched a fierce attack at them. The 3 of them could only defend themselves. They couldn't break out. The silver-haired old man and Jaundice pulled long faces. The situation wasn't good. If it continued, they might not be able to break out. "I understand now. I finally understand. It's not that these so-called monsters can't die, but that they aren't his true body." At this moment, Bone Demon shouted in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. "Not his real body? Master Gumo, what do you mean?" asked Lu Ming hastily. "It's very simple. The real monster hasn't shown up yet. The ones attacking you are his energy clones. Therefore, when you defeat him and consume his energy, his real body will replenish his energy and create an illusion that he's immortal. As long as you can find his real body and attack it, you'll be able to destroy the monster," explained Gumo. "I see. Master Gumo, can you find the real body of the monster?" asked Lu Ming. "No problem. I've already found some clues. I'll be able to find it soon," said Gumo. His head was shining. He was looking for the monster's real body. "I know how to get rid of those monsters," said Lu Ming to the silver-haired old man and Jaundice at that moment. "You have a solution? What is it?" When the silver-haired old man and Jaundice heard Lu Ming, they were suddenly excited. They looked desperate before, but now they had hope again. "Do you know why those monsters can't be killed? It's because they aren't his real body. His real body hasn't shown up. Those are his clones." Lu Ming repeated Gumo's explanation. "I see. No wonder it's so hard to kill them. Little brother, do you have a way to find the monster's real body?" asked the silver-haired old man. Yes, I found it. It's in that direction. At that moment, Guimo found the direction of the monster's real body and pointed it out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to point it out. Alright, let's kill our way over. Kill that monster. The silver-haired old man and Jaundice revealed a ferocious glint. Together with Lu Ming, they charged in that direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 9 monsters seemed to be anxious. They gathered together and stirred up an endless gale. They attacked Lu Ming's group crazily, trying to block Lu Ming's group. However, this further confirmed that Lu Ming was right. Jaundice and the silver-haired old man suppressed themselves to the extreme. They used every bit of their strength to attack crazily. Lu Ming waved his silver spear. The dazzling spear light swept across the sky, shattering the 2 monsters. They rushed through and rushed into the strong wind, continuing to move forward. Sure enough, after rushing for a while, they found a figure. This figure looked very similar to the monster, but its body was taller and more solid. In the middle of its head, there was a round bead that was shining. This was definitely the monster's real body. There was no mistake. Kill. The silver-haired old man and Jaundice became excited and rushed toward the monster's real body. However, in front of the monster's real body, 9 figures condensed. They were the 9 clones. The 9 clones blocked in front of them. However, at this point, Lu Ming's group had no way out. They could only kill the monsters to survive. The 3 of them joined forces and turned into 3 terrifying attacks, attacking the 9 monsters. Boom boom boom, the collision of the gale and the divine light triggered a terrifying wave of energy that swept in all directions. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor Lu Ming and the other 2 joined forces and fought the 9 clones with all their might. Obviously, the 9 monsters were also going all out and attacking crazily. In the end, Lu Ming and the rest broke through the encirclement of the 9 monsters, but they also paid a price. Lu Ming was still fine. He had Xiao's armor, which offset most of the attack power. Although some of the gale cut through Xiao's armor, when it landed on Lu Ming's body, it did not cause much damage to Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's heaven-defying recovery ability, he was basically fine. However, the silver-haired old man and Jaundice were not so lucky. Dense wounds appeared on their bodies, all of which were cut by the gale. Moreover, these wounds healed very slowly because the gale contained a terrifying high temperature, which was constantly burning their wounds. The 2 of them suffered serious injuries, but fortunately, they were already close to the monster's body. Kill! 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 The 3 of them shouted and attacked the monster's body. Roar! The monster's body actually let out a beast-like roar, and a gale erupted from its body. Its arms turned into 2 large blades formed by the gale and slashed at Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! Boom, boom. After a few consecutive booms, the 3 of them trembled and could not help but retreat. The strength of the monster's body was very shocking, far above the clones. However, it was not so strong that they could still deal with it. The 3 of them retreated and charged at the monster's body again. Both sides fought fiercely, and after dozens of moves, there was no clear victor. This was because the monster's body was the same as the clones. After being destroyed, it would condense again. Hit the bead on the monster's head. Guimo transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Attack the bead on its head. Lu Ming said to Jaundice and the silver-haired old man. The moonlight spear was like lightning, breaking through the void and piercing the bead on the monster's head. After receiving Lu Ming's reminder, the silver-haired old man and Jaundice also began to attack the bead on the monster's head. Sure enough, this made the monster nervous. It did not dare to attack freely and began to defend the bead on its head. It was absolutely effective. The 3 of them did not stop attacking the bead. Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and stabbed the bead with his spear. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. This spear did not shatter the bead, but the monster's body was sent flying by the powerful force. Jaundice and the silver-haired old man took the opportunity to attack out. Roar, the monster's body seemed to have been completely infuriated by Lu Ming's move. It let out a terrifying roar and the bead on its head emitted a dazzling glow. Then, a powerful force emerged. As soon as the energy from the bead surged out, it turned into a violent gust of wind. This gust of wind then condensed into figures. They were all monster avatars. The aura was the monster's outs. The 9 monster clones roared and pounced on Lu Ming, the silver-haired elder, and Jaundice. As soon as they reached the 3 of them, the 9 monster clones self-destructed. The 9 monster clones self-destructed, creating a destructive force that charged toward Lu Ming and the other 2. Not good. The expressions of the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and Lu Ming changed drastically. The 3 of them retreated rapidly. In the process of retreating, they performed their strongest defensive techniques. 2 silver shields appeared in front of the silver-haired old man. A yellow mountain appeared in front of Jaundice. As for Lu Ming, he waved his left palm. All kinds of defensive secret skills in the cells in his body erupted, forming multiple layers of defense. The moment the 3 of them set up their defenses, the destructive force surged toward them. Rumble, their defenses began to tremble violently. A few cracks instantly appeared on the silver-haired old man's silver shield. As for Jaundice's mountain-shaped treasure, it also shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. Pung! Pung! In the next moment, the silver-haired old man's shield and Jaundice's mountain-shaped treasure shattered at the same time. The terrifying destructive force rushed toward them. The 2 of them screamed as their bodies were blasted thousands of miles away. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were tattered and severely injured. The 2 of them looked extremely terrified. They did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into 2 streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. They were so scared that they fled. While the silver-haired old man and Jaundice were blasted away, Lu Ming was also hit by the destructive force. His various secret techniques only lasted for a breath's time before they were destroyed. The terrifying destructive force bombarded Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! In the end, even Xiaoqiu's armor was cut open. However, Xiaoqiu's armor had already blocked a large portion of the attack. The force that landed on Lu Ming's body was very limited. Lu Ming was blasted away and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were quite serious, but he still managed to withstand it. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. He wanted to copy the silver-haired old man and Jaundice and escape. At this moment, Bone Demon's voice sounded, "Now is a good opportunity. That monster has stimulated the power in the bead and unleashed a big move. It is now in a weakened state. Take the opportunity to take away that bead and destroy the will on it." Lu Ming immediately stopped in his tracks. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the monster. The monster revealed a look of fear. It roared and actually turned to leave. However, how could Lu Ming let it leave? He raised his speed to the limit and caught up to the monster in a few flashes. He grabbed at the bead with his big hand. Bone Demon was right. The monster was now in a weakened state. Although it tried its best to resist, it did not have much power. Lu Ming's claw pierced through it and he successfully grabbed the bead. The bead vibrated non-stop. There was a wisp of spiritual will attached to it. This was the origin of the monster. A wisp of spiritual will attached to the bead and borrowed the power of the bead to condense Liefeng's body. Squeak, squeak. 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 It sounded like a mouse in panic. Die for me. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The taboo force rushed towards the bead and began to erase this wisp of spiritual will. The taboo force was the most terrifying force in the world. This wisp of spiritual will could not stop it at all. It screamed a few times with unwillingness before it was completely obliterated by the taboo force. When this wisp of spiritual will was obliterated, the surrounding Liefeng suddenly became much smaller and calmer. It was not as violent as before. The bead also fell into Lu Ming's hand. What is this bead? It can actually erupt with such powerful energy? Lu Ming stared at the bead and pondered. Then, his spiritual will approached the bead, wanting to investigate it. Just as Lu Ming's spiritual will entered the bead, a shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming seemed to hear a rumble and then the environment suddenly changed. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. With a bang, Lu Ming felt like he had arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In front of him, a man was standing in the starry sky, roaring. Every single strand of his hair stood on end. Terrifying energy surged out of his body unceasingly. A gale, the energy rushing out of the man's body was a gale. This gale was countless times more terrifying than the one Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. It swept through the starry sky, attacking Lu Ming. Not good, it's over. Lu Ming turned pale with fright. This gale was too strong. Compared to it, Lu Ming felt like an ant. He couldn't resist at all. In an instant, the gale dashed in front of Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming thought that he was going to be killed by the gale, he realized that the gale did not hurt him at all. It dashed past him and went far away in an instant. It was as if his body was illusory, not real. What's going on? Could it be that everything I saw was fake? Was it all an illusion? Or was this just a projection from a certain time period? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Whoosh, gale was constantly rushing out of that man's body. This gale was too strong, so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. The raging wind swept through the starry skies. Wherever they passed, all the planets were turned into ashes. Some of the planets had living beings living on them, and there were also powerful beings with high cultivation. However, none of these powerful beings could escape. They were all turned into ashes under the raging winds. Only a few resource planets collapsed. But the core metal remained, condensing into small pieces that floated in the starry sky. The boundless starry sky was engulfed by the raging winds, and everything was shrouded by them. Could this be the origin of the Gale Star River? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He was shocked by his own guess. However, this might be the truth. The Gale Star River might have been formed like this. The energy that emerged from a person's body could actually destroy an entire star river, turning it into a place where the gale would wreak havoc for billions of years. It was unknown what level his cultivation had reached. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming had once heard from the Measure Character Manual that someone had used the Ice Character Manual to freeze a galaxy. Lu Ming had thought that the Measure Character Manual was just bragging. How vast was a galaxy? It was almost boundless, containing countless planets and small worlds. How could such a vast territory be frozen by human strength? That wasn't like blowing up a planet. That was countless times harder than blowing up a planet. But now, Lu Ming believed it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. Ah, I'm unwilling. The man roared again. His hair and beard fluttered, and with a final boom, his entire body exploded. An even more terrifying energy swept through the starry sky. When the energy dissipated, a bead appeared in the starry sky. This bead was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had grabbed before. So that was how the bead was formed. One of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, Great Divine Wind Technique. Suddenly, a piece of information was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. This piece of information was a secret skill. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The secret techniques in this world were roughly divided into 3 types. The first type was the secret techniques of the origin, which were comprehended from divine power. As long as one had enough talent, they could comprehend them from divine power. Furthermore, they had great potential and were powerful enough to comprehend them for a lifetime. The other type was the physique secret technique. The requirements to cultivate a physique secret technique were harsh. Not many people could successfully cultivate it. Those who could were practically all heavenly geniuses. The third type was the ordinary secret techniques. There were tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. There were all kinds of them. There were offensive, defensive, speed, support, and even alchemy, tool forging, and so on. This was also the type that most people cultivated. However, ordinary secret techniques were mostly used as support. They weren't very powerful. Even if they were cultivated to a high realm, it would be difficult for them to contend with the source secret techniques. However, there was a small portion of ordinary secret techniques that were special. That was the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. As the name suggested, there were 3,000 types of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. These 3,000 ancient secret techniques were the strongest ordinary secret techniques in the world. They were extremely powerful and had amazing potential. It was said that cultivating the 3,000 ancient secret techniques to the peak was no worse than cultivating the source secret techniques to the peak. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques mainly relied on one's comprehension. Those with high comprehension could continue to comprehend and improve their realm. There was no need to sever the shackles like the source secret techniques. However, the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate and were too rare. As time passed, many of them were lost. They were extremely rare now. Lu Ming didn't expect to encounter one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming's current body was cultivating the taboo power. He needed to continuously integrate ordinary secret techniques. However, he had integrated more than 500 ordinary secret techniques, but none of them could take on great responsibilities alone. None of them were powerful. When Lu Ming fought now, he relied more on the taboo power and brute force. If there was one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, it would be different. Moreover, when the taboo body reached the end, he needed to create his own technique according to the thousands of secret techniques he cultivated and walk his own path. In that case, the stronger the secret technique integrated at the beginning, the better. The arrival of the Great God Wind technique was like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed again and disappeared. Lu Ming returned to the original world. Lu Ming, be careful, someone is attacking you. At this moment, Guillemot reminded him. Boom. Swoosh. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that there were terrifying attacks coming at him from behind and on his right. The power was shocking and the speed was very fast. It was so fast that it was difficult for Lu Ming to dodge. The person who attacked had grasped the timing very well. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu had turned into armor and was wearing Lu Ming's body. At the critical moment, Lu Ming's figure rushed forward and narrowly avoided the attack from the right. However, he couldn't avoid the attack from behind. Boom, a palm print from behind landed heavily on Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming's body was blasted forward. His blood was in turmoil and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as Lu Ming rushed forward, he more or less dissipated a part of the force. Moreover, Xiaoqiu's armor also blocked a part of the force. Therefore, Lu Ming's injury wasn't very serious. However, a few bones on his back were broken and were recovering quickly. Lu Ming quickly turned around and glanced around. His eyes were filled with cold light. As expected, the ones who attacked him were Jaundice and the silver-haired old man who had escaped previously. Previously, the two of them retreated with injuries. At this moment, their injuries were much better, although they hadn't fully recovered. Guillemot, how long has it been since I got that bead? Lu Ming secretly communicated with Guillemot one day. Guillemot replied. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, one day. Guillemot informed him that a day had passed since Lu Ming grabbed the bead and entered that magical world. It was no wonder that the silver-haired elder and Jaundice had recovered from their injuries. Why did the two of you sneak attack me? Lu Ming asked coldly. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice stared at the bead in Lu Ming's hand, emitting a scorching radiance. A divine king's lifespan was 5 stellar years, a divine lord's lifespan was 10 stellar years, and a divine emperor's lifespan was even 100 stellar years. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice were old monsters who had lived for dozens of stellar years. Their minds were extremely sharp. They had been severely injured by the monster and had fled in a panic. However, they quickly reacted and realized the key point. After the monster unleashed its energy, its aura weakened. It was clearly in a weakened state. Of course, they were cautious by nature and did not dare to return rashly. Instead, they waited for their injuries to recover before sneaking back. When they returned, they did not see the monster at all. They only saw Lu Ming holding the bead in a daze. Needless to say, that bead was definitely a precious treasure. The two of them attacked without hesitation. They wanted to kill Lu Ming first and then snatch the bead. As for the friendship they had with Lu Ming when they fought the enemy together, what was that? Could it be eaten? Fortunately, Lu Ming woke up at the critical moment and blocked the attack. Hee hee. The silver-haired elder sneered. He stared at the bead in Lu Ming's hand and said, Little brother, we obtained this bead when we fought the monster together. Now, hand it over. That's right. This treasure should be divided equally between us, Jaundice added. If you want to divide the treasure equally, you should have just told me. Why did you sneak attack me? Since you've ambushed me, don't even think about getting this treasure. Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the bead was kept in his storage ring. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice's faces darkened. Kid, you have to think carefully about whether you have the ability to take it all for yourself. The silver-haired elder said coldly. You can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. The silver spear that Xiao had transformed into pointed at the silver-haired old man. Brother Huang, it seems that this brat is stubborn. Let's join forces and kill this brat first, then we can discuss the distribution of the treasures. What do you think? The silver-haired old man looked at Jaundice. Okay. Jaundice's reply was very simple. As the sound of his voice faded, he stepped out, and a powerful aura gushed towards Lu Ming. The silver-haired old man's long hair fluttered as he charged towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack. His silver spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void and shooting towards the silver-haired old man and Jaundice. At the same time, the silver-haired old man and Jaundice also made their moves. Two terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming, fiercely colliding with the moonlight spear light. Wang, at the moment of collision, the moonlight spear light shook violently. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the starry sky. The moonlight spear light pierced through the silver-haired old man and Jaundice's attacks, and then flashed past, leaving two bloody holes in their bodies. The two of them retreated at full speed, looking at Lu Ming in astonishment. Your attack power, how is that possible? The silver-haired old man and Jaundice shouted at the same time. They were astonished. How could Lu Ming's attack power be so strong? 1 against 2, and he had managed to injure them in one move. They didn't know that this was actually Xiao's real attack power. Previously, when they had faced that monster, Xiao hadn't been able to use its full power. That monster had been completely condensed by the strong wind, so it had been easy to destroy it. However, it was useless to destroy it, because it would condense again. It was as if Xiao's attack had hit nothing but air. At that time, Xiao hadn't been able to use its full power. Xiao had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, and after turning into a silver spear, it could defeat or even kill cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. As for Jaundice and the silver-haired old man, they had been injured and hadn't recovered yet, so their fighting strength wasn't at its peak. Naturally, they had been injured by Lu Ming and Xiao's joint attack. Die! Shouted Lu Ming. He attacked the two of them again, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. The silver spear light fell like a meteor, piercing towards the silver-haired old man and Jaundice. At the same time, 3 gravity pearls flew out, and a powerful gravitational force enveloped the two of them. Even though the 3 gravity pearls couldn't have a decisive effect on cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer, they could still interfere with them more or less. The two of them were startled, and hastily tried to defend themselves. However, they were already injured, and their fighting strength wasn't at its peak. They were also suppressed by the gravity pearls, so their fighting strength was even weaker. They were no match for Lu Ming and Xiao. The two of them were pierced by the spear light. Jaundice's heart was pierced by the spear light, and he was nailed to the ground. He coughed up blood, and his face was deathly pale. The silver-haired old man's stomach was pierced by the spear light, and he was sent flying a few hundred li away. Lu Ming wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He didn't waste any time. He fused with his spear, and turned into a dazzling spear light which shot towards Jaundice. No! Jaundice let out a roar of despair. In the next instant, the silver spear had already pierced through his forehead. His soul naturally couldn't escape and was crushed by the destructive power of the spear light. Jaundice had died, a few hundred li away. The silver-haired old man was scared out of his wits. He didn't care about his injuries and started running away. Humph, Lu Ming groaned coldly. He turned into a spear light and chased after the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man had been severely injured, and his speed had decreased greatly. Lu Ming chased after him with all his strength, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't want your treasure anymore. It's yours. Shouted the silver-haired old man in fear. It's too late to say that. When you attacked me by surprise, you didn't show any mercy. Lu Ming said coldly. Little brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by lard just now. I won't do it again. As long as you let me go, I'll be your slave, the silver-haired old man shouted. Seeing that the distance between him and Lu Ming was getting closer, he was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. He controlled the gravity orb, and the strong gravity pressed down on the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man's speed was slowed down by the gravity, and Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant. Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't intend to let him go, the silver-haired old man became ruthless. His face was distorted, and he turned around to attack Lu Ming. However, it was useless against Lu Ming. The silver spear light flashed. The silver-haired old man, who was already injured, couldn't withstand a single blow. He barely blocked 2 moves before being swept by the spear. His body exploded, leaving only his head behind as he fled frantically. Lu Ming raised his hand and thrust out his spear. The silver-haired old man's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. After killing the silver-haired old man, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the silver-haired old man and jaundice. Then, he took out the bead again and started to think. Lu Ming actually obtained the 3,000 ancient secret techniques from this bead. Moreover, he felt that the bead contained a terrifying flamestorm. Previously, that monster had activated a wisp of energy from the bead and formed 9 clones to self-destruct. Lu Ming was considering whether he should cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique. Senior Bone Demon, do you think I should cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique? Lu Ming asked Bone Demon. Cultivate, this is the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, why not? Bone Demon said. But I saw a powerful existence self-destruct in the end. Lu Ming hesitated and told Bone Demon about the scene he saw before. So it's because of this, then there's no need to worry. Cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique will definitely not cause self-destruction. The reason why the man you mentioned self-destructed, I reckon that his cultivation had reached a certain level and he wanted to break through to the next realm. In the end, he failed and self-destructed. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to improve. Breaking through is also dangerous. This is very normal. Bone Demon explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood and finally felt relieved. He was worried that the powerful existence he saw had self-destructed because he was cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique. Now that it turned out not to be the case, he could cultivate in peace. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique here. There was still more than a year before the 3 years he set. Moreover, this place was filled with strong winds. It was the best place to cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique. It was simply blessed by the heavens and had a great effect on the cultivation of the Great Divine Wind technique. Lu Ming kept the bead and silently went through the cultivation method of the Great Divine Wind technique in his mind. Then, he began to cultivate. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques were very difficult to cultivate. Even the entry level was astonishingly difficult. Ordinary people might cultivate for a lifetime and still not be able to touch the threshold. Even a genius would need to spend a lot of time to cultivate before they could succeed. However, for Lu Ming, it was not that difficult. Firstly, Lu Ming's comprehension was at an abnormal level. Secondly, Lu Ming had already cultivated more than 500 kinds of secret skills. He could comprehend them by analogy. He had experience in cultivating secret skills that others could not. Thirdly, this place was filled with strong winds that had not dissipated for hundreds of millions of years. This was left behind by the terrifying expert who cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique. Lu Ming could use it as a reference. It was equivalent to half an expert guiding him. With these 3 conditions, it was not difficult for Lu Ming to cultivate the entry level. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, soon, more than a year's time. Whoosh, between heaven and earth, a figure flashed rapidly. Every time a figure flashed brought up, Lu Ming seemed to be wrapped in a layer of strong wind. Wherever he passed by, the strong wind would automatically disperse. It did not affect Lu Ming at all. Boom, in the end, Lu Ming condensed a hurricane. With a palm strike, the hurricane formed a terrifying force that cut the void into pieces. Huff, Lu Ming let out a long breath and stopped. The wind around his body also dissipated. As expected of the great divine wind technique. It's so powerful. It's far from being comparable to ordinary secret techniques. Lu Ming praised with a smile on his face. After more than a year of cultivation, Lu Ming finally succeeded in cultivating the great divine wind technique. It turned into a secret technique rune and integrated into a cell. Lu Ming had just succeeded in cultivating the great god wind technique, but he discovered that the power of the great god wind technique was far above that of ordinary secret skills. Under the activation of his taboo power, the power was even stronger than that of the secret skill of the origin that had severed 3 shackles. It seems that I still need to spend more time on the great divine wind technique in the future. Lu Ming thought. The great divine wind technique was different from other secret techniques. For other secret techniques, it was integrated into the cells and let the scattered soul in the cells slowly comprehend it. After a long time, it would naturally increase in maturity. However, the great divine wind technique was too slow to be comprehended. It needed Lu Ming to personally comprehend it and increase its power. It would become one of Lu Ming's killer moves. And this round bead, with a thought, the round bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming named it the Gale bead. In the past year, Lu Ming had also taken the time to study the Gale bead. The Gale bead contained a terrifying flaming storm. It gave Lu Ming a feeling that if it was released, it could destroy the world. Unfortunately, the Gale bead contained layers of seals. It was difficult to release the flaming storm in one go. If he wanted to release the storm in the bead, he needed to use the great divine wind technique to guide it. The stronger the great divine wind technique was, the more seals it could break and the bigger the flaming storm it could release. With Lu Ming's current mastery of the great divine wind technique, he could release a terrifying force. This force was far beyond his own strength. This could be Lu Ming's killer move. Lu Ming kept it carefully. 3 years are almost up. I wonder how the skyprides of the various clans are doing now. Let's go out and meet them. Lu Ming smiled. Now that his combat strength had increased greatly, he was looking forward to the clash with the skyprides of the various clans. Lu Ming walked towards the exit. Now that he had mastered the great divine wind technique, the gale was ineffective against him. His speed was much faster. Soon, he left the Gale Galaxy. After a while, he returned to the Fengdu Sword Sect. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Fengdu Sword Sect, Sect Leader Wang knew about it and immediately came to see Lu Ming. Sect Leader Wang, you finally dare to come to see me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Sect Leader Wang smiled bitterly and said, Little brother Mu Yun, please forgive me. My Fengdu Sword Sect is just an ordinary force, and those skyprides are all from powerful races on the list of 10,000 races. If I were to go against them, the Fengdu Sword Sect would soon disappear from the desolate universe. Lu Ming could understand Sect Leader Wang. Those powerful races were indeed not something the Fengdu Sword Sect could afford to offend. Just now, he was just complaining. Sect Leader Wang, how have the skyprides of the various clans been in the past few years? Have they come to the Iron Sea Star region? Lu Ming asked. They're here, of course they're here, and there's a lot of them. Sect Leader Wang said, ever since you left, skyprides have been gathering from all over the desolate universe. Some want to challenge you, and some are just here to watch the show. However, since you're not here, these skyprides will stay in the Iron Sea Star region. They thought that the elf princess Ling Yue was in the Iron Sea Star region and searched everywhere. Unfortunately, they couldn't find her. However, in the past few years, the Iron Sea Star region has been very lively. It's rare for these skyprides to gather, so they often hold various gatherings to spar with each other, waiting for the 3-year agreement with you. After Sect Leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of the situation in the past few years. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. After Sect Leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. Are there any gatherings of geniuses? Lu Ming asked. Are you going to look for them? Sect Leader Wang said. Since they're already here, it's not a good idea for me to not show up. The 3 years are almost up, it's time for me to meet them. Lu Ming said with a smile. Little brother Mu Yun, let me warn you. Don't be careless. Even though there are no monstrous geniuses above the godly emperor realm, there are still some terrifying geniuses who are extremely powerful. It's easy for a quasi-emperor to kill a godly emperor. Sect leader Wang reminded with a solemn expression. Although Lu Ming was extremely talented, his cultivation was still a little weak. Sect leader Wang was afraid that Lu Ming wouldn't be a match for those geniuses. Thank you for your concern, sect leader Wang. I know what I'm doing. Lu Ming said. Seeing Lu Ming so confident, sect leader Wang didn't try to persuade him anymore. There's a gathering of geniuses on planet Kuan soon. You can make it if you go there now. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and went straight to planet Kuan without stopping. Planet Kuan Ming Lake was vast and the lake water was as clear as a mirror. One could see many divine fish swimming around in the lake. There was a small island in the center of the lake. At this moment, many geniuses were gathered on the island. These geniuses were from various races and they were all there for Lu Ming. In the past few years, they couldn't find the elven princess, so they often held gatherings to spar with each other while waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. Of course, in addition to the geniuses of various races, there were also geniuses from the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. These people were not there to challenge Lu Ming, but to make friends with the geniuses of various races. There was a battle platform in the center of the island. At this moment, 2 young men were sparring on the battle platform. Both of them were 9th-level divine lords and their combat strength was similar. They fought back and forth and it was very lively. Around them, many young men were drinking and watching the battle while chatting. Do you think Mu Yun will show up? It's been almost 3 years. Hehe, do you think he will appear again? The reason he said he would fight again in 3 years was just to find an excuse to delay the time. Now that the geniuses of various clans have gathered, how could he have the guts to come out? I think so too. It's best if that guy doesn't come out. His reputation will be ruined from then on. The elven princess will naturally not marry such a person. Even if he appears, there are many people who can suppress him and make him lose face. What is he? He even dared to reject the elven princess? Who does he think he is? Everyone was discussing. When it came to Lu Ming, some sneered and ridiculed him, while others had cold gazes. These people's hearts were filled with complicated emotions. If Lu Ming agreed to marry the elf princess, they would be unhappy. They would think that Lu Ming was not qualified and would want to kill Lu Ming. However, they were even more displeased that Lu Ming had rejected the elf princess. They had tried so hard to woo her, but Lu Ming had rejected them. Didn't that mean that they were even more trashy and were pursuing something that others did not want? In short, they wanted to suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming lose face. In this way, not only would they gain face, but Lu Ming and the elf princess's marriage would also be ruined. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Look, who's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the lake in the east and shouted. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. On the lake in the east, a young man was walking on the waves, looking very suave. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. It's Mu Yun. He finally showed up. I didn't expect him to really show up. Very good. Many people stood up and revealed cold gazes. The 2 young men who were sparring on the battle platform also stopped and looked at Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a few steps, he arrived at the small island. He flew in the air and landed on the battle platform in the middle of the island. The 2 young men in the battle platform quickly retreated, not daring to face Lu Ming. In fact, although there were many geniuses present, not many of them dared to fight with Lu Ming. After all, back then, Lu Ming had defeated Xiao Dao, who was a famous genius among the quasi-emperors. He was indeed powerful. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Mu Yun, you're finally here. Fight with me again. A voice was heard. A purple light flashed and a young man appeared on the battle platform. Xiang Prefecture, this young man was actually from Xiang Prefecture. Xiang Prefecture is going to fight. I heard that his Eastern Purple Chi technique has made a breakthrough again. He wants to defeat Mu Yun and reclaim his honor. In the Purple Sun Prefecture, he can be considered a top figure. Not many people can break through immediately after being defeated after being humiliated. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming glanced at Xiang Prefecture and shook his head. You're not my match. There's no need to fight anymore. How would you know that I'm not your match if we haven't fought? Lu Ming, aren't you overconfident? Xiang Prefecture said. His body was shrouded in purple light and his battle intent was strong. After being defeated by Lu Ming, he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he felt humiliated and made a breakthrough in his Eastern Purple Chi technique, allowing his battle strength to reach a higher level. Back then, it wasn't easy for Lu Ming to defeat him. There was a limit to how much stronger he was. Now that his battle strength had increased, he was confident that he could compete with Lu Ming. Is this enough? Lu Ming wasn't interested in talking to Xiang Prefecture. He directly released his aura. The people of the Xiangzhou stared with their eyes open wide. 7th level Divine Lord. Xiang Prefecture opened his mouth with a hoarse voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that in the Resource Alliance agreement, Lu Ming was still just a 5th level Divine Lord. In the end, borrowing his pressure, Lu Ming successfully broke through and reached 6th level Divine Lord, then defeated him. But how long had it been since the Resource Alliance agreement? Just a few years. Lu Ming actually broke through again. When did Divine Lord realm become so easy to break through? The key was that when Lu Ming was a 6th level Divine Lord, his battle strength was already very terrifying. This kind of prodigy, each breakthrough, his battle strength would have a tremendous increase. This was also to say that after Lu Ming broke through to 7th level Divine Lord, he was not Lu Ming's match at all. No wonder Lu Ming would say that he wasn't Lu Ming's match and didn't need to fight anymore. Indeed, he didn't need to fight anymore. Even if he made a move, it would also be seeking humiliation. At this moment, the battle intent on Xiang Prefecture's body disappeared without a trace. His eyes revealed a hint of dejection. Swoosh, Xiang Prefecture turned around and left, directly leaving Star Kuan. His heart was already in a mess. He needed to find a place to adjust his mentality. The following great battle, he did not wish to watch anymore. Xiang Prefecture actually left? What's going on? Didn't even fight and he lost his fighting spirit. Truly a good-for-nothing. There was an uproar at the scene. Most people did not understand why Xiang Prefecture directly left. They did not know that Lu Ming's cultivation rose from 5th level Divine Lord to 7th level Divine Lord within a short few years. If they knew, wonder what their expressions would be. Myriad Dao Dragon Sovereign, Myriad Dao Dragon Sovereign, what a piece of trash. He's a disgrace to the Xiang race. On one of the seats in the crowd, a purple-robed young man sat in a carefree manner. A cold and disdainful voice came from his mouth. Many people looked at this person with grave gazes. They recognized who he was. He was Zitite Song, the prodigy of the Ziyuan race. The Ziyuan race was ranked 67th on the Eldritch 10,000 races list, which was stronger than the Xiang race. Legend had it that the Ziyuan race and the Xiang race used to be the same race a long time ago, but for some reason, the two races split and became the Ziyuan race and the Xiang race. Both races were ranked in the top 100 of the Eldritch 10,000 races list, which showed how terrifying the two races were. However, the Ziyuan race had always thought that they were the orthodox race and looked down on the Xiang race, which was why Zitite Song mocked them. After mocking them, Zitite Song stood up, and purple light burst out from his eyes. He stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Zitite Song is going to attack. Many people's eyes lit up. Zitite Song was also a quasi-emperor, but he was more famous and stronger than Pashao in the Xiang state. In particular, the powerful prodigies present all smiled. Zitite Song's attack was enough to test Lu Ming's strength, so they could respond. Boom, Zitite Song's body was enveloped by a layer of purple light, which was filled with a luxurious aura. It looked very similar to the Xiang state. He's going to attack. Quick! Many people took out their illusory divine jades and directly broadcast the battle live. Many people across the universe immediately received the news and opened their illusory divine jades to watch the battle. Mu Yun, make your move. Use all your strength. I want to suppress you in front of everyone. Zitite Song said in a domineering manner. Let's see if you have the ability to force me to use my full strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. How arrogant. Purple Sun Divine Art, Purple Chi from the East. Zitaizong shouted and clenched his fist. Two wisps of purple chi flew over from the distant sky and were caught by Zitaizong. He was also using the purple chi from the east, which was exactly the same as the one in the Xiang state. It seemed that the two races were from the same origin. Kill. A pair of purple wings condensed behind Zitaizong's back. With a flap of his wings, his figure charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of purple lightning. At the same time, the two strands of purple gas in his hands turned into two purple divine swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. Space was sliced apart like a piece of paper by the purple sword. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's attack was very simple. He directly swung his fist to meet the attack. When he made his move, Lu Ming had already activated 5 times his combat power. Clang. Clang, Lu Ming's fists were like 2 sledgehammers as they smashed onto the purple divine sword. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the two figures rapidly retreated. However, Lu Ming only retreated 3 steps before he stabilized his figure. As for Zitaizong, he retreated explosively. He retreated several dozen steps before he staggered and stabilized himself. By the time he steadied himself, his face was already flushed red. In the first move, he was completely at a disadvantage. Your strength is not bad. You are slightly stronger than Xiang state. However, you are no match for me now. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, Lu Ming had not used the gravity orb. He had only used his own strength to suppress Zitaizong. One should know that Xiang state could kill an ordinary first-layer divine emperor. Zitaizong was stronger than Xiang state. He could easily kill an ordinary first-layer divine emperor. He was a terrifying monster. He was far from being comparable to an ordinary person. However, Lu Ming had only used his own strength to suppress him. Purple Origin Divine Armor. Zitaizong shouted as his purple hair fluttered in the wind. An armor appeared on his body and wrapped around him. This was a secret treasure refined by the Xiang tribe. Once worn, it could increase one's combat power. It could increase one's offensive and defensive strength. Boom! After putting on the Purple Origin Divine Armor, Zitaizong charged toward Lu Ming with a violent aura, just like a violent dragon. The 2 purple swords in his hands were even more powerful. They whistled as they slashed towards Lu Ming. Interesting. Lu Ming's lips curled up. He did not use the gravity orb. Instead, he used his forbidden strength to fight back. Lu Ming rushed out. All the cells in his body were trembling. Apart from the great divine wind skill, he gathered all the offensive secret skills on his fists and threw them out continuously. The violent fist energy created a spatial storm and crushed towards Zitaizong. Boom, boom. Boom, the 2 of them clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The terrifying energy shocked many people. Many people who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade turned solemn. Such combat power had completely surpassed the Divine Lord realm. Ordinary first-layer divine emperors would not be able to participate in such a battle. If they got close, they would be injured. He was already considered a top genius in the primitive universe. However, although Zitaizong's combat power had increased with the help of the Purple Origin Divine Armor and could temporarily fight against Lu Ming, he was still no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming's fist hit the Purple Origin Divine Armor on Zitaizong's chest. Lu Ming's fist contained hundreds of offensive secret skills and taboo powers. All of them erupted. Even though the Purple Origin Divine Armor had amazing defensive strength, it could not withstand the blow. The place where it was hit caved in. The terrifying power hit Zitaizong's body, causing him to groan. His body flew out like a cannonball and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in one move. He would not give him another chance. His figure followed closely behind Zitaizong and his fists landed like a violent storm. Although Zitaizong tried his best to block, he could only block a few blows. After that, he was hit continuously. His body flew out of the battle platform and he coughed out blood. Dozens of his bones were broken and cracks appeared on the Purple Origin Divine Armor. Zi Taizong had lost, and he had lost miserably. This made the faces of most of the spectators turn ugly. Mu Yan's combat power has increased again. He's even stronger than when he fought against Xiao Dao. Indeed. When he fought against Xiao Dao, he used 2 stone beads that could release gravity. However, he did not use them this time. This means that he still has a trump card. Everyone's faces became more solemn as they discussed. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming stood in the arena and continued to issue challenges. His fighting spirit was soaring. Most of the youths present looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at a few people. Although there were many elites present, there were not many who could fight against Lu Ming. I'll do it. At that moment, a youth stood up. His long robe fluttered in the wind. It's Shalu 19 from the Xiayin tribe. Many people recognized this youth. The Xiayin tribe was ranked 56th on the Eldritch 10,000 tribes list. It was a tribe more powerful than the Purple Origin race. Shalu 19 from the Xiayin tribe was one of the best in the Xiayin tribe. He was very powerful and was very famous among the quasi-emperors in the Eldritch universe. This was because this person was close to being on the quasi-emperors list. The top 100 quasi-emperors list was not an official list. It was a list made by many people in their spare time. It imitated the Universe Genius list and listed 100 quasi-emperors. These 100 quasi-emperors could be said to be the ceiling of the quasi-emperors. Each one of them was terrifying and extremely powerful. Slaughter 19, who killed the Seal tribe, was a peerless genius who almost made it into the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Everyone looked hopeful. They hoped that killing 19 would be able to suppress Lu Ming. Slaughter 19 stepped into the air and landed on the battle platform, standing opposite Lu Ming. A cold and terrifying murderous intent permeated the air, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop. Mu Yun, very good. It's the first time I've seen such a battle prowess at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. I will suppress you and trample on your pride to make my name as an invincible one, helping me ascend to the Quasi-Emperor's top 100 list. Slaughter 19 clasped his hands behind his back, looking unparalleled in the world. Needless to say, this person was extremely conceited. Lu Ming almost laughed. This guy had not even made it into the top 100 Quasi-Emperors list. How could he be so confident? Therefore, Lu Ming said directly, you haven't even made it into the top 100 Quasi-Emperors list, yet you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? What did you say? Slaughter 19's face darkened. His murderous intent became even colder. Well, I will make it simple. I said that you are a piece of trash. Do you understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boy, how dare you insult me? You are courting death. Slaughter 19 jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Dazzling rays of light burst forth from his body. 2 runes appeared on his palms and he blasted them toward Lu Ming. The 2 seals exuded terrifying fluctuations and contained terrifying power. They directly shattered the void and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming threw out 2 punches and shattered the 2 seals. However, this was only the prelude to Slaughter 19's attack. Madrah of Slaughter, Madrah of Absolute Death. Shedding 19 roared and waved their hands. Countless talisman seals appeared around them, each of which glowed with divine light and surged with murderous intent. Boom, 9 consecutive talismans gathered together and shot toward Lu Ming. Its power was many times stronger than the previous 2 talismans. The Killing Imprint race was born with the ability to control the killing sigil. The godly energy they cultivated was the godly energy of slaughter. The origin secret technique they awakened was the Slaughter Imprint technique. When cultivated to the peak, they could slaughter everything under the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Wherever the slaughter sigil passed, the void was constantly destroyed. With the power of destruction, it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fists, trying to resist. However, when Lu Ming's fists collided with the slaughter Madrah, he felt waves of terrifying slaughter energy rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help retreating a few steps. Mu Yun has been pushed back. He's at a disadvantage. He's going to lose. When the surrounding elites saw that Lu Ming was forced to retreat, they jumped to their feet excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all supreme talents from various races, but during this period, they were suppressed by Lu Ming, a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. They were extremely sullen. When they saw that Lu Ming was finally at a disadvantage, they naturally couldn't suppress their excitement. The Slaughter Madra of the Slaughter Madra tribe is indeed powerful, Lu Ming muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying talents of these races. Lu Ming might not be a match for Slaughter 19 without the help of the gravity orb. This wasn't because Lu Ming was too weak, but because his opponent was too strong. Where did Lu Ming hang out in the past? It was just the Taishu dynasty, a pseudo-universe level force. How many supreme talents could there be? The Taishu dynasty was nothing in the vast chaotic universe. It was just a speck of dust. And the opponent he was facing now was the top monstrous talent in the entire chaotic universe. In the chaotic universe, how many forces, how many supreme talents, it was hard to count clearly. As for Massacre 19, he was ranked near the top 100 among the countless demonic geniuses and quasi-emperor level demonic geniuses. This kind of person was also someone who had supreme opportunities and terrifying talents. His battle strength itself was abnormally powerful. It was naturally not that easy to deal with him. Lu Ming being able to fight against him as a 7th-level divine lord already showed the terror of the taboo body. But in the vast universe, there were countless supreme talents. Some people could even contend with the taboo body at the same level. It was also normal. Therefore, Slaughter 19 was very proud. He had the capital to be proud. Kill. After Slaughter 19 saw that Lu Ming was pushed back, his aura became even more violent. One after another, slaughter runes charged toward Lu Ming. Gravity orb. Lu Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the gravity orb flew out. However, Lu Ming did not use 3 gravity pearls. He only used 2 of them. 2 gravity orbs were enough to deal with Slaughter 19. Buzz, the 2 gravity orbs emitted a powerful gravitational force, enveloping Slaughter 19. Break for me! Slaughter 19 roared. His Slaughter Seal technique burst forth. Several Slaughter Seal technique actually turned into slaughter swords, slashing through the void, actually wanting to break the gravitational force. He was clearly prepared. He had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Broken Knife before. Only Lu Ming had a stone orb that could release gravity and had been on guard. However, he still underestimated the gravity orb. Although the slaughter sword slashed open the void, it did not break the gravitational force. The powerful gravitational force pressed down on him, making his body tremble. The Slaughter Seal technique surrounding him also trembled. And the Slaughter Seal technique attacking Lu Ming also trembled, its speed slowing down a lot. Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding several Slaughter Seal technique attacks. His body was like a flickering shadow, charging towards Slaughter 19, both fists blasting out continuously. Kill! Slaughter 19 roared, using all his strength. The Slaughter Seal technique around him spun rapidly, shining with divine light. One after another, it blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom, boom! Lu Ming swung his fists, colliding head-on with the Slaughter Seal technique. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Finally, some of the Slaughter Seal technique could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were blown apart by Lu Ming's fists. The Slaughter Seal technique was like a violent current, while Lu Ming went against the current, breaking through the current, approaching Slaughter 19. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Massacre 19's last Massacre Seal with one punch. The violent fist force bombarded Massacre 19's body. Massacre 19 gave a muffled snort and his body flew out of the fighting ring. He landed on the small island and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. He could not move at that moment. He was severely injured by Lu Ming's punch. And this was after Lu Ming showed mercy. Otherwise, he would definitely end up with his body and soul destroyed. Slaughter 19 was defeated, the faces of the geniuses present were extremely ugly. Even Slaughter 19 was no match for Lu Ming. Who else could be a match for Lu Ming? There was silence on Kunming Island. Those who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade in the universe were also silent. Lu Ming's combat strength had really shocked them. It was really shocking for a 7th level divine lord to have such combat strength. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming stood on the battle platform and continued to challenge. However, no one around the battle platform accepted the challenge. Today, there were no peerless demonic geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. The strongest ones were only demonic geniuses close to the top 100 quasi-emperors list. However, even Massacre 19 was not Lu Ming's match. Would others be able to change the outcome? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the crowd. He could sense that there were a few people who had strong fighting spirit and wanted to fight, but they had scruples. No one else wants to fight? It turns out that your strength is only SOSO. No wonder you don't have the guts to pursue the elven princess and come to find trouble with me. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the crowd. Damn it. Damn this guy. The young geniuses around gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps on their faces, making them feel ashamed. They wanted to rush out and fight Lu Ming, but they held back when they thought of Lu Ming's strength. They were extremely sullen. Who knew that a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect was so abnormal? If they had known, they wouldn't have mustered so many people and rashly rushed over. Now, they were in a difficult position. Many people were watching. Even the elven princess was watching. Some of them even wanted to turn off the illusory divine jade. However, if they turned it off now, wouldn't it mean that they were afraid of Lu Ming and didn't dare to open the illusory divine jade? Looking at a genius who was glaring at him, Lu Ming smiled calmly and said, I know there are some experts among you. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you want to fight, come at me together. What? Lu Ming actually asked them to fight together. Hearing those words, many people were immediately enraged. He was being looked down upon and looked down upon. What? Don't dare? Come on, I'll take it all. Lu Ming continued. You said it yourself. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Someone spoke up, his intentions stirred. That's right. Since he's so confident, let's spar with him. Another person spoke. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming said. Since he wants to fight, we'll fulfill his wish. A bald young man took the lead and rushed onto the fighting ring. As soon as the bald young man moved, several other people also moved and rushed onto the Colosseum. Of course, the Skyprites present did not rush up like a swarm of bees. There were only a total of 3 young men on the stage. These 3 young men were all monstrous geniuses at the same level as Massacre 19. They were all very powerful. This brat is really arrogant. He wants to fight against 3 people at the same time. Does he think that his battle prowess is comparable to those monstrous geniuses in the top 100 quasi-emperors list? Someone expressed their opinion in the illusory heavenly jade. This brat's talent is indeed amazing. If his cultivation is higher, he can easily enter the top 100 quasi-emperors list. But now, he's still a little lacking. Someone else voiced their opinion. However, although they were chatting, their eyes were still fixed on the image projected by the illusory heavenly jade. In the Colosseum of Kunming Island. Boom, Lu Ming and the 3 Skyprites engaged in a fierce battle. The 4 figures engaged in a fierce battle on the Colosseum. However, Lu Ming still did not use his full strength. He only used 2 gravity orbs. In this way, the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched and the battle was extremely fierce. The heavens and the earth rumbled. The 4 figures kept flashing and colliding. Every time they collided, it stirred up a terrifying force that swept out in all directions. However, there were layers of formations set up in this area that could block the force. This was the reason why the Skyprites chose to spar there. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily blow up a planet, and the damage they could cause would be too great. The 4 of them exchanged a few hundred blows. In the beginning, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after a few hundred blows, the divine power of the 3 Skyprites gradually weakened. Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Bang! Finally, the first Skyprite was hit by Lu Ming and flew out of the Colosseum. With another one sent flying, one less Skyprite was no match for Lu Ming. Not long after, another one was sent flying. The remaining one was even weaker. After 2 blows, he was also sent flying. The 3 skyprides were all injured and coughed up blood. They were sent flying out of the Colosseum. This battle was still won by Lu Ming. The entire place was dead silent. All of the geniuses had terrible looks on their faces. Even the 3 experts were defeated. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had really entered the top 100 quasi-emperors list? Of course, there were some exceptions. They were the local geniuses of the Iron Sea Star Zone. These people were gloating in their hearts. The skyprides of the various races were all high and mighty and did not take them seriously. Although they tried their best to please them, not many of them looked at them seriously. When they looked at them, their eyes were always full of contempt. However, for their own future, the geniuses of the Iron Sea Star Zone could only be thick-skinned and please these people. Naturally, they were quite unhappy, but they did not dare to show it. Now that they saw these people being suppressed by the skyprides of the Iron Sea Star Zone, they were secretly happy. When they looked at Lu Ming, they also felt that Lu Ming was much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Ming naturally did not care about these people's thoughts. He glanced around and said, "It seems that no one can fight me." These words caused many people's faces to turn red. Mu Yun, don't be arrogant. This time, there are several experts on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. It's just that they are not on planet Kuan. When they arrive, it will be easy for them to suppress you. Someone shouted. I remember that you said the same thing before coming to the Iron Sea Star Zone. What about now? Lu Ming said lightly. Humph, don't be arrogant. I've already received news that several experts on the top 100 quasi-emperors list are on their way to planet Kuan. If you have the guts, don't leave. Someone shouted. Indeed, several geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list who had just arrived in the Iron Sea Star Zone had said in the dreamy divine jade that they would soon come to planet Kuan. Oh, is that so? Then I'll wait for them. Here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. Then, he sat cross-legged on the fighting ring and took out a bone bead. He began to absorb energy and store it in his cells to enhance his potential. The reason why he did this was that he was curious about the combat strength of the skyprides on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Although the top 100 quasi-emperors list was not as formal as the Universe Prodigy list, it was made by many people in their spare time. There would definitely be omissions and some geniuses would not be listed. But it was not far off. The geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list could definitely represent the highest level of quasi-emperors in the primitive universe. The others also waited, including those who were watching through the dreamy divine jade. However, the dreamy divine jade was already in an uproar. Countless people were discussing. Lu Ming actually dared to wait here for the geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list to arrive. He was really bold. Could it be that Lu Ming was holding back his strength? At this moment, there were indeed a few geniuses in the Iron Sea Star group that were heading towards the Star of Kuan. These people were the geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Haha, interesting, but too arrogant. I'd like to see what other trump cards this kid has. No matter how strong you are, you will still crawl under my feet. These powerful geniuses had different thoughts as they hurried towards the Star of Kuan. Of course, a star group was very vast. It was impossible to connect all the places with wormholes, so it would take some time to reach the destination. More than a day later. Buzz, ripples appeared in the air above Kunming Lake as a figure suddenly appeared. It was an extremely burly young man with 2 bull horns on his head. They were like 2 heavenly blades that pierced the sky. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person. He was only a quasi-emperor, but he gave off a feeling that he could swallow the universe. It was as if a terrifying divine emperor was standing in front of him. It's Nyosun from the Divine Ox clan. He's ranked 99 on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. There was a burst of exclamations. Many people were excited and their eyes lit up. The geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list had finally arrived. Although the Divine Ox clan was not ranked high on the Primitive Universe 10,000 races list and had not entered the top 100, it did not mean that there would not be geniuses. Nyosun was a peerless genius of the Divine Ox clan. He was extremely powerful and had trampled many geniuses of the top 100 races under his feet. He was considered to be the most talented genius among the younger generation of the Divine Ox clan. Niao Sun took a step forward and appeared in the air above the fighting stage. His tyrannical aura kept pressing down on Lu Ming. Looks like I'm lucky to be the first to arrive. Let me suppress Mu Yun. Niao Sun said coldly. After that, he directly made his move. Boom, he took a step forward, and a gigantic ox hoof condensed in the sky, stomping down on Lu Ming's head. It looked like a casual kick, but in fact, Niao Sun had used his full strength. He wanted to trample Lu Ming under his foot. He was also one of the Elven Princess suitors. He knew that the Elven Princess was probably watching. He wanted to show off his invincible self in front of the Elven Princess. He had complete confidence in himself. He had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and the other Skyprites. Based on the battle prowess that Lu Ming had displayed, he was confident that he could suppress him. Before the huge hooves landed on the ground, the entire fighting ring shook violently. You really can't wait. I'll fulfill your wish then. Niao Sun's attitude made Lu Ming very unhappy. Therefore, Lu Ming directly used 3 gravity orbs. The 3 gravity orbs flew up into the sky, and the violent gravity pressed down on Niao Sun. Niao Sun staggered and almost fell off the fighting ring. The ox hoof that he had condensed also trembled. Whoosh, Lu Ming flashed, dodged the attack of the ox hoof, and appeared above Niao Sun's head. Boom. Boom, boom. Lu Ming's feet continuously stomped on Niao Sun. The cells on Lu Ming's feet were also integrated with many leg-type secret techniques. When they erupted, the power was no weaker than his fists. In fact, every cell in Lu Ming's body contained the taboo power. Various secret techniques had been integrated into every cell in his body. Therefore, Lu Ming's entire body was a weapon that could erupt with powerful power. However, Lu Ming was used to attacking with his hands. Therefore, he had always used his hands before. It was the same with his feet. His huge feet stomped on Niao Sun's face. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Moo, Niao Sun let out a loud roar. His horns glowed, and 2 saber lights burst out, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, the gravity from the 3 gravity orbs was too strong. It was much stronger than the gravity from 2 gravity orbs. No matter how strong Niao Sun was, he could not withstand it. Just the gravity orbs alone were enough to injure Niao Sun. Under the pressure of the gravity, it was very difficult for him to circulate the divine power in his body. His muscles and bones were trembling, as if they were about to break. Under such circumstances, how could he block Lu Ming's attack? The attack that he forced out was weak and powerless. Bam! The saber lights burst out from Niao Sun's horns were shattered by Lu Ming's foot. Lu Ming's feet continued to stomp on Niao Sun's face. Niao Sun screamed. His body fell to the ground like a meteorite and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It was too miserable. One of his horns had been broken by Lu Ming. His nose was crooked, and a large part of his face was caved in. Blood was flowing out. Moreover, he was pressed down by the gravity and was lying on the fighting ring like a dead dog. He could not move for a while. The geniuses and the experts who were watching through the dreamy heavenly jade were stunned. They thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Niao Sun, a top genius on the Quasi-Emperor's list, had arrived arrogantly to suppress Lu Ming. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming in an instant. He was trampled to the ground by Lu Ming. What the hell was going on? Many people could not react in time. It was not until Niao Sun groaned on the ground for a while that the crowd came to their senses. 3 gravity orbs. So this kid can activate 3 gravity orbs. What a miraculous treasure. Activating 1 gravity orb can increase its power by so much. He seems to have 12 gravity orbs in his hand. Can he activate all of them? Who can defeat him then? That's impossible. Normally, this kind of treasure requires a high cultivation level. If one's cultivation level is not high enough, it will be difficult to activate its power. Otherwise, a weak person can dominate a region with just 1 treasure. That's impossible. It's unrealistic. That's right. I think he can activate the power of 3 gravity orbs at most. The geniuses present were all successors of powerful clans. They had seen and heard of all kinds of treasures. Soon, they figured out the mysteries of the gravity orbs. However, even with that being the case, their expressions were still very serious. The power of 3 gravity orbs was already terrifying. Together with Lu Ming's combat strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even someone as strong as Niao Sun would be killed in one move if he was careless. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of divine power swept Niao Sun off the fighting stage. He then kept the gravity orb and the strong gravitational force disappeared. However, at this moment, the void trembled, and the figure of a young man appeared. He was wearing a black robe and he was tall and slender. His face was pale and he was very handsome. Moreover, this person was very handsome. His pale skin and handsome face made him look like a woman. At the same time, a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Sun Moon Tribe, Xianxia. Someone exclaimed and was overjoyed. The young man who had just arrived was no ordinary person. He was from the Sun Moon Tribe. The Sun Moon Tribe was ranked 32nd on the primitive 10,000 tribe board. He was born with an extreme body and could control the extreme cold force. Xianxia was a peerless genius in the Sun Moon Tribe and he was ranked 66th on the top 100 Boundary Emperors board. He was much stronger than Niao Sun. Xianxia stood in the air and looked around. When he saw the injured Niao Sun, his eyes narrowed and his gaze froze. Niao Sun, you are injured? Who injured you, Mu Yun? Xianxia was in disbelief. Xianxia, you have to be careful. Mu Yun can activate 3 gravity orbs. The gravitational force is strong and it is at least 5 times stronger than 2 gravity orbs. Niao Sun said, his face still pale. However, he had thought that the gravitational force of 3 gravity orbs was 5 times stronger than 2 gravity orbs. When Lu Ming had fought against him, he had not activated all of his strength. If he activated all of his strength, the gravitational force would be 10 times stronger. Xianxia nodded and stepped out. He stood in the air above the fighting stage. Mu Yun, attack. Xianxia said coldly. After all, he was not Niao Sun and his combat strength was stronger than Niao Sun. Even if Lu Ming could activate 3 gravity orbs, he could still protect himself. The moment he spoke, Xianxia landed on the fighting stage. Against Lu Ming's gravity orbs, it was not wise to stay in the air. It would be easier to resist the gravitational force if he landed on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a layer of frost immediately appeared on the ground and spread towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a terrifying chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, wanting to freeze his entire body. Boom, all the cells in Lu Ming's body trembled and burst out with a terrifying vibrating force. In an instant, the chill was shaken away. Whoosh, at this moment, a pair of wings condensed from ice appeared on Xianxia's back. With a flap, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. There was a black airflow circling around his body. This was the power of Yin. It was said that a sliver of the power of Yin could freeze an entire planet. Whoosh, the power of Yin coiled around Xianxia's palm as he slammed it towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dodge and threw out a punch. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming retreated rapidly. There was a layer of ice on his arm and it was spreading toward his body at an alarming speed. A layer of ice armor had already appeared and it seemed as if it was going to freeze every cell in Lu Ming's body. Boom, Lu Ming channeled his forbidden energy and attacked with all his might before finally breaking away from the chill. The power of Yin is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. There was also the power of Yin in the lesser worlds, but it was completely different from the power of Yin in the primitive universe. The power of Yin in the primitive universe was many times more terrifying than the power of Yin in the lesser worlds. At this moment, Xianxia charged towards Lu Ming again. I played enough with you. Lu Ming growled, and 3 gravity orbs flew out. Boom, a terrifying gravitational force instantly enveloped the entire fighting stage. Xianxia's body trembled, and he almost lost his balance. Boundless Tien, freeze! Xianxia roared, and a tiny wisp of power of Yin appeared between his eyebrows. This wisp of power of the sun seemed small, but its power was even more terrifying. This was Xianxia's origin secret technique, As soon as the origin secret technique was used, the chill around Xianxia's body became even more terrifying. Countless cold waves rushed out in all directions, and the void completely froze. It was as if even gravity could be frozen. In fact, the gravity was not frozen, but a part of its power was blocked. Primitive ice god body. Xianxia roared, and his body underwent a drastic change. His body became somewhat transparent, like a piece of transparent ice. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia turned into a 10-meter-tall ice man. This was Xianxia's primitive divine body, which was modeled after the primitive ice god. In this way, Xianxia could be said to have used all his trump cards. He stepped forward, broke through the gravitational force, and charged at Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be afraid of him? His figure flashed, and he punched out. Boom boom boom, the two of them clashed again, and this time, it was even more intense than before. Xianxia's battle strength was indeed terrifying. After going all out, even Lu Ming couldn't do anything to Xianxia for a while, even with 3 gravity orbs. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear victor. The combat ability of the Yin Merchant and Yang Leaf was much stronger than that of Niao Sun. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming gradually activated the gravity of the 3 gravity pearls. In the beginning, the Yin Merchant and Yang Leaf could withstand it. However, when the power of the 3 gravity orbs reached 90%, Xianxia finally felt immense pressure. He felt that his body was wrapped in layers of power, and the pressure made it difficult for him to move. He had to use all his strength to break through the gravitational force and block Lu Ming's attacks. At that moment, there were ripples in the air, and a figure appeared in the air. This was still a young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was quite handsome. He wore silver silk and had an elegant bearing. However, many people were shocked when they saw the young man. It's 9 Silkworm Prince from the Sky Silkworm tribe. He's here too. He's a terrifying genius ranked 49th on the top 100 Boundary Emperors list. He's even stronger than Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia was defeated by 9 Silkworm Prince before. Many people exclaimed. 9 Silkworm Prince was very famous among the people who were pursuing the Elven Princess. The Sky Silkworm tribe was ranked 26th on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. They were ranked higher than the Sun Moon tribe and the Elven tribe. 9 Silkworm Prince was a peerless genius of the Sky Silkworm tribe. Whether it was his background or his qualifications, they were top-notch. Among the Boundary Emperors, there weren't many who could match him. The reason why he was ranked 49th was that many of the people above him were from the top 10 tribes. After all, the top 10 tribes were too terrifying. Their bloodline talents were heaven-defying. Apart from the top 10 tribes, there weren't many Boundary Emperors from the other tribes who could match him. 9 Silkworm Prince stood in the air, his gaze landing on Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xiang, Yang Yi, you may leave. Muyun is mine now. 9 Silkworm Prince said lightly. His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable tone. It was as if he was ordering Xianxia around, as if Xianxia was his subordinate. From this, one could conclude that 9 Silkworm Prince was an extremely conceited person. Xianxia was a conceited person as well, so his face instantly darkened to a terrifying degree. Boom, he and Lu Ming exchanged a blow, and the battle stage shook. Both of them took a few steps back. 9 Silkworm, I haven't decided a winner with Muyun. He's mine. Xianxia shouted. Humph, after so many blows, you still can't take down a 7th-level Divine Lord. How dare you? Continue? Get lost. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. 9 Silkworm, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Xianxia was furious. Being reprimanded by 9 Silkworm Prince in public was an extremely embarrassing thing. His anger burned fiercely. Xianxia was also a peerless monster, not much weaker than 9 Silkworm Prince. Why? Just because you're my defeated opponent. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. Humph, it's been 10,000 years since our battle. It's not certain who's going to win now. Xianxia's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Lu Ming didn't continue. Since Xianxia was going to fight 9 Silkworm Prince, he was naturally willing to be a spectator. So you want to challenge me? You overestimate yourself. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Nine Silkworm Prince said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. His cultivation was also at the quasi-emperor level, but it was many times more terrifying than an ordinary quasi-emperor. His body was shrouded in a layer of hazy jade color, making him look otherworldly. Whoosh, Nine Silkworm Prince moved. In a flash, he charged toward Xianxia. His leg swept down on Xianxia. Sky Silkworm Leg, the ultimate technique of the Sky Silkworm race. Facing Nine Silkworm Prince's attack, Xianxia and Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had been defeated by Nine Silkworm Prince 10,000 years ago. Xianxia roared. Tying Qi revolved around him, and a giant ice palm struck out. Layers of palm imprints and layers of leg shadows collided with each other, instantly erupting into dozens of explosions. Xianxia and Xianxia retreated, but Nine Silkworm Prince was also sent flying. Nine Silkworm, I haven't seen you in 10,000 years. You're just SOSO. Seeing that he had blocked Nine Silkworm Prince's attack, Xianxia's confidence increased greatly. Xianxia, you're courting death. Nine Silkworm Prince's face was incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was as sharp as a blade as a terrifying Qi emerged. Whoosh, Nine Silkworm Prince charged at Xianxia and Xianxia again. Great shatter. Nine Silkworm Prince's leg shadows continued to envelop Xianxia and Xianxia. Boom, their attacks collided once again. However, this time Xianxia and Xianxia retreated rapidly after exchanging only a few moves. Everyone could see fine cracks appear on the surface of Xianxia and Xianxia's primordial divine body. Xianxia and Xianxia's primordial divine body was indestructible. After exchanging so many moves with Lu Ming hadn't been able to break through his defenses. However, Nine Silkworm Prince had broken through his defenses in just a few moves. 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts, Great Shatter. Nine Silkworm, you've actually cultivated the Great Shatter. Xianxia and Xianxia roared in shock. It's the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts. The surrounding spectators also roared in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they could not calm down. Although the power of Origin's secret arts wasn't weaker than the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts, they were too difficult to cultivate. Severing the 9 shackles was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts didn't have such shackles. As long as one's comprehension was high enough and had enough opportunities, they could quickly cultivate to an extremely high level and unleash terrifying power. In addition, there was a legend that the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts were related to a great secret. However, no one had been able to solve it after so many years. Of course, the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts weren't that easy to cultivate. Even if an ordinary person obtained them, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. However, Nine Silkworm Prince's talent was terrifying enough. The Great Shatter was already extremely powerful. It's actually the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts. Lu Ming's heart pounded fiercely. He hadn't thought that he'd come across another of the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts, the Great Divine Wind Art, just as he'd obtained one of the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts, the Great Shatter. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or an opportunity. A wisp of greed flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He cultivated the forbidden physique and needed secret arts the most, not to mention the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts. He had already decided that he had to obtain the Great Shatter. If I hadn't spent all my energy on the 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts, I would have broken through to the Divine Emperor realm long ago. You want to fight me? Dream on. Nine Silkworm Prince said coldly. Everyone finally understood why Nine Silkworm Prince was only evenly matched with Xianxia when he hadn't used the Great Shatter. It turned out that he'd spent all his energy on the Great Shatter. However, once he mastered the Great Shatter, Nine Silkworm Prince's battle power had indeed skyrocketed. It was enough to make up for all his losses over the years. Kill! Nine Silkworm Prince shouted coldly. Dazzling light shone from his body as he charged toward Xianxia. The 3,000 Ancient Secret Arts are just an ordinary secret art. I don't believe it's that strong, Xianxia roared. Cold Qi surged into the sky as he unleashed all his power toward Nine Silkworm Prince. Bam! Bam! The two clashed again, exchanging 8 moves. Crack! The sound of porcelain shattering rang out as cracks appeared on Xianxia's body. He retreated rapidly as ice fell from his body. Poof, Xianxia spat out blood, his face pale. He was no match for 9 Silkworm Prince. He was completely suppressed. So strong. 9 Silkworm Prince's battle power is so strong. Is this the power of the 3,000 ancient secret arts? Are the 3,000 ancient secret arts that much stronger than the origin secret arts? Many people were shocked. Many people had heard of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, but very few had seen them. That was because many of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques had been lost. Now that they had seen them, their power was beyond imagination. It's not necessarily the 3,000 ancient secret arts. It depends on the cultivator. If one's talent and comprehension aren't good enough, they'll still be useless. 9 Silkworm Prince is strong because he's talented. 9 Silkworm Prince didn't defeat Xianxia purely with the Great Shatter. He combined the origin secret arts and a primordial divine body. Some knowledgeable people explained. Everyone nodded. Indeed, how could the Grand Shatter art be so powerful that it could completely crush Xianxia and Yang? 9 Silkworm Prince had used all his strength when he attacked, using his Constitution secret technique and origin secret technique to the extreme. Combined with the Grand Shatter art, he was able to defeat Xianxia and Yang. 9 Silkworm Prince charged toward Xianxia and Yang after gaining the upper hand. His legs lashed out like a storm at Xianxia and Yang, and the space cracked like tofu under such terrifying power. Xianxia and Yang roared and fought with all their might, but they couldn't change anything. Bang! 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 The two clashed continuously, and the terrifying energy of the Grand Shatter art landed on Xianxia and Yang. Xianxia and Yang vomited blood, and his body cracked inch by inch. In the end, he couldn't maintain his primordial divine body form anymore, and he collapsed and returned to his original form. Xianxia and Yang's body was in tatters, and he was sent flying out of the arena, vomiting blood. He was severely injured. Xianxia and Yang, this is the difference between us. I lost 10,000 years ago, and I can still lose now. Let me tell you, you're not my match in this life. Also, Yue isn't someone you can pursue. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. 9 Silkworm Prince stared coldly at Xianxia and Yang. Xianxia and Yang glared at 9 Silkworm Prince with an ugly expression. But he had lost, and he couldn't refute. The loser had no reason to lose. 9 Silkworm Prince ignored Xianxia and Yang, and turned to Lu Ming. Mu Yun, I'll give you a chance. With your status, you can't have any interaction with Yue, so cripple your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. 9 Silkworm Young Master said coldly, commanding Lu Ming. In his view, sparing Lu Ming's life was already a great favor. Whether Lu Ming agreed to marry the elven princess or refused, he couldn't be spared. Crippling his own cultivation was already a way out for him. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. This guy was trying to act cool in front of him. How laughable. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming said indifferently. Really? You've seen what happened to Xianxia. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you fought that piece of trash Xianxia. Let me tell you, you're still far from enough. 9 Silkworm Prince's eyes were cold and filled with confidence. I really don't know where a quasi-emperor gets the confidence to speak to me, a 7th-level divine lord, like this. With my cultivation, if I were a quasi-emperor, I would be able to suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming laughed mockingly. You're courting death. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted coldly. Lu Ming's words hurt 9 Silkworm Prince's pride. Originally, 9 Silkworm Prince was secretly jealous of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had such combat strength at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. He was jealous to death. Now that Lu Ming had said this, and the key point was that he was telling the truth, he was instantly enraged. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted coldly and charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh, his leg was like a steel whip, lashing toward Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, there would be a huge explosion in the space, bringing about destructive energy. Although he looked down on Lu Ming, his actions didn't. After all, Lu Ming had fought Xianxia to a standstill. Therefore, he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Physique secret technique, origin secret technique, great shattering technique. This kick raised his combat strength to the peak. Suppress. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 3 gravity orbs flew out. 100% gravity erupted. Wung, the terrifying gravity pressed down on 9 Silkworm Prince. 9 Silkworm Prince's body trembled. He was greatly affected. After all, when Lu Ming fought in Xianxia, he didn't use the full power of the gravity orbs. At this moment, 100% gravity erupted. The power of the gravity was unprecedentedly strong. 9 Silkworm Prince felt that the divine power in his body seemed to be filled with mercury. It circulated more than 10 times slower, and he felt as if a dozen planets were pressing down on him. Break! 9 Silkworm Prince roared. His leg shook slightly, and the terrifying Great Shattering Technique erupted. The Great Shattering Technique was said to be able to shatter everything. Even the smallest particle could be shattered. Space instantly shattered into pieces, and even the powerful gravity began to distort. But at this moment, Lu Ming also launched an attack. His fist pierced through the void and blasted toward 9 Silkworm Prince. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. His legs shook, and he changed direction to attack Lu Ming's fist. Boom, the attacks of the two collided, causing a violent explosion. The next moment, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He retreated a few hundred meters before he could stabilize himself. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain coming from his fist. He lowered his head and saw that his fist had been torn apart, and there were cracks all over it. However, Lu Ming's powerful recovery ability quickly healed the injury. Is this the Great Shattering Technique? It's so powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. In the collision just now, Lu Ming felt that a terrifying power had erupted from 9 Silkworm Prince's side. This power directly shattered his various secret techniques, even the forbidden power, and was about to shatter his fist. Even the forbidden power couldn't block it. It was obvious how terrifying this power was. Of course, it wasn't that the forbidden power wasn't strong enough. It was just that Lu Ming's current cultivation was still weak. He was only a 7th level Divine Lord. If Lu Ming was at the Quasi-Emperor realm, the same level as 9 Silkworm Prince, the forbidden power would definitely be able to crush 9 Silkworm Prince. While he was shocked, Lu Ming's heart was also burning with desire. He wanted to obtain the Great Shattering Technique even more. This way, he could increase his combat strength. Everything will shatter under the Great Shattering Technique. What can mere gravity do to me? Break for me! 9 Silkworm Prince roared and used all his strength to activate the Great Shattering Technique. Together with his Constitution Secret Technique and Origin Secret Technique, the power was boundless. He broke through the gravity and charged at Lu Ming. You think there are only 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming sneered. At this moment, he no longer held back and used the Great Divine Wind Technique. In an instant, a whirlwind wrapped around Lu Ming's palm. This was the power of the Great Divine Wind Technique. It was filled with terrifying cutting and destructive power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out with both fists and collided with 9 Silkworm Prince's leg technique once again. After a series of explosions, this time, the two figures retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and 9 Silkworm Prince retreated more than a dozen steps before regaining their footing. 3,000 ancient secret techniques. How can he know the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? 9 Silkworm Prince's shocked and sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was filled with shock, disbelief, and anger. How could a mere Lu Ming cultivate the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? The scene was also in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lu Ming, tongue-tied. Everyone was flabbergasted and dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also grasped one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. All this while, Lu Ming still had a trump card. How could a 7th level Divine Lord be so strong? Kid, which one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques is that? 9 Silkworm Prince stared at Lu Ming. Great Divine Wind Technique. Lu Ming said. Great Divine Wind Technique. 9 Silkworm Prince's eyes were burning as he stared at Lu Ming. Kid, give me the Great Divine Wind Technique. As long as you kneel down and admit defeat, I can waive the condition of crippling my own cultivation. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. He could only sneer. This 9 silkworm prince was probably used to being superior since young. Although his cultivation talent was high, his IQ wasn't high. Seeing that he had already used the Great Divine Wind technique, he was still so confident as if he could defeat Lu Ming. Where did his confidence come from? What are you laughing at? 9 silkworm prince felt Lu Ming's mockery, and his eyes turned cold. What are you laughing at? You're laughing too self-righteously. Tell me, in my eyes, you're nothing. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. You're courting death. 9 silkworm prince shouted. This sentence again. Can't you change it? How about this? If you want the Great Divine Wind technique, I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet. How about it? Lu Ming said. What bet? 9 silkworm prince said. Let's bet on who wins and who loses. The loser has to give the 3,000 ancient secret techniques to the winner. If I lose, I'll give you the Great Divine Wind technique. If I lose, you'll give me the Great Divine Wind technique. How about that? Lu Ming voiced out the purpose in his heart. I won't lose. 9 silkworm prince was still very confident. If you say that, then it's meaningless. Let's not fight this battle. Goodbye. Lu Ming turned and was about to leave. Wait. 9 silkworm prince shouted. How could he let Lu Ming leave? He was determined to get the Great Divine Wind technique. Do you want to bet? Lu Ming stopped and turned around. Alright, I'll make a bet. Whoever loses will hand over the 3,000 ancient secret arts. 9 silkworm said. The people around him immediately cheered up. Lu Ming and 9 silkworm prince actually wanted to bet the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In that case, the two of them would definitely go all out. This battle would be very interesting to watch. Moreover, there would be a clash of ancient secret arts, which was extremely rare. Boom, Lu Ming and 9 silkworm prince stood on the battle stage. Powerful chi exploded from their bodies and collided with each other. Wang, Lu Ming waved his hand and continued to control the gravity pearls. The gravity of the 3 gravity pearls erupted, and the terrifying gravity pressed down on 9 silkworm Buddha prince. The power of the 3 gravity pearls was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a monarch-grade divine artifact, it would be crushed instantly. 9 silkworm prince was also greatly affected. He went all out, using the great art of fragmentation as the edge to break through the gravity and clash with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also used the Great Divine Wind technique. With the Great Divine Wind technique as the core, he used various secret arts to attack 9 silkworm prince. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them fiercely exchanged dozens of blows. Lu Ming went all out and used the Great Divine Wind technique to finally block 9 silkworm prince's attack. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Amazing. I didn't expect Mu Yan's Great Divine Wind technique to be cultivated to such a level. What terrifying power. This Mu Yan looks very young. According to his life origin, he doesn't seem to be more than 10,000 years old. It's a miracle that he's so terrifying at such a young age. This talent is amazing. Many people sighed. The 3,000 ancient secret arts were rare, but the primitive universe was so big that there would be people who would obtain them. However, obtaining them was one thing, and cultivating them was another. In fact, many people who obtained the 3,000 ancient secret arts tried their best to cultivate them, but in the end, they failed and went back to cultivate the origin secret arts. Techniques were good techniques, but it also depended on the person who used them. However, what they didn't know was that Lu Ming had only cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique for a little more than a year. If they knew, their eyeballs would probably pop out. Lu Ming had cultivated to such a level in a little more than a year. When he erupted, he wasn't any weaker than 9 silkworm prince's great art of fragmentation. Of course, this had to do with his talent and comprehension. Ever since he merged with the forbidden power and became a forbidden body, Lu Ming found that his comprehension was getting more and more terrifying. It seemed to be constantly improving. No wonder the forbidden body was called a taboo, and even the heavenly palace was afraid of it. It wasn't without reason. Now that Lu Ming was cultivating ordinary mystic skills, he would be able to succeed easily. In addition, the environment was full of strong winds. Cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique complemented each other and was faster. As a result, Lu Ming cultivated it for more than a year, but its power was comparable to 9 silkworm princes for 10,000 years. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and they were evenly matched. 9 silkworm prince was a little impatient. One had to know that his purpose here was to suppress Lu Ming. Countless people were watching, and even Ling Yue was watching. But now, he couldn't take down Lu Ming. His anger soared. Die, brat! 9 silkworm prince roared, and his attacks became even more violent. Unfortunately, under the suppression of gravity, he couldn't use his full strength and couldn't defeat Lu Ming. 9 silkworm prince, I heard that the great art of fragmentation that you've cultivated for 10,000 years is only this powerful? How laughable. You call yourself a genius. Let me tell you, I've only cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique for a year. 3,000 ancient secret arts, such an easy secret art to cultivate, actually took 10,000 years to cultivate. How embarrassing. Lu Ming laughed. More than a year? Everyone who heard this was stunned at first, but then they shook their heads. They didn't believe it at all. How could he cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique to this level in a year? How was that possible? Nonsense. 9 silkworm prince roared. He didn't believe it at all. If Lu Ming cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique to this level in a year, then what was he? Trash? No, he was even worse than trash. He couldn't accept it. You're trash, so you don't want to accept the excellence of others. How sad. Lu Ming said proudly. Impossible. Don't think of using such a method to disturb my state of mind. 9 silkworm prince roared. The others nodded, thinking that Lu Ming said that on purpose to disturb 9 silkworm prince's state of mind and make him reveal a flaw. They guessed right. Lu Ming did want to make 9 silkworm prince reveal a flaw, but what he said was the truth. Of course, no one would believe it. 9 silkworm, is this your strength? What are you using to suppress me? If this continues, I'm going to lose. Lu Ming continued. Die. 9 silkworm prince roared. His state of mind was indeed a little chaotic. First of all, 9 silkworm prince had been full of confidence, as if he could suppress Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. But now, he couldn't even gain the upper hand. He was anxious. Also, Lu Ming said that he had cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique to such a level in a year. Although he didn't believe it, there was no doubt that Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique in a shorter time than him. To him, it had more or less affected him. Therefore, his mental state was a little chaotic, and he wanted to suppress Lu Ming as soon as possible. Once his mental state was in a mess, he would naturally have an opening. 9 silkworm prince's body glowed, and a jade sword flew out from between his eyebrows and slashed at the gravity orb. The gravity of the gravity orb was very uncomfortable for him, and he wanted to break through the pressure. Clang, the jade sword slashed at the gravity orb, and there was a loud boom. Unfortunately, the gravity orb was indestructible and couldn't be broken. It only retreated a little, and the gravity was still strong. Now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he caught 9 silkworm prince's opening. Lu Ming's figure suddenly changed, and like a phantom, he charged at 9 silkworm prince, his speed suddenly increasing. Since the Great Divine Wind technique was related to wind, it could not only increase Lu Ming's attack power, but also increase Lu Ming's speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming appeared on 9 silkworm prince's left side, and his palm was like a sword, stabbing 36 times in an instant, all aimed at 9 silkworm prince's 3 openings. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It was too fast, so fast that many people couldn't react in time. 9 silkworm prince was worthy of being a peerless genius. He instantly changed his figure, and his leg kicked out like a gust of wind. At the same time, his palm was like a saber, slashing at Lu Ming's neck. This way, 2 of the 3 openings disappeared, and he made up for them. But there was still one more. Lu Ming's palm pierced 9 silkworm prince's chest. The terrifying power instantly tore apart 9 silkworm prince's defenses, and his muscles and bones were torn apart by the terrifying power. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and it was penetrating from front to back. 9 silkworm prince screamed, and his body frantically retreated. At the same time, he circulated his divine power to seal the wound, and wanted to counterattack. But how would Lu Ming give him such a chance? After injuring 9 Silkworm Prince in one move and gaining the upper hand, 9 Silkworm Prince's fate was already sealed. Whoosh, Lu Ming's attacks were endless. His attacks filled the entire sky. Bang! Bang! 9 Silkworm Prince was hit continuously. Although he was powerful, he could not withstand Lu Ming's attacks. A few more wounds appeared on his body. In particular, one of Lu Ming's moves had hit his head, almost causing his head to explode. His 9 Silkworm Princesses' secret was of his body his soul. 9 is his soul souls his. His soul was greatly shaken, causing him to be dazed for a moment, and stars appeared before his eyes. 9 Silkworm Prince knew he was in trouble. He roared and launched an all-encompassing attack, using both his hands and legs to force Lu Ming back. But Lu Ming easily dodged his attacks and appeared above 9 Silkworm Prince's head. He ruthlessly kicked 9 Silkworm Prince's face, sending him flying. 9 Silkworm Prince's body flew out of the stage like a broken sack. He lay on the ground, groaning for a long time before crawling up and looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. 9 Silkworm Prince, you've lost. Hand over the Grand Shatter Art. Lu Ming said. Hand over the Grand Shatter Art? Don't even think about it. Kid, a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect dares to steal my Grand Shatter Art. I'll die. Not only that, but I'll also destroy the Fengdu sword sect. 9 Silkworm Prince screamed hysterically. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with crazed murderous intent. He was really going crazy. His anger soared to the sky. He had lost to Lu Ming. He couldn't accept it. One had to know that there were countless people watching through the illusory heavenly jade, especially Fairy Princess Ling Yue. It was very likely that she was also watching. He had lost all face. When he thought of this, he couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces and execute Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming. Why did he resist? Why did he not allow him to suppress him obediently and allow him to boast? Haha. This is the genius ranked 49th on the Quasi-Emperor ranking list, the peerless monster of the heavenly silkworm race? Such a trash, going back on his words and going back on his words after losing. Lu Ming sneered. Shut up, you despicable thing. Shut up. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't shut up. He continued, just now, you said you wanted to send people to destroy my sect? You want to destroy the Feng City Sword sect? Everyone, brothers and sisters in the universe, you've all seen it. This is what 9 Silkworm said. He wants to rely on the heavenly silkworm race to destroy the Feng City Sword sect. If something happens to the Feng City Sword sect, it must be done by the heavenly silkworm race. You must uphold justice, and the heavenly palace must uphold justice. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone looked at each other. Bastard. Some experts of the heavenly silkworm race also watched through the illusory heavenly jade. They couldn't help but curse. They scolded 9 Silkworm and Lu Ming. 9 Silkworm had lost, but he actually talked nonsense and went back on his words in public. He even wanted to take revenge. It was really embarrassing. And Lu Ming said that nothing could happen to the Feng City Sword sect in the future. Once something happened, it would be blamed on the heavenly silkworm race. Although the heavenly silkworm race didn't take the Feng City Sword sect seriously, if they really destroyed the Feng City Sword sect, their reputation would be ruined. Who would cooperate with them in the future? Not only that, their enemies would also use this as an excuse to attack them. After Lu Ming said that, the heavenly silkworm race not only couldn't touch the Feng City Sword sect, but also had to prevent others from touching the Feng City Sword sect. Otherwise, they would also have to send people to protect the Feng City Sword sect secretly. No wonder some experts of the heavenly silkworm race were cursing. 9 Silkworm Prince also slowly calmed down. He knew that it was impossible to destroy the Feng City Sword sect, but killing Lu Ming was possible. He just had to do it secretly. The murderous intent in his heart was incomparably cold. He stared at Lu Ming fiercely, like a wild beast choosing a human to devour. He must kill Lu Ming. Today, he had embarrassed him so much. It was unforgivable. 9 Silkworm, why aren't you handing over the great art of fragmentation? The heavenly silkworm race is also considered a big race. Is this the kind of person who goes back on his words? Lu Ming stared at 9 Silkworm Prince. I won't hand it over. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? 9 Silkworm Prince sneered. He might as well go all out. After all, he had already embarrassed himself. If he didn't embarrass himself a little more, he wouldn't hand it over. The great art of fragmentation was something he had painstakingly obtained. Hand it over to Lu Ming? He would probably vomit blood. 9 Silkworm Prince looked at Lu Ming arrogantly. He was a peerless monster of the heavenly silkworm race. Now that everyone was watching, he didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to do anything to him. Bastard! Many former experts of the heavenly silkworm race cursed. 9 Silkworm had truly disgraced the heavenly silkworm race. On a distant and remote planet, the elf princess Ling Yue, wandering spirit, and the others also saw all of this. This Jokin is really shameless, really shameless. Someone like him actually wants to pursue the young lady. He's really out of his league. Compared to Zhou Kan, that Mu Yun is much more pleasing to the eye. Yu Ling pouted angrily. Some people come from good backgrounds, but their character is not necessarily good. Ling Yue said. Yu Ling nodded repeatedly. Some people came from good families and were pampered since young. They could get whatever they wanted. No one would go against their wishes. Then, when they grew up, it would be the same. Even if his talent was astonishing, once he encountered a setback or encountered someone who went against his will, he would not be able to take it. His retarded face would be revealed without a doubt. 9 Silkworm Prince was clearly such a person. He had outstanding talent since he was young and had been nurtured by the heavenly silkworm clan. It could be said that he could get whatever he wanted. It had also nurtured his self-confidence and character to do as he pleased. In the face of a stronger race, perhaps he would restrain himself a little, but in the face of a weaker race, his personality would undoubtedly reveal itself. What's more, facing Lu Ming, who was an incomparably despicable piece of trash in his heart, he was filled with a sense of superiority. But in the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming. He found it hard to accept, and his ugly side was revealed without a doubt. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. So, you don't intend to hand it over? Very well, if you don't hand it over, then I'll take it myself. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he stepped into the air and charged towards 9 Silkworm Prince. Mu Yun, how dare you? I'm a peerless genius of the heavenly silkworm race. How dare you touch me? 9 Silkworm roared. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Lu Ming sneered. He sped up, turning into a phantom as he charged at 9 Silkworm Prince. In the blink of an eye, he was above 9 Silkworm Prince's head. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch. The violent fist force was like a storm, shrouding 9 Silkworm Prince. 9 Silkworm Prince was shocked. He didn't think that Lu Ming would really dare to attack him. At the critical moment, he resisted with all his might. However, he had just been seriously injured by Lu Ming and simply wasn't a match for Lu Ming. His attack had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist smashed into the 9 Silkworm Prince's face. 9 Silkworm Prince let out a miserable shriek. His handsome face was completely smashed, and his body flew out. The people in front hurriedly left. Before 9 Silkworm Prince could stop, Lu Ming had already caught up to him and stepped on him. Hand over Grand Shatter. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't even think about it, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I want you to die. I want you to die a horrible death, Princess 9 Silkworm roared madly. He was completely crazy, his eyes blood red. He was sure that Lu Ming would at most injure him and wouldn't dare to touch him. As long as he escaped, he would madly seek revenge. As for handing over Grand Shatter, it was impossible. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned completely cold. Did 9 Silkworm Prince really think that he wouldn't dare to touch him? At most, after killing him, he would leave the Fengdu sword sect and find another place to find a new identity. At most, it would take some effort and time. Lu Ming's body emitted a strong murderous intent. A long spear condensed in his hand. Puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's long spear directly pierced through 9 Silkworm Prince's legs, nailing them to the ground. 9 Silkworm Prince screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Although he would be able to recover even if his body was torn apart at his level, the pain wouldn't diminish. The surrounding people gasped in shock. Mu Yun was really daring to treat 9 Silkworm Prince like this. Although 9 Silkworm Prince was a little shameless and didn't keep his word, Lu Ming dealing with 9 Silkworm Prince was reasonable. No one could say anything. But 9 Silkworm Prince was a top monster of the Sky Silkworm race. Wasn't he afraid of the Sky Silkworm race's revenge? Although the Sky Silkworm race wouldn't openly attack the Fengdu Sword sect, nor would they send people to deal with Lu Ming, secretly sending an expert to kill Lu Ming, or disguise as Lu Ming dying from qi deviation. It wouldn't be difficult. It could only be said that Lu Ming was very daring. Bastard, I want you dead. I'm going to kill you. 9 Silkworm Prince screamed crazily. Bam, Lu Ming grabbed 9 Silkworm Prince's head and slammed it into the ground. The ground here was set up with a powerful formation, so it was very hard. But 9 Silkworm Prince's head still smashed a big hole in the ground. Bam. Bam. Bam, Lu Ming didn't stop. He grabbed 9 Silkworm Prince and slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people felt their teeth hurt, and a chill ran down their spines. As for 9 Silkworm Prince, it was too horrible to look at. He was soon unrecognizable. But 9 Silkworm Prince still gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Stubborn. Do you really think I won't kill you? Since you won't hand it over, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's body was filled with cold-killing intent. He condensed a long spear in his hand again. This time, Lu Ming stabbed at 9 Silkworm Prince's dantian. Poof, the long spear pierced into 9 Silkworm Prince's dantian and pierced his stellar core. At the quasi-emperor level, the stellar core would have 9 stellar rings revolving around it. It had already begun to merge and was showing signs of transforming into a star. After being hit by the long spear, 9 Silkworm Prince's stellar rings trembled and dimmed a lot. Even his stellar core shook violently. With a few cracking sounds, a few cracks appeared on his stellar core. With his stellar core severely damaged, 9 Silkworm Prince spat out mouthfuls of blood. He stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. The resentment in his eyes receded and was finally replaced by fear. Lu Ming actually wanted to destroy his stellar core. Destroying his stellar core was no different from killing him. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually have the guts to do so. He was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Silkworm race. He was high and mighty, with countless Heavenly Silkworm race experts behind him. Lu Ming, a mere disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect, dared to touch him? He didn't believe it before, but now he had to because Lu Ming really did make a move. The murderous intent emitted from his body made him shiver all over. At this moment, the scene was also silent. Obviously, no one had expected Lu Ming to be so audacious. Sect leader Wang and the others from the Fengdu Sword sect were pale. If Lu Ming really destroyed or killed 9 Silkworm Prince, the Fengdu Sword sect would be under a lot of pressure. Next move, I will completely destroy your stellar core. Lu Ming said coldly. The cold murderous intent made 9 Silkworm Prince feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He didn't doubt that Lu Ming's next move would really destroy him. I'll hand it over. I'll hand over the great shattering art to you. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted in horror. 9 Silkworm Prince screamed in horror. Hand it over. Lu Ming stopped. 9 Silkworm Prince gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to hand over the great fragmentation art. A jade talisman flew out from between his eyebrows and was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that the jade talisman recorded the great fragmentation art. Lu Ming was overjoyed and put it in his storage ring. Many people were envious. Get lost. Lu Ming kicked 9 Silkworm Prince away but didn't kill him. After all, there were so many people watching and it was being broadcasted through the dreamy heavenly jade. If he killed 9 Silkworm Prince in front of everyone, he might provoke the old monsters of the Heavenly Silkworm race to deal with him. If he didn't kill 9 Silkworm Prince, those old monsters of the Heavenly Silkworm race would be too embarrassed to do anything. Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, so he had to be careful. If he was strong enough, he could kill 9 Silkworm Prince. What could the Heavenly Silkworm race do to him? Damn it! Damn it! Nine Silkworm Prince screamed in his heart. His body seemed to be burning with anger, but he didn't dare to stay. He used his remaining strength and ran away. No one else wants to fight? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and continued asking. No one dared to answer. Even Nine Silkworm Prince, who was ranked 49th on the Quasi-Emperor's top 100 list, had been defeated. Who else would dare to fight? This time, Nine Silkworm Prince was the strongest among those who had come to the Iron Sea Star Zone. The other Quasi-Emperor geniuses who were even stronger were either geniuses from the top 10 races, cultivating, or traveling. No one had come. After a while, no one came out to fight. Since no one dares to fight, all of you can get lost. Lu Ming scolded coldly and turned to leave. The geniuses present all looked terrible, but no one dared to fight. In the end, they all left. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his residence. Once he was back, Lu Ming took out the jade talisman that recorded the great fragmentation art and read it. A day later, Lu Ming completely memorized the great fragmentation technique in his heart. This was the true great fragmentation technique, there was absolutely no mistake. Lu Ming had cultivated the great divine wind technique, so it was easy for him to determine. However, it wasn't that easy to cultivate it. Even with Nine Silkworm Prince's talent, it took him 10,000 years to make some progress. No matter how heaven-defying his talent was, it was not something that could be successfully cultivated in a short period of time. Of course, if there was an environment suitable for cultivating the great fragmentation technique, it could greatly shorten the time. It was just like cultivating the great divine wind technique. In just over a year's time, he had made some small achievements. Lu Ming wanted to start cultivating immediately, but this place was no longer suitable. That Nine Silkworm Prince was beaten so badly by me, and I even stole the art of fragmentation. I'm afraid he'll take revenge. Lu Ming began to ponder. He wasn't afraid of Nine Silkworm Prince, but he was afraid that Nine Silkworm Prince would bring experts from the heavenly silkworm race to deal with him in secret. Therefore, he planned to leave the Fengdu Sword sect first, and wait for the heavenly palace to recruit heavenly soldiers before returning to the Fengdu Sword sect to participate in the recruitment as a disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect. Thinking of this, Lu Ming wanted to move immediately. But at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he looked in a direction. The space in that direction began to ripple like water. Then, a figure appeared. Even with Lu Ming's mind, there was a brief moment of absent-mindedness. Because this was a woman, and an astonishingly beautiful woman at that. The woman had a long figure and wore an emerald green dress, like a spirit of all things. This woman was really from the elf tribe. From her pointed ears, it could be seen that she was very similar to the Yuling that he had seen some time ago. The Yuling was already very beautiful, but compared to this woman, she was overshadowed. If the Yuling and this woman stood together, other people's eyes would definitely fall on this woman and ignore the Yuling. The woman stepped on the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the woman, and did not speak. You are Mu Yun? The beautiful woman of the elf tribe stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming and asked. Her voice was extremely pleasant to hear, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Even a person who was in a bad mood would calm down when they heard this voice. Elf princess? Lu Ming nodded silently, and then asked. With such a temperament, Lu Ming speculated that the other party was the elf princess Ling Yue. That's right. Ling Yue nodded and carefully sized up Lu Ming, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ming. But unfortunately, she couldn't get what she wanted. In her eyes, Lu Ming seemed to be wrapped in a layer of fog, unfathomable. Do you really want me to marry you? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, when he first heard that the elf princess wanted to marry him, his first reaction was that the elf princess was very ugly. Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to find someone to marry? It wasn't until the geniuses of various races were envious and wanted to challenge him that he realized that he was wrong. When he saw the other party's true appearance, he knew that he was ridiculously wrong. For someone like the elf princess, her talent, appearance, and background were all top-notch. It was likely that the number of people pursuing her could line up around Fengdu planet. Therefore, he was even more curious. Why did the elf princess want to marry him? did she take a fancy to his talent? Or to fulfill the engagement? In any case, Lu Ming didn't believe it. I've already asked Wandering Spirit to explain it to you very clearly. The elf princess Ling Yue said. Wandering Spirit said that you want to fulfill the engagement with me? Do you think I would believe such a reason? If you want to fulfill the engagement, why did you do it earlier? You're only here now? Lu Ming said, his tone full of suspicion. I've never seen you before, but I've seen you make a move on the Resource Alliance. Your talent is very high, and you're worthy of me. Is this reason enough? Ling Yue said. A pair of eyes that were as bright as autumn water blinked, as if they could speak. If other men heard Ling Yue's words, their vanity would explode. They would be so excited that they wouldn't be able to control themselves. They would probably agree without thinking. If he didn't agree, he would be a fool. Lu Ming was obviously not an idiot, but he still didn't agree. In the great desolate universe, there are countless geniuses, monsters, and innumerable talents. I'm afraid there are many who are pursuing you. What you're saying is more like lying to a child. Lu Ming said indifferently. There was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, this was no longer a pie falling from the sky, but a drop of gold and silver. It was obvious that something was wrong. If it was because of his charm, he could still believe it. You're really smart. Ling Yue sighed and said, to tell you the truth, my father wants me to marry a genius of the angel race and form a marriage alliance with the angel race to increase the influence of the elf race in the universe. However, that genius of the angel race has a bad character, so I don't want to. But the angel race is no small matter, and it's very difficult to refuse. However, as long as I get married before that, and marry someone who has been arranged to marry me, the angel race will have nothing to say. Oh? Lu Ming responded with an oh. The reason given by Ling Yue was somewhat credible and could be justified. Of course, my marriage to you is not a real marriage, but a fake one. After all, there are no feelings between us. What do you think? Ling Yue said. What do you think? Of course it was to refuse. Lu Ming didn't even agree to a real marriage, and he still wanted to fake it? How could he agree? Moreover, if he agreed to Ling Yue's request, he would have to offend that genius from the angel clan. You can think about it. Although we are fake married, it is because we do not know each other and do not understand each other. As we get to know each other better in the future, it is not impossible for it to become real. Ling Yue's gaze was like water, like a deep pool, causing people to sink into it. If it was an ordinary man, it would definitely be difficult for him to refuse such a condition. Even Lu Ming's heart thumped a few times. Ling Yue's charm was not just for show. Sorry, I already have a sweetheart. Please go back. Lu Ming said. You have a sweetheart? Really? Ling Yue's eyes, which were like autumn water, were slightly stunned. With a fiancé like her, how could Lu Ming like anyone else? And he would reject her because of others. The more she looked at Lu Ming, the more she felt that it was difficult to see through Lu Ming. It was a miracle that such a person could appear in a small Fengdu sword sect. At the same time, Ling Yue felt that her confidence had been dealt a blow for the first time. She had taken the initiative to marry a man, and the two of them were even engaged. She had never thought that the other party would reject her. She was very confident in herself. That was why she had only sent a wandering spirit to pass on the message last time. She didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly reject her. Later on, he even defeated the geniuses of various races who came to challenge him, displaying his terrifying strength and talent. In her opinion, even if it was a fake marriage, no one should be able to reject her if she gave them hope. However, she was still rejected. She was getting anxious. You really don't agree? Ling Yue couldn't help but ask again. Of course, I'll say it again. I already have someone in my heart. Moreover, if I agree to your request, I'll have to offend a prodigy of the angel race. It's not worth it. Lu Ming refused again. He did not say that he had a wife because he was now Muyun of Fengdu Sword Sect. Muyun did not have a wife. If he said that, he would be exposed. As for his sweetheart, that was easy to say. Who didn't have a few sweethearts? You. Ling Yue was a little angry. She used all. her strength to scrape Lu Ming's eyes a few times, then said, "All right, I'll tell you the truth. I want to marry you." Avoiding the geniuses of the angel clan is one reason, and the other reason is because of the life spirit origin stone fragments. What? Lu Ming's pupils constricted when he heard about the fragments of the natal spirit stone. His body emitted a powerful aura and killing intent. Being provoked by Lu Ming's killing intent, Ling Yue was shocked and instinctively retreated a distance. "You have life spirit vitality stone fragments?" Lu Ming stared at Ling Yue and asked. At the same time, his muscles trembled slightly as he prepared for a great battle. "That's right, I have life spirit origin stone fragments." Unexpectedly, Ling Yue directly nodded and admitted it. "No wonder you want to marry me. Your real goal is the life spirit origin stone fragments, right? You want to kill me while I'm unprepared and take away the life spirit origin stone fragments on me, right?" Lu Ming said coldly as killing intent emerged from his body. "You're wrong," Ling Yue said. "I'm wrong?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, you're wrong. Do you think that the owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments will fight to the death the moment they meet? You want to snatch the other party's life spirit origin stone fragments?" Ling Yue said. "Isn't that so?" Lu Ming asked again. This was what the stone spirit of the life spirit origin stone fragments had told him. The owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments were destined to be enemies. The moment they met, they would have to fight to the death and snatch the other party's life spirit origin stone fragments. When all the life spirit origin stone fragments were gathered, one would be able to obtain a great opportunity and become the overlord of the universe. This point could be learned from Murong Qiushui in the past. When Murong Qiushui saw him, he wanted to kill him and take away his life spirit origin stone fragments. Of course not. Actually, the owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments don't have to fight to the death. They can cooperate. Ling Yue said. Cooperation? That's right. Did you hear the news from Shiling? Ling Yue said. That's right. Could it be that what the stone spirit said was false? Lu Ming said. Some of it is true, but some of it is false. The stone spirits have their own selfish motives. As long as they activate all the fragments and swallow all the stone spirits, they will become very powerful and become a complete life spirit stone. Naturally, they will instigate the owners of all the life spirit origin stone fragments to kill each other. If you don't believe me, you can ask the life spirit origin stone spirit. Ling Yue said. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. From the very beginning, he had felt that the old fellow was very cunning. In the beginning, he pretended to be an array spirit to deceive them. Lu Ming had never fully believed him. Old fellow, get out here. Lu Ming secretly shouted at the life spirit origin stone spirit. The life spirit origin stone fragments were also carried by his current body. His past self had cultivated all kinds of divine powers, and it was best for him to cultivate peacefully on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. His present self had to travel the universe, and only by bringing these treasures with him would he have a chance to uncover the secrets. With a flash of light, the life spirit origin stone spirit appeared. Lu Muyun, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. She's lying to you. What I said is true. You have to believe me. The life spirit origin stone spirit cried out as if it had suffered a great grievance. After I obtained the life spirit origin stone fragments, I was fooled by the stone spirit at first. In the end, I checked a lot of information and found some information. If you don't believe me, I can show you a portion of the information. Once you see it, you'll know whether it's true or not. Ling Yue said with a very confident expression. Old fellow, tell the truth. Lu Ming stared coldly at the life spirit origin stone spirit. What I said is true. The stone spirit shouted again. It's not too late for you to tell me the truth now. If I find out that you're lying later, I'll destroy you. You should know that I can do it now. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. After Shiling finished speaking, he looked nervously at Lu Ming, afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. He had always been by Lu Ming's side, so he knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. The taboo power could definitely obliterate him. This old fellow, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. This old fellow was indeed lying to him. There's one thing he's right about. The more fragments you gather, the more benefits you can obtain, but it's not certain. Ling Yue said. Look, I'm not wrong. Ling seized the opportunity to shout. Get back! Lu Ming hollered. The stone spirit hurriedly flashed and returned to the life soul essence stone fragments. It seems that you know very little about the life spirit origin stone. Ling Yue said. Indeed, very little. You know a lot? Then tell me, what is the origin of the life spirit origin stone? Is it really as shocking as Ling said? Lu Ming said. Ling didn't lie to you about this. The origin of the life spirit origin stone is indeed shocking, and even more shocking than what he said. Do you know about the life spirit heavenly court? Ling Yue asked in return. Life spirit heavenly court? What does it have to do with the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. The heavenly palace knew that the life spirit heavenly court was not listening at all. You should know that the primitive universe is divided into two eras. The first era is the era of the incipient god. A group of primitive gods were born at the beginning of the world. They were incomparably powerful and ruled the primitive universe. The second era is the era of the heavenly palace. At the end of the era of the incipient god, the heavenly palace killed the primitive gods, thus ending the era of the incipient god and opening the era of the heavenly palace. These two eras should not be ruled by the primitive gods and the heavenly palace. In these two eras, the primitive gods and the heavenly palace were supreme. But in fact, during this process, there were some terrifying forces that could even challenge the authority of these two. The life spirit heavenly court was a terrifying force that appeared at the beginning of the era of the heavenly palace. This force was hostile to the heavenly palace and was called the heavenly court. It was extremely powerful. Ling Yue said a lot in one breath. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. This was really unexpected. He had always thought that the heavenly palace was supreme and that no force could rival it. Even the top 10 races had to behave themselves in front of the heavenly palace. As powerful as the dragon clan was, they were still easily exterminated. In history, there was actually a power that could challenge the authority of the heavenly palace, and they were called the heavenly court. From this name alone, one could see how imposing they were. Such a powerful force actually appeared in history? Lu Ming muttered to himself, still in shock. It's very normal. In all the powerful races, there are such records. In history, there were more than one power that challenged the authority of the heavenly palace. One must know that in the beginning, there were 9 great heavenly palaces, but now, there are only 5 great heavenly palaces left. From this, one can tell how terrifying those powers are. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently once again. He didn't expect that there would only be 5 of the 9 heavenly palaces left. Where did those 4 go? Had they been destroyed, only a powerful race like the Elf clan would know these secrets. Lu Ming had never heard of them before. It seemed that there were more secrets hidden in the great desolate universe than he had imagined. It was just that he had never been able to come into contact with them before. What about the life spirit heavenly court? Was it destroyed by the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked. It's hard to say. Ling Yue frowned slightly and said, the information I found is also very limited. I didn't specify whether the life spirit heavenly court was destroyed by the heavenly palace. However, the life spirit heavenly court has indeed disappeared. Even one of the 4 great treasures of the life spirit heavenly court, the life spirit origin stone, has been shattered. Therefore, many people speculate that the life spirit heavenly court should have been destroyed by the heavenly palace. One of the 4 great treasures of the life spirit heavenly court. Lu Ming grasped the main point. That's right. Legend has it that the life spirit heavenly court has 4 great treasures. Each of them has the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. As long as you obtain one of them, you can become a universe overlord. Ling Yue said. Look, I'm not wrong. As long as you gather all the fragments of the life spirit origin stone, you can become a universe overlord. The life spirit origin stone seized the opportunity to shout. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly with his spiritual sense, and the stone spirit obediently shut up. There are also legends that the remaining 3 treasures are all in the lost life spirit heavenly court. Moreover, other than the 3 great treasures, there are countless other precious treasures in the life spirit heavenly court. For countless years, countless experts have tried to find the whereabouts of the life spirit heavenly court. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. But I found out that the fragments of the life spirit origin stone might contain clues to the life spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue said. The fragments of the life spirit origin stone have clues to the life spirit heavenly court. Then why don't you just ask the stone spirit? Lu Ming said. No, the stone spirit doesn't know either. Ling Yue shook her head. This girl is right. I really don't know. Moreover, the life spirit origin stone has been shattered and I have lost my memories, so I don't know either. The stone spirit shouted. I've said everything that needs to be said. How about it? Shall we cooperate? Ling Yue said. Cooperation? How? Lu Ming asked. You and I have a fake marriage. We don't need to get married. We just need to let the outside world know that we're dating. Then, we'll work together to hunt down the other owners of the life spirit origin stone, seize their life spirit origin stone, and search for the treasures of the life spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue said. Isn't it fine to cooperate? Why do you have to seize other people's life spirit origin stone fragments? Lu Ming said. That's right, cooperation is fine, but others will cooperate with you properly. In addition, the life spirit origin stone fragments can be said to be a proof of the life spirit heavenly court. The more you collect, the greater the benefits you will receive. In fact, with the life spirit origin stone fragments, you can obtain a powerful force. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. I need to explore it myself. If we cooperate, I've already told you all the information I know about the life spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was very tempted. The life spirit heavenly court was a power that could challenge the heavenly palace. If they could find the treasures left behind by the life spirit heavenly court, how shocking would that be, especially the 3 great treasures. They were treasures that countless people would covet. As for the condition, it was only to pretend to be in a relationship with Ling Yue. This condition was not unacceptable. After all, his current identity was Mu Yun. In the future, it would not spread to Xianxia and Autumn Moon. Moreover, pretending to be in a relationship with such a beauty was also a pleasure. In addition, he had originally planned to leave this place first. It just so happened that he could leave with Ling Yue to investigate the matter of the life spirit heavenly court, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was decided so happily. Lu Ming made his decision. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Alright, I can promise you that, but I'm very curious about something. If you really have a fragment of the life spirit origin stone, why can't I sense it? Lu Ming asked curiously. Those who possessed fragments of the life spirit origin stone could sense each other when they were close to each other. When he first met Murong Qiu Shui, he had easily sensed it. However, even after talking so much with Ling Yue, he still couldn't sense any fragments of the life spirit origin stone on her body. My physique is special. I can completely seal and isolate the aura of the life spirit origin stone fragments. Those who also possess fragments of the life spirit origin stone will not be able to sense it for a short period of time. Ling Yue explained. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Ling Yue was actually able to seal the aura of the life spirit origin stone fragments, preventing others from sensing them. This shocked Lu Ming, because according to the life spirit origin stone spirit, there was no way to do this. Any sealing method could block the prying eyes of others, but as the owner of the life spirit origin stone fragments, it was very easy to sense them. As for Ling Yue, she was able to seal it so that he couldn't sense it. If this Lu Ming really agreed to marry Ling Yue, he was afraid that Ling Yue would unknowingly take away the fragments of the life spirit origin stone. Lu Ming even guessed that Ling Yue wanted to fake a marriage with him from the beginning. Avoiding the angel race's geniuses was one of her goals, so she might not have planned to fake a marriage and secretly seize the fragments of the life spirit origin stone. It was probably because she saw Lu Ming's astonishing talent and battle prowess, and that Lu Ming had never agreed to her request that she revealed the truth. Moreover, there was another benefit. Ling Yue could sense others, and others could not sense her. She could swagger close to the owners of the other life spirit origin stone fragments, and others would not be on guard against her. Then, she would suddenly attack and seize the life spirit origin stone fragments. It was simply impossible to guard against. Then what should we do as the first step in our cooperation? Lu Ming continued to ask. The first step is, of course, to work together to seize more life spirit origin stone fragments. Only by gathering more life spirit origin stone fragments can we obtain more clues. Ling Yue said. Then do you know, other than you and me, who else has the life spirit origin stone fragments? Lu Ming asked. I know one. Ling Yue's gaze turned as she said, this person is a peerless monster from the blood demon race, Shui Ming. Blood demon race. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The blood demon race was also an extremely powerful race. It was ranked 55th on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking. It was said that the blood demon race had a close relationship with the blood race, one of the top 10 races. What about you? Do you have any news about the other owners of the life spirit vitality stone? Ling Yue asked Lu Ming. I have one too. Lu Ming said. He was naturally talking about Murong Qiu Shui. You really know? Ling Yue was very surprised. Just now, she had only casually asked and did not have any hope. This was because under normal circumstances, when the owners of the natal spirit stone fragments met, they would definitely fight fiercely until one side died. There were very few who wanted to live in peace. This person is called Murong Qiu Shui, do you know him? Lu Ming said. Murong Qiu Shui? I've never heard of him. Which race is he from? Ling Yue said with a frown. This person has used the primordial divine body and has many arms. Immediately, Lu Ming described Murong Qiu Shui's appearance. Could it be the Murong family of the multi-handed race? It's very possible. Ling Yue said, her big eyes releasing a dazzling light. I met him in a special world back then. I don't know if he has returned to the Murong family yet. Lu Ming was a little uncertain. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, Murong Qiu Shui had followed the experts of that world into a deeper world. He didn't know if Murong Qiu Shui had come out yet. Thinking of this, Lu Ming thought of the myriad god. The myriad god had also entered that deeper world to cultivate, so he didn't know how he was doing now. With the myriad god's talent, his current cultivation should be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was looking forward to meeting the myriad god. We can go take a look first. The blood demon race's Shui Ming is not easy to deal with. Let's go find Murong Qiu Shui first and then Shui Ming, how about it? Ling Yue said. Alright, I have no objections. Lu Ming nodded. Murong Qiu Shui wanted to kill him, so it wouldn't be bad if he could take this opportunity to get rid of Murong Qiu Shui. The two of them discussed for a bit before setting off. After setting off, Lu Ming used the Dream Divine Jade to send a message to Sect Master Wang. He told him that he had something to do and would leave the plentiful city sword sect for a while. If the Heavenly Palace started recruiting heavenly soldiers, he should send him a message. Ling Yue was the elven princess, so she knew much more than Lu Ming. On the way, Ling Yue led the way, bringing Lu Ming to the multi-handed race's Murong family. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about the life spirit heavenly court from Ling Yue, as well as some other secrets. At the same time, the two of them discussed their next plan. The plan to deal with Murong Qiu Shui was very simple. It was a honey trap, yes, a honey trap. As long as they came to the Murong family's territory, Ling Yue would take the initiative to appear. With Ling Yue's fame, once she appeared, it would definitely cause a stir. Countless young geniuses would want to pay their respects. If Murong Qiu Shui had already returned to the Murong family and heard that Ling Yue had appeared, he would definitely pay her a visit. When the time came, Lu Ming would appear. As long as Lu Ming appeared, Murong Qiu Shui would definitely sense the life spirit source stone fragment on Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming would lure Murong Qiu Shui away and deal with him. The multi-handed race was also a large race. It was one of the races on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list, ranked around 5,000. The multi-handed race was mainly composed of several large families and the Murong family was one of them. Although the multi-handed race was much weaker than the elven race, Ling Yue couldn't openly send experts to steal Morong Qiao Shui's life spirit source stone fragment. There were rules in the great desolate universe. A strong race, without any reason, domineeringly dealt with a weak race. It would definitely be protested by the other races and even punished by the Heavenly Palace. Of course, if a weak race provoked a strong race, they would be courting death. However, it was impossible for a strong race to send people to kill their way over when they took a fancy to the treasures of a weak race. Therefore, even if Ling Yue's background wasn't simple, she still had to rely on herself to obtain the life spirit source stone fragment. Also, how precious was the life spirit source stone fragment? Who would dare to expose it so easily? Who would dare to borrow the hands of others? After a period of time, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the area controlled by the Murong family. After arriving here, Ling Yue deliberately appeared to buy divine medicine. As expected, it immediately caused a stir. The news of Ling Yue's appearance quickly spread throughout the entire multi-handed race. Countless geniuses of the multi-handed race went to visit Ling Yue, wanting to interact with her. What if he could win the heart of a beauty? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor on the Divine Arm planet. The Divine Arm Mountain Villa was elegant and unique. Legend had it that it was the place where a senior of the multi-hand race cultivated. After that senior died, the Divine Arm Mountain Villa became a scenic spot. Many prodigies of the younger generation of the multi-hand race would come here to admire the glory left behind by the senior. Huge gatherings would also be held here. This time, many top prodigies of the multi-hand race came forward and invited the fairy princess Ling Yue to gather at the Divine Arm Mountain Villa. Ling Yue gladly agreed, and the prodigies of the multi-hand race were ecstatic. Rumor had it that Ling Yue was incomparably cold and arrogant. Normally, she wouldn't accept the invitation of others. However, this time, she had accepted the invitation of the prodigies of the multi-hand race. Naturally, they were ecstatic. In an instant, a large number of prodigies of the multi-hand race rushed towards the Divine Arm planet. It was said that many prodigies of the multi-hand race were in seclusion and had temporarily ended their seclusion to rush to the Divine Arm planet, wanting to take the opportunity to befriend Ling Yue. Not only that, but some prodigies of other races who were traveling in the territory of the multi-hand race also rushed to the Divine Arm planet after hearing the news. Therefore, on this day, a large number of prodigies gathered at the Divine Arm Mountain Villa. Not only were there from the multi-hand race, but there were also people from other races. Lu Ming naturally sneaked into the Divine Arm Mountain Villa as a prodigy of another race. By the way, have you seen the fairy princess Ling Yue? Beside Lu Ming, some youths began to discuss. I've seen a portrait in the dream Divine Jade. She's truly a peerless goddess. It's said that she's even prettier and more elegant than in the dream Divine Jade. The key is that her talent is high. Indeed, there are so many peerless prodigies in the primitive universe. It's easy to imagine how many of them can enter the pearl list. Normally, with our status, we wouldn't be able to see them at all. I didn't expect to see them today. How great would it be if I could marry the fairy princess? Stop dreaming. You think you can do it? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? If it were me, it would be more like it. What did you say? You rotten sweet potato, you're the one who's dreaming. The scene was in an uproar. Many people gathered together to discuss, their eyes were filled with anticipation. I heard that the elven princess wanted to marry someone called Mu Yun, but she was rejected by Mu Yun. Have you heard? I heard about it. Humph. That Mu Yun is just a disciple of a small force. He's so arrogant. If I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Suddenly, someone changed the topic to Lu Ming. Immediately, flames of anger appeared in their eyes. It was as if Lu Ming had killed their fathers. Lu Ming smiled wryly. He began to wonder if it was a mistake to cooperate with the elven princess. Lu Ming muttered a few words before looking around. What made Lu Ming disappointed was that he could not find any trace of Morong Qiao Shui. The elven princess has arrived. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. In the sky, a figure walked over. It was Ling Yue. So beautiful. Many people revealed infatuated looks as their eyes widened. Immediately, a few of the most famous geniuses of the multi-armed race soared into the sky to welcome Ling Yue. They welcomed Ling Yue into a pavilion. The pavilion was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. Princess Yue, I heard that you want to marry that Mu Yun? Immediately, someone asked. That's right, Mu Yun and I have an engagement. Ling Yue whispered. So what if there's an engagement? That Mu Yun is arrogant and conceited. In my opinion, it's fine if we don't fulfill this engagement. With a person like Princess Yue, how can that Mu Yun be worthy? A youth with 4 arms said with a proud face. The meaning behind his words was that he was worthy of Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue pretended not to hear his hint. That's right. If there's a chance, I will definitely suppress that Mu Yun and vent my anger for Princess Yue. Another genius spoke up. Then, there was a burst of excitement. Ling Yue replied absent-mindedly as she looked at Lu Ming. She was asking about Murong Qiu Shui. However, the attention of the geniuses at the side was 100% focused on Ling Yue. They saw Ling Yue's every move. Ling Yue had peeked at Lu Ming time and time again, so they naturally discovered it. Could it be that Princess Yue has taken a fancy to this pretty boy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. These people began to fill in the blanks. When Lu Ming saw Ling Yue looking at him, he naturally had to respond and slightly shook his head. Nest, what does this mean? When the others saw this, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The speed at which their brains filled in the blanks suddenly increased. Could it be that Ling Yue and Lu Ming were exchanging glances with each other? Ling Yue had taken a fancy to Lu Ming and hinted to Lu Ming, but Lu Ming shook his head and refused. His heart ached. Many geniuses felt their hearts ache. They said all sorts of nice things and revealed their best side, but Ling Yue didn't even look at them. As for Lu Ming, he sat there without saying a word, but he kept receiving Ling Yue's attention. Why was that? Was it because he was good-looking? Could good looks be eaten? Unhappy, these geniuses were jealous and unhappy. When they saw Ling Yue look at Lu Ming again, many of them exploded. It's a rare gathering today. With Princess Yue here, why don't we spar a little to help with the wine? A young man stood up and said. That's right, sure. All right. Many people responded. Then, a young man with 4 arms looked directly at Lu Ming. Brother, I see that you have an extraordinary appearance. Why don't we spar? The 4-armed youth said. The first one to challenge me? Lu Ming was stunned. However, the aura of the 4-armed youth was clearly locked onto him. There was no mistake. He was just sitting here. Why was this person staring at him? Could it be because of Ling Yue? How smart was Lu Ming? He immediately thought of the flirting with Ling Yue just now. These people were probably jealous. Of course, Lu Ming wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Since this brother wants to spar, then let's spar. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. The two of them soared into the air and stood high in the sky. Then, their auras erupted. The 4-armed youth's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, the same as Lu Ming. Lu Ming had never hidden his aura. Just now, he had seen that Lu Ming was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, which was why he challenged Lu Ming. You and I are at the same level. I want to see what abilities you have and how many moves you can take from me. Remember, cultivators are not ordinary people. It's not enough to be good-looking. Looks are just skin and are useless to us. The 4-armed youth said proudly. Then, divine light burst forth, and 4 sabers appeared on his 4 arms. Make your move. Lu Ming said coolly. Towards a person at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, he really couldn't raise his interest. In a battle of the same level, he had not encountered many people who could fight along the way. Not to mention, he had a taboo body now. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor Lu Ming said nonchalantly. In the 4-armed youth's eyes, Lu Ming was being arrogant and looking down on him. Hence, he was even more furious. Humph. You're just a human. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Take my 4-saber stream, infinite slash. The 4-armed youth roared and dashed towards Lu Ming. His 4 sabers spun wildly and slashed towards Lu Ming. The 4 sabers seemed to have become a whirlpool of sabers, trying to swallow Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He was still watching calmly. Is this brat scared out of his wits? Why isn't he fighting back? Does he think he can easily take Shang Yunshu's attack? Shang Yunshu is a supreme talent of the multi-hand race. He's famous in the multi-hand race. Not many people can compare to him. Humph. This brat is either scared out of his wits or he's courting death. Someone sneered. At this moment, Shang Yunshu's attack was about to land on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Boom, Lu Ming threw out a punch, causing the air to tremble. The violent fist force was like a transparent pillar of air that blasted towards the whirlpool formed by Shang Yunshu's saber. With a loud bang, the whirlpool of sabers disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Shang Yunshu's body flew back with a scream. He fell straight down and landed heavily on the ground. His body was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and there were wounds all over his body caused by the force. Shang Yunshu was defeated in one move. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Most of the people present were supreme talents of the multi-hand race. Naturally, they knew Shang Yunshu. They knew that Shang Yunshu's combat strength was top-notch, but they did not expect him to be defeated by Lu Ming so easily. It seems that this brat is quite strong, thoughts flashed through many people's minds. Interesting. Brat, you're quite strong, but you're too arrogant. Let me take you on. Another young man sneered. A cold aura enveloped Lu Ming. This was an 8th-level Divine Lord multi-hand race's prodigy. I'm arrogant? Lu Ming was speechless. He hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, okay? How was he arrogant? This youth was probably just finding a reason for himself to make a move. After all, he was an 8th-level Divine Lord, 1 level higher than Lu Ming. He was suspected of using force to suppress the weak, afraid that Ling Yue would look down on him. If you want to make a move, then make your move. Cut the crap. Lu Ming said indifferently. Humph. The young man snorted coldly and was about to make a move. At that instant, more than 10 figures could be seen flying toward them rapidly from the distance. They were the Skyprides of the multi-hand race. These Skyprides must have traveled a long way, which was why they had only just arrived. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the vitality stone fragment in his body tremble violently. Morong Qiao Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flickered a few times. He was ecstatic. Among the dozen or so people behind him, who else could the leader be but Morong Qiao Shui? Morong Qiao Shui had indeed left the primordial world and was lured out by Ling Yue. Their plan had already succeeded by half. On the other side, Ling Yue also looked at Morong Qiao Shui. Clearly, she had also sensed the vitality stone fragment in Morong Qiao Shui's body. However, Ling Yue had used a special method to seal the aura of the vitality stone fragment, so Morong Qiao Shui couldn't sense it. However, he could sense the aura of the vitality stone fragment in Lu Ming's body. Swish, Morong Qiao Shui's eyes emitted a resplendent divine light as he stared at Lu Ming. A burning light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, Morong Qiao Shui didn't attack immediately. With so many people here, the news of the vitality stone fragment couldn't be spread. Lu Ming and Morong Qiao Shui looked at each other. Their eyes flickered, indicating that they had also sensed the other party's vitality stone fragment. Kid, make your move. The 8th-level Divine Monarch multi-hand race prodigy stared at Lu Ming and shouted. Alright, then I'll play with you. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After saying this, he charged at the other party. A light sword condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the light sword and charged at the other party, taking the initiative to attack. The other party gave a cold snort and 5 arms appeared on his body. In the multi-hand race, the more arms one had, the higher their talent. This person's talent was even higher than Shang Yunshu's. This person was a very famous prodigy in the multi-hand race. His name was Shang Yunshu. Swish, swish, swish. Shang Yunshu held 5 sabers in his hand and slashed out. 5 saber lights cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The saber lights and Lu Ming's sword lights constantly clashed. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no victor. Of course, it wasn't that Shang Yunshu was so powerful that he could fight Lu Ming with a cultivation 1 level higher than Lu Ming. Rather, Lu Ming deliberately fought to a draw with Shang Yunshu. he didn't use much strength at all. Seeing Morong Xiaoshui come, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't reveal his strength. Otherwise, what would he do if he scared Morong Xiaoshui? Scaring Morong Xiaoshui wasn't part of their plan. Soon, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. At this time, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Even so, it shocked the surrounding people. Lu Ming was actually slowly suppressing Shangguan Yunqing with a cultivation 1 level lower. It was shocking. Shangguan Yunqing roared and used all his strength. The sabers in his 5 arms seemed to turn into 5 divine lights, so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. He was already using all the strength he could muster. Humph, watch me defeat you in one move. One sword culled 19 provinces. Lu Ming roared. His sword light suddenly exploded, breaking Shangguan Yunqing's saber light in one fell swoop, leaving a deep sword mark on his body. Shangguan Yunqing retreated. His body was almost cut in half, suffering heavy injuries. You've lost. Lu Ming said in a very arrogant tone. The move he called out just now was fake. There was no such move at all, it was just a bit more power. Lu Ming knew that he had to use some powerful trump cards to show his extraordinariness. This was because the Life Soul Source Stone fragment only chose top-level monsters. So, he couldn't appear too weak or too strong. Otherwise, it would arouse Morong Xiaoshui's suspicion. Shangguan Yunqing unwillingly retreated. I'll fight you. At this moment, another multi-handed race genius stood out, wanting to challenge Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming didn't have the heart to accept his challenge, so he directly refused. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You want to avoid me? Seeing Lu Ming leave, Morong Xiaoshui sneered in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes revealed a cold glow. In his opinion, Lu Ming must have sensed the Life Soul Source Stone fragment in his body and was afraid that he would make a move, so he left early to avoid Morong Xiaoshui. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor in Morong Xiaoshui's eyes, Lu Ming had left early to avoid him. But was it that easy to avoid him? It was clearly impossible. You all stay here. I have something to do, so I need to leave first. Morong Xiaoshui ordered the youths who came with him. Then he came in front of Ling Yue and said goodbye to her before quickly leaving. We're about to succeed. Now it's up to Mu Yun. Seeing Morong Xiaoshui leave, Ling Yue was filled with joy. Morong Xiaoshui did not head in Lu Ming's direction at first because it would be too obvious. Once Lu Ming left, he headed in the same direction as Lu Ming, which would make people think. After he left the God Arm Manor, he used his full speed to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's speed was not fast. After he left, he directly flew out of the God Arm planet and into the starry sky. With his current speed, even if he did not fly at full speed, he was still shockingly fast. He kept moving through the starry sky and soon he was far away from the God Arm planet. Who? Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and stared intently at the void in front of him. You really are worthy of being the person who obtained the Life Soul Source Stone fragment. Your spiritual sense is truly sharp. A cold voice rang out. Following that, the void that Lu Ming was staring at rippled and a figure appeared. This figure was Morong Xiaoshui. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up to Lu Ming. You're finally here. Lu Ming softly said. Morong Xiaoshui had caught up, so he did not need to pretend anymore. Of course I'm here, we don't need to hide anymore. Hand over the Life Soul Source Stone fragment on you and I can let you live, I'll spare your life. Morong Xiaoshui coldly said. If I hand over the Life Soul Source Stone fragment, will you let me go? Aren't you afraid that I'll reveal the disappearance of the Life Soul Source Stone? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Morong Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he said with a cold smile, it seems like you're not stupid. When he said he would let Lu Ming go, it was just a casual remark. Naturally, he would not let Lu Ming go. He had snatched Lu Ming's Life Soul Essence Stone fragment and let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming would definitely leak the news of the Life Soul Essence Stone. How could he let Lu Ming go? You want to kill me? Let's see if you can do it. Lu Ming said. Humph, do you think that with your 7th level Divine Lord cultivation, you can contend with me? How naive. Morong Qiao Shui gave a cold laugh. As soon as his voice fell, a blade glow appeared in his hand. It was a flying dagger. Its speed was astonishing as it pierced towards Lu Ming's glabella. Quasi-Emperor, as soon as he made his move, Lu Ming could sense that Morong Qiao Shui's cultivation had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, Morong Qiao Shui's cultivation had only just broken through to the first-level divine lord realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. It could be imagined that Morong Qiao Shui had also obtained a great opportunity during this time. In fact, those who could obtain the recognition of the life soul essence stone fragment all had terrifying talent and great opportunities. They were all geniuses among geniuses, 1 in a billion heroes. The flying dagger's speed was extremely shocking, instantly approaching Lu Ming. Dang, at the critical moment, Lu Ming sent out a punch, blocking the flying dagger. The two exploded with a heaven-shaking explosion and then Lu Ming quickly retreated. He felt a bloody mark appear on his fist. Such shocking attack power, Lu Ming felt that the power of Morong Qiao Shui's attack was close to the attack power of the small dagger. You can actually take my dagger? Not bad, you are worthy of being recognized by the life soul meteorite fragment. It seems like you were hiding your strength before. Morong Qiao Shui was very surprised to see Lu Ming take his dagger. With Lu Ming's previous performance, he definitely wouldn't be able to take this dagger. Use your full strength, otherwise, you won't have a chance to use it in the future. Lu Ming said. No chance to use it? Could it be that you want to kill me? Morong Qiao Shui laughed. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, he hadn't used his full strength just now. Did Lu Ming think that he could kill him? Too naive. A powerful aura erupted from Morong Qiao Shui's body. At the same time, he used his origin secret technique. His origin secret technique was still a set of flying daggers. But compared to before, Morong Qiao Shui's origin secret technique was many times stronger. It had already severed 3 shackles. At the same time, he turned into a primordial divine body, a giant primordial divine spirit with 9 arms. Die for me. Morong Qiao Shui roared. The 9 flying daggers pierced through the air, killing Lu Ming with terrifying might. This person's battle strength was shockingly strong. He wasn't much weaker than the 9 silkworm prince of the heavenly silkworm race. This was where his confidence came from. Not to mention that Lu Ming was only a 7th-layer divine monarch. Even if Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. In an instant, he activated the battle incantation, which increased his combat power by 5 times. All the cells in his body trembled continuously, activating all the energy within them. Hong, Lu Ming punched out continuously. Terrifying fist energy erupted, continuously attacking Morong Qiao Shui's flying daggers. Every time they collided, there would be a huge explosion in the starry sky. The terrifying energy and dagger light swept across the starry sky for billions of miles. Countless meteorites exploded. Xiao, a dagger light split a giant resource planet in half. Hong, a terrifying fist energy hit a star, creating a passageway in the middle of the star. It almost caused the star to explode. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 50 moves, but there was no clear winner. It had to be said that Morong Qiao Shui's battle strength was really strong. With his battle strength, he was close to the 9 silkworm prince. Even if he was placed in the top 100 quasi-emperors list, he would be ranked in the 50s. However, Morong Qiao Shui was even more shocked. With his battle strength, he couldn't take down Lu Ming. How much strength had Lu Ming hidden before? It was too terrifying. With Lu Ming's battle strength, why did he seem to be afraid of him and leave in a hurry? Not good, I've been tricked. This person deliberately lured me out. With a flash of inspiration, Morong Qiao Shui guessed Lu Ming's goal. You deliberately lured me out, right? Are you confident that you can deal with me? Morong Qiao Shui roared and raised his battle strength to the peak. A set of flying daggers fused together, forming a giant flying dagger. Xiao, the giant flying dagger flew at Lu Ming. It was terrifying to the extreme. Great divine wind technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He used the Great Divine Wind technique and also raised his battle strength to the peak, attacking Morong Qiu Shui. With a heaven-destroying explosion, the giant flying dagger shattered. Morong Qiu Shui spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. When Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique, Morong Qiu Shui finally couldn't resist and was forced back by Lu Ming's attack while coughing out blood. Great Divine Wind technique, are you Mu Yun? Morong Qiu Shui roared out. The matter between Mu Yun and Ling Yue had caused a stir, so how could Morong Qiu Shui not know? Thinking about how Ling Yue had suddenly appeared here, he was even more certain that the person in front of him was Mu Yun. A young heaven's pride that knew the Great Divine Wind technique and had a relationship with Ling Yue. If it wasn't Mu Yun, who else could it be? He naturally wouldn't think that the person in front of him was Lu Ming from the primordial world. The current Lu Ming had used the three-corpse beheading technique to create his current body, which was a pure forbidden body. His life origin aura had undergone a fundamental change, so he naturally couldn't recognize him. I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming coldly said. His body was wrapped in wind as he charged at Morong Qiu Shui. With a palm, it was like a cosmic storm had swept through the starry sky, sweeping through the vast starry sky. Morong Qiu Shui was enveloped by the endless wind, like a small boat in the sea. Morong Qiu Shui roared out as he charged forward with all his might, wanting to break through. However, he was already injured, so it was even harder for him to break through Lu Ming's attack. Pung! Pung! In the endless wind, the two of them continued to exchange blows. After a few moves, Morong Qiu Shui was hit by Lu Ming again. Half of his body exploded and he was heavily injured. Don't even think about killing me. Morong Qiu Shui's eyes were blood red as his divine power burned. He went all out and in the end, even his primordial divine body began to burn. Xiao, he turned into a resplendent blade light and charged to the other side of the starry sky, wanting to escape. He went all out like this, but he was actually able to break through the wind and was about to charge out. However, Lu Ming's expression was very relaxed. There was no change at all and he wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. Because there was no need to rush to chase after him, he had already released Qiu Qiu. Xiao, in the starry sky, a moonlight spear light shot out, stabbing at Morong Qiu Shui. The moon-colored spear glow was incomparably sharp. It broke through the void and released a terrifying whistling sound. It contained a destructive power that made Morong Qiu Shui's face pale with fright. He gathered all his strength and turned it into a flying dagger, blocking in front of him. Clang! The moonlight spear light collided with the flying knife light. A dazzling light appeared and in the next moment, the flying dagger's blade glow was shattered. The moon-colored spear glow did not stop as it stabbed into Morong Qiu Shui, piercing through his body. The lower half of Morong Qiu Shui's body had been completely blown apart, leaving only his head and chest intact. His injuries were extremely serious, leaving him extremely weak. He no longer had the strength to fight. With a flash of moonlight, Qiu Qiu's silver spear appeared, turning back into a ball. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth as it stared at Morong Qiu Shui. Metallic life form? How did you get this metallic life form? Morong Qiu Shui stared right at Qiu Qiu with eyes filled with disbelief. He recognized Qiu Qiu. In the past, Lu Ming had combined with Qiu Qiu to defeat him. Although the metallic life forms looked very similar, after carefully sensing it, he could still recognize that this metallic life form belonged to Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming's metallic life form appear by Mu Yun's side? Mu Yun was Lu Ming. Impossible, their life source auras were completely different. This could not be faked, he definitely would not make a mistake. This metallic life form originally belonged to me, so of course it's by my side. What? How long has it been and you already don't recognize me? Lu Ming stepped through the air. While he spoke, his appearance began to change, turning into Lu Ming's original appearance. Morong Qiu Shui saw Lu Ming's appearance and his pupils rapidly shrank. Lu Ming, you are Lu Ming. Impossible, how could you be Lu Ming? Your life source, how could it change? Morong Qiu Shui gave a hysterical roar. The great desolate universe is endless and there are countless secret techniques, how could you know? I used a secret technique to change my life source aura. Morong Qiu Shui, I didn't kill you in the primordial god world, but it's not too late to kill you now. Lu Ming coldly said as he stepped through the air with the endless wind. With Lu Ming's words, Morong Qiao Shui was certain that the person in front of him was Lu Ming. Like this, it was even harder for him to accept. He gave a hysterical roar, "No, impossible, this is impossible, I'm not willing." He felt slightly better if he had been defeated by the world-renowned Mu Yun. However, he could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by Lu Ming. During this time, he had obtained a large opportunity and wildly improved in all aspects. Compared to the past, he could not be compared at all, he was much stronger. He had been filled with confidence before that if he met Lu Ming again, he could suppress Lu Ming with a single finger. It was a pity that when he met Lu Ming, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. This blow to him was just too big. "I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming coldly said. Without wasting words, he charged at Morong Qiao Shui with the endless wind. The current Morong Qiao Shui did not have any strength to fight back, he could not dodge Lu Ming's attack at all. With an unwilling pitiful cry, Morong Qiao Shui was turned to ashes in the wind. Even his soul could not escape. However, Lu Ming had a sense of propriety, he still kept Morong Qiao Shui's storage ring. In addition, after Morong Qiao Shui turned to ashes, a white light flashed and flew off into the distance. Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming could see with a single glance that it was a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment that wanted to escape. A Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment would normally choose its master. If it did not recognize its master, it would escape. But now, it had no choice. "Qiao Qiao." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao's body flashed and appeared in front of the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Its body wriggled and turned into a large net, blocking the path of the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming reached out with his hand and with endless wind, he grabbed at the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. The Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment did not have any power on its own and could not escape at all. Lu Ming grabbed it. "Let me go, let me go." An old man appeared on the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. He looked exactly the same as the rock spirit in Lu Ming's Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. This was also the rock spirit. But this rock spirit had a look of horror on its face, as if it knew that it was in trouble. "Ha ha ha, great, great. Let me swallow him." This way, the two Life Spirit Source Stone Fragments can fuse together. The life spirit in Lu Ming's body, the rock spirit, shouted excitedly. "Go." Lu Ming used the forbidden power to control the rock spirit and then released his Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming's life spirit, the rock spirit, immediately pounced at the rock spirit and tore at it. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. The stone spirit of Morong Qiao Shui's life soul source stone struggled wildly, but Lu Ming controlled it with his forbidden power. It couldn't break free at all and couldn't even resist. It couldn't resist and could only be beaten. Soon, Lu Ming's stone spirit swallowed a piece of it and it became weaker and weaker. "You swallowed me, but you'll be swallowed by others sooner or later." The stone spirit let out an unwilling roar and cursed Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit. But in the next moment, its roar came to an abrupt end because it had been shattered by Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit and was crazily absorbing it. After absorbing Morong Qiao Shui's life soul source stone spirit, Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit glowed and its aura became stronger and more condensed. And that life soul source stone spirit also merged with Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit. Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit grew in size and shined brightly. "How is it? Did you make any progress after swallowing the other stone spirit? Or, do you know more about the life soul heavenly court?" Lu Ming asked the stone spirit. The stone spirit burped and said with a satisfied look, "I've learned some things. I'm afraid that the heavenly court life spirit hasn't disappeared yet. It's still floating in the vast universe. Also, the 9 life soul palaces under the heavenly court life spirit haven't been destroyed yet. If we can find the heavenly court life spirit and the 9 nether soul palaces, we'll gain endless treasures." "What? The life soul heavenly court and the 9 life soul palaces are still there?" Lu Ming was shocked. "Wasn't the life soul heavenly court destroyed by the heavenly palace?" "I don't know the details. Maybe the ruins are still there and the experts of the Life Soul Heavenly Court have all died," the Life Soul Source Stone Spirit said. Lu Ming nodded. That was possible. The life spirit heavenly court was the mortal enemy of the heavenly palace. How could the heavenly palace allow the life spirit heavenly court to exist in the world? If so, how could they maintain the status of the heavenly palace? Lu Ming's heart began to burn. If the life soul heavenly court still had 9 life soul palaces floating in the universe, it would be a great opportunity to find them. This was because if they were controlled by the heavenly palace, they would not be allowed to wander freely in the universe. Floating in the universe meant that it was not under the control of the heavenly palace. Then do you know where the life spirit heavenly court or the 9 life spirit palaces are? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. The rock spirit answered very straightforwardly, which greatly disappointed Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the fragments of the life spirit essence stone. He did not linger and left in a flash. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at a remote planet and waited. Because this was the place where he and Ling Yue had agreed to meet. Sure enough, not long after, Ling Yue walked through the air like a fairy from a painting. How is it? Did you succeed? Ling Yue asked with a smile. Actually, when she saw Lu Ming appear here, she knew that Lu Ming had succeeded. Lu Ming nodded and said, Morong Qiao Shui's life spirit stone fragment has already fused with mine. When I obtain the next life spirit stone fragment, it will be yours. No problem. Ling Yue smiled and then asked expectantly, You fused with Morong Qiao Shui's life spirit stone fragment, did you get any news? News about the life spirit heavenly court? Almost none. Lu Ming did not hide anything and told her the news that the rock spirit had told him. Ling Yue was also a little disappointed. Next, let's go find the blood demon race's Xue Ming. Ling Yue said. Now, you should tell us how we are going to deal with Xue Ming, right? You should have a plan, right? Are you still going to rely on the beauty trap? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Ling Yue shook her head and said, I've studied Xue Ming for a long time. Xue Ming is much harder to deal with than Morong Qiao Shui. It's impossible to rely on the beauty trap because this person is a cultivation maniac and has no interest in women. Moreover, this person's combat strength is very strong. Although his cultivation is only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, he is ranked 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Even many Quasi-Emperor realm monsters of the top 10 races have been defeated by him. 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He had fought with 9 Silkworm Prince before and knew how terrifying he was. However, 9 Silkworm Prince was only ranked 49th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Xue Ming, on the other hand, was ranked 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. He was definitely standing at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm in the universe. His combat strength was most likely extremely terrifying. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, Ling Yue was ranked 16th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. In a one-on-one battle, she was probably not a match for Xue Ming. This was also the reason why Ling Yue had not made a move. Now that she had Lu Ming's help, she decided to make a move. Yes, but the most troublesome thing about Xue Ming is not his strength, but his cautiousness. This person cultivates the blood demon doppelganger technique and can cultivate multiple doppelgangers. Usually, when he is outside, or when he encounters something, it is his doppelgangers who take action. A treasure like the life spirit source stone fragment will definitely be carried by Xue Ming's main body. Even if we kill his doppelgangers, we won't be able to obtain the life spirit source stone fragment. Ling Yue explained. Lu Ming frowned. According to this, Xue Ming was indeed very difficult to deal with. He was far from being comparable to Morong Qiao Shui. You must have a plan. Tell me everything. Lu Ming said. I do have a plan. The first step of the plan is to lure out Xue Ming's main body. If we want to lure out Xue Ming's main body, there is only one way, which is to rely on the blood god fruit. Ling Yue said. Blood god fruit? That's right. Xue Ming cultivates the blood demon divine body, which is a very powerful physique secret technique. The blood god fruit has an extremely shocking effect on cultivating the blood demon divine body. In fact, the blood god fruit has an extremely strong effect on people who cultivate the blood Dao. However, the blood god fruit has a special characteristic. Once it is picked, it must be consumed in a short period of time. Otherwise, the medicinal properties of the blood god fruit will quickly dissipate. Therefore, as long as there is news of the blood god fruit, Xueming's main body will definitely make a move. This is because even if he uses his doppelgangers to obtain the blood god fruit, he won't be able to absorb it in a short period of time. Ling Yue said. So, you already have news of the blood god fruit? Lu Ming said. That's right. After many investigations, I do have news of the blood god fruit. Ling Yue nodded. However, have you thought of a problem? Even if we have news of the blood god fruit and release the location of the blood god fruit, can the two of us deal with Xueming? As long as Xueming brings a few high-level divine emperors with him, we will be seeking death. Lu Ming said. That's right. These monstrous geniuses were not lone wolves. They had huge clans behind them. As long as Xueming brought a group of experts with him, they would not be able to make a move. If Xueming brought a group of experts with him, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless Ling Yue also brought a group of experts from the elf clan, then their plan and the matter of the life spirit origin stone would be exposed. So, it's about the next step of the plan. It's the most important. Over the years, I have refined a secret treasure. With my special physique, I can move the entire blood god fruit tree away without letting the energy of the blood god fruit disappear. Then, I can move the blood god fruit tree to a place where experts of the divine emperor realm cannot enter. In this way, even if Xueming can bring people with him, he can only bring people of the quasi-emperor realm. For us, the quasi-emperor realm is not a problem. Ling Yue also explained the next step of the plan. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ling Yue's plan was so meticulous that she had calculated every step. It could be said to be flawless. It could be seen that Ling Yue had been planning to deal with Xueming for a long time. This woman was very scary. Lu Ming secretly warned himself in his heart that he had to be careful when cooperating with this woman. If he was careless, he would be swallowed whole by her. Where is the location of the blood god fruit? Also, where do you want to transplant the blood god fruit tree? Lu Ming asked. The blood god fruit is in the blood shadow fiend land, and the best place to transplant it is in the Pangshan ruins. The Pangshan ruins is a ruin left behind by a powerful force in the ancient times. In this ruin, there is an incomparably powerful array formation. Existences above the divine emperor realm cannot enter, or else they will be attacked by the great array formation. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. In fact, many forces would have similar formations. Experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation would not be able to enter. Only the weak could enter. This was also a form of protection for their own forces. What if an expert suddenly attacked from the inside? Lu Ming chatted with Ling Yue for a while. After that, Lu Ming went through the plan in his mind and found that it was indeed feasible. Xueming could not resist the temptation of the blood god fruit. His main body would come out and snatch the blood god fruit. That would be their chance. Alright, the plan is set. Let's go to the blood shadow fiend land and transplant the blood god fruit tree. Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them set off for the blood shadow demonic land. The blood shadow demonic land was actually not very far from the territory controlled by the blood demon tribe. However, it was a long distance away from the territory controlled by the multi-hand race. Even if there were wormholes, there were still some roads that weren't connected by wormholes. It took the two of them half a month to reach the blood shadow demonic land. The blood shadow demonic land was an extremely special place. In the starry sky, there were numerous continents floating. The number of these continents was shocking, and it was impossible to see the end of them. Within the endless mainland, there was a blood chi that shrouded the entire place, making it look hazy. According to legends, the blood shadow demonic land was a huge planet in the distant past. This planet wasn't an ordinary one. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Although it wasn't as big as the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it wasn't too far off. In the primitive universe, there were all kinds of celestial bodies that could give birth to living beings. There were all kinds of small kiliocosms and medium kiliocosms. There were also floating mountains, floating islands, and floating continents in the universe. Of course, the most common celestial body was still the planet. There were many types of planets. For example, planets that could give birth to life, planets that could mine ores, or planets that could grow divine medicines. There were also some desolate planets. As for the planets of life, they were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Most of the planets that Lu Ming had seen were the most ordinary ones. There were also high-level planets and superplanets. The highest level was the mother planet of the various races. It was born at the beginning of the universe and had given birth to primordial gods, such as the Dragon Clan's mother planet. As for the Blood Shadow demonic land, at the beginning, it was a superplanet. Later on, a super war broke out and this superplanet was destroyed, forming the Blood Shadow demonic land. Legend has it that a powerful existence fell in the Blood Shadow demonic land. His blood scattered everywhere, and his blood aura didn't dissipate for countless years, forming the Blood Shadow demonic land. Furthermore, because of this blood aura, many evil creatures were born inside. Be careful when you enter later, Ling Yue reminded. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them flew into the Blood Shadow demonic land like two streaks of light. As soon as they entered the Blood Shadow demonic land, the blood mist rushed towards the two of them. It was extremely corrosive, and Ling Yue circulated her divine power to block it. As for Lu Ming, he naturally didn't need to circulate his divine power. His skin was a powerful defensive force that blocked the corrosion of the blood mist. Kill, kill, kill. Moreover, waves of roars came out from the blood mist. It was like a demonic sound that shook one's soul. Those with weak willpower would be affected by this demonic sound, causing them to go crazy and go berserk. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were both extraordinary people. Their willpower was firm, so this bit of demonic sound was nothing to them. Ling Yue took out a map and looked at it. There were tens of millions of floating continents here. Without a map, finding a blood god fruit tree would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The two of them flew in the same direction. Ga ga ga, suddenly, strange cries could be heard. Then, a large group of blood-colored birds rushed out from a continent and rushed towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. They were like countless streaks of blood light. Let me do it, Ling Yue shouted. In her hand, an emerald green longbow had unknowingly appeared. Ling Yue pulled the bowstring, and an emerald green arrow immediately condensed. Wung, releasing the bowstring, the emerald green arrow flew out like a bolt of lightning. An astonishing scene appeared. The emerald green arrow flew out and continuously split apart. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, 8 divided into 16, the speed at which it split was extremely fast. In a breath's time, the sky was filled with emerald green arrows. When the arrows approached the strange birds, the sky was filled with arrows. It was unknown how many there were. Puff puff puff, the blood-colored birds that filled the sky were struck by the arrows, pierced through by the arrows, and fell to the ground. In just an instant, the densely packed blood-colored birds were all killed. What a powerful method! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. This kind of archery skill really made people gasp in amazement. This was only Ling Yue's casual attack. If she were to seriously attack, who knew how powerful she would be? She was ranked 16th on the Quasi-Emperor Top 100 list, a proud daughter of heaven on the Pearl list. She was definitely an influential figure in the universe. Although Lu Ming had a taboo body, he didn't dare to underestimate these monsters. After the strange birds were killed, the two of them continued forward. Next, the two of them would be attacked by various strange creatures from time to time. However, these creatures weren't very strong and were easily killed by the two of them. The two of them took turns to attack and quickly flew over 100 continents. The two continued to fly towards the location of the blood god fruit tree. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from not far ahead. Rays of divine light burst forth, accompanied by strange roars. In front, there was a group of people wearing blood-red robes, surrounding and killing a group of blood-red tiger-like creatures. And this group of blood-red tigers was surrounding a blood-red flower. Hurry up and kill these beasts. We can't let these beasts destroy the blood demon flower. A youth wearing a blood-red robe with a golden skull embroidered on it gave the order. The tiger-like life forms were mostly 3rd level to 6th level divine lord existences. And these blood-robed people were all 7th level divine lord and above. Their combat strength was much stronger. Under a series of attacks, the tiger-like life forms were all slain. That youth picked the blood demon flower in joy. "Let's go," Ling Yue said. She didn't want to cause any more trouble and wanted to go around from the side. "Stop them." The two of them hadn't flown far when a cold voice sounded from the blood-robed youth. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. With a flash, more than a dozen blood-robed people surrounded Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The blood-robed youth walked over and stared at Ling Yue, completely ignoring Lu Ming. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in such a place. The heavens are really biased towards me, ha ha ha." The blood-robed youth laughed loudly, an evil light flashing in his eyes. Ling Yue's face darkened. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that this fellow had taken a fancy to Ling Yue. "Scram!" Ling Yue shouted coldly. Being looked at by the blood-robed youth like this, she felt uncomfortable all over. "Oh, your temper isn't small, but I like it. You guys, kill that brat and control this girl. Leave her to me to deal with." The blood-robed youth gave the order. "Brat, die for me." An 8th-level Divine Lord old man held a sharp sword and stabbed at Lu Ming. The sword light was sharp and went straight for Lu Ming's glabella, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one strike. But an ordinary 8th-level Divine Lord really didn't enter Lu Ming's eyes. Bang! Lu Ming moved later but arrived first. He kicked out and accurately kicked the old man's face. The old man screamed as his body flew out like a broken sack. His face was completely deformed. Everyone else was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming's strength was so strong, defeating an 8th-level Divine Lord powerhouse in one move. "How dare you hit my men? Let's attack together and cripple this brat." The blood-robed youth roared furiously. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen blood-robed men emitted powerful auras as they charged towards Lu Ming. These people, there were 7th-level Divine Lords, and there were also 8th-level and 9th-level Divine Lords. There were even 2 quasi-emperor-level figures. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, his heart filled with killing intent. Since these people didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind sending them on their way. However, before Lu Ming could make a move, Ling Yue had already made her move. An arrow suddenly flew out of Ling Yue's hand. This arrow seemed to have a mind of its own as it danced in the air like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Puff, puff! Blood splattered in all directions. More than a dozen blood-robed men, including the blood-soaked youth, were shot at the same time. Some people were shot in the chest, some in the shoulder, and the blood-robed youth was shot in one of his eyes. However, these people did not die. Clearly, Ling Yue had shown mercy. More than a dozen blood-robed men looked at Ling Yue in horror. Ling Yue's strength was too terrifying. More than a dozen experts, including 2 quasi-emperors, were injured in an instant. "Get lost!" Ling Yue shouted coldly. The blood-robed youth and the others hurriedly ran away in fear. "You're not going to kill them?" Lu Ming said. "There's no deep hatred. I'll give them a chance. If there's a next time, I won't show mercy," Ling Yue said. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. This Ling Yue still had the temper of a big race's young miss. She probably didn't have much experience. If it were Lu Ming, since he had made a move, he wouldn't show mercy to avoid future troubles. However, Lu Ming wouldn't deliberately chase after her. Next, the two of them continued to move forward. Just like that, a few days passed and they finally approached their destination. In front of them was a huge continent. The blood mist on this continent was denser than in other places, and the creatures it nurtured were also more powerful. The two of them restrained their auras, avoided those creatures, and arrived at a valley. In the depths of the valley, blood energy filled the air, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The blood god fruit tree should be in the depths of this valley. "Let's go in," Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped into the valley with Ling Yue. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, furious roars came from all directions, and the ground began to rumble. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses were charging toward them. Countless monsters charged towards them. In the sky, a group of blood-robed people appeared. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw the blood-soaked youth from before. Go to hell, you two bastards. Those blood-soaked youths revealed ferocious expressions, their killing intent as cold as knives. Ling Yue's face immediately darkened. Obviously, these monsters were lured here by the blood-soaked youth and the others. Their goal was to borrow the power of the monsters to kill Lu Ming and the others. You're courting death. Ling Yue shouted. Coldly. She spared the other party's life, but the other party actually came to kill her, which made her want to kill. Buzz, the emerald green longbow reappeared, and the arrows flew out, turning into countless emerald green arrows. Immediately, a large number of monsters were killed by the arrows. In the blink of an eye, thousands of powerful monsters were killed. So strong. In the sky, the blood-robed people's expressions changed, shocked by Ling Yue's strength. However, they were not afraid, because this time, there were god emperors following them. Swish, at this time, Lu Ming soared into the sky and rushed towards the blood-robed youth and the others. A 7th-level divine lord dares to come up. You're courting death, go and kill him. The blood-robed youth shouted coldly. Immediately, a quasi-emperor stepped out, turned into a sword light, and charged towards Lu Ming. In their opinion, Ling Yue was a quasi-emperor, so she was a great threat. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 7th-level divine lord. How much of a threat could he be? A quasi-emperor was more than enough to deal with him. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, aiming at the other party's sword light. When the sword gleam collided with Lu Ming's fist, the sword gleam directly collapsed. The fist force did not stop and continued to crush the other party. The crimson-robed quasi-emperor did not even have the chance to scream. Under the crushing force of Lu Ming's fist, the crimson-robed man exploded and his body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? The blood-robed youth and the other blood-robed people couldn't help but widen their eyes. A 7th-level divine lord killed a quasi-emperor in one move. Monster, this was a peerless monster. Book Guesthouse Reading Website. Boom, Lu Ming stepped in the air, reaching the same height as the blood-robed youth and the rest. He stepped forward and headed toward the blood-robed youth. He was going to kill all of them. Little boy, do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Blood Skull Pirate Group. You dared to kill our people. We'll take revenge on you, shouted the young man in the blood-red robe. So you're from the Blood Skull Pirate Group? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew about the pirate group. The great desolate universe was too vast. In the boundless starry sky, there were opportunities everywhere. This naturally gave birth to countless interstellar pirates and interstellar pirate groups. However, most of the interstellar pirate groups were not that strong. However, among all the interstellar pirate crews, there were some who were extremely powerful. They were one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. The Bloody Hole Pirate Group was one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. The top 10 interstellar pirate groups were extremely strong. They were as strong as some of the strongest clans in the primitive universe. It turned out that those people were from one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. No wonder they were so bold and ruthless. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Of course, he was not afraid. He continued to step forward, causing the void to tremble violently. The young man in the blood-red robe was furious. He shouted, "Kill that bastard!" Boom, an old man next to the young man in the blood-red robe stepped forward. His chi was as deep as the sea. It moved towards Lu Ming to suppress him. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword gleam burst forth, piercing through the void and piercing toward Lu Ming's glabella. That old man was a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. That was why the young man in the blood-red robe was so confident. However, he was just an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Lu Ming did not take him seriously. Lu Ming activated his battle formula and punched the old man in the blood-red robe. His fist chi was as strong as a mountain. It destroyed everything in its path. As soon as the opponent's sword light touched Lu Ming's fist strength, it violently shook and then exploded with a bang. The old man's expression changed drastically. His hands trembled rapidly, and blood chi filled the air. An even more powerful sword light shot out and collided with Lu Ming's fist energy. With a boom, the old man's body trembled violently and he retreated rapidly. His body trembled, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This is impossible? The blood-robed youth's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming actually injured a divine sovereign with one punch. A mere 7th-level divine lord, how was this possible? He found it hard to believe. But the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed and punched with both fists. One fist energy after another pierced through the void toward the Blood Skull pirates. The fist energy shot out at an astonishing speed, and many of the Blood Skull pirates were reduced to ashes before they could even react. Lu Ming didn't hold back at all. When he had attacked, he had already planned to kill them all. After the fist energy filled the sky, only 3 people survived. 2 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer took the blood-robed youth and retreated hastily. However, the 2 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had joined hands to block Lu Ming's attack, and they had both been injured. Hurry up and run! He's a monster! Hurry up and run! Shouted a big godly emperor layer cultivator. His voice was trembling, and he looked terrified. However, as soon as he finished talking, an arrow streaked across the sky and shot towards him. Slash, that person didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. It was Ling Yue, of course. She had killed a godly emperor with one arrow. Let's go! Shouted the remaining godly emperor layer cultivator. He was terrified, and quickly retreated with the blood-robed youth. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 gravity pearls flew out. A terrifying pressure enveloped the sky. The blood-robed youth couldn't resist such a terrifying gravity. He was directly crushed by the gravity and died on the spot. The godly emperor layer cultivator also vomited blood. He was severely injured. The combined force of 3 gravity orbs was simply too terrifying. You killed the young master. My Blood Skull pirate group will definitely take revenge. You just wait. Your end will be very miserable, the blood-robed elder shouted in despair. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure was like a ghost. He appeared in front of the elder and punched him. The elder screamed and his body was torn apart. He died on the spot. The experts of the Blood Skull pirate group had been completely wiped out by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Lu Ming stood in the sky and looked around. He found that the monsters from before had all been killed by Ling Yue. Lu Ming was shocked. Ling Yue was worthy of being ranked 16th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Her battle strength was terrifying. She was probably much stronger than 9 Silkworm Prince. If Lu Ming didn't rely on Qiu Qiu now, even if he used his full strength, he probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Yue. Let's go in. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded silently. The 2 of them flew into the valley. This valley was very big, very wide, and also very deep. The blood fog was very dense. The 2 of them restrained their auras and focused on their surroundings. The blood chi here was so dense that the 2 of them were afraid that it would give birth to very powerful monsters. However, the 2 of them didn't see a single monster after walking for a while. This valley was very quiet. It was too quiet. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. There's not even a trace of wind, and there are no monsters. Lu Ming frowned. Indeed. Although the monsters attracted by the Blood Skull pirate group attacked us, they stopped at the entrance of the valley. They seemed to be very afraid and didn't dare to enter the valley. Ling Yue said. It seems that this valley is not simple. Lu Ming said. We're almost there. When we see the Blood God fruit tree, I'll end the battle quickly and move the seal away as soon as possible. Ling Yue said, her brows slightly furrowed. All top geniuses had extremely sharp spiritual senses, and their perception of danger was also very sharp. Ling Yue was the same as Lu Ming. She also had a bad feeling. However, they had already walked here and were about to arrive. There was no reason to retreat. The 2 of them continued forward. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance came from ahead. We're here. It's really the Blood God fruit. Ling Yue's eyes lit up, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Lu Ming also saw it. Not far ahead, there was a small tree about 1 meter tall. It was completely blood red and filled with blood qi. Between the branches of the small tree, there was a fist-sized fruit hanging there. The fruit seemed to be condensed from endless blood, emitting a dense bloody light. Within the bloody light, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged. Strangely, there was no smell of blood. Instead, there was a medicinal fragrance. This was the blood god fruit tree and the blood god fruit. Let's begin. I'll seal it. You protect me. Ling Yue whispered to Lu Ming. Don't worry. Lu Ming nodded and the two of them walked towards the blood god fruit tree. But at that moment, rustle, 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 suddenly, a rustling sound came from the ground. Then, two eyes that were bigger than a water jar appeared. They were blood red. Following it, the figure of an enormous creature appeared. It was a huge snake with blood-red eyes. It stared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. "Csi," the snake screamed and swam towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Its tongue was like a red sword, stabbing towards Ling Yue. Its tail was like a soft whip, lashing towards Lu Ming. Its aura was extremely violent and terrifying. Second layer of the Divine Emperor realm. As soon as the snake made its move, they could feel that it was a second layer Divine Emperor realm existence. Xiao, Ling Yue made her move. An emerald green arrow shot out and collided with the blood-red snake's tongue, blocking its attack. Lu Ming directly took out 3 gravity pearls. The powerful gravity enveloped the snake, slowing it down a little. Lu Ming punched the snake's tail twice in a row. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated. What a strong power! Lu Ming was shocked. It wasn't like he had never fought against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. In Gale Galaxy, he had fought against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Even without Qiao and the great godly wind technique, he could still fight against ordinary cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. However, he had been pushed back just now. This huge snake's battle strength was extremely terrifying. Its strength was astonishing, far stronger than an ordinary second-layer Divine Emperor realm existence. This huge snake should be the monster guarding the blood god fruit tree. Its strength is astonishing. It needs the two of us to work together. Ling Yue said. Let's attack together. Lu Ming said as he charged towards the snake. A powerful gravitational force enveloped the serpent, causing its speed to decrease. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique. His body was wrapped in a gale, and his speed increased explosively. In an instant, he approached the serpent. His palm was like a knife, and it slashed towards the serpent's neck. Lu Ming had already used the Great Divine Wind technique, and his palms were wrapped in a terrifying cutting power. However, when Lu Ming's palm cut across the snake's neck, he encountered a huge resistance. His palm cut across the snake's skin, causing a trace of blood to seep out. However, he didn't seriously injure the snake. At the same time that Lu Ming made his move, Ling Yue also made her move. Elven Royal Bow. Ling Yue shouted. Her body glowed, and a huge battle bow appeared. This bow was larger than any of the bows that Ling Yue had used before. This was her origin secret technique. Wang, the bowstring vibrated, and a 100-meter-long arrow shot out, piercing towards the snake's head. Puff, the arrow that Ling Yue shot out was shockingly powerful. It actually broke through the snake's defense and pierced through its body. However, it only pierced through half a meter, and the rest was still blocked. Sealing arrow. Ling Yue shot out an arrow, followed by another arrow. However, the second arrow was different from the first. After the second arrow was shot out, it immediately dispersed into hundreds of arrows. On each arrow, dense runes appeared. Bang! 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 Hundreds of arrows all landed on the snake's body. It was like an ordinary wooden arrow hitting a rock, producing the sound of a blunt object hitting a rock. Not a single arrow broke through the snake's defense. Furthermore, all of the arrows had exploded. However, the runes and symbols on them were like countless little insects crawling onto the snake's body. In an instant, the snake's body was covered by countless runes. Csi, the snake hissed and struggled with all its might. However, its movements became slower and slower. Is this the sealing power that Ling Yue mentioned? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yue said that her physique was special and had a powerful sealing power. She could even seal the aura of the life spirit origin stone fragments. Combined with a secret treasure, it should be this kind of sealing power that could seal the blood god fruit's medicinal effects. It was indeed very mysterious. Under the dual effects of gravity and the seal, the snake's speed became very slow. Lu Ming and Ling Yue naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly made his move. His palm was like a rapidly spinning sharp sword, piercing towards one of the snake's eyes. Eyes were the snake's weakness. At the same time, Ling Yue's arrow also shot towards the snake's other eye. As expected, both of their attacks hit their targets. The snake's eyes exploded and blood splattered everywhere. CSISI, the snake twisted its body crazily, lashing out crazily, but it did not hit Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Shua! Shua! Lu Ming and Ling Yue's figures flashed as they continued to attack. One attack after another, they continuously attacked the snake's eye sockets. A terrifying destructive force rushed into the snake's eye sockets and broke through its body, completely destroying its brain. The snake struggled for a while before it slowly stopped moving. In the end, it collapsed to the ground without any signs of life. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and Ling Yue heaved a sigh of relief. This huge snake was not easy to deal with. Its strength was shocking, and its defense was even stronger. Fortunately, the two of them had worked together to take down this huge snake. If it had been alone, it would not have been so easy. Of course, Lu Ming had Qiu Qiu. If he let Qiu Qiu take action, he would be able to easily kill this big snake. However, Lu Ming did not want to expose Qiu Qiu's strength so easily. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not want to let Qiu Qiu take action unless it was necessary. In the Gale Star River, Qiu Qiu had swallowed an entire star worth of metal ore. The energy was simply too strong. Although Qiu Qiu had evolved to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm, that star had not been completely refined. During this period of time, Qiu Qiu had been quietly refining. If he were to take action, it would disturb him. Lu Ming walked over and kicked the snake's corpse to the side. Then, he looked around and protected Ling Yue. Ling Yue did not delay at all. She arrived in front of the blood god fruit tree and took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle was a secret treasure that Ling Yue had spent a lot of effort to create. Combined with her sealing power, it could ensure that the blood god fruit's medicinal effects would not be lost. Without her sealing power, this secret technique alone would be useless. Ling Yue placed the jade bottle beside the blood god fruit tree, and then her body emitted a strange light. Lu Ming seemed to see countless tiny runes appear on the surface of Ling Yue's body. Then, they followed Ling Yue's palm and crawled towards the blood god fruit tree. Very quickly, the blood god fruit tree was covered in tiny runes. Shua shua, Ling Yue's hands continued to form seals, controlling even more runes to climb towards the blood god fruit tree. Especially the blood god fruit, it was given special attention. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Ling Yue was trying her best to seal the blood god fruit tree and transplant it, a sudden change occurred. In the depths of the canyon, a dense blood energy suddenly emerged. This blood energy condensed into blood pythons that swallowed Ling Yue. These blood pythons were not real pythons, nor were they monsters born from blood energy. They were only condensed from blood energy. Lu Ming's expression changed. At this moment, Ling Yue was at a critical moment and could not be disturbed. Otherwise, not to mention the fact that the blood god fruit tree could not be successfully sealed, if it caused a tremor, the energy of those runes could destroy the blood god fruit tree. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the blood pythons. He used the Great Divine Wind technique and slapped out with both of his palms. Immediately, a violent wind rose in all directions and a terrifying gale rushed towards the blood pythons. A series of explosions rang out, and the blood pythons were all blocked. However, as the blood energy churned, more blood pythons condensed and pounced towards Lu Ming. There were even more of them. Lu Ming used the gravity orb to resist with all his might, but the blood energy was getting denser and denser. The number of blood pythons that were condensed also increased, and their power also increased. Lu Ming was gradually losing his strength. At this time, the blood god fruit tree was still not successfully sealed. Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and resist, pushing his battle prowess to the limit. As long as they could delay until Ling Yue successfully sealed it, they could immediately leave this place. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this moment, the blood pythons and the blood energy suddenly shrank and gathered towards the depths of the valley. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the valley. Then, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted and acted on Lu Ming's body. This is bad. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly because this suction force was too terrifying. Lu Ming was actually unable to stabilize his body and flew towards the depths of the valley. Qiu Qiu. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he sent a sound transmission to Qiu Qiu. At this time, he could only disturb Qiu Qiu. On his wrist, the ball quickly wriggled and turned into a silver spear. Lu Ming shouted loudly and thrust his spear towards the depths of the valley. A moonlight spear light broke into the depths of the valley, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing a single splash. Lu Ming was still flying towards the valley along with that powerful force. Qiu Qiu exploded with all his might, wanting to rush out, but it was useless. The suction force was too terrifying. Swish! Lu Ming could not stabilize his body at all. He flew directly into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that Ling Yue had successfully sealed the blood god fruit tree and placed it in the jade bottle. When Ling Yue saw that Lu Ming had been attracted into the valley, her face revealed a look of panic. She shouted and shot an arrow at the valley with all her might. However, it was still like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. This was the last time Lu Ming saw Ling Yue. The next moment, he flew into the depths of the valley, his line of sight blocked by the thick blood aura. After passing through the thick blood qi, he arrived at the end of the valley. However, at the end of the valley, there was a cave. The strong suction force came from this cave. Lu Ming couldn't help but fly into the cave. In the next moment, the suction force disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was already in a huge cave. Lu Ming immediately became cautious. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. Because in front of him, he saw a huge python. This python actually had a pair of flesh spikes, but on its head, there was also a pair of dragon horns. It was very strange. Lu Ming had never seen such a python before. The python was extremely huge. Its body was curled up like a mountain. Its huge eyes stared at Lu Ming. What a powerful body, what a vigorous blood qi. A mere divine lord has such a powerful blood qi. It's really rare. If I refine you, it will definitely be a great supplement. The giant python opened its mouth, greed flashing in its eyes. Were you the one who sucked me in? Lu Ming stared at the python and asked. Other than me, who else could it be? Kid, become my nourishment. The giant python opened its bloody maw and spat out a gust of bloody qi. No, this was not blood qi. This was a kind of blood flame. The blood flame had an astonishingly high temperature. Before it even got close to Lu Ming felt a terrifying temperature spreading towards him. This temperature gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming did not hesitate and retreated. You want to retreat in front of me? How naive. Suppress. The python said coldly. Then, a terrifying pressure acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming actually found it hard to move. This python was terrifyingly strong. It was unknown what realm it was at. Buzz, Qiu Qiu turned into a silver-white spear, bursting out with resplendent spear light, wanting to break through this pressure. What a strange metallic life form. Interesting. I'll study it later. The python looked at Qiu Qiu curiously. It tilted its head slightly and Qiu Qiu left Lu Ming's body. It flew away and crashed into a wall, unable to move. With Qiu Qiu's current cultivation level, it could kill ordinary cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. However, in front of this python, it could not fight back at all. Whoosh, whoosh, the blood flame enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed a terrifying heat and a destructive strength penetrating into Lu Ming's body. It wanted to burn Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming take this lying down? All the cells in his body began to tremble. The taboo force was fully unleashed to resist the erosion of the blood flame. The python's eyes suddenly opened wide. It couldn't believe it, and then it was overjoyed. Forbidden strength. It's forbidden strength. Surprisingly, it's a forbidden body. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. That thread of forbidden strength is mine. The python actually recognized the taboo power, and its eyes burned with a burning flame and thick greed. The blood flames in its mouth became more intense and they surged toward Lu Ming crazily. Even if you have forbidden strength, you can't fuse with it. Forbidden strength isn't something that just anyone can fuse with. Lu Ming gave a long howl. You're right. Forbidden strength isn't something that just anyone can fuse with. Even I can't do it, but so what? I will turn you into my puppet and let you continue growing. In the future, you will become a sharp weapon in my hands. Ha ha ha. Back then, I was lucky enough to survive. Someday, I will definitely get my revenge. Ha ha ha, the python burst into laughter. It was extremely excited. Lu Ming's heart sank. That python was terrifyingly strong. He didn't know where it came from. According to legends, the blood shadow demonic land was created by the blood of an extremely strong cultivator. Was that python the one who had created the blood? Chi, the blood flame enveloped Lu Ming, burning him continuously. From the inside to the outside, every part of his body was enveloped by the blood flame. Lu Ming resisted with all his might with the taboo power. In this way, the potential stored in the depths of Lu Ming's cells was all stimulated at once. Lu Ming felt that there was powerful energy surging out of every cell in his body. The potential that he had stored up was completely depleted in an instant. Boom, under the eruption of this potential, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed all of a sudden. He broke through. Under the pressure of this terrifying blood flame, Lu Ming's potential exploded all at once. Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through from the 7th level Divine Lord Realm to the 8th level Divine Lord Realm, increasing his strength greatly. Unfortunately, this python was too strong. It was not something that could be dealt with by breaking through one level of cultivation. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the 8th level Divine Lord Realm, he could not move at all. He could only resist for a little longer. Broke through? Amazing, amazing. Is this the taboo body? Under danger, it stimulated his potential and broke through his cultivation. Good, ha ha ha. The python laughed loudly. The greed in its eyes became even stronger. It could not wait to get Lu Ming in its hands. There's no other way. I can only rely on the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming thought. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming really did not want to touch the purple copper coffin. Because as his cultivation increased, he increasingly felt the evilness and danger of the purple copper coffin. This thing was a double-edged sword. If he was not careful, he would play himself to death. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Even if he really played himself to death, he could not let this python get away with it. With a thought, the purple copper coffin appeared. The python's eyes were staring at the purple copper coffin. With its cultivation, its spiritual sense was also abnormally sharp. It instinctively felt that the purple copper coffin was very scary. Therefore, the python directly attacked. Its tail exploded the space and whipped towards the purple copper coffin. Gotcha! The sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard as the lid of the purple copper coffin opened slightly. Lu Ming was shocked. He was not the one who had opened the purple copper coffin. The lid of the purple copper coffin had opened by itself. It was just a tiny gap, yet a terrifying aura was emitted from it. When Lu Ming was still very weak, facing this aura, he only felt that it was very terrifying, unstoppable, and difficult to resist. Now, Lu Ming was many times more powerful than before. However, in the face of this force, he still felt that it was unstoppable and unstoppable. It was incomparably terrifying. The python's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of fear. Gotcha! The sound of metal rubbing against each other continued. The lid of the purple copper coffin opened even more. Boom! An even more terrifying aura burst out, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if there was an incomparably terrifying creature within the copper coffin that was about to break out of the coffin. The blood flames on Lu Ming's body were swept away by this aura, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming's body returned to normal in an instant. The python's pupils shrank in fear as it retreated rapidly. At the same time, it roared, "What is in this coffin of yours? What the hell is it?" However, before the python could retreat far enough, something strange happened. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the purple copper coffin. This arm was covered with green scales, looking ferocious and terrifying. At first, the arm was only the size of a normal person's arm, but after it stretched out, it rapidly expanded. Moreover, there was a chain wrapped around the arm, one end wrapped around the arm, and the other end extended into the purple copper coffin. Clang clang clang, the chains trembled, and his arm grew. His fingertips were covered with sharp purple armor as he grabbed at the python. Before he even reached it, a terrifying energy was already pressing down on the python. Roar, the python roared and the entire rock cave shook. Its aura soared to the sky and a terrifying aura erupted, causing Lu Ming's heart to tremble violently. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. This python's cultivation was probably above the divine emperor realm. The python's potential was unleashed. Its tail was like a long spear, piercing towards the claw that was covered with scales as if it could pierce through everything. However, the tail that seemed to be able to pierce through everything did not pierce through the claw that was covered with scales. It only made a dong sound when it hit the claw, and then there was no further movement. Instead, the claw grabbed the python's tail, causing the python to be extremely frightened. It struggled with all its might, and a ray of divine light shot out from its mouth towards the claw that was covered with scales. This attack was extremely terrifying. If it was outside, it could destroy a large area of the starry sky and countless planets. However, when it landed on the claw that was covered with scales, it had no effect at all. Not even a single scale fell off. The claw that was covered with scales slightly shook the python's tail. Crack, crack, it was like shaking a whip. The python's entire body shook, and its bones made cracking sounds as it broke into dozens of pieces. The python's huge body became limp, unable to exert any strength. It was really like a soft whip. The claw that was covered with scales suddenly grew bigger, and it grabbed the python and then pulled it back into the copper coffin. No, 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 what kind of copper coffin is this? Why is there a living primitive divine spirit? No. The python roared in horror, and divine light kept flowing out of its body. It wanted to break free from the claw that was covered with scales, but it was useless. In a breath, the claw that was covered with scales retracted back into the copper coffin, and the python was naturally pulled in as well. With a clang, the lid of the copper coffin closed automatically, and the terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and he could not react for a long time. Because all of this happened too suddenly, and it was too unbelievable. After a while, Lu Ming slowly calmed down, but his heart was in turmoil. Was the python's last roar real? A living primitive divine spirit? Did the claw that was covered with scales just now belong to the primitive divine spirit? Is there really a primitive divine spirit buried in the copper coffin? But, why is there a chain wrapped around that arm? It seems like it's being chained. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted and his imagination ran wild. There were too many questions that he could not figure out. If it was a living primitive divine spirit, why was it hiding in a copper coffin? Furthermore, why were they chained up? Why did it take down the python just now? Why didn't it attack him? There were many questions that Lu Ming could not figure out. However, he could not open the purple copper coffin to ask about it. The existence inside was too terrifying. He was already very lucky that it did not attack him. If it was unhappy and gave him a slap, wouldn't he be wronged? After thinking about the purple copper coffin for a while, he still had no clue. Lu Ming shook his head and threw this question out of his mind. Since he couldn't figure it out, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Let's talk about it after my cultivation has increased. At the very least, the danger just now has been resolved, right? Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through in one go. Lu Ming felt his body and felt that it was filled with powerful energy. It was as if his entire body had endless power, and every move he made could shatter the void. This time, it was truly a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm, and Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large amount. Previously, when he was facing Ling Yue alone, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. Now, he was much more confident. However, just now, the potential stored in my cells was used up all of a sudden. I need to continue replenishing it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out a bone pearl and began to absorb it. In any case, this kind of bone pearl's energy was very pure, and the speed at which it was absorbed and refined was very fast. In 2 days, Lu Ming had refined 2 bone pearls. However, as his cultivation increased, the amount of potential that could be stored in his cells increased. The 2 bone pearls only stored 50% of his potential. 50% of his potential was enough for the time being. Lu Ming did not continue refining and ended his cultivation. He walked around the cave, but unfortunately, he did not find anything, so Lu Ming left. When Lu Ming returned to the location of the blood god fruit, he did not find any traces of Ling Yue. Could it be that Ling Yue went to deal with Xueming alone? Lu Ming revealed a pondering expression. He did not suspect that it was Ling Yue's scheme that he was swallowed by the python earlier. Ling Yue most likely did not know about it, because using that python to kill Lu Ming would not benefit Ling Yue in the slightest. Lu Ming had 2 pieces of Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments on him. Without Lu Ming's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments, how was Ling Yue going to find the treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Lu Ming reckoned that Ling Yue probably didn't know either. Lu Ming walked out of the valley. What surprised Lu Ming was that as soon as Lu Ming left the valley, he saw a figure. It was Ling Yue. "Muyun, you're fine." Seeing Lu Ming, Ling Yue revealed a happy expression and hurriedly flew over. "What? Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me?" Lu Ming joked. After saying that, Lu Ming wanted to slap his own mouth. His mouth couldn't help but spout nonsense. "What are you talking about? I'm just worried about the fragments of the natal spirit stone. Don't overthink it." Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. "That's great," Lu Ming hurriedly said. "What do you mean by this?" Ling Yue glared. "Nothing. By the way, how did you get the information about the blood god fruit tree?" Lu Ming hurriedly changed the topic. "Naturally, I sent someone to inquire about it," Ling Yue said. "Looks like someone is trying to scam you," Lu Ming said. "Mu Yun, what happened in the depths of your valley?" Ling Yue asked. "Inside, there is a terrifying existence," Lu Ming told her about the python in the depths of the valley. Of course, he skipped over the matter of the purple copper coffin. He only said that he escaped by luck. Ling Yue naturally didn't believe that it was because of luck, but she knew that this was Lu Ming's secret, so he didn't ask any further. Ling Yue's face darkened. Indeed, someone was trying to scam her. How could the person who knew about the blood god fruit tree not know that there was a terrifying existence in the depths of the valley? Since he knew, why didn't he tell her? If Lu Ming wasn't here this time and she was here alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Humph, looks like someone beside me has a change of heart. It looks like I have to go back and tidy things up," Ling Yue said coldly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming didn't say anything more. This was Ling Yue's private matter. As for how Ling Yue would reorganize it in the future, he couldn't be bothered to care. This time, their goal had been achieved. The blood god fruit tree had been obtained. The next step was to transplant it and lure Xueming over. Immediately, they left the blood shadow demonic land and headed towards the lost land of panicked gods. More than 10 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the lost land of panicked gods. The lost land of panicked gods was actually a galaxy. In the distant past, it was the core territory of a powerful force. However, this force was destroyed later on, but their territory was left behind. This galaxy had an extremely powerful array formation. Even after a long time had passed, its power was still astonishing, preventing existences above the Divine Emperor realm from entering. If an existence above the Divine Emperor realm entered, it would affect the entire formation and attack it. Those below the Divine Emperor realm wouldn't. This was the best place to deal with Xueming. The two of them flashed and entered the lost land of panicked gods. After a period of time, the two of them stopped on a planet. "Let's do it here. This place has already experienced a great battle, and the blood of experts has been spilled here. The blood energy is rich, and it's just right to transplant the blood god fruit tree." Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. Naturally, he had no objections. Next, Ling Yue moved and removed the blood god fruit tree from the jade bottle. Then, she removed the seal and planted it in a basin with rich blood energy. Then, they took out a jade talisman and recorded the route to this place, forming a map of the stars. Which one of us will reveal the news to Xueming? Ling Yue said. I'll go. Lu Ming said. Ling Yue nodded and handed the jade talisman to Lu Ming. The two of them divided the work. Lu Ming went to leak the news, while Ling Yue guarded this place. Lu Ming didn't stop. He left the lost land of panicked gods and headed towards the territory of the blood demon race. Blood Sky Star was a relatively famous planet in the territory of the blood demon race. It was rich in divine energy and was very prosperous. Most importantly, this planet was under the control of Xueming. Ling Yue had long since inquired about Xueming's background. The news of the blood god fruit naturally had to be leaked to Xueming's direct subordinates. This way, it could reach Xueming as quickly as possible. Lu Ming walked into the largest shop on Blood Sky Star. This shop was definitely opened by a direct descendant of Xueming. Young master, may I ask what I can help you with? A young woman in a blood-red robe walked over. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and could tell that this young woman was at the Divine Lord realm. He couldn't help but sigh. The blood demon race was indeed a large race. They were powerful. Even an ordinary shop assistant had a Divine Lord realm cultivation. I'm here to sell something, sell a piece of information. Lu Ming said. Sell a piece of information? The young woman was slightly stunned. There were many people who came to buy treasures or sell treasures, but this was the first time she had heard of someone who came to sell information. I'm sorry, young master. We don't buy information here, the young woman said. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Xueming will definitely be very interested in this news of mine. Lu Ming said with a smile. End of chapter 38:22. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.